Your dream girl wants a divorce, and you instantly agree. But you have one tiny condition. It has been 3 whole years and you haven't even touched her hand. She has got to fulfill her wife duties at least once, right? Bu Mingshu, you bastard! Don't you dare! But you pin her down and kiss her. Shang Shui fights back like crazy muffled screams escaping her mouth. Suddenly, boom, a sharp pain shoots through your lips. Metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. Zhang Shui, you actually bit me? Let me go, you jerk, or I'll make you pay. You think I care? My biggest regret is being a simp and keeping our promise for 3 whole years, foolishly waiting for you to actually love me back. But your heart is literally made of stone. No matter how hard I try, I was never gonna win. Stop. She struggles, but you shut her up with another kiss. Then slap. Thinking she's about to lose her innocence, she gets a random burst of strength. Slaps you right across the face. Gu Mingxiu, you monster, I'm calling the cops. The cops, you laugh, completely done with her. Go ahead. I'd love to ask the police why my legal wife hasn't let me touch her for 3 whole years. I'm just asking for my husband rights. So what's the crime? Hearing this, Zhang Shui is completely speechless. What do you even want from me? She glares at you, furious. We've been married for 3 years. Sleeping with me once isn't too much to ask, is it? That shuts her up real quick. You don't say another word. You just step up and pull her gorgeous waist close. For 3 years, do you have any idea what it is like looking at your gorgeous body every day? Not being allowed to touch you? It was torture. If I do this, will you sign the divorce papers and promise to stay out of my life forever? Hey, since your heart isn't mine anyway, why would I keep you around to cheat on me? I'm no simp. Fine, just be gentle. She closes her eyes as a single tear rolls down her cheek. After a wild and chaotic night, the room is dead silent. Torn clothes are scattered all over the floor, showing just how wild it got. You took what was yours, completely letting loose, unleashing 3 whole years of bottled-up frustration. Now Zhang Shui is totally knocked out from exhaustion, her face still slightly flushed. Stand by the window, feeling totally empty. Why did you even agree to her ridiculous conditions in the first place? Suddenly, ring ring. Your phone on the nightstand starts buzzing. You look at the screen and your face instantly goes dark. You walk out of the room and answer with pure attitude. What do you want? Mingshu, it's Mom, I miss you. Why are you wasting your life in wrong city acting like a maid for some girl instead of coming home? I looked into Zhang Shua. She's absolute trash and doesn't deserve you. Who asked for your opinion? Mind your own business. And Miss Chen, I'm an orphan. I don't have a mom. Don't flatter yourself. That's all, I'm hanging up. Wait, don't hang up. Mingshu, I messed up back then. Can't you just give me a chance to make things right? Dumped at an orphanage when I was 3 months old. Miss Chen, it's been over 20 years. With your family's massive power, finding a kid would have been easy. Where do you get the nerve to ask for my forgiveness now? The woman on the other end starts sobbing. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. But your voice stays ice cold. I waited for over 20 years and I'm completely numb now. When I was getting beaten up at the orphanage, where were you? When I was starving and digging through trash, fighting stray dogs for scraps, where were you? When I was freezing in the winter, sleeping under bridges wrapped in cardboard, where were you, Miss Chen? But right then, you overhear a conversation between your biological parents. Plot twist. They only tracked you down because their adopted son is dying and needs help. To think your own flesh and blood would sacrifice their real son for an adopted one makes their apologies pure comedy. What a joke, Miss Chen. You're only begging me to come back because you want something else from me, right? Do not ever call me again. You slam the phone down. At 8 in the morning, you take a hot shower. Start packing your bags. After 3 years here, you barely own anything. Everything you have fits into one single suitcase. You walk into the living room, grab the divorce papers, and sign your name without hesitation. Right then, Zhang Shui walks out of her bedroom. Bu Mingshu, what's for breakfast today? You don't even look up. You just toss the signed papers on the table. Let's go. We can eat on the road. But we are going to the bureau to finalize this divorce right now. You grab your suitcase, ID, and the papers and walk out. Zhang Shui bites her lip, feeling completely rejected by your cold shoulder. A sharp ache in her body makes her gasp, but since she's the one who wanted this, she has no right to complain. She silently follows you out. You drive to the bureau right as it opens, and since there's no line, the paperwork is done in minutes. Gu Mingxiu, what are you gonna do now? You chuckle. Well, I'm basically homeless now, so I'll just go wherever the wind blows. Zhang Shui's heart suddenly aches. You know you didn't have to pack up and leave so fast. You frown. Why is she acting like this now? You just shake your head. She hesitates, then asks, do you really hate me that much? Even if we're divorced, we can still be friends. Don't you have anything to say to me? An ex should stay in the past. We are divorced. What is there to talk about? You lean in close to her ear. Unless you can't let me go, but you still want Lu Xiao? Trying to keep both of us on the hook? Damn, Zhang Shui, you're pretty greedy. I do not. Stop talking trash, whatever. Just don't get any ideas. I'm no beta male who enjoys getting cuckolded. The mere thought of another guy touching you makes me feel sick. Screw you. Jiang Shui glares at you in a rage and speeds off. You pull your suitcase and wait for a cab outside. Suddenly, a sleek black Maybach pulls up right in front of you. A gorgeous assistant steps out, opens the back door, bows to you. Mr. Gu, Director Zhao wants to see you. Director Zhao, instantly a familiar name pops into your head. Zhao Yakai. Right then, the window rolls down to reveal a stunningly beautiful face. Did you seriously forget me already? Gu Mingxiu, you're so heartless. Wait, what are you doing here? Zhao, are you just here to laugh at me? So you're finally single? Why do I feel like you're celebrating my divorce? Oh, I absolutely am. Because now that you're single, it means I can finally make my move. Your face instantly turns bright red. Seeing you standing there frozen, Zhao Yaki gets out of the car and literally snatches the suitcase right out of your hand. But seriously, my company just opened a new branch here, and we desperately need top-tier talent. So, Mr. Gu Mingxiu, are you ready to make a massive comeback and work with me? Are you serious? Do I look like I'm playing? No, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I don't bite, so why are you so scared of me? Flirting with me in public like this, what if I actually take you seriously? Zhaoaki wraps her arm around yours. Mingxiu, you don't look like the Gu Mingxiu I know at all right now. You sigh and tell her, stop rubbing salt in my wounds, will you? Okay, my bad, okay? Zhao Yaki whines, shaking your arm cutely. I'm being totally serious here. Just tell me yes or no. I really need you right now, so please help me out pretty please. Okay, stop doing that. Fine, I'll go. But let's get one thing straight. I'll only run the tech department for now, and the moment you find someone else, I'm out. The vibe in the car suddenly gets a little tense. Your eyes keep wandering all over Zhao Yaki's face and body. Noticing your intense gaze, she intentionally perks up her chest, resting her chin on her hand while staring back at you playfully. Do you think I'm prettier than before? You nodded, and say if you wore something a bit sexier, I'd definitely tell you you look like a straight-up goddess. You rogue! Fine, I'll grant your wish. Come home with me right now, I'll only wear it for you. You just smile without saying a word, turning your gaze back outside the window. Zhao Yaki stares at your profile. What, are you still thinking about that woman? You've loved her for 3 years after all. You can't just move on instantly. But she only has eyes for Lu Xiao. It's totally not worth being heartbroken over a woman who doesn't love you back. Getting divorced is actually a good thing for you. You're right about that. Can I lean on your shoulder for a bit? Come here, my shoulder will always belong to you and you alone. Before you can even react, Zhao Yaqi grabs your head and pulls it onto her shoulder. The moment you touch her body, you freeze up, taking in the sweet scent of her skin. Slowly close your eyes. Gu Mingxiu, have you finished developing your AI smart butler system over these 3 years? Of course I did. Did you really think I was just wasting my life away, thinking about Jiang Shui all day? This project took years of hard work. I would never just throw it away. Interested in partnering up with me? Let's make that toxic girl Jiang Shui cry in Lu Xiao's arms and regret ever leaving you. Snap your eyes open, asking seriously, how do you want to collaborate? Zhao Yaki smirks charmingly. You already know about Chushan technology under the Shengxi group, right? Cared for you all along. I'll give you 51% of the shares and make you the boss of Chushan technology. Then I'll work under you. How about that? Well, Lady Zhao, seems like you just want to tie me down to your side so I can make you rich. What, are you scared I might eat you alive? Aren't you worried this will all end up being for nothing? Feel like you're doubting my charm. Take out the words feel like. You jerk, how can you be so mean? I'm heartbroken. Yaki, can you give me a little time? Take as long as you need. As long as you don't push me away, I'll always be right here waiting for you. Zhao Yaki bursts into a playful laugh. I'm your boss now, so I'll handle your living arrangements. You have to listen to me unconditionally from now on. Deal, let's go. I'll take you to see the house. Thank you, boss. Zhao Yaki winks at the driver. The car speeds off toward Zhao Yaki's villa. Standing right in front of the luxurious Huayu Tiangong villa, Zhao smiles and asks, Mingxiu, how is it? Are you satisfied with this place? Yaki, this is your house. It's not really appropriate for me to stay here. What's not appropriate? Like you said, this is my house, which means my word is law. If I say you stay, you stay. You're a grown man. Can't you just be straightforward instead of acting so shy? Before you can even refuse, Zhao Yaki grabs your hand and drags you straight into the villa. Follow me. I'll show you to your room. After unpacking and lying down on the bed, you pull out your laptop. Just as you're completely locked in organizing the details of the Chushan Tech partnership, a sharp knock echoes at the door. Mingxiu, can I come in? You quickly call out to let her in. The door swings open and Zhao Yaki steps in gracefully. It's already past 11 and I'm starving. I don't usually stay here, so there's absolutely nothing to eat in the kitchen. I guess I'll have to drag you out to get some food with me. You smile and nod. Sure, I'm getting a bit hungry too. Zhao Yaki whispers, I know this great restaurant nearby. The food is amazing and it's not far at all. Sounds good, you call the shots, I'm all ears. Meanwhile, over at the Zhang's Tech CEO office, Zhang Shui is sitting at her desk, but her mind is flooded with memories of you. No matter how hard she tries to focus on work, she just can't get you out of her head. Then, a sharp knock snaps her back to reality. Annoyed, she calls out, "Come in." Her assistant opens the door for Zhang, young Master Lu has arrived. The moment she hears his name, a massive smile lights up her face. "Show him in, quickly." Her assistant immediately turns and leaves. Seconds later, Lu Xiao walks into the office. Moment steps inside, Zhang Shui throws herself into his arms, begging, "Appa, you're finally here. You've been back for so many days. Why did it take you this long to come see me?" Shu, "I'm so sorry. I had a mountain of work to deal with as soon as I got back. I literally couldn't squeeze out any free time. I definitely wasn't trying to ignore you." But okay, I'm not actually mad at you. Look how tense you got. I was only joking. Lu Xiao then hands her an exquisite gift box, purring softly. "Go ahead, open it. This is a little surprise I prepared just for you." Jiang Shui takes the box, bubbling with excitement, and slowly lifts the lid. Inside, a dazzling diamond necklace sparkles before her eyes. "Appa, is this the heart of the ocean? Oh my god, this is Master Tony's final masterpiece. This is way too expensive." Lu Xiao's eyes are filled with deep affection as he whispers, "Only you deserve a necklace like this." About 10 minutes later, Jiang Shui links her arm with Lu Xiao's, and the two walk out of the CEO office looking like the ultimate power couple. "Hello there. You must be Gu Mingshu, right? Please, come on in." "Mingshu, this is my bestie, Zhang Yuyao. She's actually the owner of this private restaurant." Zhao Yaqi quickly introduces her to you. Smiling, you stretch out your hand and give Jiang Yuyao a gentle handshake. "Miss Jiang, I'm Gu Mingshu. It's a pleasure to meet you." "I can't believe the big boss herself came all the way to the door just to greet me. I'm honestly flattered." Jiang Yuyao giggles and replies, "Oh, stop it. You're a VIP here. Besides, if I didn't roll out the red carpet for you, a certain someone would be super mad, and who knows how she'd punish me." Zhao Yaqi clears her throat on purpose. Okay, stop teasing and get us a table already. Mingshu is starving, so make sure to bring out all your signature dishes. Seeing this, Zhang Yuyao teases even harder. "Oh my, look at you protecting your man already. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already sweating." Zhao Yaqi's face turns bright red, and she glares at Zhang Yuyao playfully. "Shut up. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. My dear Lady Zhao, just relax. Since you're here, I will make absolutely sure to treat your precious Mingshu like royalty." Hearing this, Zhao Yaqi huffs playfully. "Well, that's more like it." As soon as they sit down, Zhang Yuyao smiles warmly and says, "Yaqi and I grew up together, so we're basically sisters. I'm just going to call you Mingshu too. You don't mind, right?" Hearing this, you smirk slightly and reply, "Of course I don't mind. You can call me whatever you like, Miss Jiang." However, when Zhang Yuyao hears what you called her, she pouts her lips slightly. "Mingshu, why are you still calling me Miss Jiang? Don't tell me you don't consider me a friend." Plain. You quickly wave your hands to explain, "Yu Yao, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just not used to calling someone by their first name so quickly." Jiang Yuyao giggles at how cute and flustered you look. She couldn't help but giggle. With a smirk on her face, Jiang Yuyao playfully nudged Zhao Yaqi and teased her. "Yo Yaqi, your boy Ming Shu is not only a certified hottie, but he's also so cute. No wonder you rejected all those rich heirs in Shanghai." Hearing this, Zhao Yaqi's face turned red like she just got exposed. She stammered, "Stop talking nonsense in front of Ming Shu. Go tell the waiter to bring out the food already." But just as she said that, shocked voice came from behind them. "Gu Ming Shu? Why are you with Zhao Yaqi? Have you two been sneaking around behind my back?" Hearing this, your face instantly went cold. But before you could react, Zhao Yaqi stood right up. "Well, if it isn't CEO Zhang of Zhang Tech, you two look awfully cozy. I guess this guy next to you must be your actual boyfriend." Zhang Shui's face turned completely pale with rage. Her guy Lu Xiao quickly pulled her back. He stepped up to apologize, saying, "I'm so sorry, everyone. Shushu has been under insane pressure lately, so she's not thinking straight. No need to apologize. Just keep her on a leash and stop ruining our dinner." Before Lu Xiao could even finish his sentence, you stood right in front of him. With a cold smirk, you looked him up and down. Leaning in close, you whispered in his ear, "Lu Xiao, right? Oh, I've heard all about you. The legendary child crush of Jiang Shui. I haven't congratulated you yet on finally getting your prize." Lu Xiao's face instantly twisted in anger. "Who are you?" You stared him down, your smirk growing even wider. "To think someone saved herself for you and waited all these years. You must feel pretty proud of yourself, huh?" Zhang Shui turned ghost white. She knew exactly what you meant. You were mocking her because her purity was already gone, and you were the one who took it. As for Lu Xiao, basically just picking up your leftovers, there was literally nothing to flex about. Not wanting to waste another second on these clowns, you coldly gestured toward the exit. "Look, I'm just trying to enjoy a quiet dinner with Miss Please Get Lost." Watching the drama unfold, Zhang Yuyao flashed a cold, professional smile and stepped in. "Excuse me, you two." Mr. Gu doesn't want to be disturbed right now. Please return to your seats. If you keep causing a scene, I'm afraid I'll have to security throw you out of Xinyushuan. Lu Xiao lost his mind. How could a broke loser who was literally just his replacement have so much pull? Why were all these elite women backing him up? Forcing a fake smile, Lu Xiao swallowed his pride and said, "My apologies, Miss Jiang. I apologize on her behalf to you and your friends. Whatever your friends order tonight, put it on my tab. My treat." Bro really thought he did something there. The audacity to act like he's the only guy with a wallet, acting like he can just pay for us as if we're broke. Talk about delusional. He really thinks he's the main character, doesn't he? What an absolute clown. All right, let's not let those randoms ruin our vibe, Zhang Yuyao said softly, trying to calm the tension. Zhao Yagi nodded, but Zhang Yuyao warned, "Yagi, you seriously need to watch out for Zhang Shui. Definitely brought Lu Xiao here on purpose just to flex on you." Zhao Yaki scoffed. "Please, she's nothing but a joke to me. If she hadn't leeched off Ming Shu, trash company would have gone bankrupt ages ago." Zhang Yuyao smirked, locking eyes with you. "You know, Mingshu Yaki has quietly done so much for you over the years. Better not ever hurt her." You stared at Zhang Yuyao, totally clueless. What on earth was she talking about? Zhao Yaki instantly panicked and quickly cut her off. "Shut up. What nonsense are you spitting?" Zhang Yuyao just chuckled, brushing it off. "Chill out, I'm just teasing. Don't get so defensive. Let me go check on your food. I don't want to be a third wheel here, or someone might get mad at me." With a playful wink, Zhang Yuyao stood up and walked away. Zhao Yaki hesitated for a second, then softly asked, "Mingshu, do you still have feelings for Jiang Shui?" You immediately shook your head, pained. "Are you insulting my taste?" She finally got her precious childhood crush like she always wanted. Why would I be stupid enough to chase after her as a backup option? Do I look like the ultimate clown to you? Zhao Yaki smirked, holding back a laugh. "Actually, yeah. I mean, you literally played the fool for 3 whole years, didn't you?" Your smile faded instantly. You clutched your chest, acting like you were deeply wounded. "Ouch! Miss Zhao, do you have to keep rubbing salt in my wounds? That hurts." Zhao Yaki burst out laughing. All right, I'm sorry. I was just worried you'd go running back to her and leave me in the dust again." Sighed, shaking your head. "Can you just let me eat my food in peace?" A sly, playful smile spread across her face and she playfully stuck her tongue out at you. Just when you thought the vibe was back to normal, you heard a soft click. A tiny flame lit up right in front of you. You stared at Zhao Yaki in shock, realizing she had grabbed your lighter. She gently put a lit cigarette between your lips and whispered, "Go ahead. I don't mind if you smoke in front of me." You hesitated, but eventually took a deep drag. After a brief silence, you finally asked, "What did Yu Yao mean earlier? Was it actually you who helped Jiang Shui's company grow so fast?" Zhao Yaki hesitated for a second, but decided it was time to be honest. "When you married her, it broke my heart. But I realized loving someone doesn't mean you have to own them. I figured if her company did well, your life would be easier and happier. If I had known you guys would end up divorcing, I wouldn't have helped her in a million years." A wave of overwhelming emotion hit you. "Yaki, I'm just an orphan. I've had nobody to rely on my whole life, and now I'm a divorcee. The gap between us is way too big. Your family will never," but before you could even finish, she cut you off. "Who cares about my family? I'm dating you, not them." You gently grabbed her hand, whispering, "Thank you." She smiled teasingly and asked, "So how are you going to thank me? Are you going to give me your body?" You shook your head, letting out a soft laugh. Talk about taking advantage of a favor. "Guess there's no way I'm ever escaping your clutches. Is there?" She pouted playfully. "Now that I've finally caught you, there is no way I'm letting you go." But suddenly, your smile faded and you frowned. "Wait, you don't have some secret childhood crush hidden in your heart too, do you?" Zhao Yaki scoffed. "I'm not a cheater like Jiang Shui. Wanting someone else while keeping you on the side is just disgusting." You let out a sigh of relief, but you still had to ask, "So you really never had feelings for anyone else?" She nodded without a single doubt in her eyes. "None. You're the only one I've ever loved. In this entire world, nobody even comes close to you." A genuine smile broke across your face. "Wow, I really had no idea I was that charming." Zhao Yaki's face flushed red. "I've made it so obvious. What is there to doubt? If you still don't believe me, we can literally do it tonight." But she suddenly stopped herself mid-sentence, too embarrassed to finish her thought. You stared at her, completely stunned by how adorable and shy she looked. You chuckled and teased, "Well then, beautiful boss, I'm all yours." Meanwhile, on the other side of the restaurant, Zhang Shou and Lu Xiao sat across from each other in dead silence. Both of them were plotting their own schemes, making the entire vibe between them feel incredibly tense and toxic. Zhang Shu opened her mouth to speak a bunch of times, but she kept choking on her words like she was hiding a massive secret. Lu Xiao finally lost his patience and asked, Shu, is there something you're trying to tell me?" Hearing Lu Xiao ask, Zhang Shui goes dead silent for a second before whispering, "Brother Xiao, I am so sorry, but actually Gu Mingxiu and I..." Before she can even finish, Lu Xiao cuts her off. Shueshue, no need to explain. I already knowing. No way, you know? Jiang Shui literally jumps out of her seat. She looks completely panicked and gasps. So you don't mind that I was married to him? Seeing her lose her mind like this, Lu Xiao quickly tries to play it cool, saying, "Hey, chill out. I don't care about that at all. Plus, the second I got back, you divorced him without a single hesitation. There is no way I could miss how much you love me." Hearing this, Jiang Shui finally calms down a bit. She still worries and tries to cover her tracks. "Brother Xiao, I swear there was nothing going on between us. It was just a contract marriage. He was just a substitute because he looked so much like you. So you have to believe me. But honestly, Zhang Zhu's desperate excuses just make her look guilty AF to Lu Xiao. I mean, you and Zhang Zhu were married for 3 whole years to say absolutely nothing happened? Who is going to believe that trash? But since Lu Xiao still needs to use Jiang Shui, he's obviously going to keep pretending. I mean, a girl throwing herself at him? No way this player is turning that down. Meanwhile, you and Zhao Yaqi just finished an amazing meal, holding hands and walking out of the restaurant in a great mood. But just as you're reaching the exit, a super annoying voice completely ruins the vibe. "Miss Zhao, please wait. I'm not sure if I should say this, but you and Zhao Yaqi both freeze and turn around, only to see Lu Xiao strutting over, wearing this ridiculously smug grin. He goes, "Miss Zhao, I just want to warn you. Some people are definitely not as innocent as they look on the surface. You're way too sweet and kind. Please don't let some trash play you." But plot twist, Zhao Yaqi doesn't fall for his bait at all. Instead of asking for details, she just deadpans Mr. Lu. "If you think you shouldn't say it, do us a favor and shut your mouth." Before Lu Xiao can even process the burn, she grabs your hand tightly and turns her back on him, ready to bounce. Lu Xiao literally loses his mind and blocks her path. "Miss Xiao, you seriously need to open your eyes. Look at this guy standing next to you, Gu Mingxu. He literally just got divorced from Jiang Shui today." Zhao Yaqi snaps back, "And how is that any of your business? Mr. Lu, do you live on a beach or something? Wait, are you acting like the ocean, sticking your nose in everyone else's private life? Oh no, you've got it all wrong. I'm just looking out for you. I hate seeing a girl like you get totally brainwashed and played like a fool without even realizing it." Zhao Yaqi looks at him like he's crazy and says, "Do I even know you? When do you get to tell me what to do?" Lu Xiao panics and yells, "Miss Zhao, he's a certified scumbag." But then, bam, Lu Xiao gets absolutely face slapped. He didn't see that coming at all. His cheek is burning and he's standing there completely dazed. Zhao Yaqi growls, her teeth clenched in pure rage. "Keep disrespecting Mingxiu and I will make you pay. Try me." Lu Xiao is utterly shocked. He just stands there frozen like an idiot, totally forgetting how to fight back or even speak. Bao Yachi is not done yet. She slowly shifts her icy glare from Lu Xiao and locks eyes with Jiang Shui. "Jiang Shui, you're really something, aren't you? Too scared to face me yourself, so you get some trash guy to do your dirty work. You're an absolute embarrassment to women." You quickly step in, shielding Zhao Yaqi behind you and smirk. "Young Master Lu, you seem real obsessed with other people's business, huh? Since you love gossip so much, I've got some juicy tea about you. If you don't mind, I'd be more than happy to share it with the entire room right now." Lu Xiao tries to act tough, rubbing his slapped cheek to mock you, but you just look at him with a cold smile and say, "The Moluodi Club sounds familiar, right? If I remember correctly, the night before you flew back, you had a wild party there. 17 guys and 2 girls, right?" Before you can even finish the sentence, Lu Xiao's face goes completely white. His eyes bulge out as he stares at you in absolute horror. I have no idea what you're talking about." He desperately tries to act calm, grabs Jiang Shui's hand, and bolts for the exit like a scared rabbit. But you're not letting him off that easy. You raise your voice so the whole room can hear. "Don't run. Didn't you say you love gossip? Apologize to my girlfriend right now, or I swear I'll make sure the whole world gets to gossip about your dirty little secrets." Hearing this, Lu Xiao instantly freezes. "What do you want? Don't push your luck. You nobody. You think you can handle the heat if you mess with me? Apologize." You don't give a damn about his threats. Your tone is ice cold and absolute, Gu. "Mingxiu, how can you be so cruel?" Jiang Shui suddenly shrieks, stepping in front of Lu Xiao. "Brother Xiao did nothing wrong. Why are you forcing him to apologize to that trashy girl?" Jiang Shui stands in front of Lu Xiao like a shield. Suddenly your eyes narrow. "Jiang Shui, who the hell did you just call trash? Say that again and see what happens. Trust me, I will slap you into next week." Jiang Shu's face goes completely pale, her lips trembling, but she's too terrified to speak. Meanwhile, a sly, wicked look flashes through Lu Xiao's eyes. Plays victim, whining. "Mr. Gu, I honestly don't get why you're bullying me like this. Is it because of the history between Shu and me? Are you really that jealous?" You just let out a cold laugh. "How about I pull up the restaurant security footage and let everyone here see who started this? Nobody here is blind." "Shut up!" Jiang Shu screams. Brother Xiao was just looking out for Zhao Yaqi. He didn't want her getting played by some fake guy. Some people look all clean and perfect on the appeasem side, but behind closed doors, they're doing the dirtiest things. But right then, a cold, elegant voice cuts through the air. Oh, does Master Lu just have a habit of caring for every single pretty girl he sees? Turned to see Zhang Yuyao and give her a polite nod. She has this icy, mocking smirk on her face, looking straight at them. Miss Jiang, Master Lu, this isn't the first time you've harassed my VIP guests in my own restaurant. Do you really think I'm some pushover you can disrespect? Zhang Shue's face goes pale, her voice shaking. Miss Jiang, you've got it all wrong. I was just what? Zhang Yuyao completely cuts her off with a cold laugh. Were you trying to say you're just standing up for your precious childhood crush? Zhang Shue looks like she just swallowed glass. She opens her mouth but can't find a single word to fight back. She is completely speechless. Seeing this, Zhang Yuyao's smirk grows even wider as she turns her gaze to Lu Xiao, letting out a heavy dose of disrespect. Master Lu, you've had quite a wild run overseas these past few years, haven't you? Do I really need to list out all the innocent girls you've ruined? Lu Xiao's face instantly turns ghost white. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Yuyao just smirks at him. Oh, really? Trust me, I don't need to make up lies to deal with trash like you. I already gave you a fair warning, but you chose to ignore it. The Lu family and Zhang technology are literally nothing but ants to me. Crushing you both would be way too easy. Lu Xiao stands there in dead silence for a moment before turning to Zhao Yaqi. He stiffly bows his head and mumbles, Miss Zhao, I was completely out of line just now. Please forgive me. Zhao Yaqi is completely stunned. She never expected this guy to fold so fast. She just stares at him, totally speechless, while you stand right next to her. He gently squeezed her hand. Whether you accept his apology is totally up to you. Zhao Yaqi stared at Lu Xiao with a stone-cold face. Next time you open your mouth, you better use your brain first. Don't run around like a headless chicken, spitting straight garbage. Surely you know that running your mouth gets you in trouble, Mr. Lu, right? Lu Xiao was holding back his rage so hard, forcing out a fake smile that looked worse than crying. Of course, Miss Zhao is absolutely right. Then he quickly turned to Zhang Yuyao, switching to total simp mode. I am so incredibly sorry. Messed up big time today. I hope someone as high status as you won't hold it against a nobody like me. We'll get out of your hair right now. But then, who said you could leave? Zhang Shui was clearly not happy with this, and she wanted to keep talking trash, but Lu Xiao yanked her back. He grabbed her arm tight, absolutely terrified that she'd say something to make things even more embarrassing. The two of them scrambled out of there like total losers, while the other tables whispered and clowned on them. Ugh, what a joke, Zhang Yuyao muttered, shaking her head. But right in the middle of complaining, a wild idea popped into her head. Her eyes lit up, and she whipped her head toward Zhao Yaqi and Gu Qishu. With a sly smirk on her face, she teased, but hey, Yaqi, I swear I heard someone use a very interesting title just now. She paused on purpose, then said in a super dramatic voice, the word girlfriend. She dragged the word out, clearly trying to get Gu Qishu's attention. Chapter 11, Sealing the Deal. Right then, Zhao Yaqi's face turned red hot, feeling like it was burning. She shyly whined, Yu Yao, stop it. Axiu only said that to save me from that awkward situation, but even though she said that, her voice got quieter and quieter. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Gu Qishu's face, her heart absolutely pounding with anticipation, hoping so bad that he would just claim his title as her official boyfriend. To her, this hope was like the brightest star in the sky, beautiful but totally out of reach. In the past, every time she eagerly waited for his response, she only got let down over and over again. Just now, the second Gu Qishu said the words, my girlfriend, she felt like she was living in a beautiful dream. So sweet, like straight honey to her soul. Protecting my own girlfriend is literally my job, isn't it? Gu Qishu's voice was firm, completely shutting down Zhang Shui while locking in his defense of Zhao Yaxi. He sounded so natural and confident, like it was a no-brainer. I'll make sure to get used to this new title ASAP. His hand was still holding hers tightly, and Zhang Yuyao spotted this instantly, flashing a super sly smirk. Oh, should I start saving up for your wedding gift then? Hearing that, Zhao Yaqi's heart skipped a massive beat. She looked up, completely shocked, meeting Gu Qishu's eyes. The sheer confidence and sincerity in his gaze left her in a daze. Was he actually serious? Zhang Yuyao's teasing made Zhao Yaqi blush like crazy, wishing she could just disappear. But deep down, she felt like she had just taken a giant sip of honey, a wave of sweetness rushing over her, making her drown in pure happiness. Locked in his gaze, her eyes were practically dripping with affection, as if time itself had completely stopped. She had waited for this moment for way too long. All those days of painful waiting had almost broken her spirit. Gu Qishu let out a low, smooth chuckle. Hey, no rush. We gotta take this step by step. Let's go on a few dates first, get to know each other, and see where this goes. Zhao Yaqi beamed, her smile as bright as a spring flower. She locked fingers with him, holding on tight as if she could lock in their happiness forever. But the vibe here is kind of ruined now. Why don't we go somewhere else, she suggested softly. Since you just moved into my place as your boss and girlfriend, I should buy you some new clothes, throw away all your old stuff, and get you new bed sheets, slippers, and well, everything. She seemed a bit flustered, her words spilling out like a rapid-fire machine gun as she went on and on. Seeing how cute she was, Gukeshu couldn't help but laugh out loud. All right, Yaki, we'll do whatever you want. Let's take our time shopping and buy whatever we need. Zhao Yaki nodded eagerly, her heart overflowing with sweetness. She was so lost in her own little world with Gukeshu that she completely forgot her bestie, Zhang Yuyao, even existed. Standing nearby, Zhang Yuyao watched them act all lovey-dovey and felt a wave of jealousy. She teased, "Oh wow, look at you, getting a boyfriend and throwing your bestie straight into the trash. I'm literally so miserable. I just put in the work fighting off those toxic losers for you, and I don't even get a thank you." Hearing this, Zhao Yaki's face flushed even redder, looking like a ripe apple. Her heart started beating like a drum, leaving her totally flustered and confused. In a panic, she quickly grabbed Zhang Yao's sleeve. Pouting her lips cutely, she tried to act cute and play it off, saying in a sweet, whiny voice, "Oh, come on, I'm sorry, Yu Yao. I was just so happy and got way too excited. Please don't be mad at me, okay?" Seeing her like this, Zhang Yuyao's annoyance mostly melted away, but she still played along, putting on a fake angry face. I'm not forgiving you unless you buy me a massive feast." Zhao Yaki nodded frantically like a maniac, instantly agreeing. Yes, yes, whatever you want. I'll buy you the biggest feast ever until you're completely stuffed, all right? Seeing how fast she agreed, Zhang Yuyao snorted proudly. That's more like it. Honestly, the only reason Zhao Yaki and Kechu made things official so fast thanks to the ultimate wingmen, Zhang Shui and Lu Xiao. Without those two clowns making fools of themselves, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. But all that drama from earlier, completely forgotten. Right now, Zhao Yaki only had eyes for Gu Keishiyu, and nothing else mattered. All right, I won't third wheel you guys anymore. Happy now? Zhang Yuyao teased. I knew you were the type to put boys over besties. The second you get a boyfriend, throw me out the window. She gave Gu Keishu a playful wink and a little fighting gesture, waving her hands to shoo them off. Go on, go on. Make sure you take good care of my princess. If you make her cry, you're dead. Keep talking and I'm seriously gonna throw hands. Zhao Yaki's face turned even redder as she glared at Zhang Yuyao, trying to sound threatening. But looking like that, she only got a chuckle out of Zhang Yuyao. Bro is literally laughing his head off. Leaving the tea house, the cool breeze hits them, feeling fresh as heck after all that drama. Ukashu holds Zhao Yaki's hand tight as they walk over to the ride. He pulls a total gentleman move, opening the door and letting her in like a queen. Sinking into the soft seat, she stares at him, totally dazed, and whispers, "Tian, am I dreaming right now?" Just smiles, buckles her up, and hops into the driver's seat. He stares at her with pure love and calls her a silly girl, making her blush instantly. Bites her lip and whispers, "Even if it is a dream, I never want to wake up." His heart skips a beat, feeling how much she actually wants this. He takes a deep breath and says, "Yaki, this is real, no dream." Her heart starts pounding a million miles an hour, her eyes wide, trying to read his mind through his eyes. The vibe in the car suddenly gets crazy tense, with only the AC hum and the engine purring in the background. Whispers, "Tian, kiss me." Chapter 12, busted in the middle of a hot moment. Just like that, time completely stops. Her gaze is pure fire. Her body is shaking, and the temperature in the car is through the roof. It is getting spicy. He can smell her sweet perfume, and their lips are literally 1 centimeter apart. They are about to lock lips, but right as the romance peaks, boom, someone starts hammering on the window. Knock, knock, knock. Out of nowhere, a frantic voice screams, "Yaki, my queen!" You left your phone at the shop. How are you still this forgetful? The sudden cockblock makes both of them jump, instantly snapping out of their trance. Bramble apart, faces turning bright red from pure awkwardness. Yaki rolls down the window and gives Jiang Yuyao the ultimate death stare. She's literally cursing her out in her head. "Yuyao, seriously? Could you not have waited 5 minutes?" Yuyao instantly freezes, sensing the sheer rage radiating from Yaki. She is like, "What did I even do to offend you, my queen?" But then she looks closer and notices the crazy tension between the two of them. A wild thought flashes in Yuyao's mind, and she suddenly gets it. "No way." Bursts out laughing, covering her mouth. She quickly shoves the phone into Yaki's hand, throws her hands up like she is being arrested, and starts apologizing. All right, my bad, I totally ruined the moment. You guys keep doing your thing, I am out of here." She winks playfully at Yaki. Her eyes are literally saying, "Dang, you move fast, making out in the car already? Stop talking absolute nonsense." Yaki's face goes completely red. She looks down, unable to meet Yuyao's eyes, absolutely shredding the hem of her shirt with her hands. Yuyao giggles, "I am definitely not lying. Your face is literally a ripe tomato right now. Even a toddler knows what you two lovebirds were up to in here." Yaki turns even redder, stuttering out, "Stop lying, we were literally just talking." But Yuyao is not buying it at all. She keeps teasing her. Oh, just talking? Then why is the vibe so spicy and intimate? Yaki's heart is doing backflips right now. Her heart is pounding and she has zero comebacks. She can only stammer. We were just, talking to us, that stuff. This just makes Yu Yao laugh even harder. She points to a hotel down the street and says, hey, there is a great hotel right there. If you are in that much of a rush, go get a room so you can keep chatting. Hey, Zhang Yuyao, shut your mouth, Yaki screams, dying of embarrassment. But right after she says that, she instinctively looks over at Guki Shu to see how he is reacting to all this wild teasing. But our boy is just sitting there grinning awkwardly. He rubs his nose, totally flustered. Honestly, he is not even mad about the teasing. In fact, he is kind of loving the vibe. Yu Yao just waves her hand. All right, I will stop. You guys head out, and do not forget about that feast you promised me. Kekshu quickly chimes in, Yu Yao. Once I get the place sorted out, I will cook you a crazy good meal myself at my place. Yu Yao smirks, throws him an okay sign. Bounces. She glides away like a butterfly, disappearing in seconds. Honestly, she is so relieved to get out of there. Definitely did not want to play third wheel to these two lovebirds. Seeing how sweet they are, she knows it is time to give them space. Kekshu starts up the car, drives towards Starlight Plaza. In the passenger seat, Yaki intertwines her fingers with his. Her hand is shaking slightly, like she is terrified to let go. She keeps her eyes glued at him, scared that if she lets go for even a second, he will vanish like smoke. Total silence in the car. Kasu finally breaks the ice. Yaki, I remember you love coffee. When we hit the mall, how about we grab a cup first? Yaki is totally shocked. She looks at him, eyes wide, and says, wait, you actually remember that? He just smiles, and nods. Of course I do. Back in college, you forced me to drink that coffee you bought, and I ended up tossing and turning all night. I could not sleep for a single second and showed up to class looking like a zombie. Yaki bursts out laughing. He is seriously so adorable. It happened so long ago, yet he remembers every single detail. Seeing her smile, Kekshu breathes a sigh of relief and laughs along with her. The awkward tension completely evaporates, replaced by pure cozy vibes. Outside, the city traffic flashes past like a blur. Yaki stares out the window, but deep down, she still feels a little anxious. She sneaks a glance at Kekshu driving next to her. Honestly, his side profile under the sunlight is next level. Watching him focus on the road makes her heart flutter. His jawline is so sharp. Maybe today's crazy drama was actually a blessing in disguise to bring them closer. A small smile creeps onto her face. Before long, they pull up to Starlight Plaza. The place is absolutely packed and buzzing. Kekshu parks the car like a pro. He grabs her hand and they walk into a super popular coffee shop. But the second they step inside holding hands, someone yells, wait, it is you. Chunanjo walked out of the restroom and caught a glimpse of Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaqi's side profiles. Wait, Gu Keishu? No way, how is it him? Chunanjo's voice is dripping with shock and anger, his brows furrowing hard. Instant rage boils up inside him. Ever since Jiang Shui married Gu Keishu, that guy has been the ultimate trash of the family. Chunanjo has literally never called him brother-in-law even once. Seeing them so close makes Chunanjo feel sick to his well, Gu Keishu cheating on my sister and keeping a side chick, I just caught you red-handed. Let's see how you're going to face my sister now. Chunanjo sneers, his voice filled with pure mockery and disdain. I am going to ruin you, you pathetic loser, and make you the biggest laughingstock in the entire city. Chapter 13, Enemies Cross Paths. I'll have a cappuccino. Shh, what do you want? Zhao Yaqi sits down gracefully, a beautiful smile playing on her lips. She gazes warmly at the man across from her, her eyes filled with sweet anticipation. The cafe has such a classy vibe. Even during the day, the soft glowing lights over the wooden tables and chairs make the whole place feel super cozy and comfortable. Zhao Yaqi absolutely loves places like this, especially since she gets to share this peaceful moment with the man she loves. Gu Keishu looks at her, and a warm feeling fills his heart. He smiles and replies, same for me. I don't really know much about coffee. It all just tastes bitter to me anyway. His voice is deep and gentle, carrying a hint of playful helplessness. Zhao Yaqi bursts out laughing and rolls her eyes at him. If you don't even like it, then why did you come with me? But there's no real attitude in her voice, just pure intimacy. Gu Keishu smiles, gently holding her hand, and says you've always been the one doing everything for us. I want to quickly learn more about you and get used to your world. His gaze is incredibly sincere, as if he wants to engrave every detail of this woman into his mind. Zhao Yaqi's silky hair cascades down her shoulders, brushing against her pale skin, radiating a quiet, gentle charm. She lowers her head slightly, her slender fingers gracefully stirring her coffee with natural, effortless elegance. Her long eyelashes cast a soft shadow on her porcelain skin. She is absolutely gorgeous. Gu Keishu could never have imagined that after 3 years, he would end up with the heiress of the Shengxi group, the young mistress of the prestigious Shen family. It all feels like a dream, totally surreal. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhao Yaqi notices him staring, slowly looking up with a soft, warm smile. Today, She's wearing a light blue dress that is simple yet elegant. Her hair is tied loosely, a few strands framing her face and blowing gently in the breeze. Doesn't have any of that rich girl snobbishness, looking just like a sweet girl next door. Gu Keishu awkwardly looks away, clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment. Bez. Nothing. I was just wondering how a high-class heiress like you could fall for someone like me, divorced guy at the bottom of the social ladder. Zhao Yaqi doesn't look away. She keeps staring at him, her eyes shining with absolute sincerity. After a moment, Zhao Yaqi says softly, compared to those fake, power-hungry hypocrites who only care about money and status, I prefer someone down to earth and genuine like you. You have this unique charm, and besides, you are the most talented man I've ever met. No one else even comes close. She smiles, her eyes sparkling so brightly that they could light up the entire room. Then she smoothly changes the subject. Shu, the tiramisu here is amazing. Want to try some? Suddenly, a loud, sarcastic slow clap cuts through the quiet atmosphere, ruining their sweet date. Gu Kekshu looks over, his brows instantly furrowing as his face turns dead serious. The spoon he was using to stir his coffee clinks sharply against the cup, echoing his rising anger. Sitting across from him, Zhao Yaqi's eyes, once soft as water, instantly turn sharp. Noticing his shift in mood, she whispers, "Someone you know?" Gu Kekshu takes a deep breath, trying to keep his cool, and says slowly, "My ex-wife's brother, Chunanzhou. Talk about bad luck, I can't believe I ran into him here." His voice dripping with pure disgust. Zhao Yaqi's eyes flash with coldness, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Of course he's just like his annoying sister. Both love showing up just to annoy people. Right then, a young guy in a flashy, loud shirt struts over, his arm wrapped around a girl with heavy makeup. Chunanzhou glares at Gu Keishu, a smug smirk spreading across his face. He walks right up to their table, leaning forward with his hands slammed on the surface, leaning in to mock them. "Yo, yo, yo, if it isn't my sister's pathetic little simp, what's the matter? Did you scam some money from my sister just to spend it on a side chick? Chunanzhou, did you eat garbage today? Why is your mouth so dirty?" Gu Keishu looks at him with pure disgust, not hiding his hatred at all. He literally can't stand Chunanzhou's toxic attitude and disgusting words. In his memory, Chunanzhou was absolute trash. The guy had zero manner and was always so full of himself, acting like he owned the place. Even if he was still technically married to Jiang Shui, Gu Keishu had zero intentions of being nice to this jerk. Chunanzhou is instantly triggered by his words, face turning completely dark as he glares at Gu Keishu, yelling, "What the hell did you just say?" He raises his voice, trying to intimidate Gu Keishu. But Gu Keishu isn't scared at all. He just stares back coldly, a smug smirk on his face. He knows exactly that Chunanzhou is just all bark and no bite. Absolutely nothing to worry about. "Kid, know your place. Chunanzhou keeps barking. Without my sister, you are absolutely nothing. Trash belongs in the trash can, got it?" Gu Keishu sneers in his mind. It looks like Chunanzhou has no idea they're already divorced. Gu Keishu calmly picks up his coffee, takes a slow sip, puts the cup down, and looks at him. "I'll give you one chance. Apologize right now and get lost," or Gu Keishu pauses on purpose, standing up with his coffee cup, his eyes turning ice cold. "I can't guarantee what I'll do if you keep annoying me." Chapter 14, let me borrow that pretty chick of yours for a few days. Chunanzhou is completely stunned by Gu Keishu's sudden dominance. In his mind, he keeps remembering the old Gu Keishu, that weak loser who was always bullied and never dared to say a word back. But today, Gu Keishu's vibe completely shattered everything Chunanzhou knew about him. No cap. His attitude today was straight fire, standing his ground without backing down even an inch. It made Chunanzhou wonder if he was even looking at the same guy. "Ha ha!" Chunanzhou suddenly burst out laughing like a maniac. The sound echoed through the quiet cafe, totally unhinged. His laugh was pure trash talk and mockery, basically laughing at Gu Keishu for thinking he could actually step to him. "Kid, I seriously underestimated you. I didn't think after just a few days you'd grow such a pair. Now you're out here trying to threaten me? You've got some nerve, I'll give you that." Chunanzhou's eyes widened as he glared daggers at Gu Keishu. "You think you can scare me with that look? Down on your knees and start begging right now. And while you're at it, let me borrow that hot little chick of yours for a few days." But right then, with a sharp splash, a cup of scalding hot coffee, straight at Chunanzhou's face like lightning. No reaction time, zero dodge. The cup of coffee hit him dead center. "Ah!" Chunanzhou let out a blood-curdling shriek. Face turned bright red from the burn, and the stinging pain had him stumbling backward. He desperately shook the hot coffee off his clothes, trying to stop the burn. Even Zhao Yaqi, who was just sitting there chill, jumped up in shock. She never expected Gu Keishu to throw hands immediately, but she locked in fast, walking over to his seat and gently placing her hand on his tensed-up arm to keep him calm. "Chunanzhou, I used to let you slide because of your sister, but we're divorced now. You're just a trashy ex-brother-in-law trying to flex in front of me. Why on earth should I hold back? Pikshu's voice was ice cold, sending shivers down everyone's spine. His gaze was sharp as a dagger, staring daggers right through Chu Nanzhou. The word divorced hit Chu Nanzhou like a massive plot twist. He froze, completely unable to process what he just heard. The flashy girl next to him quickly grabbed some tissues, gently wiped the sweat off his forehead, trying to save him from the absolute embarrassment. But Chu Nanzhou's entire world was already cooked. His mind was in a loop, unable to comprehend what was happening. How could the same Gu Kashu who used to simp so hard for Jiang Shua suddenly become this cold and ruthless? No way, this is impossible. Chu Nanzhou screamed inside his head. He couldn't take this massive reality check. He spat on the ground, his face burning like he'd just taken a massive, satisfying face slap. Glaring at Gu Kekshu, he sized up his former brother-in-law. Gu Kekshu was still dressed to impress, looking sharp, which only made Chu Nanzhou even more pressed. What the hell are you acting so tough for? Chu Nanzhou lost it and screamed. Without my sister, you'd be a nobody eating trash in some dirty alley right now, dragging some random chick out here just to flex. You really think you're him? The quiet vibe in the cafe was completely shattered, and the other customers started staring and whispering. Everyone was gossiping, and the staff behind the counter looked super anxious, totally unsure if they should step in or just let the drama unfold. Gu Keishu clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned white, but Zhao Yaqi kept her hand gently on his wrist, slowly looking up, stared straight at Chu Nanzhou with a calm yet insanely powerful look. Watch your mouth, sir. Get out of our sight right now or else. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was pure authority. Chu Nanzhou definitely didn't expect her to clap back like that. Froze for a second, then started laughing like a clown. Or else what? He sneered, who the hell do you think you are to lecture me? Then he looked back at Gu Keishu. Honestly, your little chick is pretty hot. Why don't you have her come over and serve me for a few days? Otherwise, but before he could even finish his sentence, Gu Keshu's fist flew out of nowhere, smashing right into Chu Nanzhou's face. It was a heavy hit. Chu Nanzhou didn't see it coming at all, stumbling back and crashing into two tables. Coffee cups went flying everywhere, shattering into a million pieces with hot coffee splashing all over. Chu Nanzhou clutched his face as blood started leaking through his fingers. Stared in complete shock. You actually dared to hit me? His voice was shaking with pure rage. Do you have any idea what this is going to cost you? Pikshudu didn't even flinch. He just looked down at him like he was a brainless clown. Then he stepped forward, shielding Zhao Yaqi behind him. You have no idea who you just messed with. I promise you won't be laughing for long. Get lost, Gu Kshu roared, and Chu Nanzhou's girl bolted straight out of the cafe. Chu Nanzhou scrambled to his feet, eyes full of venom. Just you wait. I'm calling my sister right now. You can forget about ever stepping foot in the Chu family again. Let's see how cocky you can be then. Do whatever you want. Gu Kizu shrugged. He pulled out a stack of cash, tossed it on the counter, and said, sorry for the mess. Juyaki just stood behind him, watching quietly. Once Chu Nanzhou finally dragged himself out, she let out a soft sigh. You really didn't have to throw hands. But he insulted you. Gu Keishu turned around. The anger in his eyes was still burning. Nobody gets to disrespect you like that. A flicker of emotion crossed Zhao Yaqi's eyes before she cooled down. He's just trash. Someone like him isn't worth getting worked up over. There are way better ways to handle garbage. Gu Keishu took a deep breath and calmed his nerves. Sorry for ruining our date. Totally fine, Zhao Yaqi smiled. But we should probably bounce before your ex-wife gets the call. I really don't want our very first date to get ruined over and over by these annoying losers. Meanwhile, Chu Nanzhou was stumbling down the street, holding his bleeding nose while frantically dialing his phone. Sis! That bastard Gu Keishu is out here messing with other girls, and he just beat me up. He started screaming the second she picked up. He even said the Chu family is trash and that you had terrible taste for ever marrying him. Yeah, we're at the cafe near Starlight Plaza. He's got some chick with him and he's acting so arrogant. Sis, I want him on his knees begging for 3 whole days. If you take his side again, I'm telling Mom. On the other end, Jiang Shue stayed silent for a second before speaking coldly. Can you stop being such a headache for once? She snapped and hung up on him. The call went dead, but a nasty smirk crept onto Chu Nanzhou's face as he glared back at the cafe. Gu Keishu, I'm going to make you pay for this 100 times over. You are dead. Chapter 15. Things are going downhill fast for the Zhang Corporation. Inside the CEO's office, Jiang Shue stared at her phone. Her expression turned incredibly dark, completely stressed out. She already knew exactly who the woman next to Gu Keishu was. The disaster at the restaurant was still fresh in her mind. Not only did Lu Xiao get completely humiliated, but she had also made an absolute fool of herself in front of everyone. Jiang Shui dragged herself to her massive desk, collapsing into her chair like all her energy had been drained. She closed her eyes and rubbed her temples with both hands, trying to stop the pounding headache. Where did it all go wrong? She couldn't stop questioning herself. How did Gu Keishu become so unrecognizable? In her mind, Gukishu was absolutely not the type of guy to act this rude and classless. She started flashing back to all their old memories, playing in her head like a movie. But the Gukishu standing in front of her today, he was a completely different person. Left Jiang Shui totally confused and hurting. Suddenly, bam, bam, bam! A frantic knock on the door completely shattered her train of thought. Annoyed, she frowned and snapped, "Come in!" The door flew open and her assistant burst inside looking completely panicked. Sweat was dripping down her face and she looked terrified. "Boss, we are cooked!" The assistant squeaked out, her voice trembling. Over 10 partners just canceled their contracts with us at the exact same time. This news hit Jiang Shui like a truck. She stood there frozen, staring at her assistant in pure disbelief. She was completely speechless. Then, like a bolt of electricity, she slammed her hands on the desk and stood straight up. Jumped up so fast she smashed her shin against the desk leg. But she didn't even feel the pain. She was in pure panic. "What did you just say?" Her voice cracked with terror. "Did anyone reach out to them? Why did they suddenly drop us? This has to be a massive misunderstanding." Assistant nodded rapidly. "Boss, every department called them immediately, but they are being completely ruthless. They refuse to even talk to us." Hearing this, Jiang Shui went pale as a ghost. Her hands gripped the edge of her desk as she started to shake. "How is this even happening?" she muttered to herself. Her mind was racing, trying to find some logic behind this disaster, but nothing made sense. And swallowed hard, her throat bone dry as she dropped another bomb. "Boss, it gets worse, way worse. Our smart AI system upgrade just completely crashed. The tech team is in absolute shambles right now. Everyone is losing their minds trying to fix it, but nothing is working. Boss, we have to act fast. Honestly, our only hope right now is Mr. Gu. He knows our AI system inside and out. He is the one who always carried us whenever we had a glitch. You need to call him right now and get him to save us. If we do not fix this AI glitch immediately, we are completely finished. The company is going to lose everything." Hearing this, all the life drained out of Jiang Shui and she slumped back into her chair. Her eyes, usually so sharp, went completely dead. See, Jiang Shui had always been super arrogant. She honestly believed that with enough money she could buy her way out of any problem. To her, a tech nerd like Gukaku was easily replaceable. There are plenty of talented coders out there if you pay enough, right? But the moment she divorced Gu Qishu, everything started falling apart. Partners pulling out, systems crashing. Just as despair was setting in, a wild thought flashed in her mind and her eyes lit up with a tiny shred of hope. "Of course! How could I forget Brother Lu Xiao?" she whispered excitedly. "He is the young master of the powerful Lu family. Plus, he connections with Dragon, the legendary global hacker. With his massive clout, fixing this should be a walk in the park for him." Steps in. All our problems are solved. Hyped up by the thought, she jumped out of her chair and snatched the phone off her desk. She immediately dialed Lu Xiao's number. The second the call connected, her anxiety eased just a bit, feeling like she finally grabbed a lifeline. She could not wait to dump all her problems on him. "Brother Lu Xiao, the company is in huge trouble." Her voice shook, totally losing her cool. She nervously traced circles on her desk, trying to stay calm. On the other end, Lu Xiao's voice came through, sounding super lazy and completely relaxed. "Shu, do not panic. Take it slow." Jiang Shu took a deep breath, trying to slow down, but she was too hyped and the words just spilled out like rapid fire. "More than 10 partners dumped us, and our AI upgrade is totally broken. The tech team has no idea what to do," she blurted out, her voice rising in panic. You could hear the sheer terror in her voice. Lu Xiao just listened quietly, letting her freak out without interrupting. Once she finally paused, he casually muttered, "Well, about that," his voice suddenly becoming super evasive. "Brother Lu Xiao, can you please use your family connections to save me?" Jiang Shui literally begged, desperately hoping he would step up and rescue her company. Lu Xiao replied, "I am actually in the middle of a massive deal right now, so I cannot say when I will be free. But do not worry, as long as I am here, everything will be fine." Jiang Shui gripped the phone tight. But before she could even say thank you, Lu Xiao's tone shifted, becoming super flirty and low. "Our lunch today already got people gossiping. I have no problem using my family clout to bail you out, but Shui, what about us?" That hit Jiang Shui like a physical blow. Her face went completely pale. She knew exactly what he was hinting at. He wanted her to pay a certain price for his help. She bit her lip, tasting pure bitterness, but to save her company, she had zero choices left. Besides, she had always had a crush on Lu Xiao anyway. Taking things to the next level with him did not sound too bad, right? After a long silence, she finally gathered the courage to say, "Once the company is safe, we can get married, but you will have to handle your family, since they have always hated me." Her voice shook as she tried to hide her dread. Truth is, the thought of actually marrying him did not make her happy at all. In fact, she felt a sudden wave of disgust which totally shocked her. Lu Xiao let out a low smirk. He thought to himself, Zhang Shui, you brainless idiot, you really are a hopeless loser. You cannot even handle a minor glitch without crying to me. Since you walked right into my trap, do not blame me for playing dirty. He quickly reviewed his master plan to ruin her family business. He was absolutely going to steal that AI program, no matter what. Then, he casually said, Shu, no need to rush the marriage stuff. We can take our time. But about today, that trash Gukuk Shu completely humiliated me. Oh, I'm literally dying of neglect here. You totally owe me tonight, Lu Xiao whispers, pouring fuel on the fire. And just like that, Zhang Shui's temper absolutely explodes like a volcano. She glares at him, eyes wide with pure rage as she snaps. Don't you dare bring him up. Seeing her lose it, Lu Xiao is secretly celebrating. Bro thinks his scheme is already halfway done. He immediately doubles down on the drama, putting on his best fake guilty face. Oh, this is totally on me, he sighs. I knew you guys just got divorced, but still insisted on taking you out to dinner. I'm so sorry, Zhu. I didn't mean to cause trouble. But honestly, I was going crazy missing you while I was abroad. The second I got back, I had to see you. Look, should I go talk to Gook Shu and explain everything? But Shu is way too mad to hear any of this right now. She is absolutely fuming. Her mind is flooded with every single annoying thing her ex ever did. Add in the absolute train wreck happening at her company, and she's ready to snap. No way. Cuts him off, cold and ruthless. He doesn't deserve it. Chapter 16. A devastating blow. Zhang Shui takes a deep, heavy breath, trying to force out all the mounting panic and anxiety. Lu Xiao. Her voice drops to a desperate plea. Can you please contact Dragon for me right now? I need his help like yesterday. If we don't fix this immediately, bug in our AI program is going to ruin my company. Hearing the name Dragon, Lu Xiao freezes. He definitely knows who that is. We're talking about the ultimate global hacker god, a literal legend who rules the dark web. But how could a clown like Lu Xiao actually know someone that insane? He only bragged about knowing him before flex and look cool in front of her. The legendary hacker? Dragon? Lu Xiao's voice literally shakes, and cold sweat starts dripping down his forehead. But Shu is too stressed to notice he's totally capping. She just nods desperately. Yes, him. If a god-tier hacker like him steps in, these dumb glitches will be deleted in a second. Just thinking about Dragon's broken, overpowered skills makes her feel instantly relieved. She genuinely believes this tech genius can solve literally anything in a heartbeat. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao is secretly losing his mind with joy. Bro has been dying for a chance to ruin Zhang Tech, and now she's practically handing it to him on a silver platter. Her begging him for help makes him want to jump up and celebrate. But to keep her from smelling a rat, he suppresses his hype, acts all hesitant, and sighs. Look, Shu, super close, so I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you. Zhang Shu is completely oblivious to his shady vibes and softly says, Go ahead, Lu Xiao. I'm listening. Lu Xiao takes a deep breath and puts on his act. Well, you know how it is. A god-tier hacker like Dragon doesn't just work for anyone. His booking fee is absolutely insane. Are you sure you can afford him? Without skipping a beat, Zhang Shui replies, If Dragon can save us, money is absolutely not an issue. Hearing her say that, Lu Xiao is practically drooling. He quickly says, Perfect, I'll hit him up right now. But the moment she hangs up, a heavy, suffocating feeling hits her. Her heart feels like it's being squeezed by a cold hand, leaving her gasping for air. Just then, her assistant creeps into the room shaking like a leaf. Jiang, what did Mr. Lu say? Jiang Shui's face instantly turns pitch black. She grabs a heavy folder off her desk and hurls it across them with pure fury. Boom! Folder explodes, papers flying everywhere. Get out! She screams at her assistant. She is absolutely losing her mind, screeching with a rage, like a cornered beast. The assistant flinches, utterly terrified. He doesn't say another word, quickly backs out of the office and slams the door shut, praying he doesn't get obliterated. Once the office goes dead silent again, all the energy drains out of Zhang Shui. She collapses into her chair, staring blankly at her monitor. The endless red warning pop-ups are making her dizzy. Suddenly, a terrifying realization hits her, and her face turns completely pale. In the past, no matter how bad things got, Gu Keishu was always there in the shadows, fixing everything so she never had to worry. He handled all these minor glitches. But now that he's gone, she realizes she's completely useless on her own. Suddenly, the tech director, Zhang Cheng, bursts in, pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down his face. He stumbles into her office like his entire world is collapsing. Zhang Shui sits there, staring at him with a grim expression. She's clutching her phone, which is currently dialing Lu Xiao. She's lost count of how many times she's spammed him to get Dragon, but he just keeps dodging and making cheap excuses. The AI system is totally bricked. Zhang Cheng's voice cracks with pure panic. Tried every single backup, but it's just triggering a massive chain reaction. This isn't some normal glitch. Zhang Shui's heart sinks. Clutching her phone, finally realizes she's being played and hangs up on Lu Xiao's ringing phone. What do you mean by that? She demands, her voice cold. Zhang Cheng gasps for air, Trying to stay calm, he wipes his sweaty brow. This bug, it's like a timed bomb someone planted on purpose. The code is so insanely hidden that our team can't even touch it. Whoever wrote this is on a whole different level. It completely gaps our entire tech department. Jiang Shui's eyes go wide. We need the original creator of this system, or else he doesn't finish the sentence. But the implication is loud and clear. If they don't find the original dev, system is bricked forever, and the company is totally cooked. But here's the catch. The entire core system of Jiang Tech was built entirely by Gu Qishu himself. Sure, they had bugs before, but his core code was absolutely cracked, rock solid and completely unbreakable. And now, the ex-husband she treated like absolute trash, the guy she thought she could easily replace, he's suddenly looking like a god. True value is finally on display, and he is literally irreplaceable. To make matters worse, their prized AI system is now self-destructing at an insane speed. What about the core data? A chilling realization hits Jiang Sui. It's draining out. Over 1,000 files are being deleted every single second. Zhang Cheng gasps, white as a sheet, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stammers. If this keeps up, we are losing at least $1 billion in under an hour. Just the money. Our entire reputation is about to be utterly destroyed. Hearing this, Jiang Shui's head spins. Her entire world is literally crashing down around her. Now she finally gets it. This is why all their business partners dropped them out of nowhere. No doubt about it, but they knew this disaster was coming. And the only person who could have leaked this? Someone who knows the company's secrets inside out. One name immediately pops into Jiang Shui's head. Gu kicks. She is sitting behind her massive desk, mindlessly tapping her fingers, but her eyes are completely locked onto her computer screen. Screen is flooded with warnings and error prompts from the back end of their AI system, making her lose her mind. She has absolutely zero technical skills, so she just glares at it, utterly clueless. Feels tight, suffocating her. Ever since she decided to divorce Gu Qishu, her mind has been a total mess. System glitch spreads any further. Jiang Tech is going down. It is going to be a total disaster. The more she thinks about it, the more she panics, her heart pounding like crazy. It feels like her heart is about to jump straight out of her throat. She can't sit still, pacing back and forth in her office, trying to calm down, but she is completely failing. Finally, she decides to make a move. She grabs the intercom and calls her secretary, Lu Ruyan, telling her to get in there right now. A few moments later, door opens, and Ruyan walks in looking sharp in her business suit. She is walking with total confidence, looking super professional and reliable. President Zhang, you called? Ruyan asks with a smile. Jiang Shui hesitates, staring at her, before finally swallowing her pride. Ruyan, I need you to drop everything and leave right now. Go find Gu Qishu. Tell him he needs to get his butt over to the company immediately to fix this crashed AI system. It is a massive emergency, and we are completely out of time. Her voice is literally shaking, filled with pure panic. As soon as she says it, she collapses into her chair like all her energy has been sucked out. She is totally drained. Chapter 17. Just taking back what belongs to me. Meanwhile, Gu Qishu is walking out of a movie theater, holding hands with Zhao Yaqi. They are both smiling and having a blast. Yaqi looks up at him with the biggest smile, happily talking about the movie. Her long, soft hair is blowing gently in the breeze. That villain's plot twist at the end was way too sudden, she says, her voice sweet and soft. I think it would have been cooler with a bit more build-up. Qishu is about to reply when he spots a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. He stops in his tracks, instantly frowning. Yaqi asks, looking over to see a young woman in a business suit walking toward them with a nervous smile. Mr. Gu, Ruyan calls out, rushing over as her high heels click loudly on the pavement. What a coincidence to run into you here. Gu Qishu just stares at this uninvited guest, totally stone-faced. Coincidence? Bro, you have been waiting outside this theater for over an hour. You call that a coincidence? Ruyan's smile completely freezes. She definitely did not expect him to call her out like that. She glances at Yaqi, then quickly looks away, lowering her voice. President Xing sent me. We have a massive emergency at the company. The entire AI system has crashed. Customer data is gone, and we are facing a massive leak. But hearing his ex-wife's name, Qishu just smirks. Pure disrespect. He feels Yaqi squeeze his hand nervously, so he gently squeezes back to reassure her. Okay, and he asks, his voice so casual he might as well be talking about the weather. Ruyan gulps, trying to hold her ground. President Zhang said you are the only one who can fix this. The company is in complete chaos right now, and if you do not help, Jiang Tech is going to face insane lawsuits and probably go bankrupt. She whispers that last part, but Gu Qishu hears every single word. His eyes flicker for a second, but he immediately goes cold again. President Zhang also said, Ruyan adds, watching his face closely, you can name any price or conditions you want. Conditions? Gu Qishu literally laughs out loud, mocking her. Since when did Jiang Shui become so generous? Ruyan is completely speechless. As one of Jiang Shui's secretaries, She knows better than anyone how badly Gu Keishu was treated before. He was their elite tech genius who solved every problem on command, yet he never got a single dime of respect or real pay. Mr. Gu, please, this is a real emergency, begs, trying to persuade him. But Gu Keishu just raises his hand, shutting her down instantly. What happens to Jiang Tech is none of my business. His eyes turn razor sharp. Doesn't she have that fancy returnee guy by her side? You know, the rich young Master Lu? Go tell her to get Lu Xiao to fix it. He says the name with pure icy contempt. Ruyan's face pales. She did not expect him to reject her so brutally, let alone bring up Lu Xiao. As Jiang Shue's assistant, she knows all about shady, flirtatious drama between Lu Xiao and Jiang Shue, and how much that trash had hurt Gu Keishu in the past. But Mr. Gu, Lu Xiao does not know anything about coding. Cannot compete with you. Her voice trails off, totally defeated. Gu Keishu just shakes his head, ignoring her, and looks at Yaki with pure warmth. Hungry? Let's stick to our plan and get some seafood. Yaki nods, looking at him with total adoration and trust. Yeah, let's go. But just as they turn to walk away, Gu Keishu stops. Pen looks back at Ruyan, who is standing there completely stunned. Oh, by the way, tell Jiang Shue that whatever happens to Jiang Tech from now on is none of my business. Tell her to stop bothering me. Then he adds with a smirk, Ruyan, you are actually pretty capable. You just picked the wrong boss. Jiang Tech is cooked. Probably polish up your resume and jump ship before it is too late. Ruyan's eyes go wide. Mr. Gu, what is that supposed to mean? Wait, is the system crashed because of you? Pekshu does not say a word. He just gives her a knowing, smug smile, takes Yaki's hand, and walks away. The golden sunset casts their long shadows on the ground, holding hands, looking absolutely perfect together. Once they get some distance away, Yaki whispers, are you sure it is okay to say stuff like that? What if Jiang Shue loses her mind and tries to sue you? Desperate people do crazy things, after all. Gu Keishu gently pinches her nose with a laugh. What? You already worried about me? Yaki looks at him, but are you really okay with letting the company you built with your own hands burn to the ground? Gu Keishu stops walking and looks deep into her eyes. How did you know? That the entire core AI system of Jiang Tech was actually coded by me? Yaki blinks and smiles, because aside from you, Jiang Shue does not have a single actual genius on her team. He nods. Exactly. To be precise, I built that entire system solo, but Jiang Shue patented it under the company's name. She never paid me a single penny. Spent years fixing every single tech issue for free. To her, I was just a brainless tool to be used whenever she pleased. His voice is calm, but Yaki can feel the underlying rage. She gets super for him. That is beyond messed up. Even if you guys were married, she cannot just use you to make money for 3 whole years without paying you a dime. How can she be so shameless? But as soon as the words leave her mouth, Yaki freezes. She realizes she might have crossed a line talking about his past, and she quickly shuts up, carefully watching his reaction. Feeling terrible for him, she squeezes his hand. She can literally picture him pulling all-nighters in a dark, empty office debugging their code, while Jiang Shue was out living it up, whining and dining with Lu Xiao. Let us not talk about her, Gu Keishu says with a soft laugh. She is not worth ruining our mood. Shu, is the AI crash at Jiang Tech actually you're doing? Yaki as a realization hits her. Gu Keishu just smirks. There's a backdoor in their system that activates on a timer. Unless they use my custom key, it's over for them. He didn't even have to finish. The implication was crystal clear. Zhao Yaki gasped, covering her mouth in pure shock. Wait, does that mean they're cooked? Do you think I'm being too ruthless? Gu Keishu gave a helpless laugh and shook his head. I'm just taking back what's mine. That guy literally paid 0 and used my code for free for years. I didn't even make him pay for all those years he owed me, so what's he crying about? In this world, nobody takes what's mine. I call the shots now. Spoke, his eyes were cold, calm, and absolutely locked in. He was a completely different person from the old simp who used to treat Jiang Shue like his entire world. Chapter 18. Do you like this gift? Lu Ruyan stood frozen on the spot. She watched Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaki walk away, but inside her mind was absolutely racing. She was completely unable to calm down. The absolute collapse of Jiang Group's system was actually Keishu's doing. This was the same guy who used to pull 3-day all-nighters just because Jiang Shue called him once. Now, he was literally destroying everything he painstakingly built with his own hands. The reality of it was so mind-blowing that her hands began to shake as she slowly pulled out her phone. She took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice from shaking, and dialed Jiang Shue. As the call connected, her heart was pounding in her chest. President Jiang, I found Gu Keishu. Lu Ruyan's voice was dry, and she swallowed hard before continuing. He said whatever happens to Jiang Group is none of his business. He wants you to leave him alone. He said he gave years of his life to this company and never got paid a single dime. He's done being your free tool. Suddenly, a loud, piercing crash came from the other end of the line. Lu Ruyan flinched. She immediately knew it was a glass shattering, followed by Jiang Shue screaming in pure rage. He dares? Who does that absolute trash think he is? Go to the Bayou Grand Hill right now and find Lu Xiao. Tell him to contact Dr. Adan immediately to find out why the system crashed and fix the AI system bug. On it, Lu Ruyan muttered and quickly hung up. Chest felt heavy. For the first time, she realized that maybe, just maybe, Zhang Shui had majorly messed up. Honestly, she didn't think Lu Xiao had any chance of fixing this absolute disaster. She was just feeling secondhand embarrassment for Zhang Shui's sheer stupidity. Meanwhile, Gu Keishu and Zhao Ziyaki were already seated by the window at a cozy seafood restaurant. Under the warm, soft lights, Zhao Yaki was busy scanning the menu while Gu Keishu just stared at her with pure affection. "Just get whatever you like," he said, sliding a glass of warm water over to her. She looked up, trace of worry in her eyes. "Tian, if Zhang Group actually gets sued over this, are you going to be in trouble?" Gu Keishu chuckled softly, gently patting her head. "My dear Miss Sheng, don't tell me you're lacking basic legal knowledge. You're the heir to the massive Sheng Group. Don't worry, I never signed a single contract with them. No matter how hard they crash and burn, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Besides, that program was just some trash code I threw away. How is Zhang Shui ever going to prove that their AI system's crash was my doing?" He paused, a warm smile returning to his face. "Besides, I have way more important things to focus on right now. Shouldn't let irrelevant trash ruin our vibe." "Like what important things?" Zhao Yaki asked, tilting her head. "Like enjoying this dinner with you, and then going home together." Gu Keishu winked playfully. "Plus, we have to visit Chushan Tech tomorrow. Didn't you say you were making me the big boss over there? You're not backing out on me, right?" Zhao Yaki's face instantly flushed red like a ripe apple. She service smiled shyly. "No way. I've already made Chushan Tech completely independent. Starting today, you are the sole owner of the entire company. Do you like your gift?" Seeing him look so happy, almost like a kid who didn't know what to do with their hands, Gu Keishu felt a massive wave of warmth rush through his chest. This was exactly the kind of life he had always dreamed of. Simple, real, and built on mutual respect and love. It was nothing like the toxic, abusive dynamic he had with Zhang Shui, where he was constantly looked down on and used like some flickering candle about to burn out in the wind. The restaurant's warm lighting fell gently over Zhao Yaki's face, giving her a soft, glowing halo, making her look like the brightest star in the night sky. Gu Keishu suddenly realized that his entire 3 years of devotion in his past life made him look like an absolute clown, performing a tragic solo joke on stage with nobody watching. How on earth did he waste so much time chasing after a girl who didn't give a single damn about him? Like a moth to a flame. He had thrown away precious time and real, genuine feelings on pure trash. "Tian, what are you thinking about?" Zhao Yaki's soft, sweet voice broke through his thoughts like a melody, pulling Gu Keishu back to reality. He looked over at her, mesmerized, her perfect, flawless skin glowing softly under the warm restaurant lights. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her big, clear eyes shone like bright pools, filled with genuine curiosity, deep concern for him. Gu Keishu smiled warmly, reaching out to gently hold her hand. Feeling her warmth, he murmured, "I was just thinking about how incredibly lucky I am to have met you." Zhao Yaki's face flushed completely red. She looked down blushing, too shy to meet his eyes, but she couldn't help but smile, overflowing with pure happiness. But right in the middle of this wholesome moment, Gu Keishu's phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up and saw an unknown number on the screen. He was about to decline the call, but for some reason he hesitated before hitting answer. "Hello?" he asked, sounding slightly confused. "Mr. Gu Keishu?" A deep, steady male voice asked from the other end. "I'm Zhao Ming, the CTO of Genesis Tech. I heard that Zhang Group's core AI program was entirely designed by you. Is there a reason you're calling?" Gu Keishu asked, raising an eyebrow. "Mr. Gu, I've looked into your background. Back in college, you already built a revolutionary robotics AI. Zhang Group only made it this far because they had a genius like you. Are you calling me just to stroke my ego?" "Not at all. I'm calling on behalf of Genesis Tech to officially invite you to join us. Would you be interested in working with us?" Hearing this, Gu Keishu's heart skipped a beat. Genesis Tech was an absolute titan in the industry, with power and influence that made Zhang Group look like a joke. Honestly, if he hadn't regressed, he might have seriously considered it. But now, Bishu glanced at Zhao Yaki, who was watching him with curious eyes, and spoke into the phone. "Sorry, I'm currently on a date. Plus, I have zero interest in joining Genesis Tech. My bad, President Zhao, but I'll have to pass." Without giving the CTO a chance to respond, he hung up instantly. Zhao Yaki had heard the entire conversation. Her eyes sparkled as she teased him. "Wow, President Gum getting headhunted already? I guess I'll have to keep a super close eye on you. Otherwise, someone might steal you away. Who knows when you'll get snatched up. Are you really that insecure about your own charms?" Gu Kashu laughed as he peeled a fresh crab for her, placing the juicy crab meat directly into her bowl. "Forget about all that. Let's just enjoy our dinner." Outside the window, the city lights began to sparkle, while over at the Zhang Group headquarters, things were probably in absolute shambles right now. But none of that mattered to Gu Keishu anymore. His eyes were locked onto the sweet girl sitting right in front of him, and for the first time he was actually hyped for his future. Chapter 19. You want to talk about old times now? You are not even worthy. Everything went exactly as Gu Keishu predicted. That clown Lu Xiao actually brought over some guy claiming to be Dragon's top assistant. Dude messed around at Zhang Group for hours, but could not fix a single thing with the AI system. Zhang Shui was absolutely losing it, pacing around like crazy, looking completely exhausted and stressed out. She is frowning so hard and panic is written all over her face. She finally cracks and asks, "Brother Xiao, is this guy you brought actually legit?" Her voice was shaking with pure doubt and worry. Lu Xiao looks up, sees her panicking, and tries to play it cool. "Xiao, relax. You do not have to worry. He is literally the strongest tech expert working right under Dragon himself. If even he cannot crack this, then honestly, even if Dragon himself showed up, he probably could not fix it either." But honestly, Lu Xiao was only focusing on one thing, the AI program itself. He had poured so much time and effort into studying this system, and now that he finally managed to trick Zhang Shui into giving him admin access to the AI's backend, there was no way he was going to let this slip away. This snake had planned everything perfectly. The moment he steals this program, Jingtech is completely ruined, totally paralyzed. Then he could just swoop in and buy the entire company for pennies. Seeing Zhang Shui totally losing her mind, Lu Xiao actually smirks. He puts on this fake gentleman act, pours her a hot cup of coffee, gently comforts her. "Xiao Shui, take a breath, have some coffee, and calm down." But just as this trash is celebrating inside, the computers in the tech department suddenly go absolutely wild with a loud alarm. Beep, beep! The sudden alarm shocks the entire room. One of the tech guys jumps out of his chair, totally terrified, and screams, "President Jiang, we have got a massive problem. Someone is hacking our system, and they are trying to wipe out the main AI program." Talk about a plot twist. Hearing this, both Jiang Shu and Lu Shu turn pale as ghosts. Zhang Shui drops her coffee and bolts over to the tech guy like a bullet, screaming, "Hurry! Shut it down right now! Do not let them touch that program." Meanwhile, Lu Xiao looks like he just swallowed a fly. His entire plan is literally crumbling right in front of him. He is staring at the flashing alarm with wide eyes, heart filled with sheer panic. This alarm is a total nightmare for him. It means his entire scheme to steal Zhang AI program is completely dead in the water. All his sneaky efforts just went up in smoke. He has no idea how Zhang Tech's firewall could be this broken, that it blocked his master-planned attack like it was nothing. Now he is seriously questioning if his expensive expert is actually just trash, while being totally shocked by how powerful the company's firewall is. "Lu Xiao, who the hell did you actually bring here? Tell me the truth." Zhang Shui's voice suddenly booms in his ear, shaking with pure rage. Lu Xiao snaps out of it, only to find Zhang Shu staring him down, her eyes bloodshot with anger. She looks like she wants to literally tear him apart. "Xiao Shui," Lu Xiao stuttered, totally intimidated by her vibe, but she is not hearing any of it. She snaps, "Take your trash team and get the hell out of here." Lu Xiao's face turns even more pathetic, and he tries to say something but chokes up. He knows nothing he says will fix this. "Xiao Shui, please, just let me explain." "Get out!" Jiangshu screams, her voice echoing so loud it makes his ears ring. Inside, Jiangshu is completely breaking down. Her entire world is shattered, and her trust has completely collapsed. She actually put all her faith in this guy, thinking he was the one who could save her, bring back the massive deal she lost. But reality just hit her like a truck. Lu Xiao, the one person she trusted blindly, turned out to be a complete joke. This so-called expert he bragged about worked for a whole hour and could not even solve a basic bug. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she realizes how useless they are. Back when Gu Keishu was around, she never had to worry about any of this. She can't help but laugh at herself. Now she is starting to wonder if Lu Xiao was ever actually capable, or if this whole thing was just one big setup. The more she thinks about it, the sketchier it gets. Her mind is racing, trying to connect the dots. Meanwhile, Lu Xiao looks absolutely furious, gritting his teeth and trying his best not to lose his mind. Taking a deep breath to hide his panic, he tries to sound calm and says, "Xiaohue, don't panic. No matter what happens, as long as I am here, I will take care of it. You do not have to be scared." But Jiang Shui is completely done with his lies. She points right at the computer screen and yells, Are you kidding me? You cannot handle this. If this isn't fixed by tomorrow morning, I am literally ruined. Lu Xiao, how am I ever supposed to trust you again?" Before he can even reply, she violently slaps his hand away, grabs her bag, and storms out of the building. Meanwhile, Gukshu and Zhao Yaqi just got back home and went to their rooms to change. Gukshu has not even sat down yet. Phone starts buzzing. It's an unknown number. After hesitating for a bit, he finally picks up. "Ah, Shu, it is me." Jiang Shu's voice comes through, completely stripped of her usual arrogance, sounding more vulnerable than he has ever heard. The company is in trouble. Gu Keishu cut her off cold. President Jiang, did you dial the wrong number? Does not hold back at all. I do not work for you anymore. If your company is failing, why are you calling me? Don't you have your precious brother Xiao? What, couldn't he fix it for you? The phone goes dead silent for a few seconds. I was wrong before, Jiang Shue says, struggling to get the words out. But the company is literally going under. Just think about our past. Our past? Gukshu lets out a cold laugh. Jiang Shue, do you even remember what you said on our 3rd wedding anniversary? You seem to have completely forgotten how you treated me for those 3 whole years. And now you want to talk about old times? You are not even worthy. What do you even want? Jiang Shue's voice goes completely hysterical. Money? Shares? Or do you want me? Just name your price. Gu Keishu's eyes turn ice cold. You cannot give me what I want, and you have already lost the right to even try. He hangs up right in her face. He boots up his computer and opens an encrypted folder. Inside is a full backup of Jiang Tech's core system, his secret insurance policy from when he walked out. But now it's not just insurance, it's his absolute trump card. Jiang Shui has no idea how she even survived that night. Her entire team pulled an all-nighter, but they could not fix a single thing. Every minute, the company was bleeding money, and every single phone call was a new disaster. But what terrified her the most was realizing she was actually desperately missing the days when Gu Keshu was around, the man who silently solved every single problem while she completely ignored him. Chapter 20, Silent Temptation. Today was officially the most relaxing day Gu Keshu had in years. Even after getting that desperate call from Jiang Shui, he did not feel a single thing. Hanging up the phone, Gu Keishu realized he was actually humming a song, and he could not help but smile. Then he just smiled. He knew he was finally letting go. The fate of Jiang Tech and whoever Jiang Shui wanted to be with, none of his business anymore. It's over for them. Tossing his phone aside, Gu Tianshu grabbed his laptop and headed into the bathroom. The frosted glass door slid open automatically, revealing a bath filled with perfectly warm water. His AI smart home system literally set it up based on his mood. Now that is flexing. Putting his laptop on a side table, Gu Tianshu booted up his AI assistant. Whoosh! A bright flash of light burst out, and a super colorful cartoon character popped up like straight-up magic. Floating right in front of him, the character was incredibly cute with sleek lines, blinking its huge eyes with a massive, warm smile on its face. Spoke in a sweet, robotic voice. Hello, Master. Xiaoai is so honored to serve you. How can I help you today? Meanwhile, Gu Tianshu casually sank into the tub, letting the warm water soak in. It wrapped around his body, washing away all his exhaustion. He closed his eyes to relax for a second, then slowly opened them, looking right at his AI assistant, Xiaoai. Xiaoai, check the returns on my gold futures. Gu Tianshu's voice was totally calm, but instantly, Xiaoai's eyes literally turned into flashing dollar signs, like it was dancing to the beat of pure cash. She quickly pulled up the data and cheered. Master, gold futures have surged by over 150%. Hearing this, Gu Tianshu's heart skipped a beat. Chest tightened and his heart started racing like crazy. A wild spark of excitement flashed in his eyes and his calm expression melted into a hyped, flushed face. Yes, Gu Tianshu's voice actually shook. A whole 150% increase? That means he rapidly ran the numbers in his head. And his voice got louder and louder. My initial investment of 1,600,000, magnified 50 times with leverage, made a total of, he took a deep breath, then yelled, 123,750,000 US dollars. After fees, that is a clean 880 million RMB profit. Haha! His laughter echoed in the bathroom, completely losing his mind with excitement. That is correct, Master. Xiao Ai's sweet voice rang out, sounding like a dream. She did a little victory spin in the air like a cute little fairy, before landing elegantly in front of him. Gu Tianshu nodded, incredibly satisfied. He stared at the holographic screen floating in the air, showing his insane trading stats. He gave the order without hesitation, sell all the gold futures right now. Got it, Master, Xiao Ai replied. Her virtual hands moved like lightning, dumping all the gold futures in the blink of an eye. Then Gu Tianshu added, keep $10 million in the account and keep trading with 50 times leverage. Good, Master, Xiao Ai answered instantly. I will handle this $10 million perfectly. Trust me, Master, I am going all out to bring you the best news. With that, her projection faded away, almost like she had merged into his mind. At the exact same time, the numbers on his laptop screen started flashing at supersonic speed, showing the wild chaos of the market. Gu Tianshu leaned back in the tub, letting the warm water work its magic. He was completely relaxed, but his mind was already light years ahead, planning out Chuchen Tech, the company he and Zhao Yaqi were going to build together. Even though Zhao Yaqi offered to literally hand the entire company over to him for free, Gu Tianshu was not the type of guy to just take handouts. After thinking it through, he decided to split his 800 million into two parts. 300 million would go straight into Chuxian Tech as his investment capital. Combine that with his god-tier AI tech, and he would hold 51% of the shares, leaving 49% for Zhao Yaqi. As for the other 500 million, Tian Shu wanted to start a financial firm called Chuxian Capital. This firm would rely entirely on AI to trade, making it the first company in history to run pure AI investments and rake in insane profits. Honestly, he had suggested this exact same idea to Jiang Shui last year, but she shut him down instantly. Bro was trying to help, but she just could not see the vision. Back then, he was broke and could not build his dream. But now, the tables have turned. He is loaded with cash, and nobody can stop him from doing whatever he wants, setting his own direction. Best of all, he has a ride or die like Zhao Yaqi, who supports him unconditionally. With her by his side, Gu Tianshu knew both Chuxian Tech and Chuxian Capital were going straight to the moon. Just thinking about Zhao Yaqi made his lips curl up into a happy smile. Through the warm steam, he suddenly remembered the first time he met Jiang Shui years ago. It was back on the college sports field. She was wearing a gorgeous red dress, her smile so bright she crashed into his life like a literal wildfire. Back then, he was just an innocent freshman. How could he ever resist that kind of energy? Ding! A sharp chime from his laptop snapped him back to reality. Instantly, Xiaoai's voice rang out. Master, all gold futures have been sold off according to your orders. The cash has been split exactly how you wanted. By 5 in the afternoon tomorrow at the latest, the money will land in your bank account ending in 1818. Make sure to check it. Gu Tianshu's lips curled up slightly, smug smile on his face. Nice job, Xiaoai, he murmured. Then he slowly stood up from the bath, water droplets sliding off his body like pearls, running down his absolutely shredded abs and dripping onto the floor. He grabbed a towel and casually dried himself off, looking smooth and effortless. Throwing on a loose robe, he strolled over to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Night had fully fallen, and Gu Tianshu just stared out at the gorgeous city lights. The city of Rongcheng was glowing like a literal galaxy, beautiful and endless. He lit up a cigarette, taking a slow drag, letting the smoke float around him like a shield from the rest of the world. But right as he was enjoying the quiet, out of nowhere, two smooth jade-like arms wrapped around his waist from behind, locking him in a tight embrace. The sudden hug Gu Tianshu flinched slightly. But the moment he felt her familiar warmth and scent, his heart completely melted. Right then, a soft, angelic voice whispered right in his ear. Tian, I was so mad today that I had my assistant call up a dozen of Jiang Shui's business partners, terminated all their contracts at once. On top of that, I had Yu Yao deal a massive blow to the Liu family's business too. You aren't mad that I took matters into my own hands, are you? Silly girl, is this how you stick up for me? Gu Tianshu laughed, turning around. But the moment his eyes landed on Zhao Yaqi's insanely sexy nightgown, his voice got completely stuck in his throat. He couldn't squeeze out a single word. She was wearing a tiny slip dress that was basically paper thin. Her gorgeous neck and collarbones were on full display, and her skin looked insanely soft and flawless, shining with a soft glow. Her nightdress was mid-thigh, showing off those long, perfectly toned legs. Pure perfection. Zhao Yaqi stood there, arms resting naturally at her sides, her glowing skin looking incredibly gorgeous under the lights. That dress wasn't covering much either, teasing just enough to leave him speechless. It was basically a silent, irresistibly one. He's my husband. Out of nowhere, Yaqi moved in like a graceful butterfly, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a soft kiss right on Tianshu's cheek. Tianshu was literally standing there stiff as a board. Zero game, so Yaqi decided to spice things up. She was like, there's no way a grown man could resist a gorgeous girl like her. She whispered, Tian, I had so much fun today. He replied, me too. But there are still some things I haven't sorted out yet. Really sorry. She smiled. You dummy, I don't care about that at all. But he insisted, I care. I don't want my past causing you even a single second of drama. Oh, Tian. Before she could even finish, Tianshu leaned in close. His eyes were deep and burning with passion, looking straight into her soul. As their breaths locked, boom! Tianshu kissed her. His lips met hers, soft as cherry blossoms. Time literally stopped. The lights faded into the background. All the noise of the world just drifted away. All they could hear was the loud, heavy pounding of their own hearts in that quiet room. This kiss sent a massive electric shock straight through Yaki's entire body, making every single cell shiver with excitement. All those years of waiting for him, all her loyalty, finally paid off, felt so incredibly satisfying. A voice inside her whispered it was all worth it. Yaqi slowly closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering with shyness. Her flawless, beautiful arms wrapped around his neck, trying to hold on to this warm, sweet moment and lock it in her soul forever. Feeling his body heat was so real, so warm. She was a bit clumsy, but she kissed him back with everything she had, every single touch sending a wave of nervous excitement through her. She had never felt this happy before, like she was floating in a perfect dream world where all her worries and stress completely vanished. But then ding dong! The doorbell rang, instantly ruining the vibe. Talk about bad timing. Jumped apart like scared rabbits, blushing hard. Yaki pouted, totally annoyed, and complained, "Who on earth is that? Seriously, who visits this late? I barely even know anyone in Rung City." Tianshu looked toward the door and smiled. "Let me go check it out. Maybe it's urgent." Yaki nodded and quickly dashed back inside the bedroom. But the moment Tianshu opened the front door, a familiar face appeared. Face instantly turned ice cold. "What are you doing here?" he snapped. "I thought I made myself clear. Stop looking for me. The second we got divorced, we became total strangers. An ex should stay out of my life like they're dead. You do you, and I do me. We're done. No more drama." Yep, it was none other than his toxic ex-wife, Jiangshu. "Tian, please let me explain," she cried out, desperately grabbing his arm, her whole body shaking with anxiety. But right then, a cold, sharp voice echoed from inside the house. What else is there to explain? They both looked up to see Yaki walking out, draped in a coat. She was walking so calm and elegant, looking like an absolute goddess who was way out of everyone's league. She looked stunning, her skin flawless and her eyes incredibly sharp. Honestly, she had that main character energy that literally forced everyone to back down. She was radiating boss vibes. Jockey walked right up to Jiang Shui with a deadpan look, and then, boom, she pushed Jiang Shui away, swift and savage. Zero hesitation. Jiang Shui stumbled back, almost eating dirt. She stared at Yaki in shock, clearly not expecting her to be this aggressive. Yaki just crossed her arms and stared her down with a smirk. "Xing Shui," she sneered, "Pian already divorced you so you could be with Lu Xiao. What else do you want?" Her voice was dripping with pure disgust, treating Jiang Shui like absolute trash. "What, you wanted both of them? You're actually disgusting." Yaki's eyes were like daggers stabbing straight into Jiang Shui's chest. "You were married to him for 3 years and made his life a living hell. Are you even worthy of being his wife?" At this point, Yaki's voice got louder, her anger hitting hard. "Now that your precious company is going down, suddenly you remember how great Tian is? Where was this energy before?" Jiang Shui's eyes darted between Tianshu and Yaki. The warm, cozy lights of the house fell on them, and every single detail was a painful reminder of the one truth she didn't want to face. These two were already living together under the same roof. Jiang Shui's heart felt like it was being ripped out, making it hard to even breathe. It was over. Memories of her past life with Tianshu came flooding back. How he used to look at her with so much love, how his promises used to echo in her ears. He used to do absolutely anything for her, treating her like his entire world. But now, this scene was a brutal reality check, shattering her delusions completely. Her heart completely shattered. Regret, anger, and jealousy hit her all at once, burst into tears, her vision getting totally blurry. "Tianshu, are you two really together?" she sobbed. Her voice was shaking, every word sounding like pure agony. She just couldn't accept it. Brutal reality. She shook her head, crying and stumbling backward, as if her entire world just lost all its color and turned to ash. She clenched her fists so hard her nails dug into her skin, desperately trying to snap out of it. "No, I don't believe you. You loved me so much. How could you? How could you be with someone else?" she screamed, completely losing her mind as tears streamed down her face. Total mess, completely broken. "Tian, I'm so sorry. I regret everything. I thought I loved Lu Xiao, but I was wrong. But that is not true. Don't be with Zhao Yaki. She is bad news. Please forgive me, okay? I will change. I admit I ignored your feelings before. I swear I will never treat you like that again." Even Jiang Shui didn't know how she ended up begging like this. Proud queen never bowed to any man. But now, she was literally begging the ex she used to treat like trash for forgiveness. Seeing Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaki so close made Jiang Shui feel like her whole world was collapsing. Total loneliness. Her heart was shattering, eating away at her last bit of sanity. Meanwhile, Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaki just stood there, watching the drama unfold. Their looks were complicated, but words were useless now. Gu Keishu was about to speak, but Zhao Yaki pulled him right behind her. Zhao Yaki stood tall and spoke up. "You made your choice. Even if your path is ruined now, you just have to deal with it. Jiang Shui, you are divorced now, so stop acting all heartbroken. Who are you putting this show on for?" Jiang Shui's face instantly went dark. She glared at Zhao Yaki with pure rage. Her voice was ice cold. "This is between me and Atian. What right do you have to speak? You are just a nobody to him. Get lost." But instead of backing down, Zhao Yaki just scoffed. She fired back. You are standing at my door, acting like a crazy ex, begging for my man. Who do you think you are?" She literally grabbed Gu Keishu's waist, hugging him tight to claim her man. And the best part? Gu Keishu didn't push her away. He held her close. Pure flexing. Jiang Shui was shaking with rage. She glared at Zhao Yaki, gritting her teeth. "You shameless woman, Atian is my husband." Chapter 22. "See, you still care about me." Jiang Sui's voice was dripping with pure desperation. She was furious and bitter. But Xiao Yaqi felt Gu Keishu tighten his grip around her waist. That small move gave her ultimate confidence. Xiao Yaqi lifted her chin, a savage mocking smirk appearing on her face. He was your husband, Xiao Yaqi said, calm and solid. But now he is mine. This line hit Zhang Shui like a truck. It completely destroyed her. Zhang Shui's face turned paper white, like all the life was sucked right out of her. Her red lipstick looked so out of place now. She clenched her fists so hard her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood, but she couldn't even feel the pain. What do you even know? Zhang Shui's voice dropped, shaking with pure panic. You don't know him at all. Do you have any idea how much he loves me? He is just mad at me and using you to make me jealous. Etienne literally gave up his dream career just for me. Just because I didn't like him being busy. He would cook whatever I wanted just because I casually said I was hungry. And what about you? You are just a nobody in his life. Don't flatter yourself. Wow, so Jiangzhu actually knew every single thing Gu Keishu did for her this whole time. Every word was like a dagger to Gu Keishu's chest, making his heart ache. But guess what? You threw away a king and now he is no longer yours. You guys are divorced. That is a fact. Even though Zhao Aki tried to stay cool, she was shaking inside, wondering if Gu Keishu actually still loved his ex. That thought hurt like crazy. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and mocked. The only one delusional here is you. Boltian would never love a toxic girl who is obsessed with another guy. But her voice shook, showing her insecurity. Gu Keishu just watched her silently. He could tell her breathing was getting heavy. He knew the ex was getting into her head, and he hated seeing her like this. His mind was racing. One was his toxic ex who broke his heart. The other was the girl who loved him for years, and he swore he would never let her get hurt. Looking back on everything, he realized he used to be totally blind for loving that trash ex, but he was done being a fool. Not this time. He was going to protect his girl. Zhang Shui laughed, totally bitter. Who gave you the right to call him yours? You really think he would choose you over me? She turned to Gu Keishu, her eyes sharp. Etienne, tell her what we did on the night we divorced. Enough. Gu Keishu snapped, cutting her off instantly. Gu Keishu gulped as memories flooded back. His voice went deep. Zhang Shui, we are done. I don't blame you for choosing your crush back then. Why are you still acting obsessed? Done? Zhang Shui's voice went crazy high. You crashed my company's AI system and wiped the data just to get my attention, didn't you? Well, you got it! I know I treated you like trash and hurt you, and I apologize for Lu Xiao. Just give me one more chance. Let's start over. Gu Keishu was literally speechless. He was actually laughing at how delusional this woman was. How did she have the nerve to say that? Zhang Shui, do you think the world revolves around you? But right as he said that, Zhang Shui stumbled, grabbing the doorframe, her face turning pale as a ghost. Sweat dripped down her forehead. Zhang Shu, what is wrong? Gu Keishu caught his stumbling ex-wife by instinct. But that split-second move made Zhao Yaqi freeze, completely hurt. Zhang Shui leaned into his arms, a smug smile on her face. See? I told you he still cares. Zhao Yaqi felt her heart break. She realized she might never win against his past. She is literally faking it. Zhao Yaqi hissed, but she had already lost her confidence. Gu Keishu pushed Zhang Shu away, his face looking absolutely furious. Get lost. If you keep harassing us, I am calling the cops. Gu Keishu's voice left no room for argument. Turned to Zhao Yaqi, trying to explain. Yaqi, she is my past, it is over. But if you can't accept that, then maybe we should just call it off. Xiao Yaqi wanted to speak, but couldn't. She had just seen him catch his ex out of pure instinct. She wasn't sure if he was telling the truth. Just take her to the hospital. Her face looks terrible. I don't think she is faking this time. In the end, Zhao Yaqi just drops those cold words and walks back inside. She tries to act tough with her back dead straight, but her shaking shoulders? Yeah, they totally give her away. Zhang Shui leans weakly against the doorframe. Out of his sight, she throws a smug, victorious look right at Yaki's back. But plot twist, Yaqi looks back at that exact second and catches her red-handed. Boom, their eyes lock and the tension is literally electric. Yaqi stops in her tracks, her voice turning absolute ice. You think this cheap trick will make Shu change his mind? I know he would never lie to me. Instantly, Jiangshu plays the victim again, her face twisting in pain as she grabs Shu's shirt, crying out, Shu, please, it hurts so bad. Ukishu frowns, watching these two clash, and honestly, he is just so done. He takes a deep breath and says, enough, both of you. Chu, call an ambulance. I am not taking her to the hospital myself, he pauses, then looks dead at Zhang Shua. Or, you can just call Luo Xiao to come pick you up. Chapter 23. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Kekxiao's cold tone completely stuns both of them. Jiang Shui tries to say something else, but slam. Kekxiao shuts the door right in her face. Bud. Zhang Shua collapses onto the floor. Her lips tremble, but she can't even get a single word out. After being stressed out all day, plus skipping dinner, her low blood sugar kicks in, leaving her completely weak and dizzy. The moment that door slammed shut, it was like a massive thorn, piercing straight into her heart. She suddenly realizes it's over. She really lost him. No matter how much she explains or begs for forgiveness, she might never get his forgiveness. Keisu's heart is scarred forever, and Luo Xiao's existence? That's a crack in their relationship that can never be fixed. With that closed door, she and Kekshu are officially in two different worlds now. Seeing this, Zhao Yaqi suddenly feels a bit guilty. Just a second ago, she doubted if Kekshu still loved Jiang Shui. She was literally this close to ruining bond she had worked so hard to build with him. She looks at him with this pouty, hurt expression, totally caught up in her feelings. Cashew notices her face, gently pulls her over to the couch to sit down. He sits right across from her, and when he looks up, he sees her staring back with this super intense, complicated look. Still love her? She asks out of nowhere, her voice barely a whisper. Kekshu stays silent. Her bright smile flashes through his mind. He remembers how she dropped everything at her massive job just to rush to his side overnight. He remembers her back in college, waking up super early and looking like a total mess just to stand in line and buy him breakfast. I don't know, Keshu shakes his head, looking straight into her eyes with total honesty. I don't want to lie to you. I loved her with my whole heart for years. Moving on completely, it is going to take some time. Instantly, Yaki's eyes well up with tears. She looks away and whispers, I know, I won't force you. Shoo, I can wait. I'll wait until you truly love me. Her tears silently fall under the lights like perfect pearls. Seeing her shoulders tremble, Kishu feels this massive ache in his chest. He can't take it anymore, so he stands up and walks over to her. He hesitates for a second, then gently reaches out, cupping her face and wiping away her warm tears. I'm sorry, he says, his voice softer than ever before. I shouldn't have dragged you into this mess. Yaki shakes her head, looking up at him through her tears. No, it's not fault. It's me, I'm just too greedy. I knew you just got divorced and ended a relationship, but I was still so desperate for all your love. Boom! That line is like the master key that unlocks his guarded heart. He never expected this seemingly fragile girl to understand his pain and struggle so deeply. Looking into her red, teary eyes, he doesn't see any blame at all. Pure, sweet acceptance. He feels this massive wave of emotion and guilt. Deep breath, it's time to open up completely. When I divorced Jiang Shui, I thought I would never love anyone again. But you made my heart beat again. He gently strokes the back of her hand without even realizing it. I keep thinking about the past, about everything we went through back in college. Yaki holds her breath, hanging on to his every word. Remember our first performance together? I kept getting chewed out by the teacher, and I was in the worst mood ever. A soft smile edges onto Kekshu's face as he continues. But then, you brought me some ice cream, saying eating sweet things makes everything better. Remember what happened next? You tripped over a foam mat, crashed right into me, and slammed that ice cream straight into my face. Yaki can't help but laugh through her tears. And you glared at me so mad, saying, is this how you treat people to ice cream, miss? But instead of apologizing, I totally doubled down. I was like, you saw the mat there, why didn't you warn me? You did that on purpose, just to get close to me. Kekshu mimics her exact tone back then, eyes shining with pure warmth. Right then, I knew you were different. Outside, the rain starts to fall softly under the glass, setting the perfect romantic vibe. Their breathing falls in sync as this intense, cozy intimacy fills the room. Yaki gathers her courage, placing her hand over his. I don't need you to completely forget the past right now. I just want to know, she bites her lower lip. Do I have a place in your heart, even if it's just a tiny spot? She doesn't answer right away. He walks over to the window, watching the rain slide down the glass. Outside, Jiangshu is already long gone. Her question forces him to face his messy feelings. It's not just a tiny spot. Kexu finally turns around, his voice clear and absolutely certain. Without me even realizing it, you've already taken up a massive space in my heart. That line hits her like lightning, completely lighting up her dark world. She stands up fast. She's so overwhelmed that she stumbles. Kekshu instantly lunges forward, catching her firmly by the shoulders. Careful, she looks up at his face, so close she can feel his breath. His eyes, usually so cold and composed, are overflowing with a warmth she has never seen before. Riding the hype of the moment, she goes for it, standing on her tiptoes to kiss the corner of his lips. It's as light as a feather, but it literally shocks him. He freezes, feeling the lingering warmth on his lips and the faint scent of jasmine swirling around him. Seeing him frozen, she panics and takes a step back. I'm sorry I couldn't help myself. But her words cut short as Kishu pulls her into a sudden massive hug. He holds her so tight she can barely breathe. When you're with me, you never have to apologize. Burying his face in her hair, his voice is thick with emotion. I'm the one who should apologize for making you wait so long. She trembles in his arms, unable to believe this is actually happening. She gently wraps her arms around his waist, feeling the strong, steady beat of his heart. Keksu pulls back just a bit, cupping her face with both hands. Just give me a little time, okay? I promise I won't make you wait too long. Yaki nods, tears filling her eyes again, but this time they are pure happy tears. She watches Gu Keishu lean in close, closing her eyes for his kiss. This one is way deeper, full of heat and a lifetime promise. Gu Keishu is using this kiss to pour out all his unspoken feelings, his gratitude, regrets, and that budding love. When they finally pull apart, Yuki's face is completely flushed, against his chest as his heart races like crazy and she giggles. What is so funny? Gu Keishu asks, completely curious. I was just thinking. Yaki looks up, eyes sparkling with mischief. If Jiang Shui knew her little drama actually brought us together, what kind of face would she make? Gu Keishu just shakes his head, completely whipped, laughing along. You are something else, he says, pure affection in his voice. Outside, the rain is pouring, but inside it is pure warmth. Holding each other by the window, watching the blurry city lights, no words needed. It is just pure comfort. Gu Keishu looks down at her, finally hits him. Real love is not about crazy vows. It is about finding that one person at the exact right time who understands your past, stays by your side in the present, builds a future with you. Yaki is that girl. Chapter 24. And she brought this on herself, so who is she going to blame? In the hospital, the sharp smell of disinfectant hits Jiang Shue's nose. Slowly opening her eyes, the white ceiling comes into focus. She tries to sit up, but her arms are totally weak. A voice says, hey, do not move yet. You are dehydrated and completely exhausted. You need rest. Jiang Shui freezes. She turns her head and sees Lu Xiao sitting right by her bed, holding a cup of warm water. That familiar face suddenly looks like a total stranger. For a guy like Lu Xiao, saving Jiang Tech should have been a walk in the park. But it has been over 10 hours since she begged him for help, and those partners who dumped them are not budging at all. The company is literally sinking. Even their main artificial intelligence system is still totally crashed. And this guy, he claimed he loved her, but barely even called her when he was abroad. What a joke. Jiang Shui is not stupid. She finally sees through him. Lu Xiao does not love her, he only cares about clout and money. To fix Jiang Tech, he would have to sacrifice his own family's money. And he is definitely not doing that. To make things worse, she is starting to suspect that Heart of the Ocean necklace he gifted her is a total fake. Soon as she fixes this company mess, she is getting a professional to appraise that necklace. She looks at him and asks, why are you here? Her voice is completely hoarse. The last thing she remembers is standing outside Yaki's villa. After that, blackout. She has no idea what happened. Lu Xiao stands there holding the water, looking at her pale face with fake worry. He says, I was just passing by, saw them wheeling you out of an ambulance. I was worried sick, so I had to come check on you. He sounds so gentle, playing the perfect guy. Then he acts all preachy. The doctor said you are severely overworked, and your blood sugar is dangerously low. Why do you do this to yourself? He tries to sound caring, but mostly caring. Jiang Shui slowly reaches out to take the cup, but the second her fingers touch his hand, she gets this absolute wave of disgust like she just touched trash. She jerks her hand back like she got shocked, almost flipping the cup all over her gown. Whoa! Careful, Lu Xiao grabs the cup, saving it. Their hands brush for a second, and in that moment, he feels how soft and warm her hand is, just like when they walked around campus back in the day. Jiang Shui just looks down, taking a slow sip, but her mind is racing. Memories from years ago start playing like a movie. The time Lu's family warned her, stay the hell away from him. Those cold threats pierced her heart like ice. And Lu Xiao, right before dumping her to go abroad, he just said, Xiao Shui, let's break up. Then he just turned his back and walked away, leaving her crying at the airport. Her whole world literally shattered. For years, she buried herself in work, desperately trying to prove her worth, all because of that toxic obsession. Gu Keshu pampered her for years, helping her slowly heal from that trauma. But now, she finally sees how fake Lu Xiao is. But she is already tangled right back up with this trash. She is kicking herself so hard right now. She actually divorced the husband who treated her like a queen for 3 years, all for this clown. It is literally laughable. She is cooked, and she has nobody to blame but herself. Wait, where is my phone? She asks, panic setting in. Her company is literally on life support, and she needs to deal with this mess as soon as possible. Lu Xiao already saw this coming. He pulls her phone out of the nightstand drawer and hands it over. He says it was dead, so I charged it a bit. He sounds kind of hesitant, like he is hiding something. Jiang Shu grabs the phone to check her alerts, but his next words make her freeze. Gu Keshu called. Her heart starts pounding. She stares at him, her voice shaking. What did you say to him? Totally panicking, terrified of what this guy told her ex. Lu Xiao looks a bit guilty and says, I just told him you were in the hospital and not to worry. Then he hesitates and asks, Xiao Shui, are you still in love with him? Jiang Shui completely ignores him, turning on her phone. Boom. Dozens of missed calls and texts immediately pop up, mostly from her tech team and clients. Her head is pounding. The AI system crash is getting way worse by the minute. Just as she is about to call her tech lead, the door flies open. Xiao Shui, my baby, what happened to you? Her mother struts in wearing high heels, holding an Hermes bag and decked out in Chanel, looking like she is going to a fashion show instead of a hospital. Her brother Chu Nanzhou walks in chewing gum, scrolling. Sis, you are doing way too much. You literally worked yourself into a hospital bed, and our stock is down 7% today. You know that, right? Jiang Shui takes a deep breath, trying not to lose it. Mom, I am fine, just exhausted. Her mother totally ignores her and looks at Lu Xiao, eyes lighting up. And who is this? Hello, Auntie, I am Lu Xiao. Xiao Sui's Lu Xiao hesitates, glancing over at Zhang Se. Oh, a schoolmate? Mother Chu says, dragging out her words, sizing him up, staring straight at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. She smiles instantly. Oh, so you are the one who brought her here? Thank you so much. Bro, there aren't many guys left with your kind of responsibility nowadays. Chu Nanzhou blew a bubble and chimed in. You're light years ahead of that trash Gu Keishu. Like, what can that guy even do besides cooking and doing laundry? He is a straight-up broke loser. How does he even deserve my sister? Jiang Shui gripped her phone and yelled, Nanzhou, shut your mouth. What? Am I lying? Chu Nanzhou shrugged, totally dismissive. Sis, you're literally the CEO of Zhong Tech. Messing around with trash like him is one thing, but marriage? You need someone on your level. Chu's mom sat on the edge of the bed and grabbed her daughter's hand. Xiao Shui, I'm not trying to control your love life, but Gu Keshu is seriously not on your level. Look, you're sick, and where is he? It was Mr. Liu who stepped up to take care of you. Jiang Shui felt a massive headache coming on. Mom, Gu Keshu and I right now, she had no idea how to break the news to her mom that she and Gu Keshu had already gotten a divorce. Bend. The words were right on the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't say them, like something was choking her up. She looked over at Lu Xiao and realized he was staring right at her. His eyes were unreadable. What is going on with you two? I am warning you, divorce that useless coward right now before you guys have kids. Chu's mom shook her head dramatically, looking completely disgusted. I hated his kind from day one. But look at Mr. Liu, you can tell he is going places. He is a real winner. Just like that, her mood flipped. She grabbed Lu Xiao's hand with a huge grin. By the way, Mr. Liu, what kind of work do you do? Lu Xiao replied politely. Auntie, you've probably heard of the Chengguang Group, right? That is actually my family's business. We are heavily into tech, finance, and real estate. Chu's mom's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god. Then you and our Xiao Shui are a perfect match. She runs the tech R&D at Zhong Tech, and she is the brain behind that new AI system. Mom, Zhang Shui cut her off, sounding totally annoyed. Stop bringing up company business in front of outsiders. We will talk at home. She turned to Lu Xiao. Thanks for bringing me to the hospital. I will pay you back for the medical bills. Lu Xiao shook his head, his voice soft. Xiao Shou, you don't need to count pennies with me. You need to rest right now. Just forget about the company for a second. Zhang Shui stared at him with mixed emotions and let out a bitter laugh. It is not your company, so of course it is easy for you to say. Honestly, don't come looking for me again. I do not want to see your face. Just as she was about to kick him out, her phone suddenly blew up. The tech director's name flashed on the screen. Jiang Shui grabbed it and picked up instantly. Tech director, Zhang Cheng sounded completely panicked. President Jiang, our AI system completely crashed 10 minutes ago. Every single one of our partner companies has already sent people over to investigate. The system is totally broken, and they are demanding answers. President Jiang, we are in deep, deep trouble. Hearing the panic on the other end, Jiang Shui bolted upright. Suddenly, she felt a massive wave of dizziness. She had to grab the nightstand just to keep from falling. Did the backup system launch? Yes, but the data did not sync at all, and now all our client info is completely scrambled. Zhang Cheng's voice was shaking. Our biggest clients are threatening to sue us if we can't fix this within 1 hour. I am coming back right now. Jiang Shui hung up, threw off the covers, and was about to jump out of bed. Chapter 25. Someone did this on purpose, but just as she was about to step off the hospital bed, 3 hands shot out like lightning, pinned her down all at once, trapping her completely. Those 3 hands belonged to Lu Xiao, Chu's mom, and Chu Nanzhou. Are you insane? Chu's mom sounded utterly terrified and worried. Her eyes went wide, her face full of sheer panic. I literally just came out of the doctor's office, and he specifically warned us. Your absolute priority right now is to rest. But real talk, Chu's mom was not actually as caring as she seemed. She was only acting this desperate because she refused to lose a rich catch like Lu Xiao. Everyone knew Chengguang Group was an absolute titan in the business world, and since Lu Xiao's last name was Lu, it was basically a done deal. He was from the legendary Lu family of Rongcheng. For Chu's mom, even if the sky collapsed right now, she was absolutely not letting this rich guy slip away from her daughter. At the same time, Lu Xiao grabbed Zhang Shui's shoulder, putting on his best caring act. Xiao Shui, Auntie is right. You seriously need to rest right now. Just leave the company stuff to me. I will handle everything for you. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, a wave of pure anger surged inside Jiang Shui, and she violently slapped their hands away. Her eyes flashed with anger as she glared straight at Lu Xiao, speaking with zero filter. Lu Xiao, you are going to handle it? How exactly do you plan to help me? From the moment Zhang Tek ran into trouble, have you done even one single thing to help me? Honestly, Zhang Shua's body tensed up, her eyebrows furrowed in pure disgust. Without hesitating, she took a step back to put some distances between them. She raised her hand, gesturing toward the exit, and said coldly, "Please leave right now. I need to change." Lu Xiao's face went completely pale, his lips trembling as he tried to speak. But he choked the words back down. He was absolutely seething and humiliated, because Jiang Shui had never shut him down this hard before, especially not in front of the Chu family. Watching from the side, Chunanzhou smirked, a tiny grin slipping out. He thought he had his sister completely figured out, so he piped up, "Sis, stop trying to act tough. If even Brother Lu can't fix this mess, what are you going to do if you go back?" Jiang Shua's face drained of color, his words hitting her like a bucket of ice-cold water. It completely crushed her, sending a bone-chilling shiver down her spine. She couldn't help but think about all the blood, sweat, and tears she had poured into Zhang Tek over the years, especially the success of that AI system. Really thought this project was going to bring her massive success and glory. But reality was brutal, and in a single moment, everything had flipped completely upside down. Lu Xiao suddenly cleared his throat, trying to break the heavy silence. The awkward cough echoed in the quiet room as he tried to save face. He took a deep breath and tried to play the good guy again. "Xiao Shui, I know you might be misunderstood about me, but I swear, if you need anything at all, I am always here for you. And actually, my family's Chengguang group also ran into some major trouble yesterday and took a massive hit. If you don't believe me, you can search the news online right now. You will see I am not lying to you." Hearing this, Jiang Jue was visibly stunned. Doubt and uncertainty flashed in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she pulled out her phone to look up the news about Chengguang Group. Before long, trending topics about Chengguang Group popped up on her screen one after another. She scrolled through the news, her face turned dead serious as she read on. After reading through the reports, a wave of complicated emotions hit her. Was she actually wrong about Lu Xiao this whole time? Jiang Shua couldn't help but ask herself. Her impression of him had completely shattered. A guy who couldn't even help when she needed him most had zero right to say he loved her. But looking at this, maybe she had jumped to conclusions too fast. While Jiang Shui was lost in thought, Chu's mom suddenly chimed in. "All right, Xiao Shui, I think Mr. Lu is a catch. He is light years ahead of that useless country bumpkin loser you married. Lu is literally 1,000,000 times better. A guy like him is actually reliable. Xiao Shui, just do what Mr. Lu says and get some rest, okay? Stop overthinking things." Jiang Shui's phone buzzes again. This time, it's the big boss of one of their major partners. Taking a deep breath, she picks up. "Hello, Chairman Shu. CEO Zhang. Every single one of our products running your company's AI program is crashing. And extremely bad. Do you really have nothing to say to me? Did I seriously have to call you first? You've completely disappointed me." Chairman Shu's voice is straight ice. "If you don't have a solution within 1 hour, we're triggering emergency protocols. And yes, that includes suing your company." Jiang Shua tightly grips the hem of her shirt. "I understand. I will look into this immediately. Chairman Shu, please wait for my update." Hanging up, she's hit with a wave of absolute exhaustion and despair. She's cooked. AI program was developed by Gu Qishu, but she spent 3 long years poured into building the Zhang Tech brand, and they literally just got national certification. How could it just crash out of nowhere, and so completely that even the backup system is fried? It makes zero sense. Lu Xiao's voice suddenly snaps her out of it. "Tell me the details. I'll bring in all my company's top tech talent to solve this for you." Jiang Shue hesitates, but honestly, she desperately needs all the help she can get right now. The core algorithm suddenly glitched out, sending error commands to all connected systems. The weirdest part? The backup system should have auto-triggered, but the data completely crashed during sync. Lu Xiao frowns, voice dropping low. "This doesn't sound like a regular glitch. It looks like someone sabotaged it on purpose." Sabotaged on purpose? Jiang Shui is stunned, heeding his words. That gut-wrenching suspicion instantly makes her stomach drop. She had thought about this possibility, but she just didn't want to face it. The only person who could destroy all of this without leaving a trace is the creator of the program himself, Gu Qishu. Lu Xiao nods firmly, acting so sure of himself, sends a cold shiver through everyone in the hospital room. Mother Chu blurts out, "Who would want to destroy our family like this?" Chu Nanzhou suddenly drops his usual playful attitude, his face turning dark. "Sis, if Brother Lu is right, then Zhang Tek is in massive trouble." Just as the tension in the room hits a boiling point, Jiang Shue's phone buzzes again. She looks at the screen and her face instantly turns pale. It is a call from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. The entire room goes dead silent. Jiang Shui picks up, and as she listens to the cold, serious voice on her face loses all color. I understand. We are not hiding anything. Yes, we will fully cooperate with the investigation. She hangs up, her hands trembling. The regulators are officially stepping in. They are sending an investigation team to the office tomorrow. Mother Chu gasps in horror. Oh my god, they are trying to ruin Zhang Tech. Who could be this evil? Mom, look, we are already trending on the hot searches. Chu Nanzhou holds up his phone, showing the breaking financial news headline. Zhang Tech AI crash causes brake failure and smart kitchen explosions, leaving multiple people injured as regulators launch an emergency investigation. Zhang Zhou feels a massive wave of dizziness. Her career, her company's reputation, her years of absolute blood, sweat, and tears, everything crumbling. But the scariest part, if this really was sabotage, who is the mastermind behind it all? And what on earth is their goal? Lu Xiao suddenly speaks up. Xiaoshe, do not panic. Let me make a quick call. He steps out of the room, looking incredibly tense. Chu Nanzhou looks dead serious. Sis, what do you need me to do? I might not know anything about tech, but Mother Chu cuts him off. Do not know anything, then do not make things worse. Xiaoshui needs real help right now, not a useless slacker like you who only knows how to party and waste your life. The tension in the room instantly hits the roof again. Jiang Shue's head is throbbing. The insane pressure from the company and this invisible power struggle are hitting her all at once. She takes a deep breath and makes a final decision. Stop talking. I need to get back to the office right now. Chapter 26. Chushin Texas executives throw down a challenge. The morning sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the bedroom. Zhao Yaqi opens her eyes, clearly remembering falling asleep right in Gu Keisu's arms last night. But as she looks around, there is no sign of him. Soft smile plays on her lips as she rolls out of bed and heads straight to the bathroom. By the time she finishes her shower and steps out of the room, she sees Gu Keishu already busy in the kitchen. Why are you up so early? Zhao Yaqi asks, drying her hair as she walks in, immediately hit with the amazing smell of fried eggs and toast. Gu Keishu looks back and smiles at her. White shirt sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, showing off his toned forearms. He effortlessly flips the sunny side-up eggs in the pan and smiles. Breakfast is almost ready, just wait a second. Zhao Yaqi wraps her arms around his waist from behind, resting her face against his broad back. Who would have thought that this guy cooking breakfast for her is literally an AI genius? And also the absolute top hacker in the world. Dragon, holding tech that could completely disrupt the entire smart market. I slept so well last night. I haven't slept this comfortably in a long time. Breathing in his scent, Zhao Yaqi feels incredibly relaxed, completely safe in his arms. Gu Keshu feels the soft warmth pressing against his back, and a fire instantly ignites in his chest, making his throat go completely dry. Just then, Zhao Yaqi remembers something and speaks up. Chushin Tech was founded in my second year after I joined the Shengxi group. Quite a few people in the group have had their eyes on Chushin Tech, so in just a few short years, things have gotten pretty chaotic. You need to be prepared. Gukq turns off the stove, spins around, and pulls her into his arms. With you here, nothing else matters. He kisses her forehead gently. Besides, my secret weapon isn't your status as vice president of Shengxi Group anyway. It's my own AI smart butler system. Even if Chushin Tech is just an empty shell, I can still pull off a massive comeback and make Chushin Tech the absolute brightest star in the industry. Zhao Yaqi looks up at him. From this angle, she can see the faint stubble on his chin and the pulse in his neck. A few years ago, when she first saw him demo his AI smart butler system, she was instantly captivated by both the crazy technology and its creator. Now that they are joining forces to build Chushin Tech's future, Zhao Yaqi is incredibly excited. Let's eat, CEO Gu. Gu Keshu lets go of her and sets the breakfast on the table. Executive meeting is at 9, but we need to get there half an hour early. Zhao Yaqi nods, instantly switching into work mode. As the vice president of Shengxi Group, she is totally used to this fast-paced, high-efficiency lifestyle. 40 minutes later, they finish breakfast and get into the car heading to Chushin Tech's headquarters. On the way, Zhao Yaqi double-checks today's agenda. 300 million in funding has been transferred to Chushin Tech, and the tech equity agreement is ready. But Chushin Tech's executives will definitely try to stir up some trouble. Gu Keishu smiles calmly, not letting it bother him at all. He gently pats her hand. It's fine. I'll give them the respect they deserve. If those old guys know their place and fall in line, I won't make things hard for them. But if they don't, they'll learn the hard way. The VP of Operations, Zhao Chuanju, is one of my father's old subordinates, and he has deep roots in the company. Guy actually chose to join Chushin Tech himself. But now that Chushin Tech got split from the Shengxi Group, the old manager, Zhao Chuanju, is losing his mind. Bro seriously thinks he built this entire company from scratch, and now some newbie is trying to steal his hard work. He is definitely trying to throw some shade and press the new guy. Zhao Yaqi warned him, but Gu Keishu just smirked. He gave her a look that said, I got this, and told her, chill, I have the perfect plan to make this clown shut up and show some respect. I will make him pack his bags and leave Chuchin Tech on his own. But there was one more thing Gu Kishu kept to himself. He was about to initiate a total wipeout in this company. Any trash holding the company back was getting deleted. No exceptions. Zhao Yaqi stared at Gu Kishu as the sunlight beamed through the car window, lighting up his sharp jawline. He looked so main character. This low-key, confident vibe was exactly what made her fall for him. Right outside the Chushin Tech headquarters, the top executives were already lined up, waiting. Second Zhao Yaqi stepped out of the car. She instantly switched to her legendary Ice Queen CEO mode. Her high heels clicked sharply against the marble floor. Her custom black suit looked incredibly sharp. The crowd chanted in perfect sync. Yaqi just gave a cold nod and immediately shifted her gaze to Gu Kishu standing next to her. She announced, "Everyone, this is Mr. Gu Kishu. Starting today, he is taking over as Chuchin Tech's new CEO and Chief Technology Director." The moment those words left her mouth, the crowd went wild with muttering. Suddenly, some guy in his early 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses pushed to the front with a shady smirk on his face. He said, "I have heard so much about you, Mr. Gu. I am the technical director, Chen Heming." His introduction was dripping with pure attitude. "So, I hear you brought some sort of revolutionary AI system with you?" Boss Xiao literally just announced the new boss, and this guy immediately tries to press him. Talk about an obvious setup to make Gu Keishu look bad. I mean, the guy was the technical director, and he just got replaced. Of course he is salty about it. This question was a straight-up trap to put Gu Keishu on the spot. If our boy cannot shut these executives up right now, he is cooked. He will become the laughingstock of the whole office and lose all his street cred before he even starts. But Gu Keishu just stood there with his hands behind his back, standing tall and completely unbothered. He looked at Chen Huming like he was looking at literal trash, completely ignoring his hand. To him, this guy was nothing but a clown. He knew this clown was just a puppet sent by the old manager to test him. Gu Keishu just smirked. Smile was pure disrespect. He calmly said, "Director Chen, oh, I have heard all about you. Everyone says you are some kind of legendary genius in the AI field. But wait, Chuntech has been around for 4 years, and in those 4 years, you guys have not delivered a single decent result in AI. Was I scammed by fake rumors, or are you actually just a complete fraud?" Boom. Gook absolutely roasted him. Chen Heming's face turned pale instantly, shaking with pure rage, biting his lip so hard it almost bled. He glared at Gu Kashu, his blood boiling. He never expected this newbie to face slap him in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaqi looked absolutely terrifying. Her eyes were deadly. One look from her could make you freeze. She gave Chen Huiming a single death stare, and the guy literally started shivering. Without saying another word, Zhao Yaqi turned around and walked over to a chubby, middle-aged guy, with Gu Keishu following right behind. This dude looked like a typical rich boomer. He tried to keep a fake smile on his face, but under Yaki's cold gaze, he was visibly sweating. Yaki stopped right in front of him. She coldly introduced him. "This is Chuchian Tech's former general manager, Oh Chuanju." Gu Kashu just gave a casual nod. He locked eyes with the old man, just for one brief second, analyzing his vibe. Then, he looked at the entire crowd and spoke with absolute authority. "Stop standing around like idiots. Get back to work. In 10 minutes, we are having a board meeting, and everyone better be there on time." His voice was calm, but the pressure was insane. Nobody dared to talk back. Without another word, he turned around and walked to the penthouse suite with Yaki. The entire crowd was just standing there, completely stunned. This young guy's aura was so cracked, they were left speechless. Chapter 27. The God-tier AI System. Exactly 9 o'clock. Chushin Tech boardroom was packed to the brim. Yaki's secretary announced Gu Kishu's massive takeover as the new CEO. Mr. Gu is investing 300 million yuan. Plus, with his AI tech, he is taking a 51% majority stake in the company, leaving Zhao Yaqi with 49%. Boom! The room instantly exploded. 51%. Isn't that just giving our entire company away? Zhao Chuanju slammed the table, absolutely losing his mind. "Boss Zhao, you built Chushin Tech with your own hands. How can you do this?" "This is a unanimous decision by the board. Chushin Tech is independent now, and both Mr. Gu's cash and his technology are completely legitimate." Yaki waved her hand, cutting him off coldly. "Chushin Tech has been running for 4 years, and we have wasted so much cash and manpower for 0 results. But now that we have Mr. Gu, absolute god-tier AI tech, he is going to carry this company to the next level." Chen Huming pushed his glasses up. "Boss Zhao, we are not trying to doubt you. The 300 million plus some tech for 51%? Isn't that a bit of a joke? Nobody here has even seen this AI work. What if it is actually garbage?" Baki was about to snap, but Gukasu gently stopped her and stood up. "Director Chen, your concerns are totally valid. Why don't we look at a demo first before we talk about shares?" Before anyone could even answer, Gu Keishu walked to the center of the room and spoke to the empty air. "Xiao Ai, start the demo." In a split second, the boardroom lights automatically dimmed to the perfect level. A massive hologram popped up, showing the Xiaoai AI logo. Then a smooth, confident female voice echoed through the room. Hello everyone, I am Xiaoai. It is great to meet you all. Everyone was dead silent. The sound was not coming from any speaker. It felt like it was literally floating in the air. How is this even possible? Chen Himing's jaw literally dropped. Gu Kashu smirked and said, Xiaoai uses spatial audio tech. She can link up with any device in the room to create a 3D sound experience. But that is just the bare minimum. He commanded, Xiaoai, show them what you can learn. The hologram immediately glitched and switched to Chushin Tech's records. Their sales data from the past 3 years. According to my analysis, Xiaoai spoke with perfect calm. Your 3 main smart products have a 32% overlap in features. You are basically wasting tons of cash on useless development. Plus, your reach in the Southwest market is trash, but since your rivals are failing there too, now is the perfect time to attack. Zhao Chuanju went pale. Wait, that is confidential data. Who gave you access to that? I found it myself, Xiaoai replied, sounding almost playful. To be honest, your company firewall is absolute trash. It was like wet paper. But do not worry, I patched all your security holes, so you guys are actually safe now. Even the world's top hackers can't crack this thing. The whole room went wild. Executives started whispering to each other, totally shocked and hyped out of their minds. Shu kept flexing the demo. He explained that Xiaoai's real cheat code isn't just being a smart assistant, she is a legit digital life form. Basically, she is a living, breathing virtual butler. She is alive, syncing with your life and work 24/7. Wherever there is internet and power, she will exist and keep on learning. She can run your entire smart ecosystem and even predict your next move. Smart homes, office work, level 5 autonomous driving, robot maids, she controls all of it. Suddenly, a female exec raised her hand. Mr. Gu, what makes Xiaoai different from all those basic AI assistants out there? Geshu smiled and nodded. Good question. He looked at the screen. Why don't you tell them yourself? Thanks for the opportunity, boss. Xiaoai's voice suddenly sounded way more alive. Those other AIs are just basic tools that follow orders. But me, I have memories, real emotions, and I actually grow with you. For instance, boom, the screen switched to show Shen Yaki's schedule. I know President Shen has lunch tomorrow with Mr. Li from the Blue Sky Group, and according to his social media posts, Daily Habits, he is currently obsessed with opera. Boss, maybe you can talk about opera to make the lunch go super smooth. Yaki's eyes went wide. She looked at Gekshu in pure shock. You actually programmed her to do that? Gekshu just smiled and shook his head. No way, she figured that out on her own. Xiaoai continuously studies everyone she interacts with, learning your likes, habits, and even your mood. For 40 whole minutes, she demonstrated everything from smart tech control to AI-powered business moves and hyper-personalized service. She showed everyone what true God mode AI actually looks like, and when the demo ended, the entire room erupted into wild applause. Well, everyone except Huming and Chuanju. Huming looked incredibly sour, while Chuanju straight up stood up with beef. Sure, the tech is cool, but running a business isn't about fancy tech shows. We have 800 employees and over 10 departments. Mr. Gu is way too young. President Shen, letting this kid take charge is basically throwing our company into a dumpster fire. I object. Boom, the room went dead silent. Every single eye in the room locked onto Gekshu. But our main character, calm as always. He stood up and slowly walked right over to Chuanju. No rush, no stress. Pure confidence was a total contrast to the heavy tension in the air. Standing right in front of the guy, Geishu reached into his suit pocket, pulled out a tiny USB drive. He stared straight into Chuanju's eyes and smirked. Mr. Zhao, or should I say, the former general manager of our company. I literally own 51% of this company, so your opinion doesn't even matter. But since you want to talk, let's discuss what is on this drive. Geishu waved the US and said, right here has all the receipts of you embezzling money and leaking secrets to our competitors over the last 4 years. I am pretty sure Shangxi Group Board would love to see this. Oh, and if this goes to the cops? Well, Mr. J already know you are completely cooked. Gishu's words hit like a truck. Chuanju's face instantly went paper white, started shaking like a leaf, his eyes popping out of his skull. Paralyzed with pure fear, he choked out, You are lying. Chapter 28, Yu Yao's fiancé pulls up out of nowhere. Suddenly, a holoscreen popped up, showing crystal clear bank statements and leaked emails. Xiaoai's voice chimed in. Would you like me to read these out loud, Mr. Zhao? Like last June, when you siphoned $14,700,000 through fake suppliers? Or last month, when you leaked our new code to Karui Tech? Chuanju stumbled back, knocking his chair right over. No way, this is impossible. I literally deleted those files. How did you even find this? Geishu just stood there, totally unfazed. In the digital age, nothing is ever truly deleted. Security, please escort our former general manager out. Right on cue, 2 guards walked in, grabbed a completely broken Chuanju, and dragged him out. Geishu then turned to the remaining execs. I believe in this company's future, and I respect hard work. If you choose to stay and build with us, we are going to do big things together. Finally, his eyes locked onto Chen Heming. Director Chen, the tech department still needs your leadership. I won't be around the office 24/7, so still in charge of tech. I need you to lead your team and take our product to the absolute next level. Hyman gave a stiff nod, but there was a total snake-like look in his eyes. Once the meeting wrapped up, Yaki and Geshu headed back to the CEO's office. The moment the door closed, Yaki let out a huge sigh of relief. She unbuttoned her blazer and sank into the couch. You had all that dirt on Shawanju the entire time? Why didn't you tell me? You had me worried sick. Geshu sat down next to her, loosening his tie. I wanted to let him leave with some dignity, but he chose to run his mouth. Though yeah, he had it coming. Yaki frowned, thinking, he is definitely not going to let this go. Knowing him, he is probably heading straight to Shanghai right now. He has got pull with the Shengxi group, and he has a bunch of loyalists inside our company. I am worried he will use them to sabotage us from the inside. Geshu grabbed her hand. Don't worry, he said with a smile. This company needs real talent. Once they see what Xiaoai can actually do, they will fall in line. But hey, I made my stance clear. Xuanju still wants smoke, I won't play nice. Looking at Geshu's crazy confident eyes, Yaki felt her heart skip a beat. She leaned in close, gave him a soft kiss on the lips, and whispered, You were so hot today, Mr. Gu. Geshu smirked, totally loving it, pulled her closer to deepen the kiss. But just as things were getting spicy, a voice totally ruined the vibe. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Here, Ye Ling Xiao is at the front desk. He says he has an appointment with Chairman Shen. Xiaoai's voice echoed through the room, instantly breaking their romantic moment. Daki completely froze. She jumped back from Geju, totally shocked and confused. I never made an appointment with him. This a mistake? Isn't he supposed to be looking for Yu Yao? Why is he coming to see me? She sounded super stressed, completely blindsided by this. Jishu's smile faded as he looked at her. Yi Ling Xiao? Is that the guy from the famous Yi family in Kyoto? Raised an eyebrow, suddenly curious. Yaki gave a slow nod. Yu Yao's fiancé sighed heavily. Yu Yao actually ran away to Rongcheng and opened a private restaurant just to dodge this marriage. It looks like Ling Xiao lost his patience and came here to force her into the wedding. Probably why he is trying to get to me first. Meanwhile, over at Zheng Tech's CEO office, Zhang Shui hadn't slept for a whole 24 hours. She hadn't eaten a thing and looked absolutely exhausted, her face completely pale. President Jiang, the emergency meeting starts in 10 minutes. Lu Rian's voice snaps Jiang Shui back to reality. Partners are here to drag us, President Jiang. Looks like we will have to take a massive hit today just to calm this storm. Jiang Shui takes a deep breath, trying to lock in and fix her makeup. Staring in the mirror, her eyes are totally sunken. She lost all her glow. Suddenly, she remembers what Gu Keishu once told her. Zhang Tech's real power isn't the brand, it's the tech itself. Without solid tech, the best marketing is just a house of cards. Back then, she totally laughed it off. But now, she finally gets it. It's a massive reality check. Soon, Zhang Shui and her assistants walk into the conference room. The vibe in there is heavy as metal. President Zhang, explain yourself. Director Xu, a nearly 6-year-old board member, slams the table and stands up. How did this absolute disaster even happen? What the hell is the tech team even doing? Do you have any idea how much this mess just cost us? We are doing everything we can to fix it. Zhang Shui tries to damage control. Fix it, another partner CEO scoffs, dripping with sarcasm. I just got word that Zhang Tech's rival Chuchen officially spun off from the Shengxi group. And the new boss? He's your ex. They just dropped a notice promising a way more stable system. Do you even know what this means? Zhang Shui is utterly thunderstruck. Chuchen Tech, the same company founded by Zhao Yuchu, the VP of Shengxi Group? I thought that company was a total flop. The CEO slams a folder right in front of Zhang Jingshu, smirking. President Zhang, your ex-husband Gu Kishu literally just divorced you. And now he's the new CEO of Chuchen Tech. Care to explain this plot twist? Jiangshu's hands shake as she picks up the file. And there he is, Gu Kishu, rocking a sharp suit, standing right in front of the Chuchen Tech logo. His eyes are piercing, radiating pure boss energy. He is completely unrecognizable from the submissive loser she remembers. Bro really went God mode. Makes no sense. He wouldn't betray me, Jiang Shui mutters, her whole body shivering. Where did he get the cash to buy in? 300 million? Is this entire thing just his revenge? No way she can accept Gu Kishu's betrayal. Right now, she's like a hollow shell, staring blankly around the room. She's cooked. Every single glare cuts her like a knife. She suddenly realizes this isn't just a company crisis. It's a fight for her own survival. I will handle this. Of course, Zhang Tech will give everyone here an explanation. Just give me some time. Saying that, Zhang Shui stands up. Not even waiting for the board's response, she turns around and walks straight out. She's pale as a ghost, clutching Gu Keshu's file so hard her nails dig deep into her palms. Doesn't even feel the pain. Walking out of the room, Zhang Shue dials a number she hasn't called in ages. The company is in deep trouble. I need your help. Now. Chapter 29, The Fool Used as a Pawn. In the CEO office of Chushin Tech, Gu Kakshu slowly stands up from his seat, smoothly adjusts his sharp, custom suit, smiling at Zhao Yuchu. In that case, let's go meet this young master of the Yi family. Yuchu, have your assistant bring him to the VIP lounge. Moments later, Ye Lingxiao walks in, oozing confidence. He's wearing a flawless, custom-tailored suit that perfectly highlights his tall, lean frame. Every move he makes screams high society, like he was born to rule. Yi Lingxiao quickly sizes up Gu Kishu, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Turns to Zhao Yuchu with a soft smile. Yuchu, long time no see. His voice is deep and smooth, hinting at a cozy past. Zhao Yuchu looks at him with zero emotion, her gorgeous face like an ice fortress, impossible to read. She just gives a cold nod. Young Master Yi. She turns to Gu Kakshu and introduces him. This is Chushin Tech's new CEO, Gu Kakshu. He's also my boyfriend. Gu Kakshu politely reaches out for a handshake, but the moment their hands meet, Gu Kakshu feels him squeezing intentionally hard. Bro is flexing. Yi Lingxiao smiles and says, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Gu. I've heard so much about you. I expect you to be so outstanding, not just in tech, but in other areas as well." As he says this, his eyes linger on Zhao Yuchu for a second, dropping major hints. Gu Kakshu just smirks, completely unfazed. Easily catches the shade. Gu Kakshu replies calmly, "You flatter me, young Master Yi. I'm just a nobody. Then, hardly worthy of your praise. What brings you to our office today?" Ye Lingxiao smiles, gracefully taking a seat. He looks at Gu Kakshu with a half smile. "I heard Yuchu found a good man, and I'm honestly thrilled for her. We grew up together, basically childhood sweethearts. Now that she's found her match, of course I had to come congratulate you. Plus, today is also the big day you invested in Zheng Tech. How could I miss this?" Ling Xiao pauses, his smile widening. "But honestly, I'm also here for a much bigger reason. Everything in our lives today, from work to travel, is tied to smart tech, but the Yi family is pretty weak in this area. A major blind spot for us. If we don't find a shortcut to overtake the competition, we'll get left in the dust. I know your 3A smart butler is absolutely top tier, so I'm hoping we can find a way to team up." Before he can even finish, Zhao Yuchu shuts him down. Her eyes turn icy cold as she glares straight at Yi Lingxiao. "Talk about a face slap," she says bluntly. "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, young Master Yi. Chushin Tech is strictly independent. We have zero plans of partnering with anyone or any company." Yi Lingxiao's smile instantly freezes, like someone hit pause on his face, but he quickly recovers. Forcing a casual smile back onto his face, he says, "Yuchu, you're still as stubborn as ever." But Zhao Yuchu's face drops. Her already chilly expression turns completely frozen. Pure ice. "Call me by my full name. I don't want my boyfriend getting the wrong idea." Boom. That line is a straight dagger to Ye Lingxiao's chest. For his whole life, he called her that and she never cared. But now, just because of Gu Kakshu, she completely humiliates him on the spot. His face turns hideous, glaring at her with pure rage and disbelief. He never thought the girl who used to be so sweet to him could be this cold. After a tense silence, he forces his anger down and takes a deep breath. The girl who used to treat him so gently is now freezing him out. After a long, tense silence, Yi Lingxiao tries to swallow his rage, taking a deep breath to suppress the absolute despair eating him alive. Bro tries to keep his cool, turns to Gu Kakshu, and acts all chill. He's like, "Mr. Gu, you clearly don't get the situation. The Shen and Yi families, we're talking generations of deep ties. Sure, Uncle Shen had some massive drama with the old head of the Kyoto Shen family back in the day, which made him break away and set up his own empire in Magic City. But even with that plot twist, my connection with Shen Yaki has never broken. We've been tight this whole time." Gu Kakshu immediately reads between the lines. This clown is flexing Yaki's elite background, trying to subtly tell our boy that they aren't on the same level. Yi Lingxiao, our MC, is absolute trash who isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. But Gu Kakshu, he's chillin', total god mode composure. See, right after his AI butler, Ghost, went online, our MC did a deep dive on Zhang Shui, Long Oxuan, and Lu Xiao. Talk about a massive plot twist. He found out Zhang Shui had been messing around with Long Oxuan since day one of her marriage. Gu Kakshu just smirks, totally unbothered, and hits him with the ultimate face slap. "Young Master Yi, you really don't need to flex your little connection to the Shen family in front of me. But at the end of the day, if Yaki isn't into you, I don't care if the God of War himself shows up. I'm not giving you any face. That's just how I roll. I've never needed to ride anyone's coattails to rise up, and your weak insults aren't going to scare me. So, young Master Yi, your little jabs of trash talk have zero effect on me. You might want to save your breath before you embarrass yourself." After saying that, our MC just stares at him, completely unfazed. "No way!" Yi Lingxiao did not see that coming. His face goes completely dark, exposing his pure rage. He sneers, crosses his legs, and glares at Gu Kakshu with pure disgust. "Oh, you think you're brave, huh? I really underestimated you. Let's see how long that backbone lasts. Let me tell you something. Nobody talks to me like that. Just because you're Yaki's boyfriend doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. In front of me, you're nothing but trash. He literally spits out those last words to maximize the disrespect. But Gugashu, he just lets out a dry laugh, and like he just heard the funniest joke ever. He shakes his head, thinking, I really don't have time for this clown's games. Bujishu takes a deep breath and calmly drops a bomb. Young Master Yi, if I'm not mistaken, you came to Rongcheng for 2 reasons. His voice is quiet, but it hits Yi Lingxiao like a truck. Yi Lingxiao's brow twitches, instantly triggered. He glares and barks. You think you know why I'm here? Who do you think you are? I give you an inch and you take a mile. But does our MC lose his cool? Not even a little. Smiles and goes, calm down, young Master Yi. I just connected a few dots, that's all. Whether I'm right or wrong, well, you know the answer to that. But Ye Lingxiao is way too triggered to listen, getting more and more heated. He slams his hands down, stands up, and points right in Guju's face. You arrogant little piece of trash, you must have a death wish. Just as he's about to throw hands, Shenyaki suddenly stands up, her eyes blazing with absolute fury. She points at Yi Lingxiao and snaps, Yi Lingxiao. That is enough. This is my turf, not your personal playground. If you keep acting up, I'll have you thrown out. Her voice isn't loud, but damn, the authority is real. Yi Lingxiao is completely stunned. Nobody expected her to go this hard, totally destroying Yi Lingxiao's ego just to defend Gu Gashu. But our MC just waves his hand, telling her to chill. He looks at Yi Lingxiao with a smug smile. It's fine. He's just a brainless tool being used by someone else. No need to waste your energy on him. Ouch. Calling him a brainless tool completely crushes his fragile ego. Meanwhile, Yaki is watching like a curious bystander, eyes glued to Gugashu, waiting for him to spill some more juicy tea. But Ye Lingxiao is literally shaking with rage, his eyes practically popping out of his skull. Glares at Gugashu, his anger erupting like a volcano. I mean, he's a direct heir of the Yi family, one of the big 4 in Kyoto. Top-tier elite getting absolutely clowned on by an orphan? This is the ultimate disrespect. But does Gu Gashu care about his anger? Not a bit. Keeps dropping facts with a straight face. Young Master Yi, you came here for 2 things. First, to force Jiang Yue back to Beijing to marry you. A massive political marriage for your families. Both sides are doing whatever it takes to make it happen. Our MC takes a small pause, then calmly continues. And second, you're here on behalf of someone else, pretending to collaborate while secretly plotting to set up a trap and take me out. No way! When Yaki hears this, it hits her like a bolt of lightning. She visibly shakes, all the color draining from her face. Her lips are trembling, and you know she is about to make him pay if he tries anything against Gu Gishu. Meanwhile, Yi Lingxiao is completely frozen, eyes wide, staring at our MC in absolute disbelief. His mind goes completely blank. He just cannot wrap his head around this. How does this guy know everything? No way, it's impossible. The Yi family's plans are classified. There's no way an outsider could know. Plus, his secret meeting with Long Zoxuan last night had 0 witnesses. How did the intel leak? The more he thinks about it, the more creeped out he gets. Literally drenched in cold sweat, a cold shiver running straight up his spine. It suddenly hits him that Gu Gashu like an apex predator, hiding in the dark, while he's just a lamb ready for slaughter. He's got 0 counterplay. This level of powerlessness makes him realize our MC is absolutely broken. Chapter 30, we'll see about that. Yi Lingxiao is fuming that some random nobody managed to dig up his secrets. Pure rage takes over and he jumps up, pointing right at Gu Gashu's face. Kid, you dared to spy on me? But our MC, still fully chill. His eyes lock onto him, sharper than ever. Young Master Yi, that's a bit of a stretch. I just happened to know a few details and put 2 and 2 together. Looks like I hit the bullseye. Seeing that smug look on our MC's face, Ye Lingxiao finally realizes he fell right into a trap. Even if he tries to deny it now, it's over. Talk about being framed. Bro got mud on his pants, and now everyone thinks it is trash. No way he is clearing his name. Zhao Yaqi stood there, her eyes bouncing between them. Gu Tianshu's sheer cunning and galaxy brain moves were wild, and she was totally vibing with it. Yaqi literally clung on to Tianshu, wrapping her soft hands right around his shoulder. She leaned in close, whispering in his ear, Tian, seriously, you are built different. Tianshu looked back at her, his cold face instantly melting. Yaqi, we have got unwanted company right now, so I cannot spill the tea. Once we are alone, I will give you the full breakdown. Yaqi just giggled and nodded, treating Ye Lingxiao like a straight-up ghost. Lingxiao was coping so hard he almost spat blood. Bro actually thought the connections between the Ye and Shen families would force Yaqi to play nice and carry this deal. Big mistake. Yaqi did not care about him at all. He just touched down in wrong city and already took a massive L. His ego was shattered and he was absolutely fuming. Yaqi, don't listen to his cap, he is pure fraud. This clown is just using these cheap tricks to scam everyone. Zhang Xue kicked his broke self out, so he came running to you. He is just clout chasing, because you have the Shen family and the Shengxi group backing you up. Enough. Yaki snapped, completely shutting him down. You really are not listening, are you? Get out of my face. Neither Chushin Tech nor the Shengxi group wants anything to do with a clown like you. Ling Xiao's face went completely pale, then turned red with pure rage. He glared daggers at Tianshu, then at Yaki with pure venom in his eyes. Fine. Keep laughing, Tianshu Yaki, but you are cooked. Mark words. He slammed the door so hard the whole hallway shook as he stormed off. The room went dead silent, and Yaki took a deep breath. Tianshu, all right, Spill. What is actually going on? Tianshu pulled her down to sit, letting out a heavy sigh. Honestly, it is a long story. 6 months ago, my biological parents finally tracked me down. At first, I was actually hyped. I thought, finally, I have a family. But then Tianshu exposed the whole truth about the Long family, laying out every single toxic detail. Baki was completely mind-blown. No way! What kind of parents do that? They hate their own flesh and blood, but want to harvest his kidney for some random adopted kid? This is actually insane! Henshu's face darkened with a bitter smile. The guy pulling Ling Xiao's strings is Long Oxwan. Long Oxwan? Yaki frowned, instantly putting 2 and 2 together. The adopted golden child of the Long family. Tianshu nodded. Exactly. Bro has kidney failure and desperately needs a transplant. He has been hunting for a donor everywhere, so my so-called parents targeted me. Sneakily took my DNA to run a match, and turns out I was a perfect fit. Since I told them to get lost, Oxwan has been trying to ruin my life, hoping I will crawl back to him on my knees. Pain. He wants to flex his power and show me I am nothing to them, and that he can crush me like an insect. Yaki was absolutely fuming. Oh, they want to play games? Fine, let us see who gets crushed first. I am not some pushover they can ignore. But Tianshu's voice was scary quiet. Honestly, his trashy, low-tier schemes are just embarrassing. Bro is literally dragging his high society status through the mud. If I am not wrong, even Lu Xiao was brought in from overseas by that clown just to deal with me. He is really doing the absolute most. Yaki gasped, completely stunned. Wait, what? Lu Xiao is working for him too? Did they make some shady deal behind the scenes? Tianshu just nodded. All for the AI code. Yaki's eyes practically burned with rage. How dare they even try that? Tianxi pulled her close, gently patting her hand to calm her down. I can ruin their reputations in seconds and expose them to the entire internet as total frauds. Relax, I have got this. Since Ling Xiao took an L here, Oxwan is definitely going to lose his mind. Probably going to team up with more haters. The Yi family is desperate to get a slice of the AI pie, and my tech is exactly what they are drooling over. Yaki squeezed his hand tight. I will not let them touch a single line of your code. Hyunshu smirked. I know, but right now we have got bigger moves to make. Yaki looked at him, totally confused. What moves? Just tell me what to do. You will see in a second. A sharp, dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. He walked over to his desk, his steps heavy and slow, looking dead serious like he was carrying the weight of the world. But the moment he stopped, his posture completely locked in. Bro looked like a general preparing to launch an absolute war. The aura radiating from him was insane. He casually snapped his fingers and boom! The air literally ripped open as a glowing blue holographic screen materialized in front of them. The hologram was glowing with a haunting, ethereal blue light. Tons of complex code and data were flying across the screen like shooting stars. It looked like a whole galaxy swirling right in front of them. The data was moving so fast it was a complete blur. Yaki stood there, her jaw completely on the floor. Her eyes were wide as saucers, utterly mind-blown by what she was seeing. Before she could even ask, Tianshu read her mind. Yaki, that AI assistant I showed everyone in the meeting room, that was just the basic trial version. But this is the upgraded version I spent 3 whole years cooking up. I call it Phantom. Spoke with absolute confidence, like a god controlling his creation. Yaki could not take her eyes off the screen, and the more she listened to his explanation, the more her mind was blown. It has all the basic functions, but get this, it can learn and evolve on its own. It is constantly leveling up and adapting to any environment or task. The crazy part? It can actually predict market trends, runs business decisions, and hand us flawless investment plays on a silver platter. On top of that, it can straight up hijack and control other AI systems. Tianshu was dropping absolute truth bombs, completely shattering Yaki's reality. Stared, totally starstruck by Tianshu and this broken AI. No way, this is absolutely cracked. Tian, you are literally my hero. She squealed with pure hype. Tianshu smirked, totally in his element, and said, Phantom is already fully online. Now, we just wait for the perfect moment to host a massive press conference under Chushin Tech. We are going to drop this tech on the world and break the internet. Yaki's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, the whole galaxy brain play clicked. She stared at him, totally stunned. You are planning to use this absolute god-tier tech to completely wipe out all our enemies in one go. Once we launch, the entire world is going to lose its mind. Tianshu smirked and nodded. Exactly. When you have God mode active, all their petty schemes are completely useless. Those high society rich kids are just clowns compared to us, so why stress? Yaki stared at him, absolutely mesmerized by how cold he was. She could not hold it in anymore. Tianhu, are you seriously? This broken tech, these flawless plays, no ordinary dev could ever pull this off. How did I never notice you were hiding this level of absolute genius? Tianxiu just stared in silence for a moment. It was like the whole world just froze. He slowly walked to the window, staring out at the blurry city skyline as a wave of intense emotions hit him. I really am just an ordinary guy, nothing special. Gukekshu's voice was low and heavy with helplessness as he let out a bitter laugh. But Yaki, if you were in my shoes, if you had gone through the insane pain and torture I had to endure, you would understand why I had to build up these thick walls around myself. He sounded so exhausted, like those walls weren't even to protect him, but just to hide how completely broken and helpless he felt inside. Zhao Yaki listened in silence, but her mind was racing, flashing back to everything he had suffered growing up. It was playing like a movie in her mind, and every single scene made her heart break. She couldn't even imagine how a kid who lost both parents survived so much brutal pain and struggle just to grow up. The constant bullying, the disrespect, those endless lonely nights. How did Gu Kishu even make it through all of that? Tears started pouring down Zhao Yaki's face like a broken dam. She walked up behind him and gently wrapped her arms around him, feeling his warmth. You have me now, I am never leaving your side. Zhao Yaqi choked up, but her voice was absolutely rock solid. Gu Kishu slowly turned around to face her. Their eyes locked. He gently wrapped his hands around her waist, leaned down, and softly kissed the top of her head. Thank you, Yaki, he whispered in her ear, full of raw emotion and relief. But right at that moment, his phone started buzzing. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. Why is Zhang Shui calling again? Chapter 31. Some mistakes once made are completely unforgivable. Hearing Zhang Shui's name made Zhao Yachi instantly freeze up. How can that woman be so shameless? You guys already ended things, so what does she want now? Gu Kashu shook his head, hesitated for a second, and hit answer, putting it on speaker. Zhang Shu's weak, trembling voice came through. Kekshu, I was wrong, my company is going under. Please, you have to help me. Gu Kashu's face was completely blank. Ms. Zhang, I am the CEO of Chuchen Tech now. Asking your direct competitor to save your business, do you think that is a bit inappropriate? The last time I am answering your call. Do not contact me again. I know I completely broke your heart. Zhang Shui sobbed through the phone. But please, for the sake of our 3 years of marriage, pull me out of this. I will do literally anything. Xiaoyaki stared at Gukeshu, absolutely terrified he would go soft and help his trash ex-wife. But Gukeshu just said coldly, sorry, but I cannot help you. And with that, he swiped end call without hesitation. Satisfying. Xiaoyaki let out a massive sigh of relief, but then felt a little guilty. Am I being too selfish? Gu Kashu shook his head. No, this is about principles. You saw exactly how she treated me back then. Some mistakes simply cannot be undone. Xiaoyaki rested her head on his shoulder. I was just worried you might regret it later. Gu Kashu pulled her in closer. The only thing I regret is not waking up sooner. I almost lost you. Outside, the warm sunlight washed over them, stretching their shadows long and intertwining them, like a sign that their fates were now locked together forever. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Zhang Shui was staring at her hung-up phone, crying her eyes out. Spread out in front of her were the bankruptcy papers for Zhang Tech. After that massive disaster, pain. Her company was facing an insane amount of penalty fees. If she couldn't pay up right now, she was looking at the ultimate worst-case scenario. Straight to prison. It was over. Zhang Shui realized she didn't just lose her business, she lost the one man who had truly loved her. At that very moment, Ye Lingxiao was standing by the massive floor-to-ceiling windows of his hotel suite, looking absolutely furious. His face was pitch black with rage, radiating a terrifying icy aura. Clenching his phone, he dialed a number. Plan. Young Master Long, change of plans. That trash Gu Kashu is way harder to deal with than we thought. Yi Lingxiao's voice was low and raspy, completely unable to hide his frustration. On the other end, an icy voice replied, cold enough to send shivers down your spine. I don't care what you do. I want his kidney. How you get it is your problem. Long Oxwan's tone was completely heartless and final, leaving zero room for debate. Ling Xiao frowned, a twisted, sinister grin spreading across his face. Why don't we just put a hit on him? Wouldn't that be way easier? But Long Oxwan instantly snapped back. Do you think those old geezers in the Long family are complete idiots? If I pull a stunt like that, the family will find out immediately. Yi Lingxiao smirked, letting out a mocking laugh. Well, you definitely underestimated his charm. The guy literally just got divorced from Zhang Shui, and Zhao Yaqi already threw herself at him. Right now, he is basically her pampered puppy dog. Long Oxwan's voice dropped, dripping with pure rage. I never expected some random player to jump in out of nowhere and completely ruin my plans. And today, that brainless fool Jiangshu actually had the audacity to call me for help. What a joke. Without Guqiu's god-tier tech genius, Jiang Tech is literally worthless trash. She has zero value to me now. Yi Lingxiao burst out laughing, totally impressed by his cold calculating move. Haha, you really are built different. For all these years, you have been playing that idiot Gukishu like a violin. Truly next level, haha. Fast forward to 1 in the afternoon, Chuchen Tech drops a massive announcement on social media. AI Smart Butler version 1 is officially live. Even though it is just the basic version, this thing is absolutely broken. It completely crushes every single competitor on the market. The second it went live, instantly swallowed up all the market share that Jiang Tech lost. It didn't stop there. AI Smart Butler version 1 started spreading like wildfire. Just a few hours, Chuchen Tech's orders were absolutely blowing up. But right as Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaqi were grinding at maximum speed, Xiao Ai's voice suddenly cut in. Master, technical department server is showing abnormal traffic. Suspected hacker attack in progress. Yaqi's face went pale. Gu Keishu stood up instantly. I will go lock it down. Zhao Yaqi jumped up, completely panicking. A hacker attack? Do you need backup? No need. Gu Keishu shook his head with ultimate confidence, flashed a smug smile. Xiao Ai has got this, but as Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaqi rushed over to the tech department, they completely missed the shady grin creeping onto Chen Huming's face. The tech department was in complete chaos, with Chen Huming barking orders at the team. Someone is trying to hack our core database. The second Huming saw Gu Keishu. His smirk vanished, and he put on a fake panic face to report. Luckily, our firewall blocked them just in time. If they bypassed it, our new AI Smart Butler would have been totally wiped out. The damage would have been insane. Bukshu sat down at the main console. Xiao Ai traced the source of the attack. Master tracing now. Xiao Ai's voice suddenly turned dead serious, like she had just stumbled onto a massive clue, and then she dropped the bomb. The attack is coming from within our own internal network. Specifically, Xiao Ai paused, double-checking the data before delivering the final blow. The Deputy Technical Director's office. Plot twist! That dropped like a literal bomb in the room. The entire office went dead silent as every single head snapped toward Chen Heming like a magnet. Bro went pale in a second, looking like he just saw a ghost, completely drained of all life. Instantly, the tech department's light flashed a glaring red. Alarms blared everywhere, turning the tension up to 100. The whole office was in pure chaos, but our MC Gukishu just scoffed. His eyes were pure fire, ready to destroy Chen Heiming. He stormed toward the trader's office like an absolute beast. Every single step radiated pure pressure. Zhao Yaqi hurried behind him, her heels clicking fast against the floor like a ticking clock. The vibes were insane. Chen Huming just stood there, shaking in his boots as the duo closed in on him. Cold sweat was dripping down his face. Behind his flashy gold glasses, his eyes darted around, desperately trying to find a way out of this. Bro really thought he was safe. No way he expected to get tracked down this fast, with laser precision. He cursed the absolute clown hiding in his office. Top-tier expert my foot. How did that idiot leave such an obvious clue? If Gu Keishu got real proof, he was cooked. Totally cooked. Chapter 32. Kick him out. Boom. With one word from Gu Keishu, the guards slammed their shoulders right into the heavy office door. The lock shattered and the door flew open. Inside, the servers were screaming in overload, screens covered in a flood of red error codes. Some random tech guy jumped out of Chen Huming's chair, pale as a sheet, still holding a sketchy, custom-encrypted USB drive plugged into the PC. Margu, the guy stammered, trying to hide the drive behind his back. But Gu Keishu's icy glare cut right through him, locking onto the USB and the hacked screen. Right then, Xiao Ai's voice chimed in his earpiece. Master, I have locked down the hack source to this terminal. The command signatures match the database attack from 3 minutes ago. The hacker ID Shadow is currently trying to wipe their traces. Gu Q turned his gaze. Director Chen, ignoring the terrified technician, he stared down Chen Heming, who looked like trash. Your own assistant in your office, using your login credentials to attack our own database? Man, you guys are just so loyal to our company. Sweat poured down Chen Heiming's face. Desperate to save himself, he snapped at his assistant. Dao, what the hell are you doing? Who gave you permission to touch my computer? You're trying to ruin me! Didn't he, Dao? Shook like a leaf, looking back and forth between them. Director Chen, I didn't. He couldn't even finish a sentence. Didn't what? Chen Heiming cut him off instantly, stepping up to play the victim. Mr. Gu, Miss Shen, this is on me. My management was too weak. I had no idea this guy would be so insanely reckless. He turned back to He Dao, yelling, pack your trash and get out. We are suing you for this. Zhao Yaqi's face went cold. She wasn't an idiot. This guy was obviously trying to scapegoat his pawn to save his own skin. Director Chen stopped trying to dodge the blame. The attack literally came from your office, your computer, and your account. Give me one good reason why our firewall got hacked from the inside. Who is this shadow? Shen, I'm being framed. Chen Hing screeched, clinging to his final hope as he pointed aggressively at He Dao. It's all him, I swear. He abused my trust and snuck a back door onto my system. But Gu's tech was too OP, so he panicked and tried to cause chaos to run away. That's got to be it. Mr. Gu, have to clear my name. He looked at Gu Qishu, a smug, low-key look of defiance in his eyes. Bro really thought he got away with it because there was no direct proof. He thought he was safe from any receipts. Outside the office, the crowd started whispering, side-eyeing both of them with total disgust. Gu Cashew just smirked at this clown show. He walked straight up to He Dao, ignoring his trembling, and snatched the glowing USB right out of his hand. Frame up, a back door? Gu Cashew spun the USB, his quiet voice completely silencing the room. Director Chen, did you forget? For our new AI, Xiao Ai, tracking this trash-tier code is literally a walk in the park. He casually slammed the USB into a backup terminal. Green flashed on. Xiao Ai's voice boomed through the PA system for everyone to hear. Analyzing intrusion logs. Timestamp matched. Access to user ID. Chen Heming. Command sent. Activate hidden backdoor. Retrieve fake IP. Target. Core database code. Physical confirmation complete. Fingerprint verification passed. Chen Heming. Boom! A giant screenshot of the fingerprint scan popped up, showing his name and ID in bold. No way! That's impossible! Chen Huming looked like he got hit by lightning. He staggered back, crashing into his desk, pale as a ghost. It's a fake. You fabricated this. Gukashu, you set me up. You wanted to get rid of me so you could rule the tech department. Our MC laughed. Set you up? Gukashu stepped in, eyes sharp as a hawk. Then tell me, Director Chen, why did the attack command ping a handshake packet straight to Zhao Chuanju's private address? Looks like you were confirming the mission to get your next orders. Before he could even finish, Xiao Ai projected the decoded messages on the main screen. Even with all the routing and fake IPs, the digital signature was a complete match to Zhao Chuanju's protocol. The receipts were absolute fire. The whole room went dead silent. It wasn't some rogue assistant or basic corporate spy. This was an inside job, colluding with an outsider. Full-on sabotage of their core tech. Chen Huming was the rat, and his puppet master was Zhao Chuanju. The loser our MC had already kicked out before. Zhao Yaqi was shaking with absolute rage. She couldn't believe her dad's loyal veteran was a traitor. Chen Huming, how could you betray us? Stabbed everyone in the back just to sell us out to Zhao Chuanju. No, I didn't. This is all Gu Keishu's trap. Bro was panicking hard, screaming like a lunatic. Miss Shen, don't believe him. He's the real. Gu Keishu shut him down instantly. Chen Heming's face went completely dead. He collapsed right into the guard's arms, whispering, I'm cooked. It's over. Call the cops, Gu Chikshu told the secretary. Hand over the proof and tell legal to sue both Chen Hing and Zhao Chunju immediately. Next step, sue every single person involved. On top of that, blast a statement to all our partners and the media. Let them know Chen Heming and He Dao are officially fired for stealing company secrets. Shushan Tech is suing them into oblivion to protect our rights. Yes, President Gu, Shumei replied instantly, moving faster than ever. Just like that, security dragged those two clowns out, ending that mess. Gu Geshu turned to the tech team who were still shook. His voice was pure boss energy. Everyone, the clown show is officially over. Trash has been thrown out. Today, I promise you all that Shushan Tech's future depends on our grind and raw talent. Not some dirty backstabbing tricks. Xiao Ai's potential is completely cracked, way beyond your wildest dreams. Stick with me, and I will show you what peak tech actually looks like. Now get back to your stations and let's get to work. Peace. We need to protect the massive win from today's launch. His speech didn't just calm everyone down, it was a massive flex of absolute authority, and it completely fired up the tech team's fighting spirit. After a second of silence, someone started clapping, and boom, the entire department erupted in wild applause. Zhao Yaqi looked at this man who remained absolutely calm, completely owning the room during a crisis. She was totally simping for him, her eyes full of love. She quietly reached out her hand, and when no one was looking, she grabbed Gu Gishu's hand. Feeling her warm, slightly trembling palm, he squeezed back tightly, giving her a look that said, I got you. Right then, her phone buzzed. It was the front desk. She picked it up and immediately frowned. Covering the mic, she whispered to him, the front desk says Jiangshu is here. She is totally losing it, screaming to see you. Then, she says she won't leave until she does. Gu Gekshu's eyes didn't even flicker, like he just heard some random NPC's name. After surviving that massive storm just now, Jiangshu's drama meant absolutely nothing to him. The guy was on a whole different level. He calmly told Yaqi, kick her out. I don't have time for her childish games. She needs to face the music for what she did. If she is crying about Zhang's tech, tell her to go find her precious CEO Lu, or just cry to Long Oxwan. We are completely done and I owe her nothing. His voice was cold, completely cutting ties with his past life. Yaki nodded, gave the front desk orders, and hung up. Staring at his sharp, handsome profile, she whispered, "It's handled. Let's head back to the office." He nodded, taking her hand. Under the completely stunned, respectful stares of the tech team, he casually walked out of the room like a boss. Out in the hallway, warm sunlight poured through the floor-to-sizzling windows, lighting up her face. Leaning against him, she whispered, "You were so cool back there. But Long Oxuan and Yeling Xiao are definitely going to lose their minds over this, right?" Gu Gashiu smirked, his eyes sharp as daggers. "Of course they won't. Shen Huiming is just a small-time loser Yiling Xiao used, and since Yiling Xiao just got absolutely clapped by me, he is going to run straight to Long Oxuan. With his temper, Jiang Xue is now a completely useless pawn, so their next move is either a direct attack on our business or some desperate, dirty tricks." Squeezing her hand, he radiated pure confidence and an icy desire to fight. "Tell them to bring it on. They will make the perfect warm-up before Ghost officially drops." But there was one thing he kept to himself. He knew exactly how toxic the Long family was. They were definitely coming to wrong city. True or fake, Long Oxuan's illness was a big deal, and since he was their golden boy, there was no way they would just let him die. Plus, my tech support is their only hope, but they are definitely going to throw all their money and power at me to force a compromise. Hearing the sheer confidence in his voice, all of Yaki's worries melted away. She realized the man beside her had unlocked his god mode. He was no longer that pathetic simp substitute who got pushed around, but a true king about to dominate everything. Knock, knock, knock. Before they could even sit down in their office, there was a frantic knock at the door. Gu Geishu raised an eyebrow, already guessing who it was. "Come in," he called out, annoyed. The door swung open, and Xu Mei walked in, looking super awkward and embarrassed. She kept looking back and forth between Yaki and Gu Geishu, stuttering out. President Gu, she hesitated, trying to find the words. "That Jiangshu lady refuses to leave. She is throwing a massive tantrum at the front desk. Bad, what should we do?" Chapter 33. You ruined it yourself. Hearing this, both of them were completely shocked. Jiang Jue was supposed to be high society in wrong city. For a girl who used to be so proud to throw away her dignity like this was wild. Yaki's opinion of her hit rock bottom. Even though they were rivals who always clashed, Yaki at least thought she had some class. Frowning, she asked, "Shu, if you don't want to deal with her, I can go. If she keeps acting up, we should just call the cops. We can't let her run wild here." Zhu Jishu sighed, giving Yaki an apologetic look. He shook his head and said, "If she doesn't see me, she is never going to stop. Just bring her to the VIP lounge. I want to see what her deal is." Yaki wanted to say something but stopped. Signaling Xu Mei, she followed him to the lounge. With Jiang Shui causing such a scene, the entire office was gossiping like crazy. But as soon as the heavy soundproof door shut, all the whispering was cut off. Inside, Jiang Shui looked like a rabid animal. Her perfect makeup was ruined by tears and rage, and her smudged eyeliner made her look completely unhinged. Dignity completely gone, she pointed right at him and screamed, "Gugashu, you jerk! How could you do this to me? Do you remember your promises? Said you would love me forever. Now my company is gone and years of hard work are totally ruined. Now you act like I'm a stranger? Are you even a man? What was I to you?" Her voice cracked, sobbing hysterically. Looking at her, completely stripped of her usual glamorous vibe, felt a mix of emotions. Leaning back in his big leather chair with a deep frown, he didn't even try to hide how annoyed and tired he was. Pinching his nose, he said coldly, "Cut it out, Jiang Shui. This is a professional business, not a playground for your tantrums. I only brought you in here to let you leave with some dignity." "Dignity?" She laughed hysterically, like it was the funniest joke ever. "You're talking to me about dignity? Now that you're a big shot, you've forgotten who you used to be?" She spat, trying to trigger his past trauma with her toxic words. Just then, Zhao Yachi, who had been sitting quietly next to Gu Keishu, finally snapped. She had been trying her best to hold back, but when Jiang Shui started spewing toxic insults, she couldn't take it anymore. Enough. Her voice exploded like thunder in the meeting room. Yaki took a sharp step forward, shielding Keishu, and yelled, "Jiang Shui, watch your trash mouth. Look at yourself. You look like a total shrew throwing a tantrum, throwing cheap insults at everyone. Is this the dignity you wanted?" Whoa! Jiang Shui was completely stunned by this sudden outburst. Her arrogant attitude instantly crushed. Looking at Yaki, she felt a wave of coldness and anger that she had never seen before, making a cold shiver run down her spine. Yaki didn't back down for a second, stepping even closer. Her boss aura was so intense it actually forced Jiang Shui to take a step back. Talk about MC Diff. What right do you have to blame Kexiu? He treated you way better than you deserved, and you threw him away for your fake golden boy. What are you crying about now? You ruined this yourself. Now you are throwing a tantrum like a sore loser clown. Aren't you embarrassed? Every single word from Yaki was like a savage face slap. tearing away all her fake victim act. Jiang Shui's face turned completely pale, her lips trembling, trying to talk back, but Yaki's dominant energy shut her down completely, leaving her totally speechless. But wait, plot twist. Just then Gu Qishu slowly stood up. If Yaki's outburst was fire, then what Qishu unleashed at this moment, pure polar ice. He gently patted Yaki's shoulder to calm her down, then stepped forward, standing right in front of Jiang Shui. Massive aura felt like a crushing weight, his eyes deep and cold. No more holding back, it was pure, icy indifference, like a god passing judgment. He didn't even raise his voice, speaking low and calm, but every single word was like an icy dagger stabbing right into Jiang Shui's eardrums and heart. Jiang Shui, I told you when we divorced, an ex should stay dead and buried. Just that one sentence made Jiang Shui's heart seize up, hurting like absolute hell. Your family's tech company going under isn't my fault. If you hadn't gone behind my back to mess around with Long Oak Swan and had actually valued our life together, then I would have built an empire for you. But instead, you chose Lu Xiao. Hearing this, Jiang Shui panicked. She thought, how does he know everything? No way, she was the clown all along. Kexu's gaze pierced right through her. Making a scene today only proves how stupid and ugly you are, and nothing else. You think throwing a fit will get you what you want? You are just showing me, and everyone else, how shameless you really are. He leaned in close, unleashing an insane pressure that made her gasp for air. Listen up, because this is my final warning. From now on, you and I are completely done. Your name is blacklisted from my life forever. Kekshu's voice was absolute, no mercy. He paused, his voice turning deadly cold. Do I make myself clear? If you get it, get the hell out of my building right now. He pointed straight at the door. Walk out now if you've wanted to save what little dignity you have left. Keep acting up, and I will have security throw you out like the trash you are. Or better yet, I will call the cops and have you arrested for harassment and defamation. Think about the consequences. Now beat it. The final word hit like a massive hammer, completely shattering whatever fake confidence she had left. Jiang Shui shivered violently, her face turning pale as a ghost, trembling without making a sound. Pure shame, fear, and absolute humiliation crushed her soul. She was cooked. She couldn't even look him in the eyes, let alone face Yaki's disgusted stare. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down and ruining her makeup. She just wanted to run away from this brutal public execution. Stumbling and tripping, she scrambled toward the exit, her high heels clicking frantically on the floor. Where was that big ego she had when she first barged in? Bro, she literally ran away like a beaten dog. The room finally fell silent, and Kixu let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Yaki, whose anger had finally cooled down, though her cheeks were still flushed with excitement. Kisu reached out, gently holding her cold hand, his eyes softening as he whispered, "It is over now." Yaki squeezed his hand back, leaning against him in silence to show her support. Honestly, for Yaki, drama was actually a total win. Jiang Shui just ruined any tiny chance of getting back with Keishu forever. Keishu sighed, "I am sorry about that. It is not your fault. You do not have to apologize," she said. "Besides, I have completely erased her from my heart now." Yaki looked up with a huge smile, staring at Kekshu's handsome face. "Really? So you only have eyes for me now?" Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel suite in Shanghai, Zhao Chuanju sipping red wine, waiting smugly for some good news. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a text from a high-ranking executive at Shengxi Group. The moment he read it, he went numb. "Run now. Chen Haiming got arrested. All your spies in Chushan Tech have been completely wiped out by Kekshu. 0 cards left. Run now, or you are cooked." Zhao Chuanju panicked so hard, he dropped his phone and glass. Red wine splashed everywhere, staining the expensive carpet, matching his ruined plans. He stood there trembling in pure terror and rage. How is this possible? How could a top-tier tech team lose to Kikshu? No, this is insane. Chapter 34, you got the wrong guy. At 7:15 in the evening, Kikshu and Yaki dragged their exhausted bodies to a luxury French restaurant. The crystal chandeliers were glowing and soft piano music filled the air. Kekshu cut a perfect piece of foie gras, put it on Yaki's plate. She had been by his side all day and was completely exhausted. Sure, there was some drama earlier, but the win was so satisfying. Yaki looked stunning, her eyes sparkling. To celebrate the massive launch of the new AI system, Kekshu's company finally taking off, she was thrilled. "Look at this headline, Kekshu. It says our AI is literally changing the game." Yaki cheered, tapping her screen. "I knew you could do it. We have to celebrate tonight with the best champagne. Let us have a drink." "Sounds like a plan," Kekshu smiled, reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. But just then, a random guy marched right toward them, looking completely out of place in this luxury restaurant. Kekshu looked up, and his smile instantly vanished. Wait, why is she here? Honestly, Gusei Shu already saw this coming, but he didn't expect her to show up this damn fast. And who is this person? None other than his so-called biological mother. Chen Yiji's grand entrance immediately grabbed everyone's attention. And no, it wasn't because she looked trashy. Quite the opposite, actually. She was wearing a custom-tailored, insanely expensive dark suit, a flawless pearl necklace, and a low-key luxury Patek Philippe on her wrist. But despite dripping in high-class wealth, she looked completely desperate. Her face was a ghostly pale that even heavy makeup couldn't hide. Her perfectly styled hair was a mess, and she was clutching her expensive crocodile leather bag, so hard it was losing its shape. Her eyes, which might have been sharp once, were now filled with pure madness and desperation, locking onto Gu Zexu like a searchlight. Ignoring the waiters trying to stop her, she marched forward, her high heels clicking loudly and frantically against the floor, straight for Gu Zexu. "Ocean, can we talk?" Her voice sounded like it had been scraped with sandpaper, so raspy and desperate it was painful to hear. Hearing that name made Gu Zexu's body tense up instantly. His eyes narrowed sharply, like he'd been hit by an invisible force, and he stood up abruptly. Because of how fast he got up, his chair screeched loudly against the floor, breaking the quiet room. Sitting right next to him, Zhao Yaqi gasped in shock, worried that he would lose his cool and do something crazy. She quickly grabbed his arm and whispered, "Hey, let's talk this out. Don't do anything reckless." Chen Yaji didn't even care that Zhao Yaqi was there. Her eyes were glued to Gu Zexu like a magnet, treating him like her absolute last lifeline. Leaning forward with both hands slammed on the white tablecloth, her once elegant posture now looked completely pathetic. Completely ignoring the icy glare in his eyes, she growled in a tone that was both demanding and begging. "Ocean, Ashwin's health is getting worse by the day. Only you can save him now. Give him your kidney. Mom is begging you." Boom! That line hit like a lightning bolt. Zhao Yaqi felt a sudden chill run straight up her spine to the back of her head. Her entire body shivered, completely stunned. It was exactly as Gu Zexu predicted. Chen Yaji had rushed all the way here just to beg him to donate a kidney to her adopted son, Long Aswan. The commanding tone made it sound like Gu Zexu giving up his kidney was just some obvious mandatory chore. Yaqi's eyes widened, staring at Chen Yaji in absolute disbelief. How could she have the damn nerve to say that? How could she act like demanding Gu Zexu's kidney was normal? This was a whole human life and health on the line, yet a biological mother was schemes level targeting her own son. The more Yaqi thought about it, the madder she got. Her anger boiled over, and unable to take this trash behavior any longer, stood straight up and shielded Gu Zexu behind her. "Auntie Chen, listen to yourself. What kind of nonsense is that?" Yaqi's voice shook, but she was overflowing with pure rage. "He is your biological son. How can you just casually demand him to give up his kidney? Do you even care what this means for his life?" Yaqi took a deep breath and snapped. "Besides, Zexu hasn't even acknowledged you as his mother. Holt, what right do you have to act like his mom? Don't you think you're crossing the line?" For the first time, Chen Yaji finally looked at Yaqi, her gaze dripping with pure disgust, like she was looking at a piece of cheap trash blocking her way. She didn't even bother answering Yaqi's questions. Instead, she just frowned impatiently, looking down at Gu Zexu, said in a cold, commanding tone, "Ocean, I don't care what you think. This is life or death. Blame me or hate me all you want, but I am still your biological mother. You have to save your brother, Long Akshuan." Biological mother? Gu Zexu felt like he was listening to the biggest joke in the world. He let out a short, freezing scoff, packed with 20 years of bitterness and deep-seated hatred. He gently pulled Yaqi behind him, completely blocking Chen Yaji's disgusting glare. Standing tall, he unleashed an aura that was colder and way more crushing than hers. Was the power of a true conqueror, completely shutting down her high society flex. With his hands behind his back, he leaned close to her shocked, makeup-smeared face, said word by word, "Was I not clear enough on the phone last time? You are a joke of a mother. When you abandoned me back then, you should have known. You'd lose me forever. Miss Chen, for as long as I can remember, I've been an orphan. For over 20 years, you never gave a damn about me. Never gave me a shred of motherly warmth. So where did you get the nerve to ask me to donate a kidney? Also, my name is Gu Zexu, not your son Long Ocean. Bought the wrong guy." Then Gu Zexu gestured to the door and coldly ordered, "Now I am having dinner with my girlfriend. Get lost. Don't leave right now. Don't blame me for getting rough." Chapter 35, The Elder Steps In. Gu Zexu's voice wasn't loud, but it had a crushing weight to it, echoing through the dead-silent restaurant. Every single word was like a massive face slap, shattering the high and mighty ego of the precious Long family's mistress. Her face flushed from pale to an ugly, angry purple. She staggered backward, barely staying on her feet. She never in a million years expected her own flesh and blood to treat her like this. You ungrateful brat, how dare you talk to me like that? I am your mother." The Long family. Losing her mind, Chen Yazi tried to use her status and bloodline to flex on him, but hearing the words Long family and mother only made Gu Zexu laugh. His laughter was packed with pure disgust as he cut her off again. A mocking smirk appeared on his face, but his eyes remained dead cold, like a frozen abyss. "Oh, the legendary mistress of the great Long family," Gu Zexu mocked, dripping with sarcasm. "My bad, I should have shown more respect." I am just a regular nobody, so how could I ever have the honor of being related to you? Stop trying to claim me. I really can't handle it. Words spat on her precious elite title. He deliberately emphasized the words mistress and orphan, driving the knife deep into her heart. Voice was cold as steel, leaving zero room for negotiation. Mistress, let me say this one more time. My name is Gu, and I have absolutely nothing to do with your Long family. I am an orphan. Make sure you get that through your thick skull. His glare sliced through her like a blade, sharp and completely emotionless. It made her shiver. I know your precious son needs a kidney, but that is a Long family problem, not mine. With all your power and wealth, you can easily solve this on your own. So stop trying to exploit a regular guy like me. Finally, he laid down the ultimate law and kicked her out. Get the hell out of my sight right now. I am tired of looking at your disgusting face. Stop ruining my air, and definitely stop using that pathetic mother card to make me sick. Words hit like a massive hammer, shattering Chen Yiji's fake high-class dignity. He totally ripped away her pitiful excuse of family ties, exposing how selfish and cold she really is. Talk about a satisfying face slap. Stumbled back, pointing a trembling finger at Gu Keishu. Her lips shook, but she couldn't even squeeze out a single word. She was just standing there, completely exposed, absolutely humiliated, and losing her mind with rage. Behind him, Zhao Yaqi watched Gu Keishu stand tall like an absolute boss. He was literally taking on this entire storm and her fake family claims by himself. He unleashed this insane, dominant aura just to protect her. He is really him. Her anger instantly melted into pure heartbreak and deep love. She tightly grabbed the edge of his shirt from behind, silently letting him know she had his back. The whole restaurant fell dead silent, except for Chen Yaji's heavy, ragged breathing as she stared into Gu Keishu's freezing eyes. That crazy expensive plate of foie gras was already knocked over, with the dark sauce smeared on the table like dried blood. Completely ruined the pristine white tablecloth. You ungrateful trash. The Long family will never allow this. Chen Yaji screamed, her face twisted with rage and her voice cracking from pure fury. She looked like she was about to snap. The crowded restaurant went completely silent. Everyone was watching this drama unfold like they were glued to their seats. All eyes were locked onto this crazy showdown. But right in the middle of this suffocating silence, there was a sudden stir at the entrance. Two men in sharp, dark custom suits suddenly stepped out of the crowd like total ghosts. They stood incredibly tall and straight, looking like highly trained operatives. Their footsteps were perfectly synchronized, matching up like they just came out of some elite military training. Their faces were deadpan, but their eyes were as sharp as daggers. They looked like they could peer right into your soul. No one saw them coming, but the moment they walked in, the entire room felt this crazy, heavy pressure. They headed straight to the center of the storm, right where Gu Kishu and Chen Yaji were standing. They didn't hesitate for a second. Every step they took felt like a ticking time bomb, putting everyone on edge. One of them sped up slightly, blocking Chen Yazi just as she was about to lose it and lunged at Gu Kishu. His move looked polite, but it held some seriously insane power, acting like an absolute brick wall to keep Gu Kishu safe. Madam, his voice wasn't loud, and he sounded totally chill, but it had this crazy weight to it. Instantly shut down the scream building up in her throat. Please calm down. Hearing those words, Chen Yaji looked like she just got hit with a bucket of freezing ice water. She recognized this guy. He was Long Ying, the ultimate bodyguard trusted by the old master himself. His presence could only mean one thing. The big boss found out, and he was taking action. Long Ying, you're just in time. Chen Yaji acted like she just found a cheat code, screaming at the top of her lungs. Arrest this ungrateful brat right now. Dared to humiliate the Long family and his own mother. But Long Ying's face didn't twitch. He didn't even spare a glance at Gu Keishu, shifted his stance, completely blocking her view of Gu Keishu, and turned to her. In that same ice-cold tone, delivered the blow. Madam, the old master has given his orders. Those simple words hit her like a massive lightning strike. All her toxic energy instantly drained away like a popped balloon. Every last bit of color drained from her face, leaving her completely pale and terrified. Long Ying stared at her with a blank expression, totally unfazed by her panic. His voice remained dead cold, sounding like a literal robot delivering a system message. First, you will immediately stop harassing young master Gu Keishu. Chen Yaji shivered violently, her eyes wide with total shock. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. But Long Ying didn't even give her a second to process it, dropping the next bomb. Second, you are banned from bothering young master Gu Keishu or anyone close to him ever again. Her lips started shaking, trying to talk, but her throat felt completely choked up. She was utterly speechless. Long Ying's voice stayed cold as steel. Third, the Long family hasn't officially verified any blood ties with young master Gu Keishu, and he hasn't even accepted being a part of this family. Madam, your personal actions do not represent the Long family's stance. That was a massive face slap. Cold sweat literally broke out on Chen Yaji's forehead. Finally, Long Ying's voice softened just a tiny bit but still carried insane authority. Fourth, you must return to Kyoto with us right now. The old master says if you keep dragging the family name through the mud, the clan rules are no joke. No one else knew what those clan rules meant, but Chen Yaji knew exactly how brutal they were. She shuddered violently, looking like she just got hit by an invisible truck, shaking on her feet. She was thinking, why is the old master siding with this ungrateful trash instead of her? Chapter 36, Ye Ling Xiao forces a marriage. Long Ying didn't even look at her anymore, treating her like garbage that needed to be thrown out. He turned to Gu Keishu, his hawk-like eyes scanning him up and down, sizing him up, but there was no hate. In fact, he looked almost impressed by Gu Keishu's strength. He gave a slight nod, making a super subtle but highly respectful gesture. Young Master Gu Keishu, he said. The title was formal, showing total respect while keeping things strictly professional. We are deeply sorry for ruining your dinner with Miss Zhao. On behalf of Master Long, I apologize to both of you. He gave Zhao Yaqi a quick polite nod too, keeping it totally respectful. Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaqi exchanged a confused look, silently trying to figure out what was going on. Old Master wanted me to deliver a message to you. Long Ying lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. It is a long road ahead. Keep your mind steady. The Long family owes you for today's drama. Gu Keishu's eyes narrowed. That message sounded like a peace offering, but it was actually a massive warning. Saying the road is long meant building his empire wouldn't be easy. Keeping his mind steady was a warning not to let revenge consume him. But what did they mean by owing him? Was it respect, compensation, or just punishing Chen Yanzi? Gu Keishu didn't say a word. His jaw just tightened, eyes turning cold as ice. Honestly, he didn't care about their excuses. He built his own path and he just wanted the Long family to back off. He used to care about family, but this trash mother of his completely cured him of that delusion. Long Ying didn't expect him to reply anyway. Once he was done, he nodded and signaled his partner. The other bodyguard stepped up, grabbing the broken mother with a polite but unbreakable grip. She looked like a complete puppet as they dragged her away. Madam, after you, he said, completely monotone. Chen Yaji was too broken to fight back. She let them half carry her out, stumbling under everyone's mocking glares. For a wealthy lady of the Long family, she looked incredibly pathetic. Even her expensive necklace was crooked. Even the fancy dining room lost all its hype. Only Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaqi were left standing in the mess while everyone else started whispering. Yaqi let out a massive sigh of relief, her tensed-up body finally relaxing a bit. Though she was still super worried about Kexiu, she gently held his clenched fist, feeling his hand was literally ice cold. Keishu slowly turned around, looking at the messy white tablecloth stained with foie gras sauce. It was supposed to be a sign of his big win today. He stared into Yaki's worried eyes, and the coldness in his gaze melted into pure exhaustion. I am fine, he muttered, his voice sounding super raspy. He squeezed her warm hand tightly, like she was his only anchor in this crazy storm. But yeah, looks like our date is officially ruined, he said, looking over at the door where Chen Yaji had just stormed out. His eyes were totally unreadable. Sure, the Long family patriarch stepping in saved them for now, but it also opened a massive can of worms. That line, the Long family owes you an explanation, was ringing in his head like crazy, meaning the real battle was probably just getting started. It is totally fine, Yaki said, holding his arm. Her warmth was the only comfort he had right now. Hekshu, let's head over to Yu Yao's place. It is super quiet there, and nobody will bother us. She spoke in a soft, soothing voice, adding, let us have her cook us up something delicious. Hekshu hummed in agreement, saying, all right, let us go to Yu Yao's then. The two immediately left and drove straight to Jiang Yu Yao's private restaurant, Xinyu Pavilion. But the second they pushed the doors open, they felt a massive wave of tension. Jiang Yu Yao looked absolutely furious, her chin tilted high in the air, looking like a beautiful, angry little fireball. She was completely blasting this tall guy in a fancy suit at the door. Yi Ling Xiao, are you literally deaf? I have told you like 800 times, we have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Whoever agreed to this stupid engagement can marry you. Now get lost, I do not want to see your face. Her voice was loud and sharp. She almost poked her finger right into Ye Ling Xiao's face. On the floor, a smashed lunchbox and ruined high-end snacks showed exactly how wild the fight had just been. Yu Yao, chill, this wedding was arranged by our family elders. You cannot just back out like this, the guy said, but she spat back, screw that. Do not try to use my family to control me. Get out of my restaurant right now. Do not ruin my space. She waved her hands in disgust, like she was shooing away a literal fly. Ling Xiao finally noticed Kekshu and Yaki. When his eyes locked onto Kekshu, a flash of pure anger and jealousy crossed his face. Yaki just ignored him and ran straight to Yu Yao. She knew her best friend was super stubborn and would absolutely lose her mind if pushed too far. Yu Yao, chill, Yaki said, her voice sounding like a breath of fresh air. instantly cooled down Yu Yao's fiery temper a bit. Seeing Yaki step in, Ling Xiao glanced at Keishu with a cold, calculating look, trying to read the room. He took a deep breath, holding back his rage, and growled, "Fine, I will leave. But you know this wedding is way bigger than just the two of us. Our families want you back in Kyoto immediately, and the wedding preparations are already starting. In 3 days, I am taking you back." He glared at Kikshu and Yaki one last time, fixing his collar, stormed out with his two shadow-like bodyguards trailing behind him. The door slammed shut, cutting off all the drama from the outside world. The second he left, Yu Yao's badass energy completely evaporated like a popped balloon. She broke down and threw herself into Yaki's arms, crying her eyes out, absolutely sobbing. It was honestly heartbreaking to watch. Between heavy gasps, she started letting out all her bottled-up pain. "Yaki, what am I supposed to do? No matter where I hide, they always find me. I literally told them 3 times that I am not marrying him. Why are they doing this to me? Just because the Yi family is rich and powerful, they think they can do whatever they want." Tears were streaming down her face like a broken dam, leaving Kekshu standing there completely shocked. He had never seen her lose her cool like this. Her usual playful, mischievous self totally gone. He could tell this forced marriage was a massive, crushing weight on her shoulders, and she had been bottling it up for way too long. She tried running away, but the pressure always caught up. Now she was finally hitting her breaking point. Chapter 37, Moving In With You. Yaki wanted to help her friend, but she was completely powerless. Being from a rich family herself, she knew exactly how soul-crushing these arranged marriages could be. Yaki patted her back to comfort her, saying, "Look, Yu Yao, you have already run 99 miles to escape this marriage. Why not take that final step and fight back?" Just like that, Yu Yao stopped crying instantly, processing Yaki's words. "I am so sorry, Kishu Yaki," she mumbled, wiping her face. "Sorry you guys had to see me make such a fool of myself." Her face was still tear-stained, but her eyes suddenly lit up. Grabbing Yaki's hand like a literal lifeline, her expression did a complete 180-degree turn. The sadness was instantly gone, placed by a sneaky puppy dog look. "Yaki, my sweet sister, this place is compromised now that Yeling Xiao found it. I do not care, I am moving into your place. Please adopt me." "I swear," she said, raising 3 fingers to make a solemn vow, "I will not get in the way of your sweet love life with Kekshu. I can sleep on the couch, I can sleep on the floor, I will even be your personal chef and hype woman. Just please do not make me look at that guy's face ever again, okay? Yaki, pretty please." She blinked her big, teary eyes, acting as cute and dramatic as possible, showing her true chaotic nature. Yaki was completely speechless at how fast she changed her mood, instinctively looked over at Kekshu. Kekshu frowned a bit, and since Yu Yao was sharp as a tack, she caught his reaction immediately. Her eyes darted, letting go of Yaki, and rushed right up to Kiju. She put her hands together, bowed, and spoke with absolute sincerity. "Brother-in-law Kiju, I promise I will be like absolute heir. You will not even notice me there, and I am a legendary cook. Yaki can vouch for me. Please have mercy and rescue this poor, innocent girl from a forced marriage. I am literally begging you." She actually bowed down to emphasize her point. When she looked up, a hilarious mix of begging, mischief, and desperation on her face. Yaki looked at her best friend being absolute chaotic energy, then saw how tired Kekshu looked, purred to him. "Keshu, she is really in a tight spot here." Keshu looked at Yu Yao's face, which practically screamed, "I am staying with you guys no matter what." And hearing her rapid-fire promises, his frustration actually faded away because of her funny antics. He sighed helplessly, feeling a bit lighter, said in a tired voice, "All right, stop acting. It is Yaki's apartment anyway, and you two are best friends. I do not mind, you can stay with us." He paused, looking out the window where Yiling Xiao had just left, his eyes turning cold. "But honestly, your fiancé does not look like the type to just give up easily. All hail Atian, you are my light, my savior, my actual goat." Zhang Yuyao instantly bounced back to full health, making her previous tears and snot look like a total illusion. Cheered, jumped up and slapped her chest like an absolute boss. "Don't sweat it. Whatever they throw at us, we throw it right back. Your girl Yu Yao is built different. If she dares to mess with you, watch me delete her and send her back to character creation. Just give me 5 minutes, and I'll whip up the most fire feast for you guys." Watching Yu Yao zoom into the kitchen like a literal hurricane, Yaki let out a sigh of relief. She turned to Kikshu and said, "Ah, Tian, Yu Yao is always like this. Don't take it personally, okay?" Pekshu just shook his head. He glanced at the staring customers, grabbed Yaki's hand, and found a quiet table. Yaki sat right next to him, gently leaning her head on his shoulder in silence, being there for him. Moments later, the waiter brought out the food and drinks. Kekshu immediately poured himself a glass and downed it in one shot. Seeing this, Yaki's heart sank. "Ah, Tian, are you still stressing over the Long family?" Kekshu nodded slightly, his brows furrowed deep in thought. It was obvious his mind was racing. The old head of the Long family sending people to Rongcheng right now meant he definitely heard about what that trash couple, Chen Yaji and her husband, did, and he was clearly disgusted by it. But I don't really get his move here, Kikshu muttered, sounding completely exhausted. I mean, at the end of the day, they're supposed to be family. Seeing him like this, Yaki gently put her chopsticks down and stood up and poured him another glass herself. Her moves were so gentle and elegant, like she was trying to wash away all his worries with that single pour. Look, from what I know about the old man, Long Zhenbang, he's actually a super honorable guy. He hates corrupt stuff and has a very strict moral compass. If he finds out you're his actual biological grandson, there is zero chance he'd let Chen Yaji get away with her insane toxic behavior. Yaki's voice was like a soothing breeze, trying to calm his chaotic mind. Her words hit deep. Kikshu froze, his mind drifting back. If Yaki was right and the old man was actually a decent person, then his motives made perfect sense. Since Kishu refused to accept him as his grandfather, the old man wasn't going to force things or harass him. Respected his boundaries. But as the family head, he had already made his stance loud and clear. Having Long Yin drag Chen Yaji back to Kyoto by force, that was the ultimate power move to show whose side he was on. Kekshu lit a cigarette, staring out at the chaotic city traffic and bright neon lights. Unless that parasite Long Oxuan gets kicked out of the Long family permanently, Kishu muttered. I don't care how honorable the old man is. I am never calling him grandfather. As for Chen Yaji and Long Yunming, I'm completely done with them. What they did was unforgivable. Hearing this, Yaki gently placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to give him some warmth. She gave it a reassuring squeeze. She was an outsider, but she knew exactly how much agony and betrayal was hidden behind his cold words. Seriously. If anyone else got stabbed in the back by their own biological parents like this, they would have completely lost their minds. Yet Kikshu was somehow keeping it together. Ah, Tien, she said softly, looking him straight in the eye. If things get too out of hand, just say the word. I'll get my dad to step in and handle this for you. Totally serious, waiting for him to agree. But Kikshu instantly waved his hands. No, no way. Getting your dad involved in this mess? That's way too much. This is my personal drama, and it involves the massive Long family. It's not right to drag him in. But Yaki wasn't backing down at all. She actually looked a bit hurt and upset. Why not? I'm your girlfriend. Your problems are my problems, unless you don't actually see me as your future wife. Hekshu was completely stunned, totally speechless. He opened his mouth to explain, but the words got stuck in his throat. Because deep down, he knew she hit the nail on the head. Marriage was the last thing on his mind. He had literally just divorced Jiang Shue, and his biological parents turned out to be total trash. His life was a complete dumpster fire right now, so how could he even think about getting married again? Plus, he felt this whole situation hadn't escalated to the point where her dad needed to get his hands dirty. Honestly, he wasn't even ready to meet her dad yet, but now Yaki was basically throwing him into the deep end. Chapter 38, showing no mercy. Yo, what are you two whispering about? The vibe in here is so sus. Just then, Yuyao walked out carrying a massive bowl. It was her absolute masterpiece, steamed sea clams in clear chicken broth. This was a legendary top-tier local dish. The broth was crystal clear and packed with fresh flavor, making the clams taste unbelievably tender and crispy. Yuyao set the bowl down, and seeing their gloomy faces, she immediately tried to hype them up. Why are you guys just sitting there looking depressed? Dig in. She was suddenly back to her high-energy self, like she hadn't just been bawling her eyes out 5 minutes ago. My treat tonight. Let's get some good food in you to wash away the trauma, even though things just got 10 times crazier. Playfully stuck her tongue out, then gave a cheeky grin. But seriously, my private kitchen has the most fire secret recipes in town. You guys are gonna love it, guaranteed. Staring at Yu Yao, who was basically a human cheat code for curing bad vibes, Kekshu felt the heavy ice around his heart start to melt. Just being around her chaotic, positive energy was actually super comforting. He let out a tired but genuine smile. Alright, then I definitely have to try it. Yaki sat back down and immediately ladled a bowl of hot soup for him. Kikshu drank it in silence. While the warm broth warmed up his chest, it couldn't touch the absolute ice in his eyes. Yaki kept giving him worried looks, barely touching her food. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, who was literally sobbing her eyes out earlier, downed another half bowl of soup like a champ. She wiped her mouth, and her big, expressive eyes started darting back and forth between the two of them before locking onto Kisio. Atian, I heard you guys ran into some major trouble today. She put her bowl down, her loud, playful voice suddenly turning serious and protective. If anyone's messing with you, tell me. I got your back. Before Kishu could even answer, Yaki jumped in. It's insane. During dinner tonight, she stopped herself, looking over at Kishu to make sure it was okay to speak. Once Kekshu gave her a slight nod, she spilled the whole story. How Chen Yazi tried to play the biological mother card to force Kekshu to donate his own kidney to save their precious adoptive son, Long Asp. Yu Yao was so pissed she slammed her chopsticks onto the table. No way, how does that old witch even have the nerve to ask that? Ah, Tian, is she actually your biological mom? Her voice was filled with pure disgust. Pei Kashu's hand froze midair, making the soup in his spoon ripple. He didn't look up, just let out a low, raspy yeah. Oh my god, seriously! Yu Yao slammed her hand on the table so hard the dishes rattled, making Yaki almost drop her chopsticks. Where does she get the audacity? She literally abandoned you to die back then and never even bothered to look for you. She clearly didn't give a single damn about you. Now that her precious adopted son's kidneys are failing, she suddenly remembers you exist? That is actual villain behavior. Straight up trash, less than human. This is making my blood boil. Zhang Yuyao kept raging, absolutely roasting them with zero mercy, while Zhao Yaqi finally set her chopsticks down. Her brows furrowed as pure rage flared in her clear eyes, mixed with deep heartbreak for Gu Kashu. Tian, Yuyao is right. She doesn't deserve to be called a mother. What she did today was just she couldn't even find a vile enough word, her chest heaving with fury. She is selfish to the core, cold-blooded to the max. She only cares about her adopted son, but did she think about you for even a second? Giving up a kidney is no joke. It puts your health at risk for the rest of your life. What gives her the right? Just because of some DNA when she never even raised you? Bloodline? Gu Kashu finally looked up, a completely mocking smirk playing on his lips. Smile was ice cold, but a deep storm of pain and raw anger swirled in his eyes. That stuff is utterly worthless to me. Her, and that so-called father, whose name I can't even be bothered to remember, they've been dead to me for a long time. Gu Keishu's voice wasn't loud, but every word pierced like an icicle, dripping with pure hatred. Exactly. Say it louder. Zhang Yuyao instantly backed him up, leaning in closer and dropping her voice, though her tone was still pure fire. Wait, that Long Ying guy is one of Old Man Long's personal enforcers. What did he mean by those parting words? The Long family owes you an explanation? Explaining what, and how? No way they're actually trying to claim you back, right? Zhang Yuyao looked like she had just seen a ghost while Daoyaki fell into deep thought. I was wondering about that too. Old Man Long has massive influence in Kyoto, sending his trusted right-hand man to stop Chen Yaji, publicly cutting ties, even saying the family owes Tian an explanation that's highly suspicious. Is he genuinely disgusted by what Chen Yaji and her husband did? Out of some sense of justice. Or she paused, looking at Gu Kikshu. Or does he finally see your true value now? Chu Shintek is going straight to the moon, and Xiao Ai is absolutely exploding in popularity. Zhang Yuyao scoffed, her face full of sheer disdain. I bet my life it's the second one. These wealthy families are beyond fake. Tian, you're the hot new tech billionaire right now. Everyone wants a piece of you, and the Long family probably wants to steal the fruits of your labor. Now that you're winning, that old man suddenly thinks his abandoned grandson is useful? Keep dreaming. Where were they before? She got more worked up by the second, as if she was the one they wanted to harvest a kidney from. That old geezer is trash too. If he had a single ounce of decency, where was he 20 years ago? He let his own son and daughter-in-law throw their own flesh and blood away like garbage. Now he sends some guy to play nice and expects everything to be swept under the rug? Not a chance. If you ask me, sending Long Ying wasn't even to help you. He probably just didn't want that idiot Chen Yaji making a massive scene and ruining the family's reputation, so he rushed to clean up her mess. That promise of an explanation is just a cheap cover-up. Zhao Yaqi nodded in agreement. Yu Yao has a point. Old Man Long is likely just trying to protect the family name. And by having Long Ying emphasize that you aren't officially confirmed as family yet, he's drawing a clear line. He wants to make sure your existence doesn't cause any drama for them. Basically damage control, or a sneaky way to test the waters. Zhao Yaqi looked at Gu Kashu, her eyes filled with warmth and fierce loyalty. Tian, whatever the Longsei family is planning, don't let it get to you. We don't need their charity, and we definitely don't need their fake, calculated love 20 years too late. You have me, you have Sushin Tech, and everything you built with your own hands. They don't deserve you. Yaqi is so right, Zhang Yuyao nodded aggressively, proudly slapping her chest. Tian, ignore all that absolute garbage. Screw the Long family, they're just a bunch of hypocritical snakes, each one darker than the last. And that Chen Yaji, straight up peak trash, a VIP of the scumbag world. Even wild beasts protect their young, but these monsters threw their own son away, treated an adopted kid like gold, and now they want to rip out their real son's kidney. That trash couple deserves to get struck by lightning, run over by a truck, and choke on their own spit. She was completely popping off, dragging them to the absolute mud, showing exactly how much she despised Chen Yaji and her husband. Listening to the two girls, one calmly dissecting the Long family's schemes, the other unleashing absolute fire on his trash parents, the icy hatred and humiliation in Gu Kishu's heart somehow started to melt away under their chaotic, warm-hearted rage and their ride-or-die support. Looking at the pure worry and protective look in Zhao Yaqi's eyes, and then at Zhang Yuyao, face was completely flushed red from defending him. The tight knot of tension inside him finally began to loosen. He picked up his spoon, taking another sip of the warm soup, and this time the warmth actually spread all the way to his icy chest. "All right," Gu Kexiu said, setting his spoon down. Though his voice was still deep, the raw anger was gone, replaced by a quiet fatigue. "They're not worth wasting your breath on." Gu Kexiu looked at Zhang Yuyao. "Your cooking is actually really good." Zhang Yuyao blinked, then grinned ear to ear, her angry rants instantly vanishing as her playful, quirky self came right back. "Told you, I'm cracked in the kitchen. Want another bowl?" She eagerly grabbed the ladle while Zhao Yaqi let out a soft sigh of relief. A gentle smile appearing on her face put some of Gu Kexiu's favorite food on his plate and eat up. Around the small table, the suffocating tension from earlier was slowly washed away by Zhang Yuyao's explosive rants, Zhao Yaqi's gentle, protective presence. The dark shadow of the Long family still loomed, and the trauma from his toxic parents wouldn't just vanish. But right now, in this cozy corner filled with the delicious aroma of home-cooked food, Gu Kexiu knew he wasn't fighting solo. He had people to protect and people who had his back no matter what. And that was more than enough. As for the Long family and their so-called explanation, a cold glint flashed in Gu Kexiu's eyes. He had his own path to walk, and he didn't need their approval, let alone their fake, calculated guilt trip. His future was entirely in his own hands. If the Long family knew what was good for them, they would back off. If not, he wouldn't hesitate to crush them and make them pay a heavy price with zero mercy. Chapter 39. You want Gu Kexiu's life? Just as Gu Kexiu and Zhao Yaqi brought Zhang Yuyao back to the Huayu Tiangong Villa district, Chen Yazi was dragged back to Kyoto by force. Inside the massive, ominous main hall of the ancestral Long estate, a terrifying storm was brewing. The heavy red sandalwood doors slid open silently as if pushed by an invisible hand. Two guards in black, looking cold and hard as iron, stood like silent mountains. With blank faces but ruthless efficiency, dragged a struggling, utterly terrified Long Oxwan into the hall like a sack of garbage. Long Oxwan's body slammed hard onto the floor, making a heavy thud. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet on all fours, his voice breaking into a sob as sheer disbelief washed over his face. "Grandpa, what is going on? What did I do wrong?" His eyes darted around in absolute panic, as if searching for any lifeline to save his skin. Yet he didn't dare to look directly at the old man sitting on the grand, high-backed chair. The patriarch of the Long family, Long Jinbang, had hair as white as snow and a stern, weathered face. Wearing a simple classic suit, his posture was dead straight, standing there like an absolute mountain. But with his mouth shut tight and his brow furrowed, he radiated an aura that would give anyone chills. He didn't even speak right away. He just used his cold, icy eyes that had seen it all, stare down at Long Oxwan. That glare was so sharp, it felt like it was cutting straight through to his filthy soul. Over in the corner, Chen Yaji had also been dragged back to the estate. She was shaking all over like a scared little bird. But the second she saw Long Oxwan being dragged in like absolute trash, she lost it and screamed. "My baby, my precious Xiao Swan." She went completely wild, rushing over to him with panic all over her face. "What are you doing? Let him go." "Dad, what is the meaning of this?" She reached out to help him up. But before she could even touch him, the family butler shut her down with one terrifying glare. "What am I doing?" The old man finally spoke. His voice wasn't even loud, but it rumbled like thunder, suffocating the entire room. "You should ask your precious adopted son about the insensitive things he has been doing." Long Oxwan's face went completely pale. Stuttering and shaking, he gasped out, I didn't do anything. "Grandpa, it's Gu Kexiu. He must be framing me. He hates me because I took what? Your mother's sad excuse for motherly love?" Patriarch sneered, his gaze cutting like a razor-sharp blade. "Or did you take his spot as the heir? You actually think nobody can see through your toxic trash schemes?" "Dad, how can you say that about him?" Chen Yaji lost her mind, her voice screeching so loud it could pierce eardrums. "Xiao Swan is sick. Kidney failure. It is literally a death sentence. He needs a transplant to live, and that heartless Gu Kexiu is just standing by, letting him die. It is fine if you do not want to help us, but how can you attack him like this?" She was completely hysterical, tears streaming down her face, trying to play the victim. But the old man was not buying any of it. He cut her off, his voice exploding like a literal bomb in the room, making the whole room ring. "Kidney failure?" The old man glared, looking at her in absolute disbelief. "You actually believe he has kidney failure?" It was like he just heard the biggest joke on earth. Full of rage, his weathered hand slammed down, smashing the solid wood table. Boom, the table literally jumped in the air before crashing back down, shaking the entire floor. Everyone went dead silent, absolutely terrified. Chen Yaji stumbled back, her face turning pale as a ghost. "You absolute fool," the patriarch roared. "Open your eyes and look at this. Look at your precious son's official medical report from yesterday." Right on cue, the butler stepped up with a thick folder. He walked right up to them and ruthlessly threw the file onto the floor like a piece of garbage. The papers scattered everywhere, and the diagnosis on the front page was right there, staring them in the face. Kidney function, 100% normal, zero signs of disease. No way! Chen Yazi was completely shell-shocked. She froze on the spot, her eyes popping out as she stared at the paper. Fake, it has to be fake. Xiao Xuan is mom, don't look. Long Oxuan went into full panic mode, lunging for the papers, but the bodyguard slammed him back down. Sweating buckets, his face pale as paper, he desperately scrambled for an excuse. It was a misdiagnosis. The first doctor messed up. I went to another hospital and got cured. Grandpa, you have to believe me. Misdiagnosis? The patriarch laughed, but the sound was colder than ice. Long Oxuan, do you think I am some senile fool who cannot verify a basic medical report? Or did you think bribing a few corrupt doctors to fake a terminal illness would work forever? And keep playing your idiot parents like puppets to do your dirty work? He stood up, old, but still standing straight, his presence absolutely suffocating the room. He slowly walked down the steps, closing in on the shivering trash on the floor and his brain-dead mother. You were never sick. You faked the whole thing, putting on a show to play your parents like a fiddle for sympathy. You knew she only felt guilty about abandoning my real grandson, Gu Kashu, and just wanted to use him. You used her stupid obsession with you, manipulating her into forcing Gu Kishu to give up his kidney. What kind of sick monster are you? His words hit her like a massive sledgehammer. You wanted to murder him, the old man spelled it out. You knew the risks. You knew the surgery could easily go wrong. You knew it would permanently ruin his body. You knew that once he agreed to give you a kidney, his health would be trashed and he would be completely ruined. You are just terrified of him coming back and taking your sad little spot. You tried to use your idiot mother as a weapon to destroy my family's only real bloodline. You even planned a medical accident to make sure he never left that operating table alive. No, Grandpa, that is not true. I did not do it. Long Oakswan was completely exposed, losing his mind. He was crying, begging for mercy, and desperately shaking his head. Meanwhile, his mother stood there frozen. She stared at the paper, then at the adopted son she gave everything to. The kid she treated like her own. The kid she literally tried to sacrifice her own biological son for. Seeing his ugly, panicked face now, a freezing chill went straight down her spine, leaving her teeth chattering. Xiaosuan Yu, you actually lied to me? Her voice cracked in pure shock. You were never sick. You wanted to murder my real son. Mom, no. Grandpa is lying. The trash was trying to deny it. Lying? The patriarch barked, eyes full of pure disgust. Long Oxuan, your cheap tricks aren't even worth a single finger of Gukeju. You are just a rat playing dirty in the gutter. He ignored him. The trash wasn't worth his breath. The patriarch turned his icy glare to the broken mother, who looked like she had aged 10 years, and then to the corner where his silent son Long Yuming was standing. The old man had achieved legendary military glory, yet his son was this brain dead. It made his chest heave with rage. Chapter 40. No one gets to touch him. And you, the patriarch exploded like a volcano, pointing at his son. You absolute idiot. You let an adopted rat play you like a fiddle. Seriously? You abused and tortured your own flesh and blood for some fake, evil scammer who isn't even family? Even wild beasts protect their own kids, but you guys? You're absolute trash, worse than animals. Long Yuming didn't even dare to look up because he's been terrified of his dad since he was a kid. And his wife, Chen Yeji, she was literally shaking from the scolding, completely overwhelmed by the sheer shock and shame. She was about to pass out. Long Yunming's face went totally pale, his lips trembling, but he couldn't even squeeze out a single word. Meanwhile, the old man, Long Zhenbong, was breathing heavily, absolutely losing his mind with rage. The grandpa took a few deep breaths, trying to force down his exploding anger, but his eyes got sharper and darker. He locked his gaze onto Chen Yaji and Long Yunming, staring them down like a predator. Right then, a terrifying thought wrapped around his mind like a freezing snake. He asked them, when you told me the kid was lost back then, was that really just an accident? Voice went bone-chillingly cold, cutting straight to the marrow. He said, I'm reopening the investigation. I don't buy for 1 second that a baby just disappeared right under your noses by accident. For so many years, there was zero trace of him. The entire Long family used all their massive resources and couldn't find a single clue. You tell me, does that sound normal to you? Step by step, the old man closed in on the pale-faced couple. Every single word he dropped felt like a massive hammer. He called out, Chen Yaji, Long Yunming, tell me the absolute truth right now. How did that child actually go missing? His eyes were sharp like poison blades, and his voice boomed like absolute thunder. Sheer chill in his voice was unreal. Did you two heartless monsters throw him away yourselves just to hide some dirty secret? Did you actually want him gone forever? Boom! Talk about a plot twist. This shocking accusation hit them like a bolt of lightning. Chen Yazji's vision went black, and she let out a blood-curdling shriek. She completely collapsed onto the floor, shaking like a leaf. Long Yunming looked like he'd been struck by lightning. He staggered back, slamming straight into a cold pillar. Face lost all color, his lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with pure terror and disbelief. The entire hall went dead silent, except for Grandpa Long. His cold, judging gaze felt like solid ice, freezing the blood in everyone's veins. The truth behind the kid's disappearance, which had been buried for over 20 years, could be violently ripped open today by the old man's insane fury and terrifying accusations, exposing a bloody, ugly secret. The grandpa's ruthless questions shattered their last bit of hope like a poison icicle. The silence in the room was deafening, like even the air itself had frozen solid. Dad, how could you even think that? Long Yunming was the first to snap out of his panic. His voice was cracked and hoarse, sounding totally humiliated and terrified. He cried, "He's my own flesh and blood. Like you said, even beasts don't eat their own kids. How could I ever throw him away? It was really just an accident. The nanny was careless and we searched everywhere." An accident? The grandpa roared, spinning around instantly. Sharp, hawk-like eyes locked onto Long Yunming, staring straight into his soul. "Long Yunming, look me in the eyes and say that again. Tell me, was it really an accident?" Long Yunming felt like an invisible giant hand was choking him. His excuses got stuck in his throat, and his face went from pale to a ghostly gray. Cold sweat instantly broke out all over his forehead. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound, his eyes dodging nervously as his body shook. "Dad." "No, we didn't throw him away. You have to believe me." Chen Yazi wailed, completely breaking down on the floor. Her expensive makeup was ruined by her tears. Expensive designer clothes were covered in dust as she literally crawled on all fours, trying to grab the old man's pants. She screamed in pure desperation, "It was my fault. I was careless. I was careless and lost him. I searched for so long, Dad. I've been living in absolute regret, but I never wanted to throw him away. I never wanted to hurt him. He's my own baby." Her sounded so real and desperate, like she was pouring out over 20 years of buried guilt all at once. But as the grandpa watched them putting on this massive, dramatic show, trembling and the other crying her eyes out, the last spark of hope in his heart completely died. Sure, he didn't have solid proof, but he had spent his entire life dominating the business world and seeing right through people's lies. Long Yunming's guilty look and Chen Yaji's hysterical crying were just a cheap act to hide their terror. To him, this fake drama was louder and clearer than any physical evidence, and way more obvious. "Enough," the grandpa roared, swiping his hand like he was brushing off a disgusting fly, pushing Chen Yaji away. His voice wasn't even loud, but it carried the cold, absolute authority of a final judgment. He said, "Cut out this disgusting performance." He didn't even want to look at them anymore, like it would literally burn his eyes. He glanced over at Long Oxwan, who was slumped on the ground like hot garbage. Then he looked at the other family members shaking in the corner, too scared to even breathe. Finally, his eyes landed on the old butler. "Long Fu," the grandpa called out. His voice was calm again, but it had a freezing undertone. "Yes, master." The old butler bowed instantly and replied. Pointing coldly at the couple and the trash lying on the floor, he ordered, "Get these three out of my sight. Throw them out. Dad, Father, Grandpa." All three of them cried out at once. But the old man didn't even blink. He just said coldly, "Are you deaf? I said throw them out. From today on, none of these three are allowed to set foot in this mansion ever again without my permission." "Understood," the butler said without hesitation, signaling the guards. Several muscular stone-faced guards immediately rushed in, moving fast and taking action instantly. Two guards grabbed Long Oxwan, who was completely limp, whimpering like a baby, crying out for his mom. Another two dragged up Chen Yaji as she kicked and screamed, along with a completely lifeless Long Yunming. "Dad, you can't do this to us." "Let me explain, it really wasn't us." "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me." "Long Fu, let go of me. I'm a member of the Long family." Their pathetic cries, begging, and useless excuses echoed through the massive hall, sounding absolutely pathetic. But the guards were like cold machines. They ignored the struggles and dragged all three of them straight to the front doors. The heavy wooden doors swung open, letting in a blast of freezing night air. Long Yunming was shoved outside, his expensive suit totally ruined and his hair a complete mess. He looked pathetic, totally lost his rich guy vibe. Chen Yaji was dragged out like a crazy lady. Her expensive pearl necklace snapped, sending pearls scattering everywhere as her hair flew wild. Desperate screams were swallowed by the icy wind. As for Long Oxwan, he was dragged out like a literal dead dog and tossed onto the freezing pavement, shivering. Boom! The massive doors slammed shut behind the three of them, cutting off the warm light inside and leaving them to rot in the freezing cold. It is officially over for them. Just like that, they are completely cut off from the core of the Long family's power. The entire hall goes dead silent, and the rest of the family? Bro, they are literally holding their breath, looking at the floor, absolutely terrified of triggering the old man's legendary wrath. Long Zhenbang stands there, back to the door, hands behind his back. Under the dim lights, his rigid posture casts a long, lonely shadow on the ground. Outside, those desperate muffled cries still pierce right through the heavy wooden doors, stabbing his iron-hard heart like needles. He slowly closes his eyes, and what does he see? Not those three pathetic trash who just got kicked out, but a memory from over 20 years ago. A tiny, chubby baby in a little tiger onesie, flashing vaguely in his mind. That was his only true grandson. Instant regret wraps around his heart like a freezing venomous snake. Long Zhenbang ruled the massive Long family with an iron fist, believing he had nothing to apologize to the world for. But this kid, his lost grandson who suffered through absolute hell, he owes him way too much. Back then, he was so drowned in family business that he barely disciplined his son and daughter-in-law and didn't even look deep into how his grandson got lost. He thought it was just a normal case, believing the OP Long family could easily find him. But year after year passed, zero news. He finally got suspicious, but with no hard proof and snake-like relatives blocking him, he couldn't dig deeper. Just coping, straight up avoiding the dark truth he couldn't face. But today, Chen Yaji's brainless meltdown, Long Oxuan's snake-ass plotting, and Long Yiming's obvious guilt? Absolute reality check. The final hammer that completely shatters his coping mechanism. Long Zhenbing realizes pain. He robbed that kid of a peaceful childhood, of his rightful name, and over 20 years of protection and love from his actual bloodline. And most of all, he owes him justice and the truth that is over 20 years late. Gu Tianshu. He silently calls the name in his heart, clenching his old fists so hard inside his sleeves, knuckles turn white. A wave of suffocating guilt and raw pain crashes over him. He snaps his eyes open. No more doubts, no more hesitation. Just pure rock-solid resolve and endless pain. Long Ying, he calls out in a low, heavy voice. Not loud, but it cuts right through the dead silent hall. Instantly, a man in black merges out of the shadows, bowing. "Master," he whispers. Long Zhenbang doesn't even look back. His eyes seem to pierce through the heavy walls, locking onto distant Wrong City, onto the grandson he failed for over 20 years. Voice is slow, heavy, carrying the absolute authority of an emperor ordering a hit. Handpick your best men and get to Wrong City immediately. Starting today, 24/7 shadow protection for Gugu Tianshu. Nobody touches him. Anyone who dares to touch a single hair on his head, his voice suddenly drops to absolute zero, dripping with literal blood. I don't care who they are or what powerhouse they belong to. Kill them on sight, understood. Without a single second of hesitation, Long Ying accepts the order and vanishes back into the shadows. Long Fu, the old man, calls out next. The loyal head butler Long Fu steps up. "What are your orders, master?" Long Zhenbang's eyes narrow, his voice sharp as a blade. "Reopen the case on how my grandson got lost. Find that nanny at all costs. Alive or dead, I want to see her. Do it secretly. There is no way that was a damn accident." Understood. Even Long Fu's face turns savage. Silence takes over the hall once more, leaving only the sound of the old man's heavy breathing. He slowly turns around, staring at the empty doorway. The crying outside has finally died down, replaced only by the freezing autumn wind. Whatever he owes that kid, he is going to pay it back with interest. The true heir of the Long family, his own flesh and blood, nobody touches him ever again. As for the snakes crawling around inside this house, and the 3 garbage ex-family members outside, a terrifying cold light flashes in his eyes. The real cleanup is just getting started. Chapter 41, Faked and Acting Helpless. Back at the Long family estate, that massive wooden gate symbolizing wealth and absolute power slams shut right behind them, cutting off Long Yinming, Chen Yaji's, and Long Oxuan from everything, leaving them freezing in the autumn wind in pure despair. The freezing night air cuts right through Chen Yaji's expensive designer clothes, making her shake like a leaf. Her broken pearl necklace is scattered all over the concrete, looking like frozen tears under the dim streetlights. Long Yunming looks totally broken, his expensive suit wrinkled and his hair a total mess. Where is the legendary dignity of the Long family's second master now? Gone. Long Yiming's chest is heaving, absolutely losing his mind with rage. He is about to explode at the adopted son who dragged them into this abyss. But wait. Long Aswan moves first. Boom! He drops straight to his knees on the freezing concrete with insane speed. He grabs Chen Yazi's legs for dear life, his face completely pale, instantly putting on a show of total heartbreak, fear, and fake regret. Tears start gushing out like a broken dam. "Mom, I messed up. I really know I messed up." He screams and cries, shaking like a leaf in the wind, acting like he is the real victim here. "I didn't mean to lie to you guys, I swear. I didn't want to hurt Gu Tianshu. I was just so scared." He looks up, eyes all red and puffy, looking incredibly innocent, clinging to her like a terrified kid. "Mom, I always knew I was adopted. You guys were so kind to take me in and give me this amazing life. I've always been so grateful. I love you guys like my real parents. But when I found out Gu Tianshu was alive and that he was this absolute genius who started Chuchen Tech and became a tech god, I just panicked. I was so terrified. He starts sobbing, acting completely helpless. I was so scared you guys would find him and bring him home. I thought once you got your real son back, you'd throw me away. I didn't want to go back to being an unloved, abandoned orphan again. Mom, Dad, that life was a nightmare. I was just so scared of losing you guys. He is literally bawling his eyes out, covered in snot and tears, shaking like crazy. He hugs Chen Yazi's legs like his life depends on it. I lost my mind. I heard kidney failure was super serious and needed a transplant. So I thought I could use that to scare Gu Tianshu off. I wanted him to think we'd be a massive burden to him so he wouldn't want to come back. That way, he'll be your only son. Mom, Dad, I never wanted him to die. I was just too terrified of losing you both, so I did something incredibly stupid. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, beat me, hate me. This fake-ass performance, painting himself as some victim terrified of losing his family, is honestly masterclass manipulation. The acting? Absolutely disgusting. Anyone with a brain can see right through this fake-ass manipulative clown show, but he's playing his cards perfectly. He's trying to pass off a literal attempted murder plot as a simple mistake because he was insecure. He's spinning his deadly malice against Gu Tianshu, some twisted loving attachment for his adoptive parents. And guess what? Chen Yaji's brainless toxic motherly love gets instantly triggered. Oh, my poor baby, Xiaoshuan! A second ago, Chen Yazi was losing her mind with anger in front of the old man after being lied to. But the moment she sees Long Oxuan looking like a helpless, abandoned puppy, her heart completely melts, like zero resistance. Total heartbreak completely wipes out whatever brain cells she has left. Forget being a classy, rich lady. She throws herself down and locks the kneeling Long Oxuan in a massive hug. Tears are literally streaming down her face. You silly boy, you are such a fool, she cries, desperately patting his back. How could you even think that? You are my absolute world. How could Mom ever abandon you? I love you too much to ever let you go. I would do literally anything for you. Bro, she completely forgets that this kid's lies almost got her biological son killed. She forgets the old man's terrifying interrogation. Her mind is completely blank except for this poor, mistreated adopted son in her arms. Talk about blind love. Even Long Yunming's massive rage somehow dies down when he sees his wife sobbing over the kid and hears Long Oxuan's emotional speech about being scared of being kicked out. Honestly, he never cared about Qin Tian anyway. In his head, Qin and Tian was probably just a giant headache. Seeing this heartwarming family reunion and hearing how understandably scared the adopted son was, any anger he had left just vanishes. He starts thinking, well, the kid had no choice, and we did raise him for so many years. He lets out a massive sigh, walks over, squats down, and pats Long Oswan on the shoulder, sounding totally exhausted but clearly letting him off the hook. All right, stop crying. As long as you know you messed up, it's fine. From now on, man, what a heartwarming show. Apology and forgiveness playing out on a freezing autumn street. But it is actually just pure cringe and stupidity. The few people walking by are just staring at this crying family like, what is wrong with these weirdos? But plot twist, this entire dramatic little circus was caught on camera and sent straight to the big boss, Long Zhenbang's phone. Boom! Long Zhenbang watches the video and instantly smashes his phone to pieces. Those absolute clowns, getting played like a fiddle by an adopted kid. How on earth did I raise such brainless dogs? I'm going to have a stroke. Seeing this, Long Fu rushes over to hold him steady, looking super worried. Master, please, calm down. You can't let them ruin your health. He winks at the servants to hurry up and get some tea. In no time, a steaming hot cup of tea is brought over. Long Fu takes the cup and gently holds it up for him. Master, have some tea first to soothe your throat. Once the old man's rage dies down a little bit, Long Fu drops the real news. Master, I just heard that young Master Qin Tian is actually hanging out with Shen Li Kun's daughter, and honestly, they're looking pretty serious. Things keep going this way, you might be a great-grandfather sooner than you think. Long Zhenbang instantly freezes, stopping his teacup mid-air. His eyes go wide as he stares at Long Fu like he cannot believe what he is hearing. It takes him a solid minute to snap out of it. Finally, a rare smile creeps onto his face. Wait, the Shen Li who got kicked out of the family by old man Shen? Long Fu nods instantly. Yes, sir, him. Don't let his past fool you. Today, he is a massive tycoon in Magic City, worth tens of billions. Long Zhenbang chuckles, takes a slow sip of his tea, and smiles. That kid always had real backbone, throwing away his entire family legacy back then just for a woman, and now look at him, hitting the jackpot. Seriously, respect. Chapter 42. Having a wild card at home is actually pretty fun. Meanwhile, over at Shen Yuchu's villa in the Huayu Tiangong district, the vibe is completely different. The warm lights in the living room keep the cold outside. Qin Tian is slumped on the massive soft couch with his eyes closed, looking completely drained and still carrying a hint of dark energy. Shen Yuchu is sitting quietly right next to him, gently massaging his temples with her soft fingers, her eyes filled with nothing but pure love and comfort. pen. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao is acting like a queen inspecting her new kingdom. She is wandering around the room, touching everything and making impressed noises. Yuchu! Your place is literally so cozy and classy. It puts my apartment to absolute shame. I can't believe you were secretly hiding a gorgeous villa like this. She picks up a cute little ornament, puts it down, and scans the room before locking eyes on the two on the couch, especially Qin Tian, who looks like he is about to fall apart from exhaustion. Suddenly, her mischievous side kicks in. She bounds over to the single armchair and flops into it like a boneless cat, grabbing a fresh apple from the fruit bowl. She takes a loud, crunchy bite and chews while giving Qin Tian a super judgy look. Hey Tian, she calls out, breaking the quiet vibe. I gotta say, your stamina is kinda weak, bro. Qin Tian doesn't even open his eyes, completely ignoring her. Shen Yuchu gives her a gentle glare. Yuyao, stop it. Tian had a really long day. Tired? Zhang Yuyao raises an eyebrow dramatically and snipes the apple core straight into the trash can across the room. Then she leans in closer with a massive smirk, lowering her voice just enough so everyone can hear. No way, Tian. How long have you been living in Yuchu's cozy little paradise now? Look at this massive villa. Look at this perfect romantic setup. And look at our gorgeous Yuchu walking right in front of you every single day. And you guys are still sleeping in separate rooms? She stretches out the words, looking between them suggestively before locking her gaze on Qin Tian. She gets dead serious and drops the ultimate question. Tian, don't tell me you have some hidden performance issues? Bro, we need to get you some stamina supplements. She emphasizes the words super loudly, giving him a knowing wink. Shen Yuchu, who was just walking over with a cup of warm water, instantly turns bright red. Her hand shakes so hard the water almost spills, and she starts coughing like crazy. Qin Tian snaps his eyes open, a vein literally throbbing on his temple as he gives Zhang Yuyao a death stare. Like, what is actually going on inside this girl's head? Zhang Yuyao, Shen Yuchu screams in pure embarrassment, slamming the cup down to cover her mouth. What on earth are you talking about? Zhang Yuyao easily dodges her hands, laughing as she jumps behind the couch to drop another bomb. Oh, come on, Yuchu, why are you being so shy? I am literally just looking out for Tian's future happiness, which is basically your future happiness. Zhang Yuyao proudly beats her chest like she is the ultimate wingwoman. Tian, don't be shy. We are all family here. If you are having some issues, just say the word. Your girl here knows some amazing traditional doctors who can cure literally anything. One pill and you are good to go. Or, pauses dramatically, her eyes sparkling with pure mischief as she lowers her voice to a loud whisper. If you are too shy to make the move on Yuchu yourself, do you want me to help you out? Like, I could totally get her drunk for you, or maybe slip a little something into her milk. I guarantee it will seal the deal instantly. Pretty genius, right? She winks, begging for a compliment. At this point, Shen Yuchu is so embarrassed she wants to literally disappear into the floor. Her face is as red as a ripe tomato. She starts chasing Zhang Yuyao around the room, trying to hit her, while Zhang Yuyao just easily dodges. Qin Tian watches this chaotic show play out in front of him. She's literally screaming, "Save me," and joking about being a total baddie. The whole living room was just buzzing with life and chaotic laughter. Gu Keishu's nerves, which had been on edge all day, got completely smoothed out by all this playful banter and cozy chaos. His lips couldn't help but twitch upward, all that icy rage and heavy exhaustion to melt away in this noisy, warm vibe. Gu Keishu picked up the glass of water Zhao Yaqi just set down, took a warm sip, and watched the hyperactive, high-energy troublemaker jumping all over the place. Then he looked at Zhao Yaqi, blushing crazy but full of life, chasing her bestie around. Honestly, having a class clown in the house wasn't a bad thing, at least it wasn't quiet. But as for her saying he couldn't perform, a helpless smile flashed in his eyes. Yeah, definitely better to drop that topic. Meanwhile, outside the villa, the night was pitch black, so dark it could swallow anything. A figure like a ghost blending into the shadows was standing silently in the branches of a banyan tree, completely still, like he was part of the night. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, scanning the brightly lit villa windows through the thick leaves. He could see all the peace and cozy chaos inside perfectly. Once he confirmed everything was clear, he vanished like a phantom as if he was never even there. It was Dragon Shadow. Moving through the dark, he led his ride-or-die squad, silently guarding this little world. Following the old master's orders, they had this entire zone on lockdown. But just as Dragon Shadow let his guard down, earpiece buzzed with an urgent report. Dragon Shadow 1, we've got a suspicious figure at the 7 o'clock direction. Shadow 2 has eyes on the target. Judging by his movement, he's definitely pro-trained. Danger level is high. Boss, do we engage? Instantly, Dragon Shadow went into high alert. He whipped out his night vision scope, aiming it right at the 7 o'clock direction. Boom. A shady figure instantly popped into view. The guy was moving insanely fast and agile, like he knew the layout perfectly. He was being extremely cautious. Dragon Shadow's heart skipped a beat, his predator eyes locking onto the shadow. An assassin, he muttered. The earpiece buzzed again with urgent voices. Boss, do we take him? He's getting too close to young Master Gu's villa. Shadow 2 is in position. Shadow 3 is ready to strike. Dragon Shadow's eyes narrowed, cold anger dripping from his voice. Do it quietly. Zero noise. Take him out. Roger that. Shadow 1 copy, Shadow 2 copy, Shadow 3 copy. Chapter 43. What use is this dumb woman anyway? At a high-end VIP club owned by the Yi family in Wrong City, inside the VIP suite, insanely expensive red wine was spilled all over the handmade Italian carpet, leaving a deep purple stain. Shattered crystal glass was scattered everywhere. In the dim and moody lighting, the glass shards gleamed coldly. The air was a heavy mix of strong booze, expensive cologne, and a nauseatingly sweet scent. Yiling Xiao was sitting there bare-chested under a loose bathrobe, showing off his toned chest. He leaned back on a massive leather sofa, face so dark it was terrifying. His eyes were burning with pure rage and violent energy. At his feet, two girls in revealing clothes were shivering and kneeling on the floor, faces pale with fear. One of them actually had a fresh red slap mark on her cheek. Just a few minutes ago, they were doing everything they could. Please their rich client, trying to calm him down after he found out Zhang Yuyao was hiding out at Zhao Yaqi's villa. But honestly, Yiling Xiao was a straight-up beast when he lost his temper. Any minor annoyance would set him off. Get lost, he growled through his teeth. It wasn't loud, but the killing intent, she actually managed to escape that hellhole of a VIP room. Once the door slammed shut, cutting off the wild party music outside, there was nothing left but Yiling Xiao's heavy, raging breath. He snatched up a half-empty bottle of hard liquor from the table and took a massive, angry gulp. The burning liquid went down like fire, scorching his throat and stomach, but it couldn't even touch the absolute rage burning in his chest after being disobeyed and abandoned. Zhang Yuyao, the girl Yiling Xiao set his eyes on, actually had the nerve to reject him over and over again. She even moved straight into another guy's house just to avoid him. Like, who the hell does this Gukashu think he is? Just some lucky upstart who got rich off a bit of cheap luck and smart tricks. What right does he have? Why does Zhang Yuyao trust and rely on him so much? Just thinking about where Zhang Yuyao is right now, probably chilling in Zhao Yaqi's villa, laughing and talking Tom with Gukikshu and Zhao Yaqi, or maybe even Ye Xiao clenched his fists so hard his knuckles literally popped with a loud crack. He wanted to destroy everything in sight. Right at that moment, his phone tossed in the corner of the couch started vibrating like crazy. When Yiling Xiao looked at the screen, his face twisted in disgust. It was Long Oxuan, that absolute loser who just got kicked out of the Long family like a stray dog. Why is this clown calling him now? Yiling Xiao was totally annoyed and about to hang up, but then a thought hit him. Long Oxuan and Gu Qishu had some major beef, like a straight-up blood feud. Well, the enemy of my enemy is a friend, right? A dark, wicked look flashed in his eyes. With absolute disgust but ready to use him as a pawn, picked up and spat into the phone with a cold voice. Yo, Long Oxuan, you better have a damn good reason for calling me, or else. On the other end of the line, Long Oxuan spoke in a low whisper, but his voice was dripping with pure hatred and desperation, sounding totally pathetic after getting kicked out. He panted, "Young Master Yi, please don't be mad. I've got something huge for you." About Gukashu, a golden chance to absolutely ruin him. Oh? Hearing that he could ruin Gukashu actually calmed Yiling Xiao down a bit. He leaned back on the couch, getting comfortable, and smirked, looking down on him like he was trash. All right, let's hear it. Though what can a pathetic stray dog like you actually do? Long Oxuan choked on his words, his breathing getting heavy with frustration. Burning hatred quickly overcame the humiliation. He replied, "Young Master Yu, even a fallen giant has some power left. I still have cards to play, and I know Gukeshu's ultimate weakness." His weakness? Yiling Xiao scoffed, obviously not buying it. "Oh, absolutely. It's his ex-wife, Zhang Shue." Long Oxuan hissed like a venomous snake, his voice dripping with pure malice. "She's completely hit rock bottom right now, working some dead-end job at a trash-tier company in Wrong Cities and drowning in debt. But the best part? She absolutely hates Gu Qishu to the core." Yiling Xiao narrowed his eyes, finally getting interested. "What use is a brainless woman like that to me? Young Master Yi, desperate women make the perfect weapons." Long Oxuan's voice turned cold and incredibly manipulative. "She's completely broke and has literally nowhere left to run. If we just give her a little taste of cash, fan the flames, and trigger her massive hatred for Gu Qishu, she'll do whatever we want. Spreading absolute lies, making up rumors, or even start major drama at Chuchen Tech and exposing him to the media. She can even crash his current girlfriend Zhao Yaqi's place to cause a massive scene. We can completely ruin his name, trash his company, and leave him with absolutely nothing." Long Oxuan was getting more hyped by the second, like he could already see Gu Kekshu completely cooked and ruined. "Young Master Yi, just think about it. The Jiang family has already leaked the news. As long as Jiang Yuyao doesn't go back to her family to marry you before the wedding, they're going to completely disown her. But even with that threat, she's still choosing to dodge you. It is all because of Gu Gashu and Zhao Yaqi, right? If we just destroy Gu Gashu's reputation and completely ruin him, he will look like a total loser drowned in endless drama right in front of her. Once she loses her only backup, she won't have any other choice. She can't run anymore. At that point, she'll have to crawl back and marry you. Shushan technology, it'll basically be a free meal sitting right in front of you, ready for you to take whenever you want. Honestly, this pitch hit the exact spot Yiling Xiao cared about the most. And even Jiang Yuyao, but even more, he wanted to absolutely crush Gugashu. He wanted to show her that her precious protector is actually weak as hell. Yiling Xiao's went quiet for a few seconds. The only sound in the room was his fingers tapping the sofa. Talk about a tense silence. Then a cold, brutal smirk crept onto his face. His eyes were literally glowing like a hunter watching his prey fall right into a trap. "Jiangshu?" he asked, his voice returning to that arrogant, control-freak tone. She is completely broke in Rongcheng right now. Her tech company went under, and even her villa and assets are seized. My guys have been tracking her every move. Long Oxian promised right away. Perfect. Yiling Xiao stood up, walked over to the massive window, looking down at the freezing neon lights of the city. Long Oxian, guess you are actually useful for once. He laid down the law over the phone, sounding incredibly cold and calculating. Find her right now. Bring her to me as fast as possible, and tell her someone is willing to pay her. Tell her she can get her comeback and even get revenge on her trash ex, Gugashu. As long as she behaves and plays along, we will ruin Gugashu's life at all costs. We're going to make sure he's cooked forever. Yi Lingxiao paused, his voice turning ice cold as he added, if you need to, give her some extra pressure. Let her know that crossing us will make her life 10,000 times worse than it is now. Don't worry, young Master Yi, I got this. I'll turn that clueless woman into the ultimate weapon to destroy Gu Geishu. Long Oxian hyped himself up, already tasting the sweet revenge. Yi Lingxiao just scoffed and hung up. He stared out at the flashing lights of the city. His eyes were pitch black, like a straight-up abyss. Gugashu, Zhao Yaqi, Jiang Yuyao, do you guys really think you're safe hiding in that luxury villa? And that AI system, Xiao, it's all going to be mine. The game is just starting. I'm going to show you exactly what happens when you mess with Yi Lingxiao, or try to touch my girl, especially you, Gu Geixu. I'm gonna strip you of everything and make you watch in pure despair. As I crush everything you hold dear, piece by piece. He pulled out his phone and dialed another contact, his voice freezing cold. Ah Wei, get to Rongcheng right now. I need you to handle something for me. Fast. Urgent. Understood, young master, came the icy response. Back in the VIP room, the shadows fell over his face, making him look like a savage beast waiting to rip its prey apart. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui, who is basically the definition of clown of the year, has absolutely no idea. A massive web of pure hate, greed, and elite-level malice quietly closing in on her and her ex-husband, Gu Geishu. Chapter 44, Fierce Reflections. But check this out, Yeling Xiao has no clue that Long Oxian already set up a trap for him. Thinks he's a genius, but he's literally being played like a fiddle, just a tool to take out Gu Geishu. Plot twist! Long Oxian already hired professional hitmen. Even if the hit fails, they're going to frame Yi Lingxiao. Talk about a dirty play. Meanwhile, Gu Geishu was taking a hot shower, trying to wash away all the toxic drama from the Long family and clear his head after a crazy day. The hot water hit his skin, but it couldn't wash away the heavy weight crushing his mind. Throwing on some comfortable clothes, Gu Geishu headed straight to his study. The massive curved monitor lit up with a soft blue glow, highlighting his sharp jawline and deep hyper-focused eyes. He left the main lights off, keeping only a single desk lamp on. The warm light hit his face as he sat in front of the setup. In the absolute silence, the sound of his mechanical keyboard was popping off. Sounded like a rapid drumbeat. Lines of insane code were flying across the screen. He was optimizing Xiaoai's core algorithm. Now that Chushan technology was at the top, was the ultimate play to secure his throne. It was the only thing keeping him grounded. His goal? Upload the entire main system directly to his smartwatch. That way he could control his AI ghost assistant anytime, anywhere. He was totally in his element here. His fingers were absolutely flying across the keys. His eyes were sharp like an eagle, scanning for any tiny bugs or room for optimization. In this moment, nothing else existed. Just him, the screen, and the code. Suddenly, the study door cracked open. Zhao Yaqi, wearing a soft silk gown, slipped inside barefoot like a quiet cat. She saw Gu Geishu locked in from behind, his broad shoulders tense, radiating pure stay-away energy. The warm glow of the lamp hit his hair, but his vibe was still ice cold. Her heart literally ached for him. Knowing everything he went through today, the trash parents who hurt him, and how he's just using work to block out the pain. She didn't say a word, she just crept up behind him. She could smell the fresh, clean scent of his shower, mixed with his own unique vibe. She stared at his long, powerful hands flying over the keyboard. Time stood still. The only sound was the clacking keys and the loud beating of her own heart. After what felt like forever, Gu finally finished a major block of code and took a quick break. In that exact split second, Zhao Yaqi summoned all her courage, reached out her trembling hands, and wrapped them around his waist from behind. She gently rested her cheek against his broad, tense back. Gugashu instantly froze, the typing cut off. He could feel the warmth, the softness, and the slight trembling against his back. Zhao Yaqi's sweet, warm presence completely broke through the icy fortress he had built around himself. Yaqi? Is that you? His voice was low and raspy, totally caught off guard. He didn't turn around, his body still rigid as a board. She didn't say a word. She just squeezed him tighter, pouring all her love, warmth, and silent support into him. She nuzzled her face against his back like a cute kitten. Suddenly, a rush of warmth completely broke down his logical defenses. All the coldness, anger, and fatigue he had bottled up all day found an exit. It turned into a burning desire that almost consumed him. He spun around so fast it caught her off guard, and she looked up straight into his deep, intense eyes. Spun around in a flash, catching her completely off guard. Before she could even react, he pulled her in close, and his eyes reflected the wild kiss that was about to go down. Look at his eyes. They are absolutely burning with a crazy amount of passion. It is like a dormant volcano just exploded. 0 words spoken. Zhu Qishu grabs the back of her head, wraps his arm around her waist, and pulls her in like he owns the place. The sheer strength here is insane. Zhao Yaqi lets out a tiny gasp, but he immediately shuts her up with a fiery, breathless kiss. Oh my god, kiss is straight up wild and out of nowhere, pure fire. He is dominant, hungry, and completely out of control. Gukshu takes over completely, stealing her breath and everything else. Zhao Yaqi's brain literally short-circuits. After the shock, a crazy shiver runs down her spine. She can feel his burning heat melting her down, and his possessiveness is on a whole new level. His dominant energy, totally overwhelming her. She struggles for a split second, not because she wants to stop, but because this is just way too intense. But within seconds, instinct takes over. She lets out a soft moan, wraps her arms around his neck, and starts kissing him back like crazy. She stands on her tiptoes, tilting her head back to take in his absolute storm of a kiss, trying her best to match his insane energy. Her heart is pounding like a bass drum, and her blood is rushing. The only sound in the quiet study is their heavy, messy breathing, the quiet, wet sounds of their kiss, and the soft rustle of clothes. The temperature in the room is off the charts now, pure tension. Meanwhile, the cold computer screen keeps glowing with a faint blue light, showing these two completely locked in. Logic is gone, and the heat is rising. Outside, the wind is rustling through the trees. A shadow, completely blending into the dark, is standing there. It is Long Ying, his eyes sharp as a hawk, putting through the night to lock onto the warm light on the second floor. He can see the two silhouettes locked in a tight embrace, but his face is stone cold. His eyes are focused like a machine, scanning the area for any threat. Palms crackle with a voice from his subordinate. Yo, Long Ying, young master Gu Keshu is cracked. Miss Zhao is easily over 100 pounds, and he just lifted her with one arm while his other hand is putting in work. Damn. All right, eyes up, focus on the perimeter. The assassin we caught just confessed. The hit was ordered by a guy named Yiling Xiao, trying to take out young master Gu Keshu. Yiling Xiao, Long Ying gets instantly triggered. He whips out his phone to report this straight to Long Fu. His only mission to protect this bloodline that the Long family failed for over 20 years. As for the romance drama going on inside, he does not care. His world is strictly about orders and staying on guard. Anyone trying to start something is getting shut down instantly. Chapter 45, Accidental Collision. The crazy fire in the study is finally put out by Gu Keshu's insane willpower. Just as his hand instinctively slips under her nightgown, touching her warm, soft skin, she lets out this soft, helpless sigh, and it hits him like a bucket of ice water, snapping him back to reality. Gu Keshu freezes, pressing his forehead against hers, breathing super heavily. His chest is heaving, and his eyes are a total battlefield of self-control. Zhao Yaqi slowly snaps out of her daze, feeling how tense he is. She feels a sudden wave of disappointment like she just fell from the clouds. Honestly, she wants him bad, wishing she could heal his trauma and show him how much she cares. But she knows him. He just got out of a trash marriage, and he has got a lot on his mind. No need to rush. She wants to give him all the time and space he needs. Breathing softly, he reaches up to touch his face, her hand still warm. Her voice is a bit raspy, but so sweet. Shoo, it is okay. We can take it slow. She takes a step back to give him some breathing room. Gu Keshu closes his eyes, and when he opens them, fire in his eyes is under control. He pulls her back into his arms, but this time it is just a super gentle, protective hug, resting his chin on her head. I am sorry, Yaqi, he mutters. You do not have to say sorry, she says, hugging him tight. burying her face in his chest, listening to his heartbeat. I will wait. Those 3 words are soft, but they mean everything. They just hold each other for a long time, till their heartbeats slow down. The tension melts into a sweet, lingering warmth. She gently fixes his messy collar, gives him a quick, cute kiss, and then blushes hard, running back to her room like a startled deer, leaning against her door. She lets her face turn completely red, but she is smiling with sheer determination. Fast forward to 1 in the morning. The whole villa is dead silent except for the study. Gu Keishu hits the enter key and boom, the massive wall of complex code finally compiles. Final optimization for the Xiaoai core algorithm is done. He is absolutely exhausted, but he feels like a god right now. He lets out a huge breath, leans back, and rubs his temple. He is starving, and his throat is bone dry. Gu Keishu shuts down the PC, turns off the lights, and sneaks downstairs. The first floor is pitch black, but he hears a noise coming from the kitchen with a faint light. Thinking it is Zhao Yaqi, he creeps closer. Right at the doorway, he sees a girl bending over, rummaging through the fridge. Her nightgown shows off her crazy curves, and her long legs are practically glowing in the dark. Looking for a midnight snack, he asks. Second he speaks, she whips her head around. They lock eyes, and the air instantly freezes. It is Zhang Yuyao. Definitely did not expect him to be up. She is frozen mid-bend, with half a piece of toast in her mouth, holding a milk carton, completely shocked. Dim light, she looks like a startled cat with wide eyes. Gu Keishu is stunned too. In a split second, she tries to jump up, while Gu Keishu tries to step back. But they move at the exact same time. Boom! Her head slams straight into his chin. Ouch! Both of them yell out in pain. She is seeing stars, losing her balance, and falling backward. Zhang Keishu gasped from the pain and instinctively reached out to catch her. But oh boy, that was a huge mistake, because his strong arm wrapped right around Zhang Yuyao's insanely soft, slender waist. Thanks to momentum, Zhang Yuyao fell straight back, crashing completely into his chest. Talk about a plot twist. His arms were suddenly full of her warmth, and their bodies were pressed tightly together from chest to thigh. Time literally stopped. Gu Keishu could feel everything. Her warmth, that insane softness, and a sweet, fresh scent that was totally different from Zhao Yaqi. It was wild, energetic, and completely intoxicating. As for Zhang Yuyao, she felt like she had just slammed into a solid, burning wall. His pure masculine power completely overwhelmed her. Through her thin pajamas, she could feel his chest rising and falling, radiating pure heat. Suddenly, a massive jolt of electricity, like a high-voltage shock, surged straight through her entire body. She went totally numb from head to toe. Her heart felt like it was grabbed by an invisible hand and then let go, pounding so hard it was about to burst right out of her chest. It was a totally new, overwhelming feeling, a wild spark that made her completely lose her cool. This was way more intense than any of her usual playful teasing. Gu Keishu completely froze too. The fire he had barely managed to suppress in the study was suddenly hit with a bucket of gasoline. Feeling her energetic body pressed perfectly against his, he was ready to explode. All the restraint and comfort he felt with Zhao Yaqi was completely shattered by this sudden forbidden tension. I am so sorry. Zhang Yao jumped back like she just touched a hot stove. Moving so fast, she kicked up a breeze. In the dark, her face instantly flushed bright red all the way to her ears. She scrambled to grab the toast out of her mouth, almost dropping her milk carton in the process. Gu Keishu muttered, "It is fine. Do not worry about it." Keishu's voice was tight. He gulped, forced himself to look away, and walked over to the tap. He poured a glass of ice-cold water and chugged it down. Cold water slid down his throat, but it did absolutely nothing to cool him down. The tension in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife. To break the awkward silence, he rasped, "So, you are hungry too?" "Oh yeah, kind of." Zhang Yuyao kept her head down, nervously ripping the crust off her toast. She could not even look at him, her heart still beating like crazy. They just stood there in the silent kitchen. One chugging water, one nibbling toast, with the air thick with pure unadulterated tension. That electric touch from just a second ago was still burning on their skin. Chapter 46. A Forbidden Thrill. "Hey, Shu?" Zhang Yuyao called out softly, her voice shaking with nervousness. "But hey, this is Zhang Yuyao we are talking about. She is always the wild card." After a brief moment of panic, her playful side started kicking in. She rubbed the back of her head, trying to play off the pain from the crash. But her movements were totally stiff. Her usual tomboy attitude was gone, replaced by a soft, teasing tone she did not even realize she was using. "Did that hurt, by the way? My head is pretty hard, you know." She forced a playful smirk, trying to look totally unbothered. But she could not help but steal a glance at Gu Keishu, trying to read his reaction. Gu Keishu set his glass down and locked eyes with her. He saw right through her calm act, noticing her flushed cheeks glowing under the dim light. Her eyes were shifting nervously. In that split second, he realized she looked insanely attractive, completely different from her usual tomboy self. Having suppressed his urges all night, and with that sudden skinship, his self-control was practically zero. Gu Keshu smirked, his eyes turning predatory without him even realizing it, stared straight at her soft red lips. Yeah, pretty hard, Gu Keshu rasped, his deep voice dripping with pure tension. But honestly, the softer parts felt way better. Zhang Yuyao's heart practically skipped a beat. Under his gaze, her chest was pounding so hard she could barely breathe. Her face flushed bright red, looking like a total blushing mess. But there was no way she was going to let him see her flustered. She forced herself to stay cool, even boldly arching her back to hide her panic. A playful spark flared in her eyes, as if saying Zhao Yaqi is literally upstairs. Even if you want to do something, do you actually have the guts? But behind that sassy look was a hidden spark of anticipation, like a shooting star, quick but unforgettable. She smirked, giving him a sly look. Oh, so you are not satisfied yet? Did not get enough upstairs, so you want to use me as a backup? A backup? Gu Kegshio's voice deepened instantly. Chest rose and fell with his heavy breathing. Who do you think I am? He did not expect her to be this bold, and her little provocation just threw matchsticks into his fire. Flash of raw desire hit his eyes. He took a massive step forward, his towering frame completely trapping her in his shadow. The sheer pressure was suffocating, making her breath catch in her throat. She wanted to back away, but her feet were frozen to the ground. Gu Keshu leaned down, his hot breath brushing against her ear. His voice was deep, dangerous, and completely unhinged. You really think you are just a backup? Her heart was hammering like crazy at his sudden boldness. She tried to slip back, but her hips hit the kitchen counter. She was totally cornered. Tilting her head up, she stared into his burning, dark eyes. The raw intensity in them was terrifying, but honestly, it kind of thrilled her too. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat went completely dry. Right then, Gu Keshu leaned in and slammed his lips onto hers in a fiercely dominant, passionate kiss. Her eyes went wide, and her mind went completely blank. Instinctively, she started struggling, pushing against his solid chest and letting out a muffled protest. Whoa, Shu, are you crazy? But his kiss was like a savage storm, purely punishing and venting. He forced his way in, completely dominating her and stealing her breath away. Overwhelming heat and intense masculinity hit her like a shot of strong liquor, completely paralyzing her senses. Her resistance melted away, and feeling her soften up, he pulled her in even deeper, making the kiss absolutely breathless. He locked his hand behind her neck, while his other arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her so close it felt like he wanted to melt her into him. She completely stopped fighting. A crazy rush of forbidden excitement, mixed with pure dizzying guilt, washed over her like a tidal wave. She could literally hear her logic breaking down. In a total daze, her hands on his shoulders stopped pushing and started holding on for dear life. She leaned up on her tiptoes, closed her eyes, and began to match his wild energy, kissing him back. Their lips locked in a deep, heavy embrace, the soft sounds filling the room and making it insanely hot. This was wild, chaotic, and dangerously forbidden. And right there, under the dim kitchen light, everything changed. Bro, their bodies are locked together, kissing so intensely it feels like they are literally sucking out each other's souls. Time completely stops, and honestly, they've lost track of how long they've been at it. Could be minutes, could be seconds. But the moment Gu Kexu's lips slide down her jawline to her delicate neck, icy feeling snaps Zhang Yuyao right out of her trance. It's a tear, her own tear. Talk about a reality check. The sheer guilt and absolute shame of betraying Zhao Yaqi hits her like a truck, drags her straight out of that heated moment. No, Zhang Yuyao uses every ounce of her strength and suddenly shoves Gu Kishu off her. Pushes him so hard that he actually stumbles back, completely caught off guard. Zhang Yuyao is gasping for air, her chest heaving, lips totally swollen, and her eyes are filled with pure panic, shame, and deep pain. Tears are rolling down her flushed cheeks as she looks at him and says, Ashu. Her voice is completely cracked and she's crying, totally snapped back to reality. We can't do this. We absolutely cannot. She aggressively wipes the tears from her face, giving Kingshu one last look filled with mixed emotions, the thrill, the pain, and the final reality check. She tells him, Yaqi is my best friend. Leaving that absolute bombshell of a line that cuts right through their tension, Zhang Yuyao runs out of the kitchen like she's being chased by a monster. Her frantic footsteps fade away as she flies up the stairs, dashing into the second-floor guest room and slamming the door shut. But honestly, that secret thrill leaves her feeling a bit conflicted. Meanwhile, Gu Kishu is left all alone in the kitchen. Her sweet scent and that lingering romantic tension are still hanging in the air. Gu Kekshu leans against the cold counter, slowly wiping the wet tears off his lips. That cold feeling finally cools down his overheated brain. He stares at the empty doorway, totally filled with regret, confusion, and a deep, exhausting burnout. Chapter 47. You don't have to hold back. In the bathroom, cold water is splashing over Gu Keishu's face, but it does absolutely nothing to put out the wild fire burning inside him. He grips the edges of the sink, water dripping down his tense jawline, dripping onto the tiles with an empty, hollow sound. His fingers touch his lips, still slightly numb from Zhang Yuyao's kiss. That soft, wild, and raw response is literally burned into his mind. Honestly, whether it's Zhao Yaqi or Zhang Yuyao, he has to admit they are both absolutely top tier. The insane chemistry and the literal electric shocks shooting through him keep replaying in his head on a loop. Yaki's warm, soft touch, her dazed eyes, and her soft sighs. These two completely different but incredibly tempting women are like a toxic poison taking over his mind. They're completely tearing down his self-control, and he's about to lose his mind. He needs to release this tension. He needs to dump this burning fire out before it consumes him completely. Splash! Kishu shoves his entire face into the icy cold water. The freezing shock hits him instantly, giving him a quick second of clarity. Bro is trying so hard to lock in and stay calm. Right then, the bathroom door slowly creaks open. It's Zhao Aki. She's wearing a silky slip nightdress, standing there barefoot and completely quiet. The warm hallway light highlights her perfect silhouette. She definitely heard him down here. Her eyes lock onto Gu Kashu's wet hair, his tense back, and that very obvious, heavily suppressed wild energy. But wait, she's not shocked or mad. Her eyes are crystal clear and so gentle. She already knows exactly what is going on, and she's ready to risk it all because she genuinely cares about him. Yaki walks right in and softly shuts the door behind her. She steps next to Gu Keishu, not even looking at how messy he looks in the mirror. Instead, she reaches out her soft, cool hand and gently places it over his tensed hand resting on the sink. Then her voice drops to a whisper, like a feather brushing against his heart, slightly trembling but completely clear. Are you hurting? Gu Kexiu instantly freezes up, lifting his head as water drips down his face. He looks in the mirror and locks eyes with her. Her usually clear eyes are absolutely burning with desire right now. Yaki tilts her head up, looking right into his chaotic eyes without flinching. Her cheeks turn a beautiful shade of red, and her voice has this crazy, straightforward vibe that is pure temptation. I am ready. She bites her lower lip, looking at him like she's trying to soothe a wild beast. You do not have to hold back for me. Boom! That line is the final spark to the gunpowder barrel. Gu Keishu's last thread of sanity completely snaps under Yaki's lethal temptation, especially with the crazy chaos Zhang Yuyao just left behind. All that heavy tension and nowhere to let it out, he is done trying. Control, responsibility, timing, throw all of that straight out the window. Gu Keishu spins around Softy, splashes water everywhere. His deep eyes are now filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated hunger, burning like a wild beast that just spotted its prey. Yaki's heart skips a beat from the sheer intensity of his gaze. She instinctively takes a step back, but Gu Keishu is too fast and grabs her by her slender waist. Yaki, his voice is incredibly raspy. You won't regret this. Before she can even answer, he crashes his burning lips onto hers, completely taking over. This is not that restrained, gentle kiss from the study. This is pure, wild dominance, like he wants to literally devour her. Yaki barely lets out a soft gasp before she gets swept away by the storm. Her mind goes totally blank, but her body instantly melts into him, wrapping her arms around his neck as she tries her best to kiss him back. Gu Keishu's kiss is borderline punishing, but it's so intense it lights up a fire inside her. Temperature in this tiny bathroom is rising fast. The cold tiles are already fogging up from the heat radiating off them. Clothes are just getting in the way now. Gu Keishu's hands slide down under her nightdress, tracing the curves he has been dreaming about. Yaki's breathing is completely shattered as she shivers under his touch, letting out soft, quiet gasps. She feels like a tiny boat lost in a massive storm, and her only anchor is this guy erupting like a literal volcano, going down fast and heavy. Gu Keishu presses her against the cold tile wall, the heat of their skin clashing with the cold tiles, making it even more intense. Yaki throws her head back, completely giving in to his wild kisses. She has officially stopped thinking, just letting her instincts take over to feel this crazy, long overdue moment. No words needed, just heavy breathing, quiet sighs, the rustling of clothes, and the intense sounds echoing in the small room. Under the dim, warm light, these two are completely locked together like vines, riding the wave all the way to the top. After what feels like forever, the storm finally settles down. Gu Keishu held her tight. Joyaki was completely putty in his arms, her cheeks flushed red and her eyes totally dazed. Their hearts were beating like crazy, pounding like thunder. It was a wild rhythm against each other's chests. Instead of letting her go, Zishu leaned down, slid one hand under her knees, the other behind her back, and scooped her up like she weighed nothing. Princess Carrie activated. Yaki let out a soft gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her burning face in his solid chest. She could feel the pure power from his tense, muscular arms, burning hot body heat. Carrying her, Zeshu strode right out of the steamy bathroom, through the silent living room, straight to her bedroom on the second floor. The door shut behind them. On the soft bed, he gently laid her down like she was his most precious treasure. Bu leaned down, staring into her misty eyes and flushed, swollen lips. His eyes were wild with raw passion, but there was also a deeper, undeniable bond between them. It wasn't just a wild, lust-driven explosion like in the bathroom. It was natural, deep, and incredibly intimate, a perfect connection. The shoe gently kissed away the tears from her eyes, slowly but surely pulling her close again. Yaki welcomed him with a soft, satisfied sigh, holding on to him and letting them both completely melt into one. Outside, the night was pitch black. Under the shadow of the banyan tree, Long Ying stood like a silent guardian. His sharp eyes scanned the warm, glowing window on the second floor, casting the silhouette of two people locked in a tight embrace. He looked away with a blank face, continuing his patrol in the dark. Inside the villa, things were getting absolutely wild and steamy, but outside, a dangerous storm was quietly brewing. Chapter 48, Miss Zhang's Morning Rage. Meanwhile, in the guest room on the second floor, Zhang Yuyao buried her head under the blanket, trying to block out that insanely annoying, non-stop noise. The walls weren't soundproof at all, and every single sound leaked straight into her room. Heavy breathing, muffled groans, the rhythmic squeaking of the mattress, and even Yaki's tearful, breathless whispers of ZZ. It was like literal needles dabbing right into Yu Yao's eardrums and wrecking her peace of mind. She squeezed her eyes shut, but her body was completely tense, and her cheeks were burning red. Her brain was literally replaying that crazy, sudden kiss in the kitchen like a movie. Zeshu's burning touch, absolute alpha energy, his strong arms locked around her waist, and that electric shock of pure pleasure she had never felt before. Every single detail was crystal clear, hitting her nerves with a scorching heat over and over. It felt like a shot of the strongest tequila, leaving her totally dizzy. Replaying it now just made her heart race, but she absolutely hated herself for wanting more. She tried so hard to push him away. She knew it was wrong, a total betrayal of her best friend, Yuchu. But why? Why was her body still remembering that feeling? Why was her heart beating like crazy? Why, hearing Yuchu in the next room, sounding so incredibly happy, did she feel this painful sting of jealousy in this weird burning heat? Arg! Yuya let out a frustrated groan, slamming the pillow over her face, tossing and turning like a fish out of water. The noises next door were non-stop, and every single squeak reminded her of that wild kiss and how messed up her head was. For 2 whole hours, she felt like she was being roasted alive, forced to listen to a live show in the dark, suffering absolute torture. When the noise finally stopped, she was completely drained, covered in sweat, just staring at the ceiling, and only fell into a messy sleep right before dawn. When the morning sun finally peeked through the curtains, Yuyao dragged herself out of bed with massive dark circles under her eyes, her legs feeling like absolute lead. Her hair was a total bird's nest, and she was still wearing the nightgown Zeishu had completely wrinkled, looking like a total zombie who got her energy drained. The living room was quiet, and she instinctively glanced at the master bedroom. Still closed. Guess the 2 main characters from last night's wild marathon were still asleep. She rolled her eyes, her frustration and jealousy instantly spiking. She walked to the kitchen and grabbed a glass of ice water, chugging it down to cool her raging temper. Right then, the master bedroom door swung open and Zekshu walked out. He was only wearing loose sweatpants, showing off his shredded chest and abs, looking totally relaxed and satisfied. And right there on his neck, near his collarbone, a fresh, bright red hickey, flexing like a medal of honor. Seeing him look so fresh and fully charged, while she looked like a total trash zombie in the mirror, her anger instantly exploded. She slammed her glass onto the table with a loud crash, breaking the morning silence. Zekshu looked over, seeing her massive dark circles and a face that screamed, "Don't mess with me." He raised an eyebrow, about to ask if she had a bad night. Well, aren't we up early, President Gu? Yu Yao snapped first, her voice dripping with pure sarcasm. She crossed her arms, judging him from head to toe, her eyes locking onto the hickey on his neck. Working so late last night, and working overtime on optimization, yet you're still this energetic today. Seriously, President Gu, your stamina is on another level. I'm literally so impressed. She made sure to emphasize the words work, overtime, and optimization, dripping with heavy shade. Zeshu was totally thrown off by her sudden attitude, but immediately realized what she meant. He felt a bit awkward, but quickly played it cool. Walking over to the table, he poured some water, said calmly, "Yuyao, you look like you didn't get any sleep. Rest well?" Yuyao went off like a cat getting its tail stepped on, her voice instantly hitting a high note, completely triggered. "Thanks to you and Yuchu, I slept amazingly." Seriously, the noise next door was wild. She smirked, mimicking the sounds from last night, squeezing her throat to mock them. "Oh, Zay, stop, be gentle. Oh, Zay, you are so amazing." She did a perfect super annoying impression, just to push his buttons. Zhang Yuyao. Zeishu's face darkened, his voice dropping with a clear warning. Having their private moments mocked like this was way out of line. "What, you did it, but you're too scared to hear about it." Yuyao snapped back, glaring at him with her tired eyes. 2 whole hours is Didn't you guys install a little motor in that bed? Or did you take some crazy performance enhancers? Have you ever thought about the single person next door? My ears are literally bleeding and my heart was beating out of my chest. This is a noise violation. Absolute noise pollution. I'm making a formal complaint. She got angrier with every word, remembering the pure torture of listening to that all night and how messed up she felt after that kiss. Seeing that glaring hickey on Gu Keishu's neck, oh, it was over. The sheer jealousy and rage boiled up inside Jiang Yuyao and she just snapped. Yaki is way too shy to say anything, but me? Jiang Yao pointed straight at Gu Keikshu, completely in crash-out mode. Listen to me, Keikshu, if you guys dared to putting in overtime and making all that noise tonight, I will, okay, she actually ran out of threats. Girl was completely tongue-tied, but Gu Keikshu, he just stared at her looking all ruffled and cute. Her cheeks were flushed red, her chest heaving, and those sleep-deprived eyes were literally burning with pure rage. Suddenly, the memory of their wild make-out session in the kitchen last night flashed in his head. Bro's throat went dry, his eyes darkened, and he blurted out in a low, husky voice, "Oh? You'll what? Do what we did last night all over again?" No way, Bro really just said that. It was an instant mute button for Jiang Yuyao. Her whole rant just glitched out. Her eyes went wide, staring at him in absolute shock as her face turned bright red. The memory of that kiss hit her like a truck. The heat of his body, the way his lips tasted, that electric spark that made her entire soul shiver. Yeah, her anger was completely gone, replaced by pure panic. "You jerk!" she yelled, half blushing, half furious. She grabbed an empty coffee cup off the table and hurled it right at his head. Obviously, she missed, and the cup just thudded onto the carpet. But right at that moment, bedroom door swung open. Enter Zhao Yaki, wearing a matching silk nightgown, rubbing her eyes with that sleepy post-nap glow. She looked totally satisfied and slightly flushed, but when she saw them standing there, facing off with a coffee cup on the floor, she was so confused. "Wait, what's going on, Yuyao? Why do you look so pale?" But when Yuyao looked at Yaki, especially when she spotted those faint hickeys on her neck, seeing her look so spoiled and loved while she herself spent the whole night suffering in silence, oh, the jealousy and heartbreak hit her like a tidal wave. Jiang Yuyao's nose twitched, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She threw the most complicated glare at Gu Keishu, a mix of sheer embarrassment, pain, and pure panic because he basically read her mind, and maybe, just maybe, she secretly liked what he said. "It is nothing," she mumbled, her voice cracking. She quickly looked down, trying to play it cool. "I am just sick of certain loud, toxic people who do not know when to stop. It is so childish. I am literally finding a new apartment today. Place is unlivable. If I stay here any longer, my ears will literally fall off. My heart is about to explode." With that, she did not even look at Yaki's confused face, definitely did not dare look at Kekshu's smug, piercing stare. She bolted back to the guest room like a scared rabbit and slammed the door shut. Boom! Sound of the door locking echoed through the house. Only Kishu and Yaki were left in the kitchen. Yaki looked at the locked door, then at the cup, and finally stared at Kishu. "Do you guys get into a fight?" She looked like she did not sleep at all. Honestly, Yaki knew something was sus. Keksu just bent down, picked up the cup, set it on the table, and pulled Yaki into a hug. He rested his chin on her head, taking in her sweet scent, and muttered with a sigh, "Do not worry about it. Princess Jiang is just having a major temper tantrum." But as he said that, his eyes locked onto the guest room door. Look, once a fire is lit, you cannot just blow it out. And Jiang Yuyao, she was a ticking time bomb, and dealing with her was going to be a nightmare. But hey, he was the one who lit the spark. Even if he gets burned in the end, there is no stopping this fire now. Chapter 49. Find out for yourself. Gu Tianshu finished his breakfast and headed out to work. Once he cleared out, the heavy vibe in the villa finally cleared up a bit. But honestly, it also left this super awkward vibe. Zhao Yaki had just gone through the ultimate life upgrade, and she was still feeling mad sore, walking all stiff and trying not to show it. But girl was literally floating on cloud 9, looking totally spoiled, glowing, and majorly satisfied. She slowly shuffled over to the kitchen to grab some warm water for herself and Jiang Yuyao. When she spotted Gu Tianshu's used cup, she touched the rim, and boom, she immediately started blushing like crazy again. She was looking so soft and deeply in love. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyao lagged in the guest room forever before finally dragging herself out, looking absolutely annoyed. Threw on some basic activewear, trying to pretend she had energy, but those massive dark circles and pale face totally gave her away. Seeing Zhao Yaki standing there all shy, literally radiating "my man is absolutely cracked" energy, Zhang Yao felt that massive wave of jealousy and irritation hitting her hard again. Seriously suffocating. Oh, look who's actually able to get out of bed. Zhang Yao flopped down right across from her, grabbed her cup, and started dropping pure shade. She side-eyed Yaki's waist and teased, "I thought someone got wrecked so hard last night that they'd be on permanent bed rest today." That instantly made Yaki's face turn bright red. She gave her a playful glare and whined, "Yu Yao, stop talking trash." But her voice was so soft it had zero actual power behind it. Honestly, it just sounded like she was flexing. "I'm talking trash?" Zhang Yuyao did a massive eyebrow raise, tapping the table. "Bro, those hickeys on your neck are literally screaming. And you're walking like you just survived riding a wild stallion. Damn, Gu Tianshu really has zero chill. He's a straight-up beast, absolutely wild." She kept hyping herself up, letting out all her beef with Gu Tianshu and her massive trauma from last night's noises in one go. Zhao Yaqi was totally embarrassed by how direct she was, but deep down she was loving it. She took a tiny sip of water and tried to change the subject. "Yu Yao, why do you have so much beef with Tian today? Did he actually trigger you or something?" Laki felt like her friend's shots were hitting way too hard today, and it couldn't just be about the noise. "Triggered me? Ha!" Zhang Yuyao scoffed, avoiding her eyes as she took an aggressive bite of her toast. She muttered, "Oh, I have a massive problem with him. You were the one in the zone last night, so of course you didn't notice. But I was literally next door. The sound was like 3D surround sound blasting in my ears. For literally 2 whole hours. Do you even know what 2 hours means? It means when I was counting sheep and reached sheep number 2,356, you guys were still going crazy. It means I basically sat through a whole heavy metal album. It means I was this close to buying earplugs to deafen myself. So tell me, how am I not supposed to have beef? How am I not supposed to be mad?" She went on a whole rant, describing her night of pure trauma in the most dramatic way possible. Yaki couldn't help but crack up, but laughing made her feel a sharp sting down there. She winced, blushing even harder while trying to smile it off. All right, I get it. My poor little princess was traumatized. Next time we'll keep it down, okay?" But as she said it, she got super embarrassed and her voice completely faded out. "Next time?" Zhang Yuyao screamed, lunging forward to tickle her, yelling about how Gu Tianshu had totally corrupted her. "Changed, bro. Boys over friends. Hey, stop it. It actually hurts." Yaki laughed and dodged, and just like that, the two girls were messing around in the dining room. Yaki had to chill because of her body, so she kept her moves small. Yu Yao was also just playing around, fake tickling her. Instantly, all that awkward tension evaporated into pure laughter. After a bit, they both plopped back into their chairs, totally out of breath. Looking at Yaki's blushing cheeks and how she was literally glowing from being so deeply loved, Yu Yao's jealousy finally lost to her massive curiosity and a weird flutter in her chest she didn't want to think about. She leaned in close, eyes shining with gossip, lowering her voice into that sneaky best friend tone. "Joe Yaki." She poked her arm, her voice suddenly getting super serious and curious. "So, what does doing that actually feel like?" Yaki's face instantly exploded, turning redder than a tomato. She never expected her friend to ask that. She was so embarrassed she wanted to literally crawl under the table, her eyes darting everywhere. "Yuya, why are you asking this? It's so embarrassing." "Oh, come on, I'm just curious. Tell me, it's literally just us two here. What's the big deal?" Yu Yao nudged closer, her eyes practically begging for details while hiding a tiny bit of nervousness. "I mean, last night you sounded like you were really having a moment." Remembering those wild sounds that kept her awake, Yu Yao's own ears started burning. Yaki had no escape. Blushing hard, she looked down, her fingers nervous fidgeting with her shirt. In a voice barely above a whisper, she murmured, "It's just a really weird feeling." She struggled to find the words. At first, it actually hurt a bit. Seriously, he was so strong. She sounded a little whiny but also super happy. Yu Yao literally held her breath listening to this. She could feel her own heart racing. But then Yaki's voice dropped even lower, her face completely flushed. She couldn't help but smile, all shy and happy. It was just so magical. Like floating in the clouds, total filled up, really warm and intense, but incredibly good. I literally lost all control, stumbled through her words, but her raw description perfectly captured the pure bliss of her first time. Crazy mix of soreness and absolute ecstasy. Her eyes looked totally spaced out, like she was drifting back into that dazed afterglow all over again. Yu Yao was completely speechless, her own cheeks burning up just from listening to her. Especially that feeling of floating on cloud nine and completely losing control. For some crazy reason, it felt exactly like that out-of-body rush she got when Gugashu forcefully kissed her last night. It was this wild, intense sensory overload that literally wiped out all her logic. Zhang Yuyao couldn't help but lick her dry lips, completely lost in the memory. Would still feel his crazy, fiery, dominant breath on her lips, making her heart beat like absolute crazy. Like, is that really it? Zhang Yuyao's voice went dry as she tried to play it cool, desperately trying to hide how flustered she actually was. She mumbled that it did not even sound that special, but her voice totally gave her away. Her friend snapped back saying, "Well, why don't you just try it yourself sometime and find out?" Totally embarrassed, Zhao Yaqi grabbed a pillow from the couch and chucked it right at her. But Zhang Yuyao had cracked reflexes and caught it effortlessly, hugging it close. Seeing her bestie look so flustered yet incredibly happy made her feel a whole mix of emotions. We are talking envy, curiosity, a bit of jealousy, and a low-key dangerous thought starting to brew in her mind. Resting her chin on the pillow, Zhang Yuyao stared off into space, half joking but low-key testing the waters as she muttered a reply. Please, as if anyone actually cares. But then she paused, her eyes drifting up to the second floor, right toward the master bedroom where Gu Gechu slept last night. Her voice was super soft, carrying a dangerous, teasing vibe that she did not even realize she was putting out. She whispered that if it was with a wild beast like Gu Geishu, she might actually want to try it herself to see if it is really that mind-blowing. Her friend yelled her name, totally triggered this time, grabbing another pillow and lunging at her. Just like that, a massive pillow war broke out as both of them started laughing and fighting. Morning sunlight filled the room, lighting up the flying feathers and their bright glowing faces. One was blushing and happy, while the other had a deep, complicated look in her eyes. They were still besties, but some crazy unspoken tension was definitely starting to grow between them. It was like a stone dropped into a quiet lake, creating wild ripples that just would not settle down. Cheeky joke about wanting to try it herself was like a seed planted deep in both of their minds. Chapter 50. Bro, are you ever going to stop? Meanwhile, at the Chushan Tech headquarters, the top-floor CEO office had a killer view of the entire city skyline. Cheek Shu was sitting at his massive desk, coding like an absolute demon. His screen was filled with complex core algorithm designs, and his eyes were sharp and hyper-focused. Pain. Secretary Shu, I need the materials on this list bought immediately. Keep it completely off the grid and get it done fast. Slid an encrypted file over to her with a cold, serious tone. This secretary was one of the very few people he actually trusted with his life. Shu Mei grabbed the tablet and scrolled through the list, her eyes widening. Boss, this lists superconducting memory alloys, bioactive neural sensing gel, and high-density microenergy cores. These are literal top-tier materials used to build advanced androids. Our smart assistant is just a software system. We do not need this kind of insane hardware. What on earth are you planning? She looked up at him, her face full of sheer shock and confusion. Jishu stopped typing and leaned back in his chair, looking incredibly mysterious. Our AI is a software assistant right now, yes, but in the future it is going to need a physical body. A confident smirk played on his lips, his eyes shining with pure genius. I just finished a cracked breakthrough project, the prototype design for our AI's robotic physical body. Materials are going to build our very first experimental unit. Wait, an actual physical body for our AI assistant? Shu Mei gasped, her jaw dropping. Boss, are you saying you are building a real-life physical AI assistant, like straight out of a sci-fi movie? Exactly. He nodded, his gaze completely locked in. Fully humanoid unit that can act completely on its own, running our AI core to execute complex real-world tasks. This is going to completely break the smart home market. It is the ultimate power move for our company. Only a few people can know about this, so keep the buying low-key. Clear out the top floor lab in Zone A. I will be building and debugging the prototype myself. Shu Mei tried to process this absolute bomb of information and nodded quickly. She looked at her young boss with pure respect, totally hyped for the future. Got it, boss. I will get on it right now. It will be completely locked down. She rushed out, her mind totally blown. Meanwhile, Gu Gishu buried himself back in his work, trying to use absolute focus to block out the spicy, distracting memories of last night and this morning. But man, that soft touch and those sweet, breathless whispers were literally burned into his brain. Right at 12 o'clock, the office door swung open. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao walked in, carrying some fancy lunchboxes. Zhao Yaqi had changed into a gorgeous, elegant dress. She was still walking a tiny bit awkwardly if you look closely, but her skin was literally glowing, and she looked so happy and deeply satisfied. On the other hand, Zhang Yuyao was rocking casual jeans and a t-shirt, wearing light makeup to cover her dark circles, but she still looked exhausted and low-key annoyed. Hey babe, are you done working? We brought you some lunch. Zhao Yaqi spoke softly as she walked up to him, naturally fixing his slightly crooked tie. She was being incredibly sweet. Zhu Geshu grabbed her hand, gently rubbing her soft skin. He looked at her with pure tenderness and said, Yeah, I just finished up. Thanks for bringing food, girls. Stared at her with zero shame, his eyes filled with pure love and that possessive, satisfied look only a man has. The romantic tension between them was off the charts. Zhang Yuyao stood there watching them act like nobody else was even in the room. Was nothing but pink bubbles. Seeing her friend look so insanely gorgeous and glowy, she could not help but think about how miserable and messy she herself had been all night. Faulty, jealous rage inside me just flared up again, even worse than this morning. Like seriously? Talk about rent-free. Yu Yao slammed the lunchbox right onto the coffee table, crossed her arms, and completely ruined their little lovey-dovey moment. Zero chill. She glared at Gu Cashew, her tone dripping with pure sarcasm. Wow, President Gu is living the dream, huh? Business is booming, and you've got a gorgeous wifey bringing you a homemade lunch. Look how sweet Yaki is. Girl can barely even walk straight today, yet she still dragged herself here to feed you. Honestly, it is so touching I might cry. Yu Yao put some serious emphasis on the words barely walk straight, side-eyeing Yaki with a massive smirk. She knew exactly what she was doing. Yaki instantly turned red as a tomato, burying her face in shame while nervously fidgeting with her clothes. Talk about exposed! Hekshu frowned, looking at Yu Yao. He knew she was still salty about the loud noises from last night and his savage let us go again comment from this morning. He let go of Yaki's hand and walked over. Yu Yao, just eat. Oh, I am eating. Otherwise, how am I going to have the energy to watch you guys do your late-night overtime work reports again? She flopped onto the sofa and ripped open the container, venting her anger. She stuffed a sweet and sour rib into her mouth, chewing it so aggressively you would think she was grinding Kekshu's bones to dust. Yaki sat down next to him, gently serving Kekshu some food, acting like the perfect sweet girlfriend. Kekshu ate. He whispered sweet nothings to Yaki, their eyes practically dripping with love. Yu Yao was watching them like, are you serious? She felt like a massive 1,000-watt third wheel. She had this toxic energy building up inside her, and she just had to spit it out. The moment Kekshu finished his soup and Yuki reached out to lips with a tissue, Yu Yao slammed her chopsticks down with a loud bang. She leaned forward, propping herself up on the table, staring straight into Kekshu's eyes. Her expression was a wild mix of pure provocation and a hint of curiosity she did not even realize she had. With a slight blush on her cheeks, she asked a question that made the entire office go dead silent. Yo, Kekshu. Paused, a wicked, teasing smirk spreading across her face. She looked back and forth between him and Yaki before locking her eyes directly onto Kishu. Time to drop an absolute bombshell. So, you wrecked our Yaki for a whole 2 hours last night. How did it feel? Was it satisfying? Did you have fun? Boom, the entire room literally froze. Yaki dropped her tissue on the table, her face turning so red it looked ready to burst. She wanted the ground to swallow her whole. She covered her face, whimpering in pure embarrassment. Yu Yao. Hekshu's hand froze midair with his chopsticks. No matter how chill he usually was, getting hit with such a blunt, spicy question from a girl, especially Yu Yao, right in front of his partner, completely caught him off guard. A rare flash of pure embarrassment washed over his face. He subconsciously touched his collarbone, where a faint mark from their wild night still lingered. He stared at Yu Yao, looking at those eyes sparkling with mischief yet secretly full of anticipation, and her flushed cheeks and teasing, pouting lips. Suddenly, the memory of that wild, out-of-control kiss in the kitchen last night flashed through his mind. That burning desire he had just suppressed was suddenly reignited by her insanely bold teasing. Hekshu's eyes darkened, a storm of complicated emotions swirling in his gaze. He was annoyed, turned on, and suddenly overwhelmed by a crazy desire to completely dominate this chaotic, dangerously addictive woman. Hekshu slowly set his chopsticks down, leaning forward, locking onto Yu Yao's stubborn gaze. Dangerous smirk played on his lips as he asked in a low, raspy voice, Yu Yao, are you really not going to let this go? Are you that curious? His eyes slowly drifted down to her full lips, his gaze dripping with dangerous tension. Do you want to try it out yourself? Boom, that was an absolute bombshell. Yaki snapped her head up in total shock, looking back and forth between Kikshu and Yu Yao, who had completely frozen. Yu Yao's smug smirk instantly evaporated. It was like she got hit by a bolt of lightning. She was completely petrified. Hekshu's intense gaze and that bold suggestion burned straight through her defenses. He is him, that electric kiss from last night, and her racing heartbeat made her brain completely short-circuit. The tension in the room was off the charts, totally suffocating and dangerous. Chapter 51. The bait is taken. Target, Chushin Tech. Inside the office, Kikshu's savage comeback was like throwing ice into boiling oil. The silence was deafening. Yaki stared in utter disbelief, while Yu Yao blushed so hard her face was basically on fire. Yu Yao bolted up from the sofa like a cat that got its tail stepped on, screeching her chair across the floor. Hekshu, you absolute jerk. Who on earth would want to try anything with a beast like you? Her voice completely cracked from pure panic and embarrassment. She is so cooked. She snatched her bag, not even daring to look at Yaki, and bolted for the door. Yaki, I gotta go. No way she was staying for lunch. But right at that peak awkward moment, knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door broke the tension. President Gu, Shumei's sharp voice called from outside. Kishu took a deep breath, forcing down the heat and tension building inside him. Split second, he was back in full boss mode, totally cold and in control. Come in. Shumei walked in holding a tablet, looking serious but secretly hyped to deliver some big news, totally clueless about the chaotic tension in the room. President Gu. All the special materials on your list have been delivered through encrypted channels. Everything is secured in the top floor laboratory A. It is max security, completely off the grid. Her report was like a bucket of cold water, instantly killing the mood. Instantly cooled down Gu Kishu's spicy thoughts. But hey, it successfully got Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao's eyes off of him. Talk about perfect timing. Fast? Gu Kishu was actually shook. Dude had pure respect in his eyes as he grabbed the tablet. He quickly checked the inventory and camera shots, nodding with pure satisfaction. He was like, clean work, Xu Mei, absolutely cracked. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao got super curious and leaned in. Zhao Yaqi stared at the list, seeing sci-fi names she had never heard of before. We are talking superconducting memory alloy and bioactive neurosensing gel. Shu, what is all this for? It sounds so high-tech. Even though Zhang Yuyao was still pouting, her curiosity totally beat her embarrassment. She stretched her neck to peek at the screen, muttering, what secret weapon is he cooking up now? Why is he acting so mysterious? Geek Shu looked at the three girls, the sweet and gentle Zhao Yaqi, the salty but curious Zhang Yuyao, and the super efficient Xu Mei. Suddenly, a wild idea popped into his head. He needed assistance he could trust with his life, and it was time to let them see what he was really building. Put the tablet down, looking at them with a smirk that was pure confidence. The gear is here, why wait? After dinner, I am taking you guys to see the real future of Chuchin tech. Gu Keishu turned to Zhao Yaqi, showing some serious boss energy. He told her, I need to borrow Secretary Shu for a bit. For the core assembly and tuning, I need her running full support. Zhao Yaqi had no clue what he was cooking, but she was down to support her man no matter what. She nodded instantly and said, Sister Shu, from now on, you are on Shu duty. Do whatever he says. I will find someone else to handle the family company stuff. As for you two, Gu Keishu looked at Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao, who was practically wearing a face that said, let us see what you are actually playing at. Since you are so curious, tag along, but remember, what you are about to see is Chushin Tech's ultimate top secret. In the top floor lab, Area A, the massive alloy doors slid open without a sound, revealing a giant room that looked straight out of the year 3000. Perfect temp, perfect air, with the filtration system humming in the background. The center of the room was completely cleared out, surrounded by some insane high-tech gear. But the real star of the show was the workbench in the middle. Sitting right there were the glowing materials Xu Mei had just delivered, shining with this crazy alien-like luster. Tech Shu did not say a word. He walked straight to the table, threw on some high-tech sensor gloves and goggles, and boom, his entire vibe changed. He went from a playful, flirty guy to a cold, hyper-focused elite engineer. The man was locked in, like he was literally part of the machine. He is him. Xu Mei, fire up the manhwa assembly platform and load Xiaoai's main avatar blueprint. Gu Qiyu ordered, his voice steady. Understood, boss. Xu Mei instantly ran to the main console, her fingers flying across the keys. Instantly, a massive holographic projection lit up. It was a highly realistic, insanely sleek, gorgeous female android 3D model, hovering right over the workbench. The internal parts were so detailed it was literally mind-blowing. Oh my god. Zhao Yaqi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with absolute shock. She did not get the tech behind it, but the insane level of detail in that hologram and the absolute god mode energy Gu Keishu was giving off right now made her heart skip a beat. It was like watching a literal god of creation. Zhang Yuyao completely forgot about her embarrassment, her mouth hanging open, staring at the hologram, and Gu Keishu completely locked in. They watched as he picked up a piece of superconducting memory alloy that gleamed like liquid metal, perfectly snapping it into a complex skeletal frame. He was so precise. Gu Keishu carefully specialized tool to layer the bioactive neurosensing gel, which actually squirmed like a living organism, onto the synthetic muscle structure. Next, he connected hair-thin wires and locked in a high-density micro-energy core. It was only the size of a fingernail, but the power pulsing from it was insane. He slotted it right into the chest cavity. His movements were pure poetry, flowing like a literal high-tech machine arm, his eyes razor-focused and shining. Under his magic fingers, these cold materials literally came to life, piece by piece building a perfect body that belonged on a master blueprint. The entire lab went dead silent except for the low hum of the gear, the clicking of parts, and his short, cold commands. Zhao Yaqi stared at his handsome profile, his back radiating pure power and brain power, her eyes overflowing with absolute adoration and deep love. Her man did not just win her heart, he was literally building the future like a god. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao's heart went from pure shock to curiosity, then to this wild, crazy heartbeat. She watched his hands move like pure magic, handling tech that seemed decades ahead of its time. The sheer charm of him being locked in his own world of creation was unreal. Then she thought of how he usually was. Sometimes cold, sometimes sweet, sometimes totally dominant. A mix of worship, curiosity, and raw attraction started wrapping around her heart like vines. Right then and there, seeing his god-tier skills and absolute control, Zhang Yuyao's crush on him spiked to a whole new level. It was totally out of control. All her previous anger and pouting, completely gone, wiped clean by this epic display. Hours flew by. Finally, Gu Keishu picked up the last piece of bionic skin. We are talking about a special polymer with a texture, color, and bounce that felt exactly like a real human. He laid it perfectly over the android's face and plugged in the very last neurosensor wire. Instantly, a lifelike, Sleeping Beauty appeared right there on the workbench. She had a perfect golden ratio body, flawless skin, and features so beautiful they looked like divine art. Her long black hair spilled across the table like premium silk. Is this actually Xiao Ai's main body? Bao Yaqi's voice was shaking with disbelief. It looks so real, even Zhang Yuyao was muttering, her eyes completely glued to the body. Gu Keqiu pulled off his gloves, lightly sweating, but his eyes were glowing with hype. Gu Keqiu walked over to the main console, his fingers flying over the keys as he typed in a long, complex command code. Boot up neurosensor sync, activate bioactive gel, and release 10% power from the core. Let's go. Booting up Little Eye's core consciousness. A faint hum echoes, and that perfect body on the table actually twitches. She is alive. Under the breathless gaze of all four people in the room, her eyes, those butterfly eyelashes, slowly flutter open. Bro, she has the most insane crystal-clear obsidian eyes you have ever seen. At first, she looks a bit lost, scanning the lab ceiling like a newborn baby. Then her gaze locks perfectly on Gukagru. He is literally standing there like a god, her ultimate creator. Super smooth, slightly synthetic, but totally natural girl voice breaks the silence. Master, Little Eye is at your service. No way! He actually did it. The first ever AI android is officially online, and Gu Kimshu literally gave her life. Xiaoyaki is straight up crying, clutching her face. Shumei is clenching her fists with pure pride. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao is completely mind-blown. He is looking back and forth between this lifelike android and Gu Kishu, who is acting like a straight-up deity right now. His eyes are filled with pure chaos. Shock, worship, curiosity, and maybe some deeper feelings he does not even realize yet. But wait, just as everyone is celebrating, deep in Little Eye's eyes, a tiny glitched-out red light flashes. For a split second, that is definitely not in her programming. Did we just see that? Meanwhile, outside the city, a shady black van is speeding toward downtown. Inside, that trash Jiangxu is absolutely losing her mind. She is clenching her fists, eyes full of rage, muttering, "Why did Gu Keshu block me? Why? Bro, you are cooked! Ye Lingxiao and Long Aswan are coming to end you. Just run!" In another car, Ye Lingxiao's main goon smiles like a villain and makes a call. "Young master, the fish is hooked. They are heading straight to Chushan Tech." Oh man, chapter 52, the real show is about to start. Top floor lab is still shaking from the hype. When Little Eye looked at him with those black eyes and called him master, Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao were completely paralyzed. They literally just witnessed a miracle. Shumei's hands are shaking with hype. She is looking at this flawless android, fully realizing that Gu Keishu is on a completely different level. His brain is cracked. But right at that moment, Gu Keishu's normal-looking watch suddenly vibrates. A sneaky blue light glows around the edge. Gu Keishu freezes. Oh shoot, that is the emergency frequency. Little Eye just detected major danger. But he plays it cool, pretending to check the time while listening through his hidden bone conduction earbud. A cold robotic voice whispers directly into his ear. "Master, incoming. Jiangshe, Yingxiao, and a squad of high-tier assassins are heading here." Wait, Jiangshe, how is that trash teamed up with Yi Lingxiao? Gu Keishu is instantly triggered. He literally showed her mercy, and she still wants to throw hands? She is so ungrateful. It is obvious they are trying to steal Chushin Tech's OP AI system. Just as Gu Keishu's blood is boiling, his phone suddenly rings, breaking the tension. Frowns, unlocks his screen, and sees a text from Long Ying. "Young Master Gu Keishu, this is Long Ying." Text gets straight to the point, and it absolute fluvier. Ye Lingxiao and Long Oxuan are teaming up to wipe you out. Their hitmen are already on the move. Also, Zhang Shui just arrived at Chushin Tech. According to our intel, her goal is to cause absolute chaos, trash your company's reputation, and she might even pull some crazy extreme stunt. Stay sharp, young master. Elder Long said if anyone steps out of line, I will take care of them permanently. Out. Gu Kishu stares at the screen, his eyes going cold as ice. That annoying cockroach Long Oxuan is finally making his move, trying to claim Rongcheng for himself. And he is actually using that clown Zhang Shui to do his dirty work. As for Yi Lingxiao, Gu Keishu is literally laughing at him. What a clown, getting played like a fiddle by Long Oxuan. It is actually hilarious. But our boy plays it cool. No emotion. Face like Sun, looking like he is just solving some casual math problem. Honestly, these trash-tier villains are not even worth his time. Plus, he wants to see if the Long family head is going to punish Long Oxuan for acting up. Show is just getting started. Gu Kishu puts his phone away, looks at the three girls who are still hyping up Little Eye, and locks eyes with Shumei. He speaks with absolute boss energy. Shumei, besides your usual work, I have a massive mission for you. We are pivoting to the finance and investment world next. Shumei is shocked, snapping out of her thoughts. Finance? President Gu, what is the plan here? We need to build a massive financial shield. Gu Keishu walks to the console and pulls up a highly classified plan he cooked up earlier. I am officially launching Chushin Capital. He looks straight at Shumei with pure confidence. Starting right now, you are the first general manager of Chushin Capital. You are running the show. Build the team and raise our first $10 billion. Wait, 10 billion, chokes. Even though she is a veteran, this massive plan is giving her major whiplash. President Gu, finance is really my thing. This is too huge. I am kind of scared. Scared of what? Gu Keishu cuts her off. Gu Keishu hypes her up with absolute confidence. You have the sharpest business instincts, flawless execution, and a character I can trust completely. Tech is our foundation, but capital is what gives us wings. Chushin Capital is going to be the main engine that launches our tech empire into the stratosphere. Gu Keishu adds after a quick pause. The exact game plan and our first goals are all in this proposal. I've already handpicked the prime targets for fundraising, and the list is right inside. Plus, Xiaoai has your back completely, and I believe in you. Feeling Gu Keishu's total trust and his insane, larger-than-life ambition, Shumei feels a crazy surge of hype rising in her chest. Takes a deep breath and nods hard. Yes, Brew, I won't let you down. Chushin Capital is going to be the absolute sharpest sword in your hands. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao are completely stunned by this massive play and the $10 billion blueprint. Zhao Yaqi looks at him with pure admiration. Her man doesn't just create miracles in tech, his business strategy is also next level. Now it all clicks. This is why Gu Keishu was so desperate to build a physical body for Xiaoai. Was the real master plan all along. Zhang Yuyao just blinks her big eyes, watching Gu Keishu run the entire board like a total boss, making her heart skip a beat. It's like this guy always has another mind-blowing card up his sleeve. Alright, Chushin Capital is officially under Director Shu's command. Gu Keishu shifts gears, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips as he looks over at Xiaoai's physical body waiting quietly on the workbench. Now let me show you guys something even crazier. Let's see what our girl Xiaoai can do besides being a housekeeper and a robot. Gu Keishu steps up to the workbench and speaks to her gently. Xiaoai, hook us up to the real-time data streams of all major global financial markets, stocks, futures, forex, and commodities. Execute the Ghost Financial Analysis Model. Find 10 targets with a volatility of over 20% in the next 24 hours that have high certainty profit potential. Understood, Master. Accessing the data streams and starting the analysis now. Xiaoai's electronic voice is as smooth as ever, but deep in her clear eyes, endless lines of code are flying at hyperspeed. A few seconds later, BZZZ. The massive holographic screen in the center of the lab lights up instantly. The robot blueprint vanishes, replaced by a mind-bendingly complex but crystal-clear dynamic map of the global financial market. Countless glowing dots representing different assets flash, flow, and link together across the map. Then 10 key spots are instantly highlighted and massive waterfall windows of data pop up next to them. Target A, a biotech stock on NASDAQ. Inside the window, a real-time candlestick chart is rolling, pulling up trade volume and news sentiment. It even catches a short report from some institution that was posted less than a minute ago, immediately flagging it as pure noise. Patent approvals, core drug pipeline progress, competitor moves, every single piece of data is instantly grabbed and linked together. Final verdict. Unreleased Phase 3 clinical data has leaked. The stock is expected to dump 18 to 25% at the opening bell, setting up an absolute goldmine of an intraday rebound. Proposed strategy. Buy the dip 30 minutes after the bell. Target rebound of 8 to 12%. Target B. Copper futures on the London Metal Exchange. The data shows a sudden strike at a major Chilean copper mine. It was just reported by a tiny local news outlet in their native language, and mainstream media hasn't even noticed it yet. Combine that with abnormal bidding spikes into Daxia's power grid, plus US dollar index forecasts. The system concludes the market is sleeping on this strike. With a short-term demand spike, there's an 85% chance copper pumps in the next 12 hours, aiming for a 3.5 to 4.2% gain. Target C. The exchange rate of a Southeast Asian currency against the Japanese yen. The analysis is based on a leaked private itinerary of their central bank governor, showing he's making a secret trip to Japan. It corrects for model deviations on key Eastern European economic data, tracks high-frequency arbitrage flows, and finds a policy expectation gap. This leaves a sweet arbitrage window of 2.5% rapid appreciation over the next 8 hours. 10 targets, spanning totally different global markets and assets. Every single analysis spots key unpriced information right before the market can even react. Running it through quantitative models that are so mind-bogglingly complex, she instantly prints high-certainty short-term trading plays. Refresh speed is light years ahead of any human trader or institutional system. The entire lab goes completely silent. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao are dead silent, totally frozen by what they're seeing. Even if they don't fully get the complex Wall Street lingo, the raw visual predictions, the insane speed of catching information, and this almost godlike foresight to slice through the market mist leaves them absolutely mind-blown. Hexu, did Xiaoai really just do all of this? Zhao Yaqi's voice is shaking, completely unable to believe her own eyes. Zhang Yuyao is just as shocked, her jaw dropping so low she could fit a whole egg in her mouth. Oh my god, this is literally 100 times more cracked than those Wall Street vultures. This is literally a money printing machine. Xu Mei is shaking with sheer excitement, finally realizing exactly where Gu Qiu got the insane confidence to build Chushan Capital. With Xiao Ai's God Mode financial analysis, a $10 billion fund is literally just the starting point. Chapter 53. What a waste of effort. Gu Qishu looks at their stunned faces and nods with satisfaction. Right then, from outside the lab's heavy alloy doors, muffled shouting and chaos start to echo. It sounds like a massive argument mixed with a woman's shrill, piercing screams. Gu Qishu, get your butt out here, you heartless, cheating trash, you ruined my life. I'm going to make sure everyone sees the real monster you are. Let go of me. I want to see Gu Kekshu. I'm exposing him to the media. The president of Chushan Tech is a piece of trash who abandons his lovers and drives his ex-wife to suicide. Sherrical, poison-filled voice, cuts straight through the lab's heavy soundproofing. Loud and clear. Jiang Shui, she's actually here. Zhao Yachi and Zhang Yao's faces instantly pale while Shumei's brows furrow. Gu Keshu's eyes turn ice cold, but a savage smirk plays on his lips. Yi Lingxiao is finally making his move, throwing down the gauntlet. Time for the real show to begin. Gu Geshu glances at his watch and whispers in a cold, icy voice, "Target spotted. Start gathering that evidence just like we planned." He needs absolute proof that those trash lords, Yiling Xiao and Long Oxuan, hired hitmen to take him out. Understood, Master, his AI, Xiai replies cold and straight to the point. Gu Geshu adjusts his collar, eyes sharp as daggers. He struts toward the lab exit because the storm is already at his doorstep. Heavy metal doors slide open and a massive wave of noise floods the room. Gu Geshu, you absolute scumbag. Get your face out here right now. Biang Shui, screaming like a literal psychopath. But our boy Gu Geshu is totally unfazed. He walks out with zero stress, flanked by Zhao Yachi, Jiang Yuyao, and Xu Mei. Out in the lobby, security is struggling to hold back a super messy, exhausted-looking woman. She is wearing a cheap, tacky dress with caked-on makeup that cannot hide her wrinkles. With her wild reddish-brown hair, she is flailing her arms like a feral beast. Jiang Shuo. Gu Gishu speaks up. His voice is dead calm, but it makes the entire lobby go dead silent. The woman snaps her head around, eyes practically shooting pure venom. Oh, so the big shot CEO is finally willing to see me. Jiang Shui screeches, her voice echoing across the entire floor. What is the matter? Now that you are rich and successful, you forgot who stayed by your side when we had nothing? Forgot who married you when you were completely broke? Zhao Yaqi is literally shaking with anger, cursing how shameless this woman is. Back then, it was actually Gu Geixu who sacrificed everything and built her up from nothing. Without our MC, Zhang Tech would have never even existed. Now her company is bankrupt because of her own trash decisions. Zhang Yuyao notices she is upset and quickly holds her arm to keep her steady. Bo Gishu, ice cold. Madam, we are divorced, he says. Jiang Shui steps closer to him, and the moment she gets in range, she completely drops her tone. Whispering so only he can hear, she says, I know I did you dirty in the past, and I am not asking for your forgiveness. Long story short, Yiling Xiao and Long Aswan are trying to have you killed. Get out of here, you cannot win against them. No way. Gu Geshu is actually shocked. He never in a million years expected his ex-wife to warn him about this. Before he can even say a word, she whispers again, Do not say anything. They hacked Chushan Tech surveillance and they are watching us right now. I am going to put on a show for them. Use this chance to slip away and hide for a bit. Suddenly, she lets out a shrill, crazy laugh, jumping right back into her villain role. Divorce? Oh, I bet you love that. You stole my company Cortec, dumped your loyal wife like trash, and immediately moved on to some young, pretty girl. She glares at Zhao Ya. What your precious President Gu is actually like in bed? Did you know he? Enough, Gu Geshu snapped. It wasn't loud, but the absolute dominance in his voice made everyone freeze. He turned to the crowd of whispering employees. Listen up, everyone. This woman, Zhang, is indeed my ex-wife, but the truth about our divorce is written black and white in our legal papers. Now, get back to work. The employees looked at each other, dying of curiosity, but one look from Gu Geshu, and they knew they were cooked if they stayed. They quickly scrambled back to their desks. Seeing this, Jiang Shui panicked. She suddenly dropped to her knees with a loud thud and started wailing like crazy. Someone help me. You all need to hear the truth. Gu Geishu is an ungrateful snake. When his business failed, I was the one working day and night to feed him. Now that he's rich, he teams up with his side chick to throw me out and won't even let me see my own kid. Gu Geshu was just speechless. Bro, this trash ex-wife was overacting so hard it was painful. Even Zhao Yaqi, who knew their history, realized something was totally off. Gu Geshu just stood there, totally unfazed. Call the police. Sue her for defaming Chushin technology. Let's see how she likes spending some quality time behind bars. Jiang Shui instantly lost her mind. She lunged forward to grab his arm, screaming, "No, Gu Geshu, please don't call the cops. Think about our past. We were married." Yeah, whatever. Get lost. Security. Drag this trash out of here. Gu Geshu waved his hand, completely done with her drama. The guards immediately swarmed her and dragged her kickings and screaming out the door. The lobby went dead silent. Gu Geshu let out a cold smirk, but the moment he looked out the window, his face went completely stone cold. Ling Xiao, Long Oxuan, this little circus show is just the warm-up. Meanwhile, over at a luxury penthouse in Dragon City, Ye Ling Xiao slammed his wine glass into the floor, shattering it into pieces. Useless trash. Can't do one simple thing right. He roared into his phone. Long Oxuan, is this your foolproof plan? No way you messed up this badly. On the other end, Long Oxuan was absolutely shaking. Young Master Yi, please calm down. I have a backup plan. I swear Gu Geshu won't be flexing for much longer. Ling Xiao sneered. It better be, or you're dead. Understood? He slammed the phone down, walked to the glass window, and stared down at the glowing city lights with pure malice in his eyes. Gu Geshu, you think you won? We're just getting started. The moment his office door clicked shut, Gu Geshu loosened his tie and smirked. Bro, that show Jiang Shui just put on was so bad. That brainless woman overacted so hard even a toddler could tell it was a setup. Such an amateur move. Did she seriously think a cheap show like that could heal the deep scars she left on my soul? Absolute joke. Gu Geshu turned to face the three women in the room, his eyes filled with pure amusement. Zhao Yaqi was still processing everything, her jaw on the floor. She snapped her head up. Ashu, what do you mean? It was all an act? Xu Mei adjusted her glasses, looking thoughtful. Wait, President Gu, are you saying Jiang Shui was actually in on it? Obviously, Gu Kexiao smirked. He walked over to his desk and pressed play on a recording. It was Jiang Shui's whispered confession from earlier. Jiang Yuyao listens to Jiang Shui's voice recording and her eyes go wide. Wait, did Jiang Shui actually just say that? No way. Ling Xiao actually insane. He hired a hitman to take you out. Zhao Yak's absolutely livid. What a golden child of the Yi family. They seriously think Zhao Yaqi was just some useless side character? No way they think I won't touch him? Fine, just wait and see. Messing with my man? He's literally asking to get destroyed. Chapter 54, The Ultimate Chaos Gremlin. Gu Keshu pulls Zhao Yaqi close by her waist and whispers, "Hey, don't get mad. Getting worked up over those two absolute trash bags isn't worth it. If you ruin your day over them, it's gonna hurt me too." Boom. The air in the room instantly freezes. Zhang Yu rolls her eyes and hits him with that sarcastic tone. Nice try changing the subject, bro, but Jiang Shui is clearly still obsessed with you. Did you see her looking at you? The tension was literally dripping. Gu Keshu sees his girl's face fall and panics instantly. No, wait, Yaqi. I swear it's over between us. You have to believe me. Oh, please, it's over. But you two are still secretly vibing, right? Zhang Yuyao won't let it slide. She circles him like a shark smelling blood. No wonder you looked so sus when she was yelling at you. Were you guys actually flirting? Plot twist! Zhao Yaqi bites her lip, her eyes turning red. Oh no, she's actually hurt. What she said about knowing your bedtime habits. Total lies. Gu Keishu is literally sweating bullets right now. He's never struggled this hard to explain himself. Do not buy this. Zhang Yuyao jumps in, grabs Yaqi's shoulders, and plays the drama queen card. Girl, I told you men are trash. This guy says he loves you, but he and his ex are sharing telepathic looks. Savage. Gu Kekshu gives her the death stare, but she just makes a goofy face back at him. Zhao Yaqi looks down, her voice sounding totally crushed. It's fine. It's your past. I don't have the right to get mad. Ouch. She sounds absolutely heartbroken. Gu Keishu's veins are popping. He steps up, cups her face, and forces her to look at him. Yaqi, look at me. It is completely over with her. I had zero clue she was going to crash our office today. Zhao Yaqi blinks back tears. Really? Gu Keshu promises. But Zhang Yuyao just had to throw shade. Then why did she risk her life to help you? Pissing off Ye Lingxiao and Long Oxuan is a straight-up death sentence. She drags out her words, hinting at the ex-drama. Gu Keshu seriously wants to yeet this girl out the window right now. She wasn't helping me. She was setting me up. Her acting was so trash, anyone could see right through it. But you think those two clowns actually fell for it? Oh, Zhang Yuyao smirks, acting like she knows a secret. Still doesn't prove you two aren't vibing. Just like that, Zhao Yaqi's mood takes a nosedive again. Gu Keshu takes a deep breath and changes his strategy. He pulls her in close and whispers, "Do I need to show you right now who actually owns my heart?" Face goes instant tomato red. She buries her head in his chest, completely flustered. Whoa, watch the PDA! Zhang Yuyao covers her eyes, screaming about being single. Meanwhile, Shumei is just trying to disappear. staring at the wall like it's the most interesting thing ever. Gu Qingshu changes the subject. If those guys want a war, I'll show them how it's done. Shumei, get the legal team ready. We strike first. Shumei is relieved to finally leave. Yes, sir, right away. She runs out of there like her life depends on it. Zhang Yuyao sees the free drama is over and tries to sneak out, but Gu Qingshu spots her. Zhang Yuyao. What? She turns around defensively. Gu Qingshu glares. Try starting drama again and see what happens. No way, you wouldn't dare. Gu Qingshu just smirks. Yaki finally cools down and tugs his sleeve. Hey, stop teasing her. She looks at Yuyao, gentle but serious. I trust Shu, so no more of these jokes, okay? Yuyao sighs, seeing her friend is serious. Fine, no more jokes. She still gives a sneaky wink. Though some people are definitely sus. Zhang Yuyao. Yaki throws a pillow at her in embarrassment. Yuyao laughs, dodges it, and runs out while making a goofy face. Door slams shut, and Gu Qingshu collapses on the couch. I'd rather fight 10 Ye Lingxiaos than deal with one Zhang Yuyao. She is a total drama queen. Seriously, she lives for chaos. My head is literally exploding. Yaki giggles, leaning on his shoulder. Sorry, Shu, was I being too jealous? Hisses her forehead. No, it just shows how much you care about me, and honestly, I love it. Then his voice drops. But this whole Jiang Shui thing, it's a warning. Yi Lingxiao and Long Oxuan aren't going to back down. The real storm is coming. Yaki grabs his hand. No matter what happens, we face it together. Don't worry. I'll have my dad send some heavy hitters. Nobody messes with my man. Gu Qingshu smiles, pulling her even closer. Outside, the setting sun paints the skyline in pure gold. In the warm twilight, they just hold each other, enjoying the absolute calm before the storm hits. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Ye Lingxiao is standing in his mansion. He looks absolutely furious, holding a wine glass so tight his knuckles are white. Suddenly, he snaps. He hurls the glass straight at the wall. Boom, it shatters into a million pieces, spraying dark red liquid everywhere like blood. It looks straight up menacing. Ye Lingxiao is breathing heavily, eyes bloodshot, staring at the mess on the wall. He is completely consumed by hatred for Gu Qingshu. Gu Qingshu, I am going to destroy you, he roars, his voice echoing through the empty mansion. It is over for him. Fueled by pure rage, Ye Lingxiao swore he was going to make Gu Qingshu pay the ultimate price, totally clueless about what was coming next. Second, Zhang Yuyao walked out of Gu Qingshu's office. He made his move. He hit up his uncle and locked in more than 10 absolute beast bodyguards. These guys were top-tier pros, and their only job was to keep Gu Qingshu safe. Honestly, whether it was to save his own skin or he actually cared, Zhang Yuyao was not letting anyone touch him. Just like that, Gu Qingshu had 3 whole squads protecting him at the exact same time. Talk about OP defense. Even though Yi Lingxiao and Long Oxuan hired SSS-rank assassins, getting past a defense this stacked was going to be an absolute nightmare. Chapter 55, thrown in jail by a nobody. Meanwhile, in the hallway of a 5-star luxury penthouse, 2 shadow guards from the Long family crept up like ghosts and silently bypassed the lock. Inside, the air was a nasty mix of heavy booze, cheap perfume, and a straight-up nauseating smell. On the massive bed, Long Oxuan was fast asleep, cuddling some sketchy, heavily made-up girl. He was completely out of it. Empty bottles and clothes were trashed all over the floor. With zero emotion, one of the shadow guards snatched the blanket right off him. Freezing air hit him instantly, making him shiver. The other guard grabbed his arm and dragged him off the bed like a literal rag doll. Who is that? What do you think you are doing? Let me go. Long Oxuan slammed onto the freezing floor stark naked, instantly waking up, screamed in absolute panic. Between the massive hangover and the jump scare, his face was ghost white. The guard just said, "Master's orders, we are taking you back to the capital." The guard's voice was completely deadpan, like a robot. They did not even give him a second to process. They literally wrapped him in a blanket and dragged him out. Oh my God, who are you people? Let go of him. The girl woke up screaming, wrapped herself in a sheet, and jumped out of bed. Seeing these scary guys in black and how pathetic Long Oxuan looked, she did not even try to help. Instead, she chased them down the hall yelling, "My money! You did not pay me yet. We agreed on 18,000. You cannot rip me off. You guys are literally thieves." And of course, this absolutely hilarious drama was witnessed by people checking out of the hotel. Someone instantly whipped out their phone, aiming the camera right at Long Oxuan struggling in his blanket like a burrito, while this half-naked girl chased after him for cash. Flashlights were going off everywhere, capturing the absolute most embarrassing face-slapping moment of this wealthy heir's life. Long Oxuan screaming, the girl crying, people laughing and whispering. It was a total circus. The guards did not even blink. They only had one mission: get him home. They held him in a death grip, ignoring the screaming girl and cameras, walking straight to the elevator. Long Oxuan's shouting was muffled by the blanket, leaving him whimpering in pure despair. Stuffed him into a black van, waiting at the back exit, disappearing into the night. He left behind a screaming girl, a bunch of shocked onlookers, and a viral video of a wealthy heir nakedly getting chased for cash. It was already spreading like wildfire. Meanwhile, at a Yi family property, Yi Lingxiao was screaming into his phone, raging at his men because that idiot Jiang Shui completely threw the game, pacing around in his expensive silk robe, hair messy, looking like he just rolled out of bed. Suddenly, someone started aggressively slamming the doorbell. "Who is that? Do you want to die?" He stormed over to open it. Standing outside were cops in full uniform. The officer in charge flashed his badge and said, "Mr. Yi Lingxiao, we are from the wrong city police. You are being detained for incitement, extortion, and endangering public safety. You need to come with us. Here is your warrant." Yi Lingxiao was completely stunned, staring at the warrant in disbelief. "Are you guys crazy? Do you even know who I am? I am Ye Lingxiao from the Kyoto Ye family. You actually think you can touch me?" "Mr. Yi, please cooperate. We do not care who you are. No one is above the law." The officer did not even flinch. "Cut the trash talk. Get out of my face. Get your chief out here right now." Yi Lingxiao lost it and tried to slam the door. Two massive cops stepped in, blocking the doorway. "Mr. Yi, do not obstruct justice. If you do not cooperate, we will use force." "How dare you?" Ye Lingxiao was fuming, but looking at their faces, he realized they were not playing games. Shoo, it had to be him. No way he actually called the cops, and how was he this fast? He is cooked. Under their cold stares, he realized resisting would only make him look like a clown. Swallowing his pride, he muttered, "Let me change my clothes." "Make it fast, we are waiting." Yi Lingxiao grit his teeth and went to change. As they escorted him to the police car, the maids and servants just kept their heads down, too scared to even breathe. Powerful Kyoto heir who basically ruled the city was literally getting dragged out of his own house by the cops. The news spread like wildfire, completely blowing up the internet. Meanwhile, over at the Long family mansion, the vibe was dead silent, like the calm before a massive storm. Long Oxwan was tossed onto the freezing floor like a straight-up dead dog, still wrapped in that blanket. Blanket slipped, showing him shivering in nothing but his boxers. Talk about rock bottom. Still smelled like cheap perfume from his wild night. Old Master Long sat in his chair spinning walnuts in his hand with a terrifying clicking sound. He did not even look at the pathetic mess on the floor, keeping his eyes glued to the tablet his guard just handed him. On the screen, it is a blurry video and some high-def photos. Long Oxwan is caught wrapped in a sheet, getting dragged down a hotel hallway while some girl is chasing him for money, and random people are filming the whole mess. Long Jinbang lets out a quiet, but ice-cold sneer. No anger in that laugh, only pure, bone-deep disappointment and disgust. "Grandpa, I messed up. It was Qin Tian. It had to be a trap by Qin Tian." Long Oxwan is crying a river, crawling on all fours like a dog just to grab the old man's legs. "Shut up." Long Zhenbang finally speaks. His voice is quiet, but it has this insane authority that literally freezes the room. Long Oxwan instantly freezes up like a choked chicken. "Threw away all of our family's respect." Long Zhenbang's gaze is like a razor-sharp blade as he looks down at this trash. Rolling around in the trash and getting caught on camera? Long Oxwan, you really outdid yourself. He waves his hand like he is shooing a disgusting fly. "Drag him away, shave his head bald, and throw him into the West Mountain Villa. Without my order, he cannot take one step out. Let him reflect on what kind of trash he really is." Two secret guards step in immediately. Ignoring his pig-like squealing for mercy, they drag him out of there. Long Zhenbang closes his eyes tiredly and rubs his temples, but when he opens them again, there is only cold, ruthless focus. "Long Fu, double the guards for Qin Tian. That worthless trash from the Yi family got locked up too." "Master." The Rongcheng police acted incredibly fast. Long Fu bows. That old fossil from the Yi family really needs to teach his lawless brat some manners." Long Zhenbang sneers. "Get the car ready. I am paying the He family a visit." Meanwhile, at the Kyoto He mansion, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. It is like a volcano ready to blow. Bill Lingxiao's father, Yi Zhengshan, the absolute boss of the Yi group, is sitting in his study with a face pale with pure rage. On his screen, security footage shows his son getting dragged away by cops in his pajamas, along with the official report about the Jiang Shui incident. Boom! A priceless Ming Dynasty porcelain vase is smashed to the floor, shattering into a million pieces. You absolute failure. Yi Zhengshan's chest is heaving as his eyes burn with pure rage. For some low-tier nobody and a bit of pathetic jealousy, he actually let someone get dirt on him and get the cops involved. Completely ruined our family's name. He grabs the phone, his voice cold as ice. "Tell the Rongcheng team to fully cooperate with the police. Confess to whatever. Take the punishment. But tell them to keep the media's mouths shut. Anyone who leaks a single word will pay the price." Hanging up, Ye Jingshan gasps for air, his eyes flashing with the cold light. Qin Tian and Chu Chen Tek, a total nobody with zero backing, actually dared to lock up his son. Just then, the butler rushes in. Master, the head of the Long family, Long Zhenbang, is here. Yeah, Zhengshan's eyes narrow as his anger burns even hotter, but he keeps his face deadpan and terrifying. Long Zhenbang? What is he doing here? Is he here to laugh at us, or? Takes a deep breath, forcing his anger down, and adjusts his collar. The storm is shifting from Rongcheng straight to Kyoto. Two titans of top-tier power are about to clash. Their meeting will decide how this drama ends and what kind of massive storm it will unleash next. Chapter 56. Give me an explanation. Inside the study of the Yi family patriarch, the air is so heavy it feels like solid lead. The heavy mahogany furniture and priceless antiques are all blanketed by a suffocating tension, like a massive storm is brewing. Hey, Yi Zhengshan stands with his back to the door, hands behind his back, staring at the lifeless garden outside. The rage burning in his chest is almost consuming him. Son is in handcuffs. The Yi family's reputation is trashed, and the guy behind all of this is some low-class upstart he never even cared about. Master, Elder Long has arrived. The butler's voice is trembling at the door. Yi Zhengshan takes a deep breath, forcing down his rage. When he turns around, he looks like the dignified head of the Yi family again, though his eyes are still ice cold. Bring him in. The door swings open, and Long Zhenbang walks in wearing a simple gray suit, leaning on his signature cane. Behind him, Long Ying follows silently like a ghost, carrying a plain-looking black briefcase. Small talk, no fake smiles. Long Zhenbang's hawk-like eyes lock instantly onto Ye Zhengshan. There is absolutely no warmth in his eyes, just a cold, bottomless pit of ice. Sure know how to raise your kids, Brother Yi. Long Zhenbang's voice is dead calm, but it feels like an icy knife scraping right across Yi Zhengshan's face. Yi Zhengshan's face darkens. Brother Long, what is that supposed to mean? Ling Xiao is just young and reckless. He got set up, and I will handle him. Are you here today just to laugh at my family? Laugh at you? Long Zhenbang lets out a cold, mocking smirk. Yi Ling Xiao tried to frame someone, failed, and got arrested. That is his own damn fault. Do not have time to watch some brat's circus. Laugh? He pauses, tapping his cane lightly on the floor. The dull thud echoes right through Ye Zhengshan's chest. I am here to demand an explanation from the Yi family. Your son Ye Ling Xiao and my trash grandson Long Oxuan conspired together to murder my real grandson, Qin Tian. Boom! Long Zhenbang's words hit the silent room like an absolute bombshell. What? Yi Zhengshan's eyes go wide. For the first time, his face is filled with pure, unmasked shock and disbelief. He lunges forward, his voice cracking with pure panic. Long Zhenbang, what kind of garbage are you spitting? Bu Qishu, that guy running Chushan Tech is your grandson? No way, that is literally impossible. Possible. Long Zhenbang scoffs, staring down Yi Zhengshan like he is trash. Behind him, his right-hand man Long Fu steps up, snaps open a black briefcase. No high-tech gadgets, just a thick manila envelope and a clear folder packed with crystal-clear color photos. Long Zhen grabs the envelope, pulls out the papers, and without even looking, slams them right onto Ye Zhenshan's expensive mahogany desk. Papers slide across the desk, and the bold text at the top hits like a truck. Official DNA relationship report. Client Long Zhenbang grandfather. Subject Gu Kashu grand. Conclusion. DNA results confirm a direct grandfather-grandson relationship. Probability 99.9999%. Right at the bottom is the official stamp and signature from the top national lab. Zhenshan stares at the words confirming the match in that crazy 99.9999%. The color drains straight from his face. He looks up, shaking, completely speechless. Port just absolutely shattered his ego. Gu Keishu's actually his long-lost blood grandson. Talk about a plot twist. It was absolutely wild, but he has to believe it. No way Long Zhenbang would play games with this. To see it now? Long Zhenbang asks, his voice cold as ice. My family's bloodline was lost for over 20 years, suffering out there, and he still managed to build his own empire. But your trash son and that worthless bastard of mine, when he says bastard, his eyes flash with pure rage. Boom! Long Zhenbang snatches the photos from Long Fu and slams them onto the desk with everything he has got, leaving a literal dent in the wood. Photos spill out, and bro is shook. It is Long Oxuan, but he doesn't look like a rich heir anymore. His head is shaved bald, and he is wearing nothing but a rough, gray prison uniform. He is locked behind cold stone walls and iron bars. He got sent straight to the harshest dungeon. Even worse, his eyes are completely dead and he is drooling. He is totally brain dead. The guy is completely ruined. One photo shows bandages wrapped tight around his wrists. Bro got tortured bad. Looking at this absolute mess, even cold-hearted Yi Zhenshan feels a shiver run down his spine. No way. Long Zhenbang actually destroyed his own adopted grandson. This is how my family handles trash, Long Zhenbang growls. Voice sounds like it is straight out of hell, dripping with pure bloodlust. He teamed up with your son, Yi Ling Xiao, hired assassins and tried to murder my grandson, Gu Kashu. I have the receipts. Long Fu pulls out a voice recorder and hits play. The audio is slightly distorted, but it is definitely their voices. That Jiang Shui is a complete clown. Send him to cause a scene at Chuchen Tech, the bigger the better. A scene? That is weak. Set up an accident, like a scaffolding collapse or a lab fire. People die in accidents all the time. Don't worry, young Master Yi, my guys are professionals. Are the hitmen ready? Make sure there are 0 mistakes. I want Gu Kishu dead. The clip is short, but the sheer malice makes Yi Zhenshan freeze. He knows his son's voice anywhere. This is a total wrap. Long Zhenbang shuts it off and slams his cane down, shaking the whole room. Steps closer, unleashing that insane god-level aura of a man who controls life and death. The pressure hits Yi Zhenshan like a mountain. Yi Zhenshan. Long Zhenbang growls, his eyes flashing like lightning. Now give me an answer. How is your family going to handle Yi Lingxiao? Or do you, his voice booms with absolute fury, want to start a whole war with my family over one piece of trash? War. The word hits like a bomb. If these two massive families who have ruled the capital for decades go all out, the entire country is going to shake. Countless allies will be dragged down. Empires will fall, and lives will be ruined. It will be an absolute bloodbath. Ji Zhenshan's face goes pale, then completely dark. Veins pop on his forehead, and cold sweat drenches his shirt. He clenches his fists so hard his nails dig into his skin. He has never been humiliated like this in his entire life. Isn't a conversation. Long Zhenbang brought the DNA test and his ruined grandson as bloody receipts. Absolutely face slap him. He is forcing him to destroy his own son. But Gu Keishu is the real heir, and Long Zhenbang is so serious as he literally crippled his own adopted grandson to prove it. DNA report and the recording are ironclad. If this leaks, his son is cooked and his family name is ruined forever. In a war, he can't even risk it. The cost is too high for anyone. But looking at the mad look in Long Zhenbang's eyes, he knows the old man isn't bluffing. The room goes dead silent, with only the sound of his heavy breathing. Facing Long Zhenbang's razor-sharp, soul-crushing gaze, the air in the room froze solid. One wrong move, and the whole place was going to blow. Fate of the entire capital was literally hanging by a thread between these two absolute powerhouses. Chapter 57. I will never forget this humiliation. Inside the Yi family patriarch's ultra-luxurious study, the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. On the heavy mahogany desk lay a brutal DNA report, photos of a completely crippled Long Oxuan, and a recording pen playing a toxic audio track. These 3 pieces of evidence completely pinned Yi Zhenshan to the wall. Long Zhenbang's threat of absolute war hit Yi Zhenshan like a poisoned dagger, shattering his last bit of pride as the head of the Yi family. He knew going to war meant mutually assured destruction. It would drag their allies into a literal meat grinder and destroy everything his family built over decades. Yi Zhenshan never in a million years expected this. Long Zhenbang was actually ready to burn it all down for a grandson he had not even officially brought home yet. Clearly, Gu Kishu was incredibly important to him. Yi Zhenshan stared hard at Long Zhenbang's cold, lifeless eyes. There was 0 bluffing here, just pure, unadulterated madness to protect his bloodline, even if it meant taking down the entire world. Protect that lost grandson. Long Zhenbang did not hesitate to completely ruin Long Oxuan, the kid he raised for over 20 years. He would absolutely drag the entire Yi family down to hell with him. Rage and humiliation burned through Yi Zhenshan's veins like pure lava. He had dominated the business world his entire life. Who dared to face slap him like this? But his logic kicked in, pouring ice water on his boiling anger. He could not lose. The Yi family could not lose. He let out a heavy, bone-tired sigh. Slowly, ever so slowly, Yi Zhenshan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his roaring fury was gone, replaced by a cold, dead stare of complete defeat. He looked away, unable to face the damning evidence on the desk or Long Zhenbang's suffocating gaze. Stiff as a rusted robot, he turned to the red secure phone in the corner. He picked up the receiver, hesitated for 3 seconds, and finally dialed the numbers. Once the call connected, he muttered, "It is me." Voice was raspy and completely drained of his usual authority. He sighed and gave the order, exile him. Send Ye Lingxiao to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. He is going to work the mines, effective immediately. 20 years, no, scratch that. Without my explicit order, he is never setting foot back in this country again. The voice on the other end gasped in disbelief, but he snapped. Just do it. Ship him out right now. He slammed the phone down with a loud bang. A few seconds, he aged like 10 years, his proud posture completely collapsing. He turned back to Long Zhenbang with a completely blank face and eyes as lifeless as a graveyard. Voice was barely a whisper. Is that enough of an apology for you? Long Zhenbang watched the entire performance, watching the last spark of hope die in his old rival's eyes. He knew this was way worse than just putting a bullet in Yi Lingxiao. This was the ultimate face slap, a total destruction of his dignity as a father and a family head. But that was exactly what he wanted. Ye Lingxiao got what he deserved. His tone was still freezing cold, but the murderous intent dialed back a bit. As for that trash Long Oxuan, he will spend the rest of his miserable life locked up at the villa, paying for his sins. Paused. tapping his cane once against the floor. Today this ends. From now on, we stay out of each other's way. Watch your step. Without another word, he turned around and walked out, surrounded by his bodyguards, leaving behind a cold, silent room of total defeat. As the heavy door shut, it sealed away the broken, hollow shell of a man who had lost everything. Genshan let out a ragged, choked breath, staring at the evidence on his desk that practically laughed at his absolute failure. He grabbed the folder with the photos of ruined Long Oxwan and tried to rip it to shreds with all his might, but the tough plastic only bent, and his hands gave out. Folder slid to the floor. He stumbled back, gripping his desk as he looked out at the bright city lights, his world completely black. Sending someone to the Congo mines, that is literally hell on earth. For a kid who grew up in pure luxury, shipping an arrogant brat like Yiling Xiao, there was a straight-up death sentence. The most agonizing, humiliating death sentence possible. And it was all because of Gu Keshu. Toxic, burning hatred wrapped around his heart like poisonous vines. Gu Keshu Long Zhenbang, I will make you pay for this. Meanwhile, over at the penthouse office of Chuden Tech, the vibe here was the exact opposite of the heavy murderous tension in the capital. It was relaxed, with just a hint of awkwardness. Gu Keishu had just wrapped up a meeting with the cops and his legal team about the Jiangxi situation. Everything was wrapped up beautifully. The evidence was airtight. Ye Lingxiao and Long Oxwan were completely cooked, and Jiang Shui was locked up for attempted blackmail and slander. Thanks to Xu Mace steering the media, public opinion was fully on Chuchen Tech's side. Gu Qishu rubbed his temples and slumped back in his chair, finally letting out a massive sigh of relief. Sure, there was some drama along the way, and Yuchu got a little scared and even a bit jealous. But hey, it ended perfectly. Those two annoying clowns, Ye Lingxiao and Long Oxwan, are officially out of his hair for a long, long time. You must be tired, right? Want some tea? Zhao Yaqi walks in with a steaming hot cup and places it right on his desk. She already swapped out her dress from this morning for a cozy cream-colored knit sweater and pants, looking absolutely stunning and gentle. The way she looks at Gu Kishu is just pure love and worry. That tiny bit of jealousy from earlier, completely gone. Our boy Gu Kishu naturally grabs her hand, pulls her right onto his lap, and wraps his arms around her waist. He rests his chin on her shoulder, taking in her sweet scent. Talk about flexing that riz. I am fine, but what about you? You must have been terrified. Zhao Yaqi just shakes her head and leans against his chest, soaking in all that warmth and strength. She feels totally safe with him. As long as you are here, I am not afraid of anything. She hesitates for a second, then whispers, Is Jiangxia really going to be okay? Her face looked absolutely terrible when they dragged her away. Chapter 58, Taking Advantage After a Few Drinks. She got what she deserved, Gu Qishu says, totally unfazed. But yeah, Ye Lingxiao's thugs did threaten her and her entire family. The cops will handle the rest. Since she actually clutched up with some useful evidence, she will be out in a few days. After that, we are completely even. Zhao Yaqi nods and drops it. She trusts her man completely. Right then, there are a couple of light knocks. The door cracks open and Zhang Yuyao pokes her head in, her big eyes scanning the room. Seeing them cuddling, she lets out a massive woe and covers her eyes. My eyes! Keep it PG, guys. It is literally broad daylight, President Gu. Zhao Yaqi is blushing hard and tries to scramble off his lap, but Gu Keishu just holds her even tighter. Bro is refusing to let go. Heikshu glares at this annoying third wheel. Got business? Spit it out or get out. But Zhang Yuyao just smirks, walks right in, and shuts the door. Zero shame. Dead. She pulls up a chair, sits right in front of Gu Keishu, and rests her chin on her hands. Totally ready for the gossip. Spill it, Shu? How did you have 20/20 foresight? How did you know that crazy chick was just acting? And what about those two clowns, Long Oxwan and Ye Lingxiao? Are they absolutely punching the air right now? Especially Yi Lingxiao getting dragged to the station by the cops. Man, I bet his face was priceless. That is so satisfying. Totally celebrating Yi Lingxiao's downfall, though there is a tiny, hidden vibe of worry there. I mean, he is technically her fiancé, even if she hates him. Gu Keishu breaks down how Jiangxu was blackmailed, and how he turned their own trap against them. But he wisely skips the part about how well he and Jiangxu vibed during the play. He clicks on his monitor and pulls up a freshly received encrypted alert. Breaking news. Yi Lingxiao got slapped with 15 days of detention and a massive fine for instigation, slander, and attempted threat to public safety. Gu Keishu pauses, a cold smirk appearing on his face. Also, word on the street is his own family just banished him. Banished? The two girls gasp at the same time. Yep, Gukyu nods. No idea where they sent him, but he won't be returning to Kyoto anytime soon, and he definitely won't be coming to Rongcheng to mess with us. Karma is real. Zhang Yuyao literally claps in joy, totally loving this. That's what he gets for buzzing around me like a fly. I hope they dump him in Siberia to dig potatoes so our engagement is officially dead. She is talking mad trash, but for a split second, a super complicated look flashes in her eyes, gone before anyone can notice. Zhao Yaqi lets out a huge sigh of relief. She's just glad one major threat to Gu Keishu is gone. Wait, what about Long Oxwan? Long Oxwan? A cold flash passes through Gu Keshu's eyes. Oh, he is cooked. His ending is going to be way worse. Doesn't go into details, but his chilling tone says it all. That sneaky snake is officially done. Let's go. Zhang Yuyao jumps out of her chair, cheering. Double win. We have to celebrate. Tonight is on me, and we are ordering the most expensive stuff on the menu. Sounds like a plan. Gu Keishu actually agrees for once. He looks at Zhao Yaqi, asking what she wants to eat. She just smiles sweetly and says, let's go with whatever Yuyao wants. But right during this chill moment, Gu Keishu's private encrypted phone buzzes. Checks it and sees an anonymous encrypted text. It's for sure. The dust has settled. Kyoto is safe, don't worry. The sender is hidden, but Gu Keshu knows instantly. This could only be from Long Yi, or that grandfather he never acknowledged, and never plans to acknowledge. Safe and settled. Gu Keishu's eyes narrow. It looks like Long Zhenbang clutched up in Kyoto and absolutely crushed the whole situation with zero mercy. Was it for him, or just to save the family's face? He doesn't feel a single shred of gratitude, just pure indifference. He wants zero part of their toxic drama. All Gu Keshu wants is for the Long and Yi families to stay far away from his life. He calmly pockets his phone like nothing happened, looking over at Zhang Yuyao hyping up the dinner plans and Zhao Yaqi smiling warmly. Let's head out, Gu Keshu says, standing up and grabbing Zhao Yaqi's hand. Time to celebrate our local troublemaker finally being gone. Hey, who are you calling a troublemaker? Zhang Yuyao yells, chasing after them. Outside, the golden sunset paints the city. A massive storm that almost wrecked Kyoto's elite thankfully quieted down, settled by the silent clash of two absolute powerhouses. And as for Gu Keishu, who was literally at the center of the storm and didn't even care, he just wants to hold his girl's hand and enjoy a peaceful dinner. Meanwhile, back in his massive mansion in Kyoto, Ye Zhengshan is absolutely seething with pure rage, and Long Zhenbang's heavy guilt is like a ticking time bomb. Both of them are just waiting for the next spark to blow everything wide open. The future is still full of wild twists. As the wild celebration finally dies down, the city goes dead silent. Inside Yaki's villa, it's super quiet, just soft breathing and the wind outside. But beneath the surface, things are getting messy. In the master bedroom, Yaki is sound asleep in Gekshu's arms with a sweet smile on her face. But our boy Gekshu, he's wide awake. Staring at the ceiling in the dark, his mind is replaying every single detail of their dinner. Yuyao's wild laugh, her leaning on his shoulder all drunk and warm, and that final booze-fueled kiss that almost touched his lips. Geishu touches his lips, still feeling that sudden spark. He looks down at Yaki sleeping peacefully in his arms, and a wave of guilt and pure frustration hits him. Geishu gently kisses her forehead, trying to shut down those intrusive thoughts. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Yuyao's face plants onto her bed. The alcohol is hitting her hard, but her heart is pounding even faster. She buries her face in her hands, her cheeks and ears burning red. Yuyao, you're out of your mind. You've absolutely lost it. She screams internally. She actually used the alcohol as an excuse to kiss Geishu. Even if it didn't fully land, the distance was basically zero, and Yaki, her best friend, was right there. Waves of shame and straight-up betrayal hit her, completely washing away the excitement of that drunk kiss. Geishu's intense, unreadable look is burned into her brain. It's over. How is she supposed to look Yaki or Geishu in the eye tomorrow? Tossing and turning in bed, wishing she could undo it all and just strangle her drunk self. Totally exhausted, she finally drifts off, dreaming of Geishu's lips and Yaki's heartbroken face. Chapter 59, it's finally going down. Morning comes and the sun peeks through the curtains. Yaki wakes up first, feeling all warm and satisfied from last night. Looking at Geishu sleeping next to her, she's so in love. She slips out of bed to make breakfast, but the second she steps outside, the guest room door opens. Out steps Yuyao, looking like a total zombie with messy hair and massive dark circles under her eyes. She slinks out, completely avoiding eye contact with Yaki. Morning, Yaki, Yuyao stammers, her voice cracking with pure guilt. Morning, Yuyao. Yaki gives her a sweet smile, seeing how exhausted she is, and asks, you drank way too much last night. Got a headache? Let me make you some hangover soup. No, I'm totally fine. Yuyao aggressively waves her hands. Seriously, I'm good. I just totally blacked out, you know? Drank so much I don't remember a single thing. She forces a laugh, trying to play off her guilt as a blackout, but her shifty eyes give her away. Yaki looks at her, knowing she's totally overreacting, and her heart sinks. She saw Yuyao throw herself at Geishu last night. Even though Geishu dodged it, did Yuyao really do that just because she was drunk? Yaki based her doubts and says gently, well, maybe it's better you don't remember so you don't feel sick. Go wash up. Breakfast is almost ready. Yuyao gets out of there fast, locking herself in the bathroom. She leans against the door and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Her heart is still pounding like crazy. Thank God Yaki didn't press her. Surely the blackout excuse worked, right? Outside, Yaki stares at the bathroom door with a complicated look. She's not stupid. Yu Yao's sketchy behavior and last night's stunt made everything crystal clear. Yu Yao is her literal best friend. Yaki sighs and heads to the kitchen. Dealing with feelings takes serious time and patience. But with Yu Yao living under her roof and seeing Geishu every single day, Yaki is terrified of what might happen next. Will things spiral completely out of control between Yu Yao and Jekshu? The mere thought of it is absolutely eating her alive. Tries to focus on making breakfast, but her brain won't stop playing worst-case scenarios. Soon breakfast is served. Gashu wakes up right on time and walks in. But today the vibe in the dining room is incredibly tense. Yaki quietly eats, while Yu Yao keeps her head down, aggressively cutting her eggs, too scared to look anyone in the eye. Shu's phone buzzes. It's an encrypted message from Dragon Shadow. He glances at it, frowning slightly. What's wrong, Shu? Yaki immediately notices. Gishu puts his phone down, his voice calm but dead serious. From Dragon Shadow. Pool. Has been thrown onto a flight to the Congo. The second he lands, our guys will watch him to make sure he's working the mines forever. As for Long Oxwan, he pauses. Long Zhenbong completely destroyed him. He's locked up in the brutal West Hill mansion. He's officially a cripple with zero chance of a comeback. The news hits like a bombshell. Karma is a beast, Yu Yao blurts out, trying to hide her awkwardness with fake anger. Those two absolute trash bags. They got what they deserved. Now we finally get some peace, and my family can't force me to marry anymore, right? She talks a big game, but hearing that Ling Xiao got exiled to an African mine leaves a flicker of raw, complicated emotion deep in her eyes. Yaki sighs in relief, glad Gishu is finally safe. That's good, they can't hurt you anymore. Bull looks at Yaki's sweet face, then glances at a visibly shaken Yu Yao. Ye Ling Xiao was forced into exile, and Ye Jinshen's reputation is completely ruined. Even Long Ashan was personally crippled by his own father. The Long and Yi families seem to have backed down, but they won't just let this slide. Especially Yi Zhenshan, a guy like him won't forget this disrespect. They took a massive loss, so there is no way they are letting this slide. Gu Chengtian put down his utensils, looking at the two girls with dead serious energy. Storm on the surface might have calmed down, but underneath, it is brewing. The Yi family's definitely plotting something dirty, and their revenge is going to be way more toxic and hidden. And the Long family? He thought of Long Zhenbang and his eyes went cold. Yeah, those guys are definitely not our friends either. You girls need to watch your backs from now on. Zhao Yaki nodded seriously, saying she got it, while Zhang Yuyao actually stopped joking for once and nodded along. Gu Chengtian slowly finished his food, swallowed his last bite, and looked straight at Zhang Yuyao across the table to lay down some facts. Yuyao, with your family background, a forced marriage is pretty much unavoidable. Even if it is not the Yi family, some other rich clan is going to come knocking. You need to be ready. Your family is not going to throw away a chance to power up like that. Hearing this, Zhang Yuyao completely froze, her eyes wide with pure shock. After a long, awkward silence, she finally snapped out of it with a bitter, defeated smile. She muttered, "If they try to force me again, I am straight up cutting ties with them forever." Breakfast ended with that heavy vibe. Gu Chengtian stood up to head to the office, packing his things. He told them that Xu Mei is officially launching Chuchen Capital, and he needs to go run the show. With that, he grabbed his briefcase and headed for the door. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Yaki's sweet voice came from behind. "Hey, come back early tonight, okay?" It was like a warm spring breeze. Gu Chengtian paused for a split second, then kept walking. Then Zhang Yuyao chimed in. She sounded a bit awkward, but way less sharp than usual. "Drive safe." Did not even look back. He just gave a quiet nod, opened the door, and left. Second, the door clicked shut. The air turned to ice. Zhao Yak slowly turned her gaze to Zhang Yuyao. Her eyes were calm, way too calm, and it was honestly terrifying. "Yuyao, we need to talk." Zhang Yuyao completely froze, like she was pinned to the ground by some invisible force. She was holding her spoon, about to take a bite, but her hand just stopped working. The spoon dropped onto her plate with a loud clang. That sound echoed in the quiet room, and her heart rate went through the roof. A million thoughts rushed through her head. She was cooked. What she feared most was finally happening. Chapter 60, Exposing the Truth. The dining room was dead silent. You could literally hear your own heartbeat. Zhao Yaki did not say anything at first. She just started washing the dishes, and the sound of running water was loud as hell in the silence. Zhang Yuyao sat there stiff as a board, picking at the edge of the tablecloth. Every single second felt like a literal century. She was too scared to look up or meet Yaki's eyes. Her brain was completely fried. Trying to pretend she blacked out from drinking? Yeah, that excuse was a joke. Yaki is way too smart to buy that. Yuyao Xiaoyaki finally spoke, her voice still gentle. But there was a serious vibe she could not dodge. She dried her hands, sat down across from her, and stared straight at Yuyao's lowered head. "You did not actually black out last night, did you?" Zhang Yuyao flinched. The mask was ripped off, and her face was burning with pure shame. Guilt and shame hit her like a truck. She snapped her head up, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. Her voice cracked as she panicked. Yaki, I am so sorry. I drank too much. I was not thinking straight. I did not mean to, I swear. I know you drank too much. Zhao Yaki cut off her frantic rambling, sounding so calm it was scary. And I know you did not mean to either. Yaki paused, looking at her childhood best friend with mixed emotions. But Yu Yao, alcohol makes people honest. The way you acted last night and the way you look at Tian, is that really just because we are best friends? Yaki's gaze was soft, but it pierced right through her soul. The way you look at him is different. That sentence was a dagger that pierced right through Zhang Yuyao's defenses. She opened her mouth, wanting to deny it or make an excuse, but she was completely choked up. She could not get a single word out, and her tears just started pouring. She covered her face, her shoulders shaking. I don't know, Yaki. Her voice was totally broken, filled with pain and confusion. I just cannot help it. At first, I only cared because we are best friends. But then I saw how insane he is, and I could not stop looking at him. Even though we only met a few days ago, I just cannot stop myself. Every time I see him, my mind goes crazy. She kept shaking, crying out, You are my best friend. I know this is wrong, but how could I have these feelings? She finally broke down, crying, letting out all the chaotic feelings she had been holding back. Seeing her cry like a baby, Yaki did not even feel mad. Instead, she just felt a wave of helplessness and sadness. She got up, walked over, and gently wrapped her arms around her shaking shoulders. Yu Yao, Yaki's voice was soft and warm. Falling for someone does not always make sense. It does not mean you are a bad person, and it does not mean you betrayed me. Yu Yao looked up with her eyes soaked in tears, absolutely stunned. Yaki, you are not mad? Of course it hurts a bit, Yaki admitted honestly, but we are sisters. Chengtian is absolute fire, so it is normal to catch feelings. But we need to keep our heads clear and know where the line is. She wiped Yu Yao's tears away, her voice soft but firm. Yu Yao, you are my best friend. I do not want some guy to ruin that. I won't let anything ruin what we have. Kexu is my guy, the one I love, but you are my ride or die forever. Our friendship is worth more than anything, you get that, right? Yu Yao looked into Yaki's eyes, and man, she was so sincere and forgiving. The guilt was absolutely crushing her. She nodded like crazy, tears choking her up, and said, I get it, Yaki, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Promise I'll get my feelings under control, okay? I won't ever do anything to hurt you again. All right, stop crying. Yaki patted her on the back and said, Go wash your face, your eyes are so puffy. Why don't you move back to your place for a few days to clear your head? Yu Yao froze, but then she realized how incredibly thoughtful Yaki was being. She was giving her space to avoid any super awkward run-ins, and honestly, she just didn't want Yu Yao and Kexu living under the same roof anymore. Yu Yao nodded furiously and said, Yes, absolutely, I'll pack and leave this afternoon. Bro, she packed her bag so fast it was like she was running for her life. She threw her clothes into the suitcase, too ashamed to even look up or meet Yaki's eyes. Yaki, I'll head out first. Let's catch up later, okay? Her voice was barely a whisper as she grabbed her suitcase, desperately trying to make her exit. Yaki stood by the door, still looking gentle, but her eyes showed she was totally conflicted. Get home safe, Yu Yao. Call me if you need anything. I will! Yu Yao nodded frantically, practically sprinting out of the luxury villa. The moment the door shut, Yu Yao leaned against it and exhaled, her heart still pounding in her chest. That was so embarrassing, Yu Yao. Why are you always looking for trouble? How could she catch feelings for her best friend's guy? Ugh, she was so done with herself. She smacked her forehead in pure frustration and dragged her suitcase away from the luxury estate, completely defeated. Back in the empty villa, Yaki just stood there, staring at the closed door as if waiting for some peace of mind. But her calm expression slowly began to crack, and she couldn't fake being fine anymore. Moving like a hollow shell, she dragged herself to the sofa and collapsed onto it. She leaned forward, resting her hands lifelessly on her knees, completely drained of energy. Her chest felt so tight, like she couldn't breathe. She knew Kexu was him, a total catch with irresistible charm, so of course the girls would throw themselves at him. But actually seeing her ride-or-die best friend thirsting over her man, and even trying to kiss him, that felt absolutely disgusting, like swallowing a straight-up fly. It made her sick to her stomach. Sure, Yu Yao swore she'd control her feelings. And yeah, Kexu dodged the kiss like a pro, but that scene was rent-free in Yaki's head and she couldn't shake it. She let out a heavy sigh, carrying all the stress of the world. Daki's mind was a complete mess right now, thoughts racing and tangling together. No matter what, Yu Yao was still her best friend. Chapter 61, Drinking the Pain Away. Kexu barely sat down at his desk when his assistant Xu Mei knocked and rushed in. Boss, we've got a situation. She looked dead serious. We just got word that the Yi family's making big moves. Kishu took a calm sip of his tea. Well, that old fox Ye Jinshan just had his son exiled. Of course he's not going to sit still. What kind of trash scheme is he cooking up this time? Golden Glow Capital. owned by the Yi Group, has been active in the market. They're buying up shares of our key component suppliers, and they're already threatening to jack up the prices or completely cut off our supply. Xu Mei handed him a folder. Looking at this, definitely know you're expanding into AI robotics. They're trying to choke our supply chain. Pishu skimmed the file and scoffed. Can't beat us in a fair fight, so he plays dirty? Classic Yi Zhenshan is so mid. He tossed the papers aside and tapped his desk. Xu Mei, remember how our AI Xiao Ai is basically a money-printing cheat code? Time to put her to work. Activate ghost mode. Lock onto Golden Glow Capital and track every single dollar, their entire stock portfolio, whatever trash move they're planning next. Expose everything immediately. On it, Xu Mei's eyes lit up with excitement. With Xiao Ai on the job, those clowns are cooked. Back at her quiet little apartment, Yu Yao threw her suitcase aside and collapsed onto the couch. Silence was deafening, with only her heavy sighs filling the room. Her brain was in absolute chaos, switching between Kikshu's face, Yaki's hurt look, and that cringy moment last night where she almost kissed him while drunk. Her head was literally spinning. Suddenly, her phone started buzzing, snapping her back to reality. She picked up and her face went completely pale. The elder orders you to return to Kyoto immediately. Starting today, all your bank cards are frozen and your restaurant is being seized. Heads. If you don't want to be permanently disowned by the family, you better get back here right now. The line went dead before she could even say a word. She threw her phone onto the couch, feeling like her entire world just collapsed. This was so frustrating. She aggressively rubbed her head and sat straight up. No way, I am not just going to give in. Pete, so they froze my cards and took my business? Do they seriously think I'll starve to death without them? She scrolled through her contacts, but after staring at the names, she just sighed. This whole situation was too humiliating. Who could she even talk to? In the end, her finger stopped right on a bar's location. Whatever, time to grab a few drinks and drown these feelings. Zhang Yuyao grit her teeth, threw on a clean outfit, grabbed her bag, and stormed out the door. Inside, the lights were super dim, and the bass was straight up vibrating in her chest. Yuyao grabbed a booth in the corner and started chugging drinks back to back. Her tolerance is usually fire, but with all this stress, she was drinking way too fast and got buzzed in no time. Yo, handsome, hit me with another one, she slurred, calling out to the bartender. But just as she raised her glass for another round, she caught something out of the corner of her eye. A group of guys had just walked through the door. The leader was wearing this loud, tacky shirt with slick-back, greasy hair. His eyes were darting all over the place, looking sketchy as hell, and the massive meatheads trailing behind him, absolute thugs. You could tell they were muscle from a mile away. Yu Yao's heart did a total drop and she instantly sobered up. Guy looked familiar. She'd seen him around Yi Lingxiao before. He was basically a loyal dog for the Yi family. Oh crap, Yu Yao realized she was cooked. Yi Zhenshan had just exiled Lingxiao, so the old man was probably absolutely furious right now. For his lackeys to show up in Rongcheng and run straight into her, there was zero chance this was going to end well. She quickly looked down, trying to play it cool, while sneaking her phone out to text Gu Kishu or Zhao Yaki. But Greasy Hair had eyes like a hawk. He locked onto Yu Yao instantly. Wearing a nasty smirk, he and his goons swaggered right over, completely cutting off her exit. Well, if it isn't the great Miss Zhang, Greasy Hair sneered in a mocking tone. What's a pretty lady like you doing drinking all alone? Young Master Lingxiao barely left and you're already this lonely. Yu Yao cursed him out in her head. Forcing herself to look calm, she glared up. Who even are you? You got the wrong person. Get out of my way. Wrong person? The guy scoffed, reaching straight out to grab her arm. Jiang has such a bad memory. Our young Master Yi talked about you all the time, you know. He's living the dream out in Africa right now, and he specifically told us to take real good care of his lovely fiancée. He squeezed her arm so hard she winced in pain. Yu Yao's heart leapt right into her throat. She was in deep trash now. That old geezer Ye Zhenshan was too scared to go after Gu Keishu, so he was targeting her instead. Trying to use her as leverage, or was this just petty revenge? Let go of me. Get lost. Yu Yao thrashed wildly and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Help! Someone's trying to kidnap me!" But the music was blasting way too loud, completely swallowing her screams. A few people glanced over, but as soon as they saw those terrifying thugs, they immediately minded their own business. Greasy Hair smirked and gestured to his men. Miss Zhang's had a few too many. Let's take her back to help her sober up, shall we? Two massive thugs stepped up, grabbing Yu Yao from both sides. Fear washed over Yu Yao. Only one thought ran through her head. It's over, I'm completely cooked. But right at that split second, boom, double impact. The two thugs about to touch Yu Yao got hit like they were struck by a speeding semi-truck. They shrieked as they flew backward, crashing hard into a nearby booth table, shattering bottles everywhere. Instantly, the entire bar went dead silent. Everyone stared in absolute shock. Standing right behind Greasy Hair out of nowhere were two men in black suits and dark sunglasses. They had appeared completely silent. They weren't giants, but they stood like solid steel towers, radiating a bone-chilling, dangerous aura. One of them was slowly pulling back his leg from that absolute killer kick. He didn't even spare a glance at the crying thugs on the floor. Behind his sunglasses, his gaze was like pure ice, locking dead onto the terrified, greasy-haired leader. Yu Yao was totally stunned, staring at these two absolute units who just saved her out of nowhere. Then it clicked. Oh right, her uncle had lent her a dozen elite bodyguards. She'd found them annoying to have around, so she told them to stay in the shadows. A massive wave of relief washed over her, and she almost burst into tears right then and there. Greasy Hair's face went completely pale. He pointed a shaking finger at them, his voice trembling. Who the hell are you guys? You dare mess with the Yi family? Bodyguard stepped forward, his voice ice cold. The Yi family? A faint smirk played on his lips, dripping with pure contempt. I don't care what Yi family you're talking about. Even if the heavens themselves came down, anyone who dares touch Miss Jiang is literally begging for death. Chapter 62 end. You're dead meat. The entire bar went deathly quiet, with only the faint background music wheezing in the back. Greasy Hair and the rest of his unbruised lackeys stared with their eyes practically popping out, looking like they'd just seen a ghost. Two guys on the floor were groaning, completely unable to stand up, their faces totally distorted in agony. Two bodyguards stood there like absolute walls, their aura so icy it could freeze anyone solid. Greasy Hair swallowed hard, his throat feeling dry as sandpaper. Row brothers, what's your crew? Name your squad. We're with the Yi family, working directly for Elder Yi himself. Let's not make a scene here, okay? Shan, the lead bodyguard, didn't even bother taking off his shades. His voice was cold enough to freeze water. He's absolutely nothing to us. Touch a single hair on Miss Jiang's head again, and I will make every single dog in your Yi family crawl all the way back to Kyoto. The sheer dominant energy was insane. Greasy Hair's face drained of color, sweat dripping down his temples. He finally got the picture. These two absolute beasts didn't give a crap about the Yi family. He was completely outmatched today. If he kept trying to flex, he'd literally be carried out of here. Fine, you guys win this round. Just you wait. He tried to throw out a weak threat to save face, then scrambled to get his standing goons to drag the two broken-up losers off the floor. They pushed through the crowd and fled, looking utterly pathetic. Yu Yao's knees buckled, and she almost collapsed right onto the floor. All that fake courage she'd mustered just evaporated, leaving her heart pounding from the sheer terror. The lead bodyguard took a step forward, his tone softening up. Miss Jiang, we apologize for the scare. Mr. Li sent us to protect you. This place isn't safe, so let us escort you home. Jiang Yuyao looks at them, her eyes welling up with tears. She nods hard, saying, thank you so much for bringing me back to my apartment. Meanwhile, our boy Gu Geishu and Xu Mei are staring at the screen watching Xiaoai dig up Jinhui Capital's secret database. Data is flashing like crazy. Literally dizzying. Xu Mei points at the screen and says, Boss Gu, look at this cash flow. Jinhui's been buying up shares of Hongyuan Precision and Zinda Electronics like crazy. Who are our main suppliers for core parts. If they hoard all this stock, they can totally choke our production for the next quarter. That old fox Yi Zhengshan wants to completely cut off our lifeline. Gu Geishu's eyes turn ice cold. Sheik Shu orders. Xiaoai keep digging. See who else Jinhui is flirting with and check for any sketchy high-value transfers. Instantly, the screen starts scrolling through connections. Boom. Just later, at Tengfei Technology. Xu Mei is shocked. Tengfei? Isn't that the shell company Lu Haoshuan used to run? Xu Mei says, they used it specifically to launder money and do their dirty work. Gu Geishu lets out a cold smirk and says exactly. He commands. Xiaoai traced the cash flowing from Jinhui to Tengfei Technology. The screen shifts again, showing a financial web spreading out like a spider's nest. Finally, they lock onto an obscure offshore account. The system flags it as linked to Viper, a notorious Southeast Asian mercenary group. Viper? Xu Mei gasps. These guys are ruthless mercenaries who will do anything for money. They play extremely dirty. What is Yi Zhengshan planning? Gu Geishu's eyes are sharp as daggers. He's squeezing our supply chain on the outside, but secretly plotting something even nastier. Trying to hit us from both sides? Coughs, pulls at his phone and dials an encrypted number. Long Ying, it's me. We have a situation. Yi Zhengshan is laundering money through Jinhui Capital, and the cash is going straight to Viper in Southeast Asia. The target is probably me or my people. Double your security, especially around Yuchu. On the other end, Long Ying's voice turns dead serious. Understood, young master. Rest easy. Not even a fly is getting past us. Right after he hangs up, his phone rings like crazy. It is Jiang Yuyao, her voice shaking with panic and tears. Gu Geishu, just now at the bar, those Yi family goons tried to kidnap me. I was so scared. Shu's heart drops. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Where are you? She stammers. I am fine. Luckily, the bodyguards my uncle secretly put on me beat those bastards off. They are terrifying. Ah, shoo, that old bastard Yi Zhengshan, he's too scared to touch you, so he's coming after me. Zhang Yuyao is literally shivering. Gu Geishu's face goes absolutely cold. Yep, that trash Yi Zhengshan is finally losing his mind and playing dirty. Yuyao, listen to me. Go home right now and lock the door. Do not open it for anyone except me and Yuchu. The bodyguards will be right outside your apartment. I will handle this. Bu Guju talks fast, his voice filled with urgency. Okay, I am heading back now, Zhang Yuyao cries out. Gu Geshu hangs up and slams his fist onto the office desk. Solid wood desk groans. Yi Zhengshan, you are dead meat. Gu Geshu's eyes are filled with pure rage. Come at him? Fine, but targeting his girls, Zhao Yuchu and Zhang Yu, he just crossed the line. Xu Mei. Gu Geishu's voice is freezing cold. Launch Phase 2 of Project Ghost. Go all out against Jinhui Capital. Smash their stock price to the ground and drain every single cent they are using to hoard stock. I am going to make that old trash Yi Zhengshan go absolutely bankrupt. He's going to lose everything. Boss Gu. Xu Mei is furious too. She starts typing at lightning speed. Xiao Ai, initiate the financial storm protocol. Target Jinhui Capital. Go full god mode. Stock chart for Jinhui Capital, which was slowly climbing, suddenly takes a massive hit. It is crashing hard, straight off a cliff. Red numbers are flashing everywhere. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuchu is sitting alone in her villa, her mind in a complete mess. She's overthinking about Zhang Yuyao, Gu Geishu, and their complicated love triangle when suddenly her phone buzzes. Gu Geishu. Yuchu, his voice is incredibly tense. Listen to me. Stay inside the villa. Do not go anywhere. Long Ying's guys are outside, so you are totally safe. Yi Zhengshan has completely lost it. His goons just tried to kidnap Yuyao at a bar, but my guys stopped them. I am worried he is coming for you next. Zhao Yuchu's heart drops. All her petty relationship drama instantly vanishes, replaced by a massive wave of danger. Yuyao okay? Ashu, what about you? She asks. Yuyao is fine, just a bit shaken up. I told her to lock herself in her apartment. I am totally fine too, safe at the office. Shikshu says quickly, don't worry, Yuchu. As long as I am here, nobody can touch you. Just stay safe at home and wait for me. I will be back once I handle things here. I understand, please be careful too. Zhao Yuchu grips her phone. She is worried, but her voice is pure determination. Right now, all her jealousy and relationship drama are completely out the window. She only cares about Gu Geishu's safety and taking down their common enemy. She hangs up and walks to the window. Outside in the dark, she can see the silent, rock-solid figures guarding her villa. Her anxiety finally starts to fade. Zhao Yuchu takes a deep breath, her eyes turning cold and sharp. Zhengshan, you dare touch my man and my best friend. Get ready to pay. The heiress of the Shengxi group is not someone you want to mess with. Meanwhile, over at the Yi family mansion, Yi Zhengshan looks absolutely livid. He's staring at Jinhui Capital's stock chart, which is literally nosediving, alongside non-stop alerts about their supplier warehouses mysteriously catching fire. Top it off, his top goon calls him, face beaten to a pulp, crying about how the kidnap mission failed because they ran into some absolute beasts. Trash! You are all useless trash! Ye Zhengshan screams in rage, smashing his expensive jade piece to pieces on the floor. Priceless piece of jade shatters into dust in an instant. Gu Qishu, the Zhang family, and that old bastard Longbang, just you wait! I'm coming for you all. His eyes are flashing with pure venomous madness. Playing nice didn't work, and his sneaky backroom moves are getting totally blocked too. Looks like it's time to play his ultimate trump card, the one buried deepest of all. Yi Zhengshan grabs a sketchy-looking satellite phone and dials an encrypted overseas number. Voice is ice cold, like a hissing snake. It's me. The plan has changed. Activate venomous fangs and change target priority. Our main target is now Zhao Yaqi. I'm going to make Gu Qiju suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 63, Checking on the Traumatized Girl. Jinhui Capital's stock price got absolutely obliterated by the financial storm Xiao Ai whipped up, completely pinning Ye Zhenshan down for now. Gu Keisho rubs his throbbing temples, finally letting his guard down just a little bit. Leaning back in his massive office chair, he glances at the clock in the corner of his screen. It's almost time to log off. But he can't stop thinking about Zhang Yuyao. He keeps picturing her dragging her suitcase and fleeing the villa like she was running for her life. Even though he wasn't there to see it, he just can't get her out of his head. Is that girl really going to be okay on her own back at her apartment? Gu Keishu frowns again, getting worried. That mad dog Yi Zhengshan literally just sent thugs to corner her at a bar. Sure, his bodyguards dealt with them, but who knows what dirty tricks that old bastard will pull next. Zhang Yuyao acts all tough and loud, but she's actually super fragile and spoiled. Living alone right after getting terrified, the more he thinks about it, the more uneasy he gets. Gu Keishu chuckles at himself, grabs his car keys, and stands up. Keep an eye on Xu Mei. Let me know the second Jinhui makes a move. I'm heading out. Leaving it at that, Gu Keishu storms out of the office. Luckily, Zhang Yao's apartment isn't too far from the company. Parking downstairs, he looks up and sees her window. The lights are on, so she's safe. He gets out of the car but doesn't go up immediately. First, he pulls out his phone and calls the bodyguard assigned to protect her. It's me. What's the situation, Mr. Gu? Everything is clear. We've got the apartment surrounded and locked down. No suspicious activity detected. Zhang hasn't left since she got back. The bodyguard's voice is steady and reassuring. Good work. I'm heading up to check on her. Gu Keishu hangs up, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He takes the elevator up, stands right outside her door, and raises his hand to press the doorbell. Finger freezes in midair. That super awkward moment from this morning is still fresh in his mind. What is he even doing here? And what if Zhao Yaqi finds out? What will she think? It is annoying. But since he's already made it all the way here, he takes a deep breath and presses the doorbell anyway. Ding dong. He hears her slippers shuffling inside. The door cracks open just a bit, revealing Zhang Yuyao's guarded little face. But when she realizes it's actually Gu Keishu standing there, her eyes go wide as saucers and her jaw drops. She looks like she just saw a literal ghost. Shu, what are you doing here? Her first instinct is to slam the door shut. But Gu Keishu reacts instantly, blocking the door with his hand. Just checking to see if you're dead yet. It sounds harsh, but hearing those words makes her eyes start to well up. Zhang Yuyao lets go of the door and steps aside, mumbling under her breath. Thanks to you, I'm still breathing. Gu Keishu steps inside. The apartment is a total mess. Clearly, she's been feeling too down to even think about cleaning up. Scanning the room, his eyes land on Zhang Yuyao. She's wearing oversized loungewear with her hair thrown up in a messy bun, completely makeup-free. Dark circles under her eyes look even worse than this morning. She looks completely drained, like a wilted flower. You all by yourself? Gu Keishu asks, already knowing the answer. Who else would be here? She snaps. She walks over to the sofa, plops down, and curls into a ball, clutching a pillow, totally avoiding his gaze. Shu, did Yaqi send you? No, Gu Keishu replies. He walks over to the armchair opposite her and sits down, looking at her with a calm expression. I came on my own. I heard those Yi family dogs almost snatched you up, so I got worried. Had to come see if you got scared out of your mind. I am not heartless. She snaps like a cat whose tailed on, glaring up at him, but her eyes immediately start turning red. I am fine. I don't need your fake pity. You need to leave right now before Yaqi sees you here. She can't even finish her sentence. She just buries her face back into the pillow. Seeing her try so hard to act tough when she's actually terrified makes all of Gu Keishu's irritation completely melt away. Instead, he feels this strange, heavy warmth in his chest. All right, cut the act. His voice softens, carrying a gentle tone he doesn't even realize is there. You were terrified, weren't you? Those words hit like a needle, popping her tough facade instantly. Shoulders start shaking against the pillow, and a muffled sob escapes. Who is terrified? I'm not. She tries to stay stubborn, but her voice is totally choked up. I just think it's completely unfair. Why does this keep happening? Bumbag Yi Lingxiao got exiled by his dad. What does that have to do with me? Why is that old fossil Yi Zhenshin coming after me? Who did I even offend? I never wanted to marry him anyway, so why are they forcing me into this? The more she talks, the more emotional she gets. Her tears finally spill over, soaking right into the pillow. Gu Keishu just watches her cry. He doesn't say a word or mock her like he usually does. He just sits there silently, letting her let it all out. After a while, her crying finally starts to quiet down. She wipes her face with her sleeve, her eyes red like a rabbit's. She looks up, her voice stuffed up. Why haven't you left yet? Here to laugh at me? Gu Keishu completely ignores that. He pulls out his phone, taps the screen a few times, and turns it toward her. Look. Check it out. On the screen is a list of contacts with over a dozen names and code names, followed by a bunch of complex codes. What is this? Sniffling, Yu Yao asked, totally confused. Is this the list of your personal bodyguards and emergency contacts? Keishu just handed over his phone. It's saved in your phone and set to speed dial. If anything, and I mean anything goes wrong, or if you can't reach your uncle's guys, just press. They'll lock onto your location instantly and pull up. Yu Yao just stared at the phone in shock, then looked up at Keishu. The guy looked completely stone-faced, but his eyes were dead serious. Suddenly, a wave of warmth hit Yu Yao's chest, totally washing away all his fear and sadness. He hesitated for a second, but finally reached out to take the phone. The moment his fingers brushed against Keishu's cool fingertips, it felt like a jolt of electricity. He instantly pulled his hand back. Thanks, thank you, Yu Yao mumbled, keeping his head down. He quickly tapped away on his screen, saving the numbers as fast as he could. The room went dead silent again, with only the quiet tapping of Yu Yao's screen. Once it was done, he handed the phone back to Keishu. Keishu grabbed it and casually tossed it back in his pocket. Hey, Yu Yao muttered, nervously squeezing his pillow, his voice getting even quieter. He looked completely defeated as he muttered, about what happened between us, I'm so sorry to Yaqi. Please, just forget about it. Yu Yao forced himself to look Keishu in the eye for a split second before looking down again. I'll move far away. I won't get in your way anymore. Looking at how terrified and broken Yu Yao seemed, Kexu felt a strange pang in his chest. He opened his mouth about to say something, but BZZ, his phone suddenly went off, shattering the silence of the apartment. Plot twist, it was a video call from Yaki. Both of them froze. They locked eyes, and absolute panic set in. Yu Yao looked like a startled rabbit, almost leaping off the couch as he scrambled to get out of the camera's view. Kexu tried to play it cool, took a deep breath, and hit answer. Yaki's sweet, smiling face popped up on the screen, sitting in her cozy living room. Hey, honey, you still busy? What do you want for dinner? Yaki's voice was as sweet as ever. Almost done, just wrapped up, Kexu replied, trying to sound normal. He subtly tilted the camera just enough to show Yu Yao sitting across from him on the couch. I'm actually over at Yu Yao's place. I just dropped off an emergency contact list for some bodyguards. Since he lives alone, I was a bit worried. When Yaki saw Yu Yao in the corner of the screen, she didn't look mad at all. In fact, her smile got even warmer. Oh, you're with Yu Yao? That's totally fine. You did the right thing. Yu Yao, are you doing okay? You must have been so scared. Hekshu, make sure to stay and keep him company for a bit. Help him calm down. There's no rush to come home. She even waved cheerfully at Yu Yao through the screen. Don't worry, Yu Yao. Kikshu is there to protect you. Just lock the doors tonight. The guards are right outside, so get some good sleep. I'll come visit you soon. Seeing Yaki's genuine, caring smile and hearing her sweet words made Yu Yao feel like absolute trash. He remembered his own secret feelings and was immediately crushed by overwhelming guilt. Nose tingled as tears threatened to spill over again. He quickly ducked his head and mumbled, Yeah, thanks, Yaki. I'm totally fine, I'm just glad you're okay. All right, you two talk. I'll let you go. Yaki waved with a smile and hung up the call. With the call ended, the apartment went dead silent again. Yu Yao kept his head buried, his shoulders trembling. He couldn't hold back anymore. Huge tears started splashing onto the pillow. The nicer and more trusting Yaki was, the more he felt like a total piece of trash, felt like a thief. Kishu stared at him crying in silence, then looked down at his dark screen. Yaki's kindness was like a mirror, exposing this awkward mess and the dangerous spark he was starting to feel for Yu Yao. Peshu stood up, his voice cold and commanding as usual, but leaving absolutely no room for argument. I'll take care of Yi Jinshan once and for all. Just get some rest. Without another look at Yu Yao, he turned on his heel and walked out. The door clicked shut. Yu Yao stared at the empty doorway, his mind completely fried. Chapter 64. Who dares to cross him? As Cashew walked out of Yu Yao's apartment, the cold night breeze finally cleared his head, washing away his weird frustration. He got into his car, but didn't start the engine right away. Instead, he just sat there, tapping his fingers on the wheel. That old trash Yi Zhenshin is getting desperate, reaching his claws where they don't belong. We can't just play defense anymore. Hey, Long Ying, Kisu said, calling his trusted agent. We shut down Jinhui for now, but Ye Zhenshan isn't going to stop. He just took an L trying to target Yu Yao, so his next target is definitely going to be someone close to me, or Chuchin Tech itself. Keep your eyes peeled. Do not miss a single detail. Don't worry, boss. I'm on it, Long Ying's solid voice replied. Also, about that deep security check you wanted on the main unit of the Xiaoai robot, we found something. Pishu's eyes narrowed. Spill it. We pulled all the lab's entry records and core logs, Long Ying explained. Exactly 3 minutes after Xiaoai was first booted up, the firewall caught a tiny spike disguised as a regular data check. It was traced back to some ghost proxy server overseas, even though Xiaoai's own defense system blocked it instantly and wiped the traces. Long Ying paused before dropping the bomb. The exact second that spike happened was the exact moment you saw that weird red flash. No way, there really is a leak, Kikshu's heart sank. He knew those two trash-tier clowns, Oxwan and Lingxiao, could never pull off a hack this cracked, even if they worked together. There's a real mastermind behind all this, and they're insanely fast. They made their move the exact second the program was loaded into the Xiaoai robot. This is wild. Gu Keshu presses him. Can we pin down what this bastard is after? Are they stealing data or just trying to trash the system? Can't say for sure, Long Ying replies, his voice dead serious. This guy is cracked. His skills are insane. He barely left a single trace. Feels like a pro job. They didn't just break in to smash things. They planted a seed. We don't know what it does yet, but it's dangerous as hell. We're trying to reverse trace their proxy, but no luck yet. A pro's hidden seed, unknown motives. These words hit Gu Kishu like a dagger straight to the chest. We're talking about an android with insane autonomy, direct access to Xiaoai's OP AI core. Having some rogue seed buried in her system? That's literally like strapping a ticking time bomb right next to your own heart. Digging. I don't care what it takes. Hunt that seed down and find out what it is, Gu Kikshu demands, his voice cold as ice. I'm locking down Xiaoai's main data feed with real-time monitoring. The second you spot even the tiniest glitch, hit me up immediately. Until we get answers, I'm putting Xiaoai on lockdown. I want to see who has the balls to mess with my stuff. Long Ying responds instantly on it. Boss. Hanging up, Gukeshu leans back and shuts his eyes, pinching his throbbing temples to hold back the headache. Honestly, he isn't even sweating the hack on Xiaowai. Instead, he wants to use this crisis to test Long Zhenbang. Let's see if the old man's loyalty is real or trash. Between Ye Zhenshan's corporate war, mercenaries lurking in the shadows, and now the threat level is off the charts. It's like an invisible net closing in from all sides. Gukeshu snaps his eyes open, his gaze sharp as a razor. Don't panic, this is exactly when I need to stay calm. He grabs his phone and shoots a quick text to Zhao Yaqi. Urgent stuff at the office. I'll be back late. Lock the doors and don't worry. Meanwhile, in a sketchy, rundown apartment on the top floor in Rongcheng, the lights are dead. Only the blue glow of PC monitors lights up a mysterious hooded figure. His fingers are flying across the keyboard, streams of encrypted code pouring down the screens like a waterfall. Suddenly, a flashing red warning pops up. Target AI defenses upgraded. Tracing source IP. Danger level. High. Under the hood, a smirk creeps onto his face. It's half smug, half hype. Heh, fast reaction time. A creepy voice-modulated rasp echoes through the empty room. Gukeshu actually has some moves. Toss in the Long family backup and this game is getting spicy. I'm hyped, haha. With a quick tap, he cuts the connection. Red warning vanishes. The seed is planted, now we wait for it to grow. He mutters, staring out at the neon skyline of Rongcheng, his eyes cold as a snake. Yi Zhenshan's temper tantrum was just the appetizer. Gukeshu, your real worth is way bigger than that. Back at her apartment, Zhang Yuyao has been crying her eyes out ever since Gukeshu left, completely drained. Getting that frustration out helped a bit, but now she's just lost and absolutely hating herself. Stares at the emergency bodyguard contacts on her phone, then remembers how Joyaki trusted and cared for her so unconditionally on that video call. She feels like a total trash human being. No way I'm letting myself stay like this. She wipes her face, getting her head back in the game. Instead of overthinking and being a burden to Gukeshu, she needs to actually do something useful. She's not some useless trophy girl who only knows how to cause drama. She grabs her phone and finds an old contact. It's her senior from college. They used to be close, and now she's a director at a major venture capital firm. After a few rings, a sharp voice answers, Hey Yuyao, long time no see. What's up with the sudden call? Hey sis, Wei. Zhang Yuyao forces some hype into her voice. Emergency favor. I need to get my life together, do some real work, and learn the ropes. Is your firm hiring? I'll even take an internship. On the other end, Wei blinks in shock, then cracks up. Wait, Princess Jiang, what is this, some undercover boss experiment? Want to experience how the other half lives? Isn't your family's empire big enough for you? Ugh, don't even start. Family drama is driving me crazy. Obviously, she can't let on that she's dead broke. She just sighs. I just want to build some real skills and stand on my own 2 feet. Help a girl out, sis. I know VC firms have crazy high standards, but I swear I won't embarrass you. Hearing how serious she is, Wei pauses. Actually, now that you mention it, our strategic investment team is looking for a reliable assistant. Be handling basic data entry, sorting industry reports, and basically running errands for analysts. The workload is brutal. You need crazy attention to detail and a decent finance background. You sure you can handle it? Hell yeah, I can. Since when does Zhang Yuyao back down? Her eyes light up as she guarantees, I actually know my way around finance and I'll be super focused. Sis Wei, just give me one shot. All right. Since you're begging so nicely, Wei chuckles. Come to my office tomorrow morning at 10. Seriously, once you start, you work. No special treatment just because of your family name. Deal, thank you so much, sis Wei, you're a lifesaver. Hanging up, she sets her phone down, finally feeling like she's untangling the mess in her head. She stays busy, she won't spiral. Besides, she knows Kashu is making moves in finance. Sure, she doesn't know tech, but finance is right up her alley. Or if she can actually learn the ropes and support him, maybe she can get a step closer to his world, even if it's just a tiny bit. The second that thought crosses her mind, her cheeks instantly turn bright red. I quickly shake my head to snap out of it. No way. What am I even thinking? I'm doing this for myself to prove I can absolutely crush it, even without the trash Zhang family behind me. Zhang Yuyao clenches her fists, hyping herself up. Yo, you've got this. Time to lock in. Starting tomorrow, you're going to prove to everyone that you are built different. Chapter 65. Follow this lead and drag this guy out of the shadows. Late at night, Gukeshu finally finishes grinding through the massive pile of work at the company and heads back to the villa, totally exhausted. In the living room, only a warm yellow light is on, and Zhao Yaqi is curled up on the couch, fast asleep under a thin blanket. She is still clutching her phone, screen glowing, stuck on her chat history with Kexu. Seeing her frown even in her sleep makes Kexu feel incredibly guilty and heartbroken. He creeps over as quietly as possible, planning to scoop her up and carry her to bed. But the moment he touches her, Yaqi starts awake, blinking groggily. Atienne, you're back? Her voice is laced with heavy sleepiness. Yeah, I'm back. Kexu whispers, gently picking her up. Why sleep on the couch? You're going to catch a cold. I was waiting for you and drifted off, Yaki murmurs, leaning her head against his broad chest. Listening to his steady heartbeat, she feels completely safe and at peace. She hesitates for a second, then whispers, how is Yu Yao? Is she okay? Hekshu keeps a steady pace as he carries her toward the bedroom. Yeah, she was pretty shaken up and had a good cry. She's holding up. I gave her my emergency contact info. The Zhang family completely froze her cards and even seized her villa, Xing Yushuan. What? No way, how could they do that? Yaki's face drops. She knew things would get bad, but she never expected the Zhang family to be this straight-up ruthless. I just got word that she's planning to work at Qiming Capital, Kishu adds. Qiming Capital? Yaki is taken aback, but then a proud smile spreads across her face. Honestly, that's great. Yu Yao is super smart. She was just too spoiled by her family to ever settle down before. Awesome that she wants to learn and stand on her own feet. Yaki pauses, wrapping her arms tighter around Kexu's neck, her voice dropping to a low, subtle whisper. You were with her for so long, did she say anything to you? Kexu doesn't miss a beat. He carries her into the bedroom and gently lays her down on the soft, massive bed. He leans in and plants a soft, tender kiss on her forehead. His eyes are deep and completely honest. She apologized to me. She said she felt terrible about what she did to you, hated that she caused trouble for us, and promised to move far away. He looks right into Yaki's eyes, his voice steady but powerful. You silly girl, Yu Yao is your best friend, which makes her my friend too. No matter what she's plotting or thinking, I will keep her safe, and that is absolutely it. Do you trust me? Under the dim glow of the bedside lamp, Yaki looks. She reaches out, gently touching Gu Kishu's cheek. Her fingertips feel the warmth of his skin and the rough stubble. I believe you. Zhao Yaki's voice is soft but incredibly firm. I've always believed you. She pauses, a sweet yet slightly mischievous smirk playing on her lips. And besides, Yu Yao is starting her internship at Qiming. Qiming's boss, Mr. Wang, was literally begging for a meeting with Shengxi Group last week. Guess I should check if my old classmate's new assistant is doing okay at work. Seeing how protective and cute she's being, Gu Kikshu chuckles, leans in, and seals it with a kiss. After a moment of sweetness, Zhao Yaki suddenly remembers something. She gently pushes him back a bit, her face turning serious. Wait, Atian, there's something super sketchy going on. Bought this anonymous, highly encrypted email this afternoon. It contains files on the Yi Group's shady asset transfers and illegal dealings in overseas gray markets. The sender is a complete ghost, totally untraceable. This is professional-level hacking. Who do you think sent it? Gu Keishu eyes go sharp. An anonymous email packed with dirt on the Yi family right now. Are they an ally or an enemy? Or is some other player trying to exploit the chaos? This city looks peaceful, but the underground currents are getting crazy. Next morning, Zhang Yuyao is rocking major dark circles under her eyes, but she slaps on a fresh face of makeup, throws on her sharpest business suit, steps into her high heels, and struts right into Qing Capital. The receptionist stares at this insanely gorgeous new assistant. Rumor has it, she's an heiress from the powerful Zhang family, which makes the receptionist give a super weird look. Like, why do these rich heiresses refuse to just enjoy their luxury lives and choose to experience the struggle instead? If she had a family backing like that, she wouldn't be grinding like a slave just to survive. Supervisor Zhao Weiwei comes down to greet her. Seeing Yu Yao looking all boss-like, she can't help but tease her. Damn, Yu Yao with that outfit, people are gonna think you're here to buy out the entire company. Laughing, she grabs Yu Yao's hand and leads her straight to the investment department. The investment department is the literal heart of Qiming Capital, and the pace here is insane. The moment Yu Yao steps in, she can feel the heavy atmosphere. Phones ringing, keyboards clattering, and people shouting across the room. The air practically smells like pure caffeine and fresh print. Everyone is moving at light speed. Chaotic, high-pressure environment instantly makes Yu Yao feel a bit overwhelmed. Yu Yao is assigned to a tiny desk right by the window. Her direct boss is the deputy director Li Qiang. He's around 40 years old and rocks a greasy, slicked-back hairstyle. But this guy, Li Qiang, starts scanning Zhang Yuyao up and down, totally lingering on her long legs and stockings for a few solid seconds. His eyes are literally dripping with some super shady vibes. Pushes up his glasses and says, Zhang Yuyao, right? The big shot heiress of the prestigious Zhang family. He tries to sound polite, but bro is being a major passive-aggressive snake. Like, are you here to play house in our humble little office or what? Don't worry, Wei already warned us you were coming. Follow Xiao Wang for now and learn the ropes. He literally just dumps our girl Yu Yao on this analyst named Wang Li. Wang Li is super nice, but she is absolutely drowning in work. She gives her a quick run-through and immediately dives back into her own grind. Yu Yao takes a deep breath, trying to hype herself up. No big deal, right? Gotta start from the bottom. But then she opens her laptop and clicks on the files Wang Li sent. Boom, instantly cooked. It is a straight-up wall of endless spreadsheets, data-heavy reports, and random English abbreviations that make her head spin. For Yu Yao, this is actual torture. Like, are you serious? There is so much of it. It's over. She's completely done for. She is crying on the inside but has to bite the bullet and lock in. She spends the entire morning drowning in these files. The brain-dead paperwork is already a massive headache, but what makes it 10 times worse is this greasy boss, Li Qiang. Every single time he walks past her desk, his eyes are scanning her like a searchlight. Getting stared down like that makes her skin crawl. She is literally holding back her rage, cursing this greasy guy 100 times in her head. Now Yu Yao finally gets why Zhao Wei said this job requires attention to detail. It is literally just a test of mental endurance. Meanwhile, over at Chushin Tech's penthouse lab, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Complex code is literally cascading down a massive holographic screen like a waterfall. Next to it is the main body of the Xiaowai robot. A dynamic high-tech scan of its internal structures is lit up with different neon highlights. Shgu Gishu Shumei and a bunch of core tech geniuses are staring at the screen, totally stressed out. One tech lead points at it and says, "Boss, these are the deep scan results sent over by Dragon Shadow." Points to a tiny dark red data node glowing on the screen. It's right here, perfectly hidden right on the edge of Xiaowai's core neural circuit, disguised as a basic everyday self-test module. Dragon Shadow hadn't pulled up with military-grade quantum scans, finding this would have been impossible. So this is the seed? Gu Geishu's eyes go dead cold as he stares at the red dot. Can we crack it? It is insanely tough, the tech lead says, shaking his head. This encryption is next level. The structure is incredibly complex and galaxy-brained. Tried every single hack we know, but it is like hitting a massive invisible wall. Right now, it is in a deep sleep state with zero activity. But the moment it gets triggered, he takes a heavy breath. It becomes a literal time bomb planted right next to the main neural pathway. Or worse, a backdoor that could make Xiaowai glitch out instantly, or even get reverse hacked. Reverse hacked? Those words hit everyone in the room like a sledgehammer. An overpowered AI robot with full autonomy, going rogue or getting hijacked. That is a straight-up doomsday scenario. Dragon Shadow traced the anonymous proxy. Gugishu turns to Xu Mei, whose face is dead pale. The hacker is way too slick. They routed the connection through hundreds of nodes across 17 countries, before totally vanishing in a satellite dead zone over international waters. Reverse tracking them is basically impossible. This is a god-tier pro with massive backing. Gu Geishu stays silent, tapping his fingers against the freezing metal console. An unknown enemy and a ticking bomb sitting right next to his brainchild's heart. This is keeping him on absolute high alert. Tech supervisor asks nervously, "Boss, until we can fully purge this threat, should we temporarily shut down and lock up Xiaowai?" Gujishu looks at the screen showing the perfect android standing quietly inside the containment pod. Those pitch-black obsidian eyes are closed, making her look like she's just fast asleep. Lock her up? That means the literal miracle he built with his own hands gets thrown into a cage right at birth. Plus, Chushin Capital's next big play absolutely needs Xiaowai's insane, hack-like financial predictions. No, Gugeshu says, shutting that idea down instantly. Shutting her down is out of the question. They literally just brought the fight to his doorstep. There is no way he's backing down. Shutting her down would mean taking an L. But Shu does not do fear. A cold, ruthless look flashes in his eyes. Ramp up the monitoring and initiate a maximum security lockdown. Every single byte of data coming in or out, even basic system self-checks, has to run through a double filter by Xiaowai and my personal Night Watchman security program. We are tracking this seed and exposing the clown behind it. Yes, sir, the team shouts. Chapter 66, trying to play games with me? Back at Keeming Capital, Yu Yao finally makes it to lunch. She is more exhausted than if she'd fought a horde of Yi family thugs, purely from the mental fatigue. She grabs her clan tray and finds a quiet corner. But of course, that greasy creep Li Qiang pulls up and sits right across from her. "So Jiang, how's your first day going?" "Things?" Li Qiang asks with a slimy grin, his eyes shamelessly scanning her collarbone. Yu Yao is holding back the urge to smash her tray right into his face. Instead, she pulls off a fake smile. "It is fine, thanks for asking, Mr. Li. Come on, don't be so stiff." Li Qiang leans in closer, dropping his voice. "Someone as pretty as you shouldn't be wasting away doing brain-dead grunt work at the bottom. Honestly, what was Wei Wei thinking putting you on this? Tell you what, I have got a dinner tonight with some major investors. Come with me and learn the ropes on how to network with the big bosses. It will be huge for your career." Instantly, red flags are flying in Yu Yao's head. A dinner? With investors? And at night? Bro is not slick. Yu Yao knows exactly what this creep is trying to pull. She grew up in a wealthy family. She has seen this exact trashy play 1,000 times. "Sorry, Mr. Li." Yu Yao puts down her chopsticks, her fake smile dropping as her voice goes ice cold. "I actually have plans tonight. I am busy." Besides, Weiwei told me to focus on mastering the basics first. I will pass on the dinners for now. She deliberately name-drops Zhao Weiwei, hoping this creep takes the hint and backs off. But Yu Yao is playing chess with checkers here. She was hired by Zhao Weiwei, and even though Li Qiang knows she is from the powerful Jiang family, he is still actively targeting her. That tells you everything you needed to know. Li Qiang's fake smile glitches for a second, and a flash of pure annoyance crosses his eyes, but he plays it off instantly, putting back on his greasy grin. Got plans, huh? A boyfriend? Ah, well, it is nice to see young people in love. But you have got to put your career first, girl. An opportunity like this is rare. Tell you what, cancel your date, and I will explain things to Weiwei for you. No need, Manager Li. Yu Yao shut him down instantly, grabbed tray and stood up. I am done eating. Enjoy your meal. She turned on her heel and walked off, her heels clicking loudly, radiating total stay the hell away from me vibes. Manager Li stared at her back, his fake smile completely vanishing, replaced by a straight-up sinister glare. He whipped out his phone and quickly typed out a text. Hey, Mr. Wang, about that thing you mentioned last time, I have got updates. That girl from the Zhang family, Zhang Yu Yao, actually working right under me. She is a bit feisty, but she is definitely a rare catch. Do you have the appetite for this? If you have the guts, let us meet at the usual spot tonight. I will bring her over so you two can get acquainted. I guarantee you will be satisfied. That afternoon, Yu Yao went back to dealing with boring paperwork. Just as she was about to clock out, her phone buzzed with a message from Yaki. Yu Yao, how is your first day on the job? Did any office bullies try to pick on you? She even attached a screenshot of a chat with Keeming Capital's big boss, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang's reply was super enthusiastic, promising to take special care of Yu Yao. Looking at the screenshot, her eyes welled up and her heart completely melted. Gu Kikshu knew everything all along. He did not even ask her about it. He just silently protected her from behind the scenes like a total boss. Yu Yao immediately texted back, saying, "Oh my god, Kikshu, you are literally the best. Hugs, do not worry, this lady is doing absolutely amazing. Anyone tries to mess with me, I will scratch them to pieces." She added a crazy tiger emoji. Yaki replied, "The company has a massive pile of work waiting, so I have to head back to Shanghai this afternoon. Call me if anything happens." Right after Yu Yao sent back a quick okay, she felt a totally creepy gaze locking onto her. She looked up and locked eyes with Manager Li, who was staring at her with this greasy, scheming look. Yu Yao sneered in her head, sat up straight, and gave him the fakest, most sarcastic smile ever. Bro seriously thinks he can play me? He really needs to check himself. With Gu Kikshu backing her up, her uncle's bodyguards nearby, and that emergency contact Kikshu gave her, Yu Yao felt more confident than ever before. She was absolutely keeping this job. Not only that, she was going to crush it to show everyone in the Zheng family that she was not just some useless trophy girl. But Manager Li still had not given up. He walked over to her desk, stood there with a serious face, and said, "Xiaozhang, do not leave after hours. I need to talk to you." Yu Yao's face immediately darkened. "Manager Li, today is literally my first day on the job. If you are trying to dump some super important work on me, you are going to be disappointed." Manager Li's eyes narrowed, a toxic vibe instantly flaring up in his gaze. "If I tell you to stay, you stay. Why are you talking back so much?" "Hurt. Your first day on the job and you are already talking back to your direct boss? Look around the office. Who else behaves as ridiculously as you? Calling her ridiculous? That was a massive stretch." Yu Yao had never been disrespected like this in her life, and she was not about to start playing nice. "Manager Li, do you want me to repeat exactly what you said to me in the cafeteria, right here in front of all our coworkers?" Boom, Manager Li's face instantly turned pitch black and he glared daggers at Yu Yao. He never expected that this spoiled heiress, whose bank cards had literally been frozen by her family, would still be this savage. He let out a cold snort and stormed off. The second the clock hit home time, Yu Yao grabbed her bag and dashed out of the office in her heels, leaving her shocked coworkers eating her dust. The moment she stepped out of the building, she saw the low-key black sedan sent by her uncle waiting right by the curb. Yu Yao opened the door and slid inside, letting out a long sigh of relief. Even the outside air felt so much sweeter now. Just as she was about to tell the driver to take her home, her phone rang again. This time, it was Zhao Weiwei. "Hey, Yu Yao, did you clock out yet?" "Got out, Weiwei." "All right, how was your day? Manager Li did not try to make things hard for you, did he?" Weiwei's voice sounded pretty serious. "It was all right, just some tedious paperwork." As for Manager Li, Yu Yao rolled her eyes. "Oh, he was super caring. He even invited me to go to a business dinner with him tonight, but I shut him down." And the other end of the line went completely silent for a few seconds. When Weiwei spoke again, her voice was ice cold. "I got it. You did the right thing. Just go home and get some rest. Remember, at Keeming, absolutely nobody can force you to do anything you do not want to do." After hanging up, Yu Yao leaned back in her comfortable seat, staring at the traffic passing by. For some reason, she felt a sudden wave of bitterness and grievance creeping up in her heart. Her uncle had invited her to stay with him. Even if the Jiang family did not care about her, her uncle was ready to raise her like his very own daughter. Yet she had rejected that offer without even thinking twice. The real reason she stayed behind in Rongcheng, which she had not even fully realized yet, was all for one single person, Gu Kekshu. Her whole plan in joining Qiming Capital was to learn finance and stack up work experience. Also, she could be a massive help to Kekshu in the financial world later on. Chapter 67. I will settle this score with you all slowly. By evening, in an elegant, high-end Western restaurant, soothing piano music drifted through the air, with the soft lighting and melodies creating an incredibly cozy vibe. Then, Yaki had already headed back aft to Shanghai to clear the backlog of work at the Xingxi group. Keishu and Xu Mei sat opposite each other with fine dining and red wine on the table, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. Mr. Gu, things are not looking good right now. Xu Mei lowered her voice, her brows tightly furrowed. According to the latest report, the encryption level on the seed is way beyond the limits of our current tech. We can see it, but we cannot crack it even a single bit. On top of that, it seems to have some kind of adaptive learning capability. The deeper our detection methods try to penetrate, the deeper it hides itself. Pekshu paused as he was cutting his steak, his eyes growing dark. To think even the Dragon Shadow using military resources is completely helpless. Shadow Boss, pulling the strings behind the scenes, has way more power and dirty tricks than he expected. This isn't some basic business rivalry or family drama anymore. It is more like an invisible, calculated war targeting his core tech. But even with the odds stacked against him, Gu Kekshu isn't sweating it. He's built different. He is using himself as bait to lure every single rat hiding in the dark right into his trap. Keep the surveillance tight and lock down everything. Gu Keishu says coldly, totally unbothered, now initiate the mirror project. Use the current Xiaoai as a base. Do not touch the core neural networks or sensors. And reverse engineer a completely clean, independent backup. Done fast and kept completely classified. Understood, boss. Xu Mei takes it down immediately. This is their worst-case scenario plan. Their final fallback plan. But as they're whispering, Gu Kishu's eyes sweep across the restaurant toward a dark corner near the kitchen. In the dim lighting, a familiar figure is stumbling, trying to stand up and leave. Zhang Yuyao. Sitting across from her are two guys. One is Li Qiang, a sleazy dude with slicked-back hair and gold-rimmed glasses. The other is some fat, gold chain-wearing middle-aged trash looking at her with a disgustingly greedy, creepy stare. She is clearly not okay. Her face is completely flushed, her eyes are totally unfocused, and she can barely stand. As she tries to push her chair back to get away, that fat scumfig smirks and grabs her shoulder. On Miss Zhang, don't leave so soon. The night is still young, have another drink. Am I right, President Li? The fat guy laughs oily. Li Qiang just fakes a smile, looking incredibly shady. Yeah, Yuyao, President Wang rarely visits, show some respect. If we close this deal, you'll be the MVP. You have a great tolerance, just one more round. Yuyao tries to slap his hand away, sounding terrified and helpless, but she has zero energy. No more, I want to go home. Tries to stagger away, but almost collapses. President Wang gets this disgusting look in his eyes and reaches out to grab her waist. Oh, you can't even stand. Let me take you back. Get your filthy hands off her. Deadly cold shout cuts through the noisy restaurant like a lightning bolt. Gu Keishu moves like a predator. In a split second, he's right at their table, radiating a pure suffocating aura that freezes the entire room. Two creeps are completely startled. When Li Chang looks up and sees Gu Keishu's murderous expression, he turns white as a ghost. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. The fat guy, thinking he's tough because of his size and the alcohol, tries to pull Yuyao into his chest anyway. He's cooked. Gu Keishu doesn't even look at him, his death stare locked onto Li Chang instead. Li Qiang, you actually have the balls to target Yuyao? You must be tired of living. Right then, Gu Keishu connects the dots. All-time trash like Li Qiang wouldn't dare pull this off alone. There has to be someone pulling hidden strings. Who is it? Instantly, Gu Keishu thinks of the Yi family. Li Qiang's legs turn to jelly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Boss Gu, what are you doing here? He realized who he was dealing with. Pekshu, the demon who absolutely wrecked the Yi family's heir. Speak, Gu Kekshu demands in a low, terrifyingly calm voice. What did you do to her? Nothing, Li stammers, trying to act cool. We just had dinner with her. He probably just had one too many. Gu Keishu lets out a cold laugh. He looks at her flushed face, her hazy eyes, and then at the almost full wine glass sitting in front of her. Boom! He snatches the glass right out of their hands. What are you doing? The fat guy tries to step in, but Gu Keishu completely ignores him, bringing the glass to his nose for a quick sniff. He's no chemist, but with all his past life experience, he immediately catches a strange, sweet scent that doesn't belong in red wine. Drugged. That realization triggers absolute rage, and a terrifying wave of killing intent explodes from his eyes. Smash! Kikshu slams the glass onto the table, shattering it into pieces as wine splatters everywhere. The two scumbags scream in terror and jump back. Kikshu grabs Yu Yao just as she's about to collapse, pulling her into his arms to shield her. Seeking warmth, her burning cheek rubs against his chest as she whimpers. You two really have a death wish pulling cheap tricks like this magnificent. Gukeshu glares at them, his voice cold enough to freeze hell over. I'm going to make you pay for this piece by piece. Delivers two brutal kicks, sending them crashing to the floor. Without looking back, he sweeps Yu Yao off her feet into a perfect princess carry. Zhang Yu Yao's body is burning hot and completely soft. Breathing in her sweet scent, she squirms helplessly against his chest like a kitten. Gu Keshiyu's body freezes as a sudden surge of heat rushes through him, shuts down his rising desires, carrying her out of the restaurant as everyone watches in absolute shock. Shumei was already waiting outside and catches up immediately. Get a car, we're going to Yu Yao's apartment. Shu commands in a low husky voice. Yes, boss. They dive straight into the car. The car speeds through the city. In the back seat, the drugs have completely taken over, and she's clinging onto Gu Kikshu like an octopus. Her burning breath was right on his neck, sweet and dangerous. Zhang Yu Yao's hands were all over his chest, whispering about how hot she was. She was completely out of it. Ah, Tian, is that you? She's calling out for him while kissing Gu Kei's chin and neck like crazy. Every single touch was electric. The heat Gu Kikshu worked so hard to hold back, yeah, it's completely back now. He literally grabbed her hands to stop her, but she's soft as water, squirming and pushing his limit. Bro is testing his absolute limit here. Ugh, it hurts, Atian. Help me, please. She's completely lost to the heat. She's literally crying, looking at him with these big, teary eyes. Talk about deadly temptation. And let's be real, our MC isn't some saint. His breathing is getting crazy heavy now. He's holding a girl who already had feelings for him, and now the drugs have her completely defenseless. Honestly, she looks breathtakingly gorgeous. How is he supposed to hold back? His logic is literally crumbling under pure instinct right now. Yu Yao, snap out of it! He gritted his teeth, voice completely hoarse, trying to wake her up. Etienne, are you even a man? Look at me. Are you really going to let some other trash touch me instead? She yelled, using her last shred of sanity. Before he can even react, she throws herself at him again, clumsily kissing him with those burning lips. It was like a lightning strike. Bro completely froze, and whatever logic he had left snapped. Chapter 68, Bury This Secret Forever. Gu Kishu gave in to her madness. He's totally done trying to hold back. Under that insane tension, he finally starts kissing her back. Meanwhile, the driver and Shumei in the front seat are sweating bullets, acting like they're completely invisible. No way. The car is literally heating up, filled with heavy breathing and spicy noises that'd make anyone blush. Finally, they reach her apartment. Gu Keishu carries her. She's practically glued to him with dazed eyes, and dashes straight into the elevator. He unlocks the door, rushes her into the bedroom, and tosses her onto the soft bed. So hot she groans, squirming around while looking up at him with those bedroom eyes. She is like a fully bloomed poppy, completely destroying his sanity. Standing by the bed, his chest is heaving. You can see the absolute war in his eyes, but the fire is already taking over. The drugs made her insanely sensitive, driving him absolutely wild. Who knows how long passed, but the storm finally calmed down. The room is filled with a heavy, intense vibe. Yu Yao is curled up in the messy sheets, finally falling into a deep sleep as the drugs start wearing off. She still has tears on her face, completely exhausted. Meanwhile, Gu Kishu is shirtless, leaning back and lighting up a cigarette. Watching the smoke rise, his eyes are a mess. Regret, guilt toward Zhao Yaki, but deep down, a tiny bit of satisfaction he can't deny. Looking down at her sleeping peacefully next to him, he reaches out, gently tracing her slightly swollen lips with the tenderness he didn't even realize he had. The next morning, Yu Yao wakes up feeling like she got hit by a truck. Her mind is totally foggy, her throat is dry, and her head is absolutely pounding. She tries to move, but her entire body feels like it's been taken apart and put back together. There is a super obvious ache that makes her freeze up, pruned, and then she realizes there's a heavy arm wrapped around her waist, and her back is pressed against a warm, solid chest. Someone is breathing right on her neck. Plot twist. Last night's memories start rushing back like a flood of chaotic, steamy clips. The restaurant, Li Qiang, that absolute trash President Wang, and that spiked drink she remembers drinking it and immediately feeling weak and burning up. Then Gu Kekshu showed up like a literal god to save her, leading to that wild, crazy session in the car. Every single detail is so vivid she's dying of embarrassment. Her body goes stiff as a board and her blood literally runs cold. She actually sleep with Gu Kishu? Pure shame and intense guilt hit her like a massive tsunami. How is she supposed to look Yaki in the eye now? Yaki literally trusted her with everything and treated her like a real sister. Now she just slept with Yaki's man. Sure, she was drugged, but it's a total mess. She's cooked, bro. What does she do now? The guilt is tearing her apart. She can barely breathe. She bites her lip so hard she tastes blood just to keep herself from crying out loud. No crying, she absolutely cannot cry. Taking a deep breath, she uses every bit of strength to carefully inch. Glide Gu Keishu's heavy arm off her waist. She's moving like a ninja, desperately trying not to wake him. But right as she's about to escape, his voice drops behind her. "You're awake?" She freezes instantly, like she's been petrified. She doesn't even dare to look back, just lying there stiffly. "Yeah, I am," she squeaks out, barely finding her voice. She can feel his eyes staring right at her bare back, and it's burning her up with awkwardness. Silence in the room is absolutely deafening, and you can only hear their heavy, messy breathing. She grips the blanket for dear life, digging her nails into her palms. She has to say something, has to treat this as a pure accident, and draw the line right now. So about last night, she finally forces herself to speak, trying to sound as cold and distant as possible. "Look, thanks for last night, but it was a total accident. We need to pretend it never happened. Take this secret to your grave." Saying those words literally ripped Jiang Yuyao's heart out. The pain was so intense, she almost blacked out. Wave of sheer sadness and regret hit her like a truck. She couldn't even hold back her tears as her vision went completely blurry. Desperately tried not to cry. Pretend nothing happened? Yeah, easier said than done. Her entire body was aching, constantly reminding her of the wild night she just had with Gu Gekshu. And the worst part? He is literally her best friend's boyfriend. Oh, she's cooked. She literally just moved out of Yuchu's villa. And now this? Her brain was completely short-circuiting. But right in the middle of her panic, Bu Geshu suddenly grabs her, flips her over, and pulls her straight into his arms. No way to escape. She gasps as she collides with his rock-hard, burning chest. She looks up, terrified, locking eyes with him. Gu Geshu's gaze is intensely deep. The wild madness from last night is gone, replaced by a dark, heavy look she can't even begin to read. Pretend nothing happened? Gu Geshu lifts her chin with his fingers, forcing her to look him dead in the eye. "Yuyao, look at me. Do you honestly think I am some trash guy who just uses you and runs?" His words send her heart into overdrive. She wants to run, she wants to break free, but he is clamping her down like a vice. "We were a mistake from day one. Last night was just an accident," so she stammers, completely overwhelmed by guilt. "Besides, we are betraying Yuchu. How can I even look her in the face?" "Axu, we can't keep doing this wrong thing." Seeing her break down like a helpless kid, a flicker of raw pain and pity crosses his eyes. He gently wipes away her tears. "Even without last night's accident, you and I were bound to end up like this sooner or later. Did you really think that moving out of her place would let you cut me out of your life completely? Axu, Aish, stop crying. Last night was just the spark that set off the fuse. I'll confess to Yuchu myself. It's not your fault, so stop beating yourself up." But before she can even protest, he shuts her up with a deep, breathless kiss. She tries to fight it for like 2 seconds, but her body completely betrays her. Feeling the crazy rush of pleasure, her walls instantly crumble. She wraps her arms around his neck and starts kissing him back with pure passion. Chapter 69. I'll reward you well. The room is dripping with heavy tension, sunlight streaming through the curtains and lighting up the messy bedsheets. They just lay there, tangled up in each other, feeling their hearts racing against their bare skin. Last night's wild storm felt like a crazy dream, but right now, holding each other feels like finding peace after a massive disaster. Slowly, she relaxes and curls up in his chest like a sweet, harmless kitten. Between last night's workout and this emotional roller coaster, she is absolutely exhausted. "If you're tired, just sleep a bit more," he whispers in a low, husky voice. She mumbles, snuggling closer into his chest, breathing in his scent of tobacco and warm skin. A crazy sense of peace wraps around her as she starts drifting off, feeling totally safe, like she's in a harbor far away from the storm. But right before she totally passes out, she mumbles something half asleep, with a tiny hint of pouty jealousy in her voice. "Axu, when you're with Yuchu, are you always this wild in bed?" Boom! This question hits him like a lightning bolt, leaving him completely speechless. Gu Gekshu completely freezes, looking down at the woman who is already fast asleep, breathing softly like nothing happened. Looking at her tear-stained innocent face sleeping so peacefully, he gets hit with this wave of deep satisfaction and mixed feelings. Like, what is actually going on inside this girl's head? He looks at her sleeping face, honestly not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He just lets out a soft, helpless sigh. Honestly, how is he even supposed to explain this? Honestly, blame doesn't even matter anymore. Gogeku has officially become the exact kind of trash he used to hate. The guy who despised cheaters just cheated on his girlfriend. He's so cooked. Soon, the room is dead silent except for their breathing. The storm from last night might be over, but a whole new disaster is already brewing in the dark. Zhang Yuyao sleeps like a baby, completely recharging after last night's insane workout. When she finally wakes up, it's already a bright, sunny afternoon. Her body is still super sore, but her mind is finally clear. She shifts a bit and realizes she is still locked in that warm, rock-hard embrace. But Guga Shu is already awake, leaning against the headboard. He has one arm wrapped around her while checking emails on his phone. Feeling her move, he looks down at her sleepy face. "You're awake? How are you feeling?" Smirks, and Zhang Yuyao's face instantly turns bright red. The memories hit her all at once, and she seriously wants the ground to swallow her whole. She panics and tries to escape, but his grip just tightens. "Don't move too fast or you'll hurt yourself," he says, with a cheeky glance down at her bare body under the sheets. She freezes, blushing so hard she's basically glowing, and shoots him a deadly glare. "You absolute jerk," she pouts. Guga Shu just chuckles, not even trying to deny it, and leans down to plant a soft, sweet kiss on her forehead. "Hungry? I ordered some food. It should be here soon. Go wash up first." Casual intimacy makes her heart beat like crazy. After last night's madness and today's mess, she is feeling a massive wave of mixed emotions. She mumbles a quick agreement, and the second he lets go, she wraps herself in the sheet and bolts to the bathroom like a scared rabbit. She turns on the shower, letting the warm water wash all over her. It also washed away her messy thoughts. But looking in the mirror at those crazy marks left on her body, Zhang Yuyao's face was still burning hot. She shook her head hard, forcing herself to snap out of it. Like, okay, now was not the time to stress over this. She had way more important things to worry about. She quickly brushed her teeth, threw on some clothes, and walked out. Gu Zeshu had already ordered a massive feast that was literally covering the entire table. Sat across from each other, and the vibe was so awkward. Zhang Yuyao just kept her head down, stuffing her face, too scared to even make eye contact. Gu Zeshu stayed quiet too, occasionally placing some food on her plate like a total gentleman. Finally, she couldn't take the silence anymore, put down her chopsticks, and took a deep breath. She looked up at him, her eyes going dead serious. She said, "There is something I need to tell you. It is probably a huge deal for you." Just nodded for her to keep going. So, Zhang Yuyao spilled everything she found at Kimin Capital, especially all the sketchy details about Li Qiang and that Tengyu technology project. She explained how Li Qiang was acting way too nice and dragging her to shady networking events, and how a coworker accidentally leaked some crazy financial anomalies. There were illegal contracts, and when she was helping Wang Li organize files, she saw a list of core patents that looked incredibly fake, but strangely familiar. She said she suspected Tengyu Tech was just a shell company Yi Zhinshan set up to transfer money or start a new business. On top of that, their core tech was probably stolen or totally faked just to get them listed and scam investors. Zhang Yuyao was getting super hyped, her eyes literally sparkling as she spoke. She was like, "Li Qiang is 100% the key guy here. He and that boss Wang are definitely working together." He knew exactly who she was, yet he still tried to pull those dirty tricks on her. This meant whoever was backing him was a major powerhouse who did not give a single care about the Zhang family. Hearing this, Gu Zeshu's eyes went instantly sharp. He put down his chopsticks and started tapping his fingers on the table, totally locked in. Pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked. Every single clue Yu Yao just dropped connected perfectly with the intel he already had. Jinhui Capital got absolutely destroyed, leaving Ye Zhinshan with massive losses. There was no way that Trash was going to just sit back and take the L. Moving his dirty money and finding a new cash cow was his only move. And Tengyu Tech, this mysterious new startup they were rushing to get listed on the stock market, it was the perfect cover-up. Stealing tech or faking data, classic Yi family behavior. Total trash moves. Gu Zeshu looked at her with pure respect and said, "You did an amazing job, Yu Yao. Lead is massive. You just helped me out big time." Getting hyped up by Gu Zeshu like that made her ego skyrocket, instantly curing all her awkwardness. She puffed her chest out a bit, trying so hard not to smile like a dork. She was like, obviously. Who do you think you are talking to? When I get to work, one of me is worth two of them." Seeing her act so cute and smug, Gu Zeshu's smile deepened. Suddenly, he stood up and said, "Let's go." She blinked, asking, "Go where?" Zeshu kept it short and sweet, saying, "You just did me a huge favor. Obviously, I have to reward you." He grabbed his coat, telling her he was taking her out for an insane meal first, and then they were going shopping. Whatever where she wanted, he was buying. Chapter 70. I prefer a different way. Honestly, the rest of the day felt like a total fever dream for Yu Yao. Her dream guy was right there next to her, taking her to eat her absolute favorite food. Every single dish looked like high art and tasted incredible. But the date did not stop there. Gu Zeshu took her straight to the most luxury shopping mall in the city. Place was packed with high-end designer brands, glowing with insane lights and luxury vibes everywhere. Now, Yu Yao was a rich girl herself, so she was not the type to get easily impressed by expensive stuff. But for some reason, when Gu Zeshu was the one buying it, even a basic bottle of water tasted like the sweetest drink in the world. He smiled at her and said, "What are you spacing out for? Just pick whatever you want." And boom, he pulled out his credit card without even blinking. flexing so hard, totally effortless with it. At first, Yu Zhao felt a bit shy, especially after what went down between them last night. But honestly, who can resist a shopping spree? The awkwardness vanished instantly. She was running around like a kid in a candy store, hitting up all the top designer spots. She was trying on outfit after outfit, loving every single look. She tried on different luxury bags, checking herself out in the mirror to see which ones elevated her style. She even tried on row after row of killer shoes, looking for the perfect pair. Meanwhile, Gusei Xiu just sat in the waiting area, chilling patiently. He would occasionally drop some actual advice, telling her if a color was too loud or if a style did not fit her vibe. But honestly, 90% of the time, the second her eyes lit up, he did one thing and one thing only. Swiped that black card, let his go. When she stepped out of the fitting room wearing a stunning Chanel dress that showed off her perfect figure, holding a brand new Hermes bag, Xiu looked at her with pure awe. Her heart was melting. She teased him, laughing as she leaned in. Wow, Boss Gu is flexing today. Aren't you scared I will max out your credit cards? He just smirked, completely unbothered, and told her to go wild. Was like, I can easily cover this. Spoil you? Bro, I can do this all day. She rolled her eyes and was like, pfft, please, who says I need you to spoil me? She tried to deny it, but she could not hide her massive smile. After absolutely cleaning out the designer clothes and bags, Guzesh dragged her straight to the luxury jewelry section. Massive diamonds and rare gems were sparkling like crazy under the lights. Guzashu stopped right in front of a high-end luxury brand display, checking out all the iced-out necklaces and bracelets. He pointed at the glass case and casually said, pick one. Looking at the price tags with way too many zeros, Yu Yao felt her heart stop for a second. She was like, wait, no, it is fine. This is way too expensive. I mean, her own accounts were frozen, and even though Guzeshu was loaded, money does not grow on trees. But Guzeshu was having none of it, commanding her to just pick one. The sales lady, being a total pro, instantly hyped up their most expensive top-tier diamond necklaces. Zhang Yuyao stared at that blinding, gorgeous diamond sparkle, her heartbeat dropping like crazy. Finally, she picked a simple but classy platinum necklace. The main diamond wasn't too massive, but the cut was absolutely cracked, pure perfection. Gu Tianshu didn't even blink. He just swiped his card like it was nothing. The moment that icy-cold diamond touched her neck, Zhang Yuyao felt like she was straight-up dreaming. Looking in the mirror, she was absolutely glowing, and right next to her was this tall, handsome, insanely rich guy flexing his wealth. No cap, this whole scene looked like a sugar daddy spoiling his gorgeous girl. But the moment that thought popped up, her sweet vibe instantly turned a bit bitter and self-conscious. Spun around, forcing a bright smile to hide her nerves, and teased him. Hey, Tian, first the clothes, then the bags, and now this insanely expensive necklace? What, are you trying to make me your official girl? Tried so hard to keep it cool and playful, like it was just a harmless joke. Deep down, she was low-key terrified and hoping for a real answer. Gu Tianshu froze for a second, his eyes locking onto hers. His heart skipped a beat. Instead of answering right away, he reached out, his fingers gently brushing against that cold, shining diamond on her neck. He leaned in close to her ear, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine, and whispered, you could never be bought with money because you are priceless to me. Smirked with pure charm, adding, this is just a little reward for the solid intel you gave me. But as for making you mine, he dragged out his words, his eyes slowly scanning her body with a look that was pure heat and a wild, possessive vibe. I prefer a different kind of deal, like what we did last night. Oh my god, Zhang Yuyao's face instantly exploded into a bright crimson, blushing all the way to her ears. Flashbacks of last night's wild, steamy moments rushed into her head. She was so embarrassed she wanted to vanish. Tian, you are literally a shameless flirt. Stomped her foot in total embarrassment, grabbing her new handbag to throw at him. But he dodged it like a pro, catching her wrist mid-air, stared down at her blushing face, those watery, sparkling eyes, looking so alive and angry. He smirked, showing off a playful teasing side and a soft spot he didn't even realize he had. Come on, we're not done shopping yet. He grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the jewelry store, while the salesgirls watched in total envy. He held her tight, giving her no chance to break free. Looking at his tall, confident frame and feeling his warm hand wrapping around hers, her emotions were a complete mess. She was flustered, but deep down she loved being his main focus, and she was low-key starting to look forward to that other way he mentioned. That exciting feeling started spreading in her heart, completely out of control. Her heart was racing, and she couldn't help but let out a tiny, sweet smile. She wished this moment could last forever. But then, reality hit. What about Zhao Yaqi? Facing her best friend, the guilt was eating her alive. But the damage was done. She couldn't hide forever, so she had to bite the bullet and face her best friend's wrath. Ding! Suddenly, Gu Tianshu's phone buzzed. The second he checked the message, his expression completely dropped. Long Oxian has escaped, and Yeling Xiao is completely off the grid. 10 minutes ago, Ye Zhengshan wired a massive sum of money to a mystery account. That account is likely Yi Lingxiao's. Tian Xiu typed furiously on his screen. Trace that money. Watch all three of them like a hawk and report back immediately. Chapter 71, Caught Red-Handed. Outside her apartment, Gu Tianshu stepped out of the car first, loaded with luxury shopping bags. Zhang Yuyao followed him, her face still super flushed and embarrassed. The new diamond necklace on her collarbone was absolutely shining in the sunset, blindingly beautiful. Dead Tian, next time you talk like that, I am straight up telling Yaki. She lowered her voice, waving her cute little fist at him. He Tianxiu just smirked, completely unfazed by her harmless threat. He shook the luxury bags teasingly. All right, little snitch, do you still want your gifts or what? Duh. Why wouldn't I? These are mine. She snatched the bags with a cute huff, turning around to walk inside. Gu Tianxiu shook his head, carrying the rest of the bags right behind her as they walked up together. The tension between them was sweet and playful, still buzzing from their luxury date. But plot twist. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a familiar figure was standing right by the door. It was Zhao Yaqi. She was wearing an elegant cream-colored dress, holding a suitcase, looking exhausted like she just got back from her trip. The moment Zhao Yaqi saw them walking in together, her smile froze. Time literally stopped. Zhang Yuyao's face went completely pale, and her luxury shopping bags dropped to the floor with a loud thud. Stood there frozen, completely paralyzed with fear. Her mind went completely blank. She never in a million years expected her secret romance with Gu Tianshu to get busted like this. Gu Tianshu froze too, looking utterly panicked. Yaki, how are you back so early? Gu Tianshu rushed forward, totally caught off guard. Zhao Yaki scoffed, cutting him off. If I didn't come back, how would I have witnessed this beautiful show? You two really couldn't wait, could you? I was gone for just one single day, and you guys… Zhao Yaki's face went from pale to ghostly white. Her lips trembled as she tried to speak, but she couldn't find the words. Beautiful, gentle eyes that always held so much warmth were now shattered like glass, overflowing with tears. Her eyes are filled with pure pain and confusion. She literally wrapped up her meeting in Modu early just to rush straight to Jiang Yuyao's apartment. She wanted to bring Yuyao back to her place so they could cook Gu Keixiu's favorite meal together and surprise him, but bro, she never expected to get slapped in the face with this kind of heartbreaking surprise instead. Zhao Yuchu chokes back her tears, trying her absolute best to keep her emotions locked down. She looks back and forth between Kexu and Yuyao, her voice shaking as she asks, Yuyao, did you move out just so it would be easier for you and Kexu to hook up? Talk about a total knife to the heart. That line completely tears Zhang Yuyao apart. Zhang Yuyao shakes her head like crazy, completely panicking as she stammers. No, it is not like that, Yuchu. Please just let me explain. We are just… She is totally losing her mind here and looks at Gu Kishu for backup. Kishu frowns, taking a step forward to shield Zhang Yuyao. He tries to block Yuchu's icy stare that could literally freeze a man to death and speaks up in a deep voice. Yuchu, it is really not what you think. Let us go inside and talk. Go inside and talk. Yuchu finally shifts her gaze from Yuyao and locks onto Kishu's face. The warmth in her eyes is completely gone, replaced by a freezing, betrayal-filled glare. Why can we not talk right here? Are you scared the neighbors will hear us? Or are you just worried my heart will break? Her voice is dead quiet. She does not even raise her tone, but that chilling silence carries so much pain and pure despair that it is scarier than her screaming. Keshu looks anxious and says, Yuchu, are you seriously not even going to give me a single chance to explain? He tries to play the dominant male, but you can hear the panic in his voice. Quit making a scene out here. Can we please just go inside? No way. Yuchu acts like she just heard the biggest joke ever, her mouth twisting into a super bitter smile. Tears finally spill over, pouring down her face. She looks at how Kikshu is shielding Yuyao, protecting her like a bodyguard, and then she spots that insanely expensive diamond necklace on Yuyao's neck that Kikshu obviously just flexed his wallet to buy. It is over. All her trust and hopes are completely shattered into a million pieces right here. Ruquikshu, you tell me right now. Yuchu breaks down crying, each word slamming down like heavy stones. Tell me, what are those shopping bags in your hands, and what is that shiny new necklace on her neck? Is that her prize for being a good little secret, or what? She glares at Kekshu, desperately searching for some lie to make it hurt less. Did you ever even care about me? Am I even your girl to begin with? Bro, this call-out completely exposes him, stripping away all his fake excuses. He is cooked. Zhang Yuyao looks like she just got hit by a truck. Her face turns ghost white, and her legs are literally about to give out. The overwhelming guilt and shame make her want to dig a hole and crawl right into it. She bites her bottom lip so hard she can literally taste blood. Hexu's face looks absolutely trashed. Yuchu, seriously, it is not like that. Last night, what about last night? Was it too wild for you to remember? Yuchu does not even let him finish his sentence. She just gives this heartbreaking laugh while tears pour down like a waterfall. She points right at the flashing diamond on Zhang Yuyao's neck, her voice cracking as she screams. You tell me what the hell this is. Guys went on a massive shopping spree. She is flexing this insane luxury jewelry, and you expect me to be fine? Gu Kishu, what do you think I am? Some kind of idiot? The tension in the air is insane right now. It is like the dead silence right before a massive hurricane hits. Shopping bags scattered on the floor, that blinding diamond flashing on Yu Yao's neck, Yu Chu breaking down in tears, and Kek Shu looking completely paralyzed with panic. Everything is in absolute ruins, and there is no going back now. Right at that exact second, the elevator goes ding, breaking the awkward silence. A delivery guy in uniform steps out, holding a massive, gorgeous bouquet of red roses, casually humming a tune. He takes one look at the three of them standing there with the worst vibe imaginable, and instantly freezes, feeling super awkward. Is Miss Zhang Yuyao here? The delivery guy asks nervously, glancing around before locking eyes with the completely pale Zhang Yuyao. I have a delivery of flowers for you, same city express, and it needs to be hand-signed by you. It is a massive, stunning bouquet of 99 bright red roses, perfectly wrapped with a fancy gold card tucked inside. Right now, this massive bouquet of romantic roses, arriving right after Zhang Yuyao got caught red-handed, is like throwing gasoline straight into a raging wildfire. Talk about perfect timing. Shu looks at those blinding roses, then at Kekshu and Yu Yao, and the last bit of light in her eyes dies. It is over. Nothing left but pure, icy disappointment and sarcasm. Shu stares at those roses, his face turning incredibly dark as his aura goes full demon mode. Who the hell is sending her flowers right now? Meanwhile, Zhang Yao's brain goes completely blank. Like, who sent this? And why now? She is literally getting slow cooked on a grill of pure anxiety. The delivery guy is so terrified of this toxic energy that he can barely even breathe, and his hands are shaking like crazy. Chapter 72. I do not want to hear a single word of your explanation. Delivery guy just stands there awkward as hell, stuttering Miss Zhang Yuyao, these are your get lost. Gu Keishu absolutely loses it, letting out a roar of pure fury that sounds like a thunderclap. He whips his head around, practically dripping with dark, murderous intent. He glares at the delivery guy so hard the temperature in the room drops to freezing. The poor guy gets the chills, dumps the roses on the floor, and bolts out of there. Fine, this is just great. Yuchu's voice is totally empty and broken, her tears falling silently without her even screaming anymore. She even forces this incredibly sad smile that looks worse than her crying. Buying diamond necklaces, getting sent roses CEO Gu, you really went all out to give me the absolute biggest surprise ever, huh? She looks at Kekshu and Yu Yao like they are complete strangers, her eyes dead and totally checked out of this relationship. Shu, it is seriously not what you think. Zhang Yuyao completely loses her mind. Overwhelmed by panic and guilt, she lunges forward, desperately trying to grab Yuchu's hand to explain, I have no idea who sent those flowers, I swear, and that necklace? Turns out Atian sent it. Enough! Yaki violently slaps Yuyao's hand away with pure disgust, acting like she just touched absolute trash. Stepping back, she glares at Yu Yao with ice-cold eyes, her voice dripping with straight-up venom. Yu Yao, you seriously make me sick. Yu Yao just freezes, completely shattered by that look. Her voice gets caught in her throat, and she's left drowning in pure despair. She's cooked. Yaki officially hates her guts now. Ignoring Yu Yao completely, Yaki turns to Keksu, tears blinding her eyes. But she forces herself to stand tall, holding on to her last bit of dignity. Guke Shu, is this seriously your answer to me? Was I just some massive joke this whole time? Her voice is barely a whisper, but it hits Kekshu like a truck. Kekshu's face goes completely dark, seeing the bottomless pain in her eyes as she stands there shaking, barely holding it together. His heart is getting absolutely shredded. Bro wants to explain and tell her everything. But let's be real, his betrayal is facts. Any excuse he makes now is just pathetic. Yaki, just come inside with me first. I'll explain everything, I promise. Steps up and grabs her arm, saying, Yu Yao was drugged last night. She only got dragged into this because of me. What was I supposed to do? Just stand by and watch some creeps ruin her life? Don't touch me. Yaki flinches away like he's poisoned, totally guarded and deeply hurt. Hey, Kikshu, I don't want to hear a single word from you. Her words slice right through him, tearing down the messy cover-up he's trying to pull off. Pekshu just freezes there, totally stunned. Yaki looks down at the scattered roses, letting out a bitter, heartbreaking laugh. Wow, guess I came back at the worst time. Sorry for ruining your little moment. Don't worry, I'm out of here. She grabs her suitcase, ready to escape this suffocating nightmare. Yaki, Kekshu yells, trying to block her. Just let her go. A sharp, sobbing voice cuts through the air. Yu Yao looks up, tears streaming down her face, but her eyes are filled with pure, desperate madness. She throws herself right between Kekshu and Yaki, blocking them like a wild animal protecting its cub. She glares at Kekshu and screams hoarsely, Kekshu, can't you see how much she's hurting? What more do you want? Do you want to destroy her? Yaki, last night was completely my fault, so blame me. Don't worry, I'll leave Rongcheng and get out of your lives forever. Let's just pretend this whole mess was a dream. Yu Yao spins around to face Yaki, who is standing there crying in absolute shock. With a broken, desperate voice, she pours her heart out. Yaki, I'm so sorry. I was shameless. You can hate me, hit me, or scream at me, but please stop hurting yourself. Her voice is shaking with pure agony. Even though she knew this day would come, facing this heart-shattering reality is almost too much to handle. Yaki stares at her crying, screaming best friend who is desperately trying to protect her despite the pain. She's completely overwhelmed with mixed emotions. She hate her? Oh, absolutely. But seeing Yu Yao like this, that anger is mixed with deep, heartbreaking confusion. How did her best friend end up like this? Finally, the crushing weight of heartbreak and exhaustion completely breaks her. Yaki doesn't say another word. She just gives Kekshu one last look, a look filled with total disappointment, unbearable pain, and a tiny spark of regret she doesn't even realize is there. Then she grabs her suitcase and walks out of the apartment without looking back. The click of her high heels echoes through the dead silence, heavy and painful, ringing in their ears like a countdown. Her lonely figure fades into the blinding light outside. Now it's just Kekshu and Yu Yao left in a room so tense it feels suffocating. All the energy drains out of Yu Yao, and she collapses onto the floor. Rose petals cling to her dress as she curls up, burying her face in her knees. She can't hold it back anymore. A desperate, broken sob bursts out of her, her shoulders shaking violently. Heishu just stands there, frozen like a cold statue. He glares at the door where Yaki left, then looks down at Yu Yao crying on the floor, and those scattered roses that seem to be mocking him. Straight-up rage, massive frustration, and a helpless feeling of defeat explode inside him all at once. He snatches up the gold-embossed card from the floor. On it is a single line of printed, creepy text. Xiang, beautiful roses for a beautiful lady. Just a small token of my appreciation. Hope you love the surprise. From someone who cares. No name. But Kexu knows for a fact that this is connected to the hacker who hijacked the cameras and probably watched everything last night. Creep is straight up playing with them. Boom! Kexu punches the wall so hard the sound makes Yu Yao freeze mid-sub. Ah! Yu Yao shrieks, absolutely terrified by the murderous look on his face. Ignoring her, he whips out his phone, his knuckles turning white from gripping it so tight. He calls Long Ying, his voice cold as death, radiating pure destructive rage. Long Ying, track this down now. I want to know who sent those damn roses within 1 hour. Hunt them down even if you have to tear this city apart. Also, Kekshu takes a deep breath to force down his burning rage. He glances at the expensive shopping bags scattered everywhere, and then looks at Yu Yao. In a cold, final tone, he orders, send someone to tail Zhaoyaki. Her safe. 0 slip-ups. Get a luxury high-rise max security fully staffed. Lock it down. Actually, scratch tomorrow. Move her tonight. This place is compromised. Right away, young master. Long Yi didn't hesitate for a second before hanging up. Bu Keishu looked down at Zhang Yuyao. She was collapsed on the floor, face covered in tears, looking up at him in absolute terror. His eyes were a storm of emotions, rage, frustration, the agonizing pain of Zhao Yaqi leaving, and a tiny spark of protectiveness for Zhang Yuyao that even he didn't realize was there. Bu Keishu reached out. No gentle vibes here. It was straight up rough as he yanked Zhang Yuyao off the freezing floor. Get up. What's crying going to solve? His voice was still cold, but that terrifying rage from earlier had faded. Pack your things. We're moving tonight. Zhang Yuyao stumbled, completely thrown off by his sudden grip. Her wrist was hurting and tears were still falling, but she was completely stunned by his intense gaze and that absolute order. Bit her lip, letting him pull her into the apartment. A few minutes later, Gu Keshu bolted out, racing his car toward the Huayu Tiangong Villa district. Pushed the pedal to the metal, running who knows how many red lights just to reach Zhao Yaqi as fast as possible. He desperately needed to explain everything that happened last night. Honestly, he didn't even dare to hope she'd forgive him, as he really crossed the line. Chapter 73. Go get her before I change my mind. Screech! Gu Keishu slammed the brakes, leaving a massive skid mark on the asphalt. Right there on the side of the road, he spotted a familiar figure. It was Zhao Yaqi. She looked so incredibly lonely, like the entire world had abandoned her. Gu Keishu's heart absolutely wrenched. Get in the car. Gu Keishu rolled down the window. His voice was dominant, but there was a hidden panic behind it. Zhao Yaqi froze but refused to look back. Her shoulders trembled, her back stiff as a board, like an ice sculpture refusing to melt. I said, get in the car. Gu Keishu lost it, throwing the door open and stepping right in front of her, blocking her path. Zhao Yaqi finally looked up, that face that was always full of sweet, gentle smiles, now completely drenched in tears. Her eyes were red and swollen, filled with agonizing pain, disappointment, and a freezing coldness he'd never seen before. Move, her voice was raspy and stuffed up but eerily calm, like scary calm. Come back with me! Gu Keishu reached out to grab her arm. Don't touch me! She jumped back like a startled animal, eyes packed with pain and rejection. Shu, we are done. Just let me go. Fresh tears spilled over as she looked away, desperately trying to hide her breakdown. Done? Gukishu's eyes went dark. The pure frustration and the sting of being shut out completely broke his sanity. Zhaoyaki, you think our relationship is some joke? You think you can just turn it on and off whenever you feel like it? Just because of what you saw? Because of some stupid flowers? You won't even give me a single chance to explain? Explain! She whipped her head around, crying hysterically as she screamed. Explain what? Explain why you were at Zhang Yuyao's place? Explain who bought that multi-million-dollar diamond necklace around her neck? Explain all those shopping bags you two were carrying? Explain who sent those roses to show how much they care? Bukashu, the receipts are literally staring me in the face. How am I supposed to believe you? Do I have to catch you two in bed together for it to count as proof? That hit a nerve and his face went pale with pure rage. He grabbed her wrist so hard she gasped in pain. Let me go, Gukachu, you're a jerk, she thrashed, her eyes blurry with tears. Yeah, I am a jerk. He growled, his eyes flashing with desperate, chaotic energy. But even if I'm a jerk, there's no way I'm letting you walk away. Ignoring her struggles, he swept her off her feet, ignored her screams, threw her into the passenger seat, and locked the doors shut. Peschel, let me out. You can't do this. She banged on the window, crying out, but he completely ignored her. He slammed the gas and tore down the road toward the villa. The car was dead silent except for her quiet sobbing. Back at the villa, he basically dragged her inside, slamming and locking the door behind them. Jerk, let me go. She was fighting like a cornered cat, kicking and punching as all her pain and anger finally boiled over. Gukishu just took every single blow, letting her fists rain down on his chest without even flinching. He just wrapped his arms around her, locking her in a tight embrace. Slowly, her struggles faded. She'd completely run out of energy from all the crying, leaving her shivering and whimpering in his arms. Takiya's raspy voice whispered against her hair, heavy with exhaustion and deep, crushing guilt. I'm sorry, that one word was the breaking point. It completely shattered her emotional walls. Puff Front was totally destroyed. She just broke down and started crying hysterically. No more quiet tears or holding back. She let it all out, crying like a hurt child who finally found a safe place to land. She grabbed onto his shirt, burying her face in his chest as her hot tears soaked right through his clothes. Why? Why would you do this to me? Yaki is sob-choking, her voice completely shattered. I trusted you so much. I've been waiting for you to handle everything. Waiting for you to marry me. I never looked at anyone else. But you and her, what am I supposed to do now? How am I even supposed to look Yu Yao in the eye? She's literally my best friend. Bro, her crying is pure heartbreak and despair. Every single word she says is like a knife straight to Kekshu's chest. Kekshu just holds her trembling body, feeling all her pain and helplessness. Honestly, his heart is burning with guilt and he's completely speechless. All he can do is hold her tighter, resting his chin on her head as her tears completely soaked through his shirt. It's my fault. All my fault, Keshu whispers over and over, his voice totally raspy. I'm such a jerk. I messed up. And I broke your heart. Yaki cries for what feels like hours, letting out all the pain and betrayal she's been holding in. Kekshu just holds her close like she's a fragile glass doll, clumsily patting her back to give her some silent support. Slowly, the heavy crying turns into soft whimpers. Yaki lies in his arms, still shaking slightly, but she finally got some of that pain out of her system. She looks up, her eyes totally swollen, tears still clinging to her long eyelashes. She stares blankly at Kekshu's face, her eyes completely empty and exhausted. The living room is an absolute mess, mirroring how utterly broken they both feel inside. For a long silence, Yaki speaks up, her voice heavily congested. I'm tired, I'm just so tired. Her fingers unconsciously clutch his shirt, and her voice is barely a whisper. I waited for you for so long. Through your marriage with Sue and then your divorce, I was always waiting. I never once thought about giving up on us. I believed in you. I waited. She looks up at him through her tears, her eyes filled with deep, crushing sadness, and a sudden look of defeat that actually terrifies Kekshu. But now it's done. You and her, it already happened. What am I supposed to do? Yaki scoffs at herself, her voice shaking. I can't leave you. I can't do it. My heart is completely chained to yours. And I can't even hate you, Yao. We grew up together. Seeing her suffer breaks my heart too. So Yaki takes a deep breath, pulling together every ounce of her strength, and delivers a brutal, heartbreaking decision. Go and bring her back here. Leaving her out there is too dangerous, and I'll only worry. Yu Yao is a pampered heiress. She's never struggled a day in her life. This whole mess is already a total nightmare for her. Fool is completely stunned. He stares at her in absolute disbelief. Yaki turns her face away, tears silently rolling down. Her voice is exhausted, cracking just a tiny bit. Don't leave her out there alone. Yi Zhongshan's men are tracking her, so she's not safe. At least here, we can protect her. Pauses, her voice dropping to a faint whisper. Gu Keshu, remember this is my absolute limit, and the biggest compromise I will ever make. Her quiet tone hurts Kekshu way more than any screaming match ever could. It's suffocating. He knows Yaki hasn't accepted this, and she definitely hasn't forgiven him. She's just so deeply in love with him that she literally can't let go. She is forcing herself to swallow all this pain and disrespect just to keep a toxic, broken relationship alive. She chose to back down. She's literally breaking her own heart to protect the one thing she values most. Guilt and pain hit Keksu like a tidal wave. He pulls Yaki into a tight embrace, his voice totally cracked. Yaki, I am so sorry. Don't say another word, Yaki whispers, closing her eyes as she slumps into his chest, completely drained of energy. Go get her before I change my mind. Chapter 74, Who Did I Offend? When Kekshu shows up again at Yuyao's apartment door, she's already packed a light bag. Her eyes are red, her face is pale, and she looks like a terrified little animal waiting for her sentence. Seeing Kekshu show up all by himself, a fleeting look of disappointment and panic flashes through her eyes. What about Yaki? Yuyao's voice shakes. Did she tell you to go back? Kekshu's face is completely blank. He just grabs her suitcase and says, let's go. The drive back to the city is dead silent. Sitting in the back, Yuyao clutches her bag so tight her knuckles turn white. She doesn't dare ask about Yaki, let alone think about the drama waiting for her. When they arrive at the villa, the living room lights are on. Yaki is already in her loungewear, holding a cup of warm water on the sofa. She still looks pale and exhausted, but she's finally calmed down. Soon as Keshu walks in with Yuyao, Yaki's eyes lock onto Yuyao. It's a complicated look, full of pain, betrayal, and surprisingly, a little bit of pity. Yuyao stands frozen at the door, too ashamed to even look up. Her voice is barely a whisper. Yaki, I'm so sorry. Yaki stays quiet for a second before speaking in a slightly raspy voice. Your room is still ready. Go get some rest. No yelling, no hugging, just a flat, distant tone that draws a clear line between them. Thank you, Yuyao feels a wave of relief, but her heart is absolutely breaking. Bolts upstairs with her suitcase like she's escaping a crime scene. She locks herself in her room, slides down against the door, and just breaks down crying in silence. Downstairs, it's just Kekshu and Yaki left in the quiet living room. Kekshu slowly walks over to her side. Bro wanted to sit down and give her a hug, but the second he got close, Zhao Yaki swerved and dodged him. Absolute cold shoulder. She took a slow sip of her water, staring down at the steam rising from her cup and said, You must be tired too. Just go get some rest. Hey. Her voice was dead calm, but you could totally feel the distance she was putting between them. Our MC's hen just froze in midair. Seeing her shut him out like that felt like a straight-up punch to the gut. He hesitated, trying to find the words to say something. I want to be alone, she interrupted, not even looking at him. Talk about an absolute zero discussion shut out. He looked at her looking so fragile and lonely under the dim lights. Honestly, all he could do was let out a silent sigh and give up. He quietly turned around and headed upstairs. Instead of the master bedroom, he just stood there at the top of the stairs. To his left, the master bedroom door was locked tight. To his right, the guest room door was also completely shut. After standing there like a lost puppy, he walked over to the guest room door and raised his hand to knock. But once again, he froze. He could hear quiet, muffled crying coming from inside, so he slowly let his hand drop. Frustratedly messed up his hair and walked over to the master bedroom. He knocked softly, but silence. Still no response. He tried to turn the handle, but nope, locked from the inside. Standing there between two locked doors, he felt so incredibly frustrated and totally helpless. Bro was literally standing in the empty hallway like a homeless wanderer. In the end, he had no choice but to drag his exhausted body and heavy feet to the study room. Inside the master bedroom, Zhao Yaki was sitting on the bed with her knees pulled up, staring blankly out at the dark night, looking totally heartbroken. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Zhang Yuyao was curled up under her blanket, crying her eyes out. Guilt and anxiety were literally eating her alive. Both doors were locked tight. It was like they mutually agreed to completely shut out Gu Keishu, the guy who caused this whole mess. Lying on the rock-hard study room sofa, listening to the dead silence of the house, our MC had only one thought in his head. What the hell is even happening right now? Straight up torture. Damn, this sucks. But just as he was wallowing in misery, he heard laughing outside. He listened closely, and wait, was that Zhao Yaki and Jiang Yuyao? Wait, did they actually make peace already? Boom! He scrambled off the sofa, flung the door open, and sprinted toward where the laughing was coming from. The master bedroom door was slightly cracked open, leaving a tiny gap. Peeking through, he could actually see two figures laughing and playing around on the massive bed. Please spare me, I really learned my lesson. Zhang Yuyao's pleading, pitiful voice echoed from the room. Oh, you learned your lesson? Let's see if you ever try to steal my man again. Zhao Yaki didn't even sound mad, but Zhang Yuyao quickly piped up. Actually, we can't really blame Shu. I was set up, and he only did that to save me. Zhang Yuyao quickly explained, sounding totally helpless. Really? What actually happened? Tell me everything. Zhao Yaki immediately got super curious. So she started asking for details. It was that investment director from Keeming Capital, Li Qiang. He literally cornered me on purpose at the restaurant where I was eating. Zhang Yuyao then spilled the whole story of how she got set up, her voice shaking with anger and frustration. What? That is insane. Yuyao, we are absolutely not letting this slide. Plus, I don't think it's that simple. Keeming Capital might have Yi Zhengshan pulling the strings behind them. Wait, what? So they were actually targeting you this whole time? Listening outside the door, our MC heard every single word. Man, a massive weight was finally lifted off his chest. He let out a quiet sigh of relief and tiptoed downstairs to the kitchen. He decided to cook up a massive, mouth-watering late-night feast to apologize and show some love. He got busy in the kitchen, whipping up all their favorite dishes with pure dedication. After 3 years of marriage to Jiang Shui, his cooking skills were actually cracked. He could easily rival any top-tier restaurant chef. Soon the insane aroma drifted upstairs, and both Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao came down to investigate. Zhang Yuyao's eyes were still a bit red and puffy, poked her head in with a huge grin. Well, if it isn't our great CEO Gu, what delicious treats did you make for us? Let me tell you, if this doesn't hit the spot for Yaqi and me, you are dead meat. Zhao Yaqi giggled and jumped right in. Exactly. If it's bad, he's banned to the study room for 7 days. Zhang Yuyao rolled her eyes playfully. 7 days? That's way too easy. Make it at least a month. Zhao Yaqi hummed, shaking her head. Actually, 1 month still sounds too soft. Let's make it 3 months. What do you think? Zhang Yuyao immediately grabbed Zhao Yaqi's arm, teasing her with a grin. Oh, but can you really bear to be away from him that long? Zhao Yaqi blushed, pushing her away playfully. See, I knew you were a traitor. We haven't even started punishing him and you're already getting soft. I am definitely not giving you two any chances to sneak around behind my back. Zhang Yuyao pounced on her, immediately tickling her sides. Okay, I'm sorry, don't tickle me. Haha, too late for apologies. Hey, how about the 3 of us all sleep together tonight? Hearing this, our MC's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wait, yeah, she actually agrees to this. Oh my god. Hind was already running wild with excitement as he stared at them. But before he could even start celebrating, both of them turned on him and yelled in perfect sync, "What are you staring at? Get back to cooking!" Gukishu flinched hard, quickly pulling his head back and focusing on the food. He could only mumble under his breath, "What did I even do to deserve this? This is straight up bullying." Chapter 75, The United Front. Seeing our MC looking so absolutely defeated and pitiful, both girls couldn't help but giggle. Apron, he finally finished plating the last dish, a super spicy deep red stir-fried chicken. Look at that fire color. Dishes are served, and the table is already stacked with some fancy home-cooked food. We are talking fresh stir-fried greens and even crab roe tofu. And hold on, there is even a steaming hot pot of seafood clay pot porridge. Wow, CEO Gu cooking personally? We really don't deserve this, do we? Zhang Yuyao says, totally dragging out her words to tease him. Her eyes are still super red and watery from crying, but she is forcing a mischievous smirk anyway. She grabs Zhao Yuchu and drags her over to the table. Bro, is this our last supper or what? Trying to bribe us with food? Zhao Yuchu has wiped her tears, but you can still see she is completely exhausted and still carrying that heavy vibe. She does not even look at Gugashu, just staring straight at the delicious food with a totally cold and distant voice. It smells decent, but who knows if it actually tastes good. I mean, a certain someone has never been this desperate to please us before. Gugashu just takes off his apron, sighs like he knows he is cooked, and pulls out the chairs. Please sit, my 2 queens. Give it a taste, and if it is trash, I will literally remake it right now. Playing it super humble, totally in full apology mode. But when they sit down, the vibe is still awkward as hell. The 2 girls sit together, completely freezing Gujishu out by forcing him to sit all by himself on the opposite side. Zhang Yuyao makes the first move, grabbing a piece of the spicy diced chicken. Second, she eats it. Boom! The spicy flavor literally explodes. The chicken is incredibly crispy on the outside and super juicy inside. Her eyes totally light up, but she immediately switches back to her poker face and huffs at him. It is mid, but do not think you can buy us off with just this. Right, Yuchu? Zhao Yuchu takes a bite of the crab roe tofu. The silky tofu mixed with the rich crab roe is honestly top tier. She puts down her chopsticks, looks up at Gu Gekshu, and her calm stare is giving pure unspoken pressure. Your cooking actually upgraded. Looks like Zhang Shui trained you well during those years. Pauses, letting it sink in before dropping the bomb. But too bad. No matter how fire your cooking is, it does not matter if you are still a player. Fact. Zhang Yuyao immediately backs her up. He is totally sketchy, always wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Yuchu. He acts like he is sorry, but who knows what shady stuff he is plotting in his head. We need to keep him on a tight leash. Zhao Yuchu nods, grabs the red wine, and pours massive glasses for both of them. Starting today, we are in a squad. No more chances for this guy to mess up. She raises her glass to Zhang Yuyao. Cheers to our new alliance. Cheers, United Squad, let us keep this guy locked down. Zhang Yuyao clinks her glass and chugs down a massive gulp. Strong alcohol hits her throat, instantly triggering all her bottled-up emotions and exhaustion. Olgashu watches these two instantly team up and does not know whether to laugh or cry. He just sits there silently eating, taking their tag team roasting like a champ. Seriously, Gugashu, Yuchu is literally perfect. She is sweet, rich, and was down bad waiting for you. Why did you have to come mess with a troublemaker like me? Zhang Yuyao's cheeks are getting super red, and she is starting to look totally tipsy. She points her finger at him. Are you literally a masochist? Do you just love watching me cause chaos so you can clean up my mess? Yu Yao, do not say that about yourself. Zhao Yuchu gently holds her hand. Her own face is totally flushed now, her eyes glowing with a rare drunk and unfiltered honesty. It is his own fault for having zero self-control. You are young, gorgeous, and super fun. Of course he could not resist. She pours herself another glass. Men will be men, we have to keep him in line 24/7. No cap, you are so right! Zhang Yuyao nods aggressively and takes another shot, feeling the heat take over. We need to set up shifts. He has to report his location at all times, live share his location, and absolutely no staying alone with anyone at night. Total supervision. Yeah, Zhao Yuchu totally agrees. She tilts her head, thinking hard and adds, especially at night. Study couch is way too small anyway. Sleeping there for too long literally ruins your back. She is completely slurring her words now, logic going all over the place. Gugashu listens to their wild security plans and is just speechless but laughing. Seeing them chugging glass after glass, he tries to intervene. Guys, slow down, that wine is gonna hit you hard. Shut up, they both yell at the exact same time. Seriously, the girls are talking. Why are you interrupting? Zhang Yuyao glares at him, then wraps her arm around Zhao Yuchu. Yuchu, let us keep planning how we are going to ruin him. But the alcohol is hitting them way too fast. They barely touched the food, but the wine bottle is already completely empty. Zhao Yuchu's totally gone now, her usual classy vibe completely out the window. She collapses onto the table, staring at Zhang Yuyao with a goofy smile. Yuyao, are we being way too nice to him? Zhang Yuyao is even more wasted. She is nodding off but forces herself to sit up, slurring her words. No way, we cannot let him off easy. He has to cook for us every single day. That is not even enough. He has to do all the housework too. Before she can even finish, she completely loses her balance and tips over. Gugashu has insane reflexes though. Just as he gets up to catch Zhang Yuyao, Zhao Yuchu also loses all balance and starts sliding straight toward him. Next thing you know, Gugashu feels a double heavy weight on both arms. Zhang Yuyao has completely collapsed onto his left shoulder. She is breathing softly, her warm, wine-scented breath hitting his neck as she snuggles her face against his shoulder. She finds a comfy spot and completely passes out, still muttering under her breath, keep him locked down, he cannot run. Meanwhile, his right arm is locked in a tight hug by Zhao Yuchu. Her eyes are closed, her long eyelashes still damp from crying. Her face is totally flushed, snuggling into his arm like a cute kitten finding a safe place, letting out a soft, happy sigh. She completely leans on him, totally vulnerable and letting down all her guard. Bro, these two girls were literally teaming up to lock him down a second ago, and now? They are knocked out drunk like cute little puppies, squeezing him from both sides. Gugashu is frozen solid in his seat, too scared to even move. Shoulder. Zhang Yuyao is resting her sweet-smelling head heavy. Right arm. Zhao Yaki is holding him tight like her life depends on it. Warm skin, heavy breathing bro, what's a situation? Smelling like sweet red wine and their own unique vibes, he was completely trapped. The massive table suddenly felt empty, leaving only this crazy close-up zone in the middle. Looking at these two sleeping beauties up close, one is a feisty but fragile baddie, and the other is gentle but secretly hurting. But right now, they have dropped all their walls for him. Fu Keishu is feeling a whole roller coaster of emotions right now. Helplessness, guilt, pity, but also this insane feeling of pure satisfaction from being trusted like this, plus a massive weight of responsibility. He carefully shifts his body, trying to make them as comfortable as possible. The living room is pitch black except for the soft, warm glow of a single wall lamp. So quiet you can hear their soft breathing and his own heart beating like a drum. Oh, yeah, the night is still very long. Messy, chaotic night full of drama, but somehow wrapped in warmth. It is only just getting started. Ru Kikashu stares at the ceiling, feeling their warmth and weight on both sides. Honestly, this punishment does not feel too bad at all. Gently carrying both of them back to their rooms, Gukashu finally takes a deep breath. But right then, ding, his phone buzzes. Checks the screen and no way! The text says Long Yunming and Chen Yaji have already landed in Rongcheng, and Long Oakswan has completely escaped Long Jinbang control. Having those two show up in Rongcheng right now, instantly Gukashu's relaxed mood is ruined. It is time to lock in again. Chapter 76. His right-hand woman shows her hand. The next morning, Gukashu wakes up as the bright sunlight hits his eyes. Those two drunk girls were clinging to him all night, so it barely got any sleep. He carefully slides out his totally numb arms, gets ready, and cooks a massive breakfast for them before rushing out the door to Chushin Tech. Knock, knock, knock. He barely steps into his office before someone starts knocking. Come in, Gukashu says, rubbing his forehead to clear those wild memories from last night out of his head. Shu Mei walks in, looking absolutely stunning and sharp in a cream-colored business suit. She is holding a stack of files for him to sign, walking with total confidence. But the second she gets close and looks at his face, her professional mask slips. She gets this super playful smirk. Good morning, boss. She drops the files on his desk but does not leave. Instead, she leans in close, inspecting his face with a smug, knowing grin. Damn, look at those dark circles. Looks like you had a wild battle last night, boss, she whispers with a playful wink. So, two bosses taking turns on you, can our CEO even handle it? Gukashu stops writing and looks up immediately. He looks right into her eyes, which are literally glowing with pure curiosity and mischief. He is completely stunned. No way did his ultra-professional, cold secretary just make a joke like that. It looks like his chaotic love triangle with Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao is definitely not a secret anymore to his inner circle. After a second of shock, instead of getting mad or awkward, Gukiju actually finds this bold side of her incredibly hot. He slowly puts down his pen and leans back in his massive leather chair. He gives her this incredibly intense, playful look, a lazy smirk creeping onto his face. Oh, is our manager Sue really that worried about my stamina? Drags out his words, his eyes scanning her gorgeous curves with pure confidence. Are you just curious or do you want to test me yourself to see if I can handle it? Okay, he is totally flexing now. The room goes completely silent. Her smug smile freezes instantly, and a massive blush rushes from her neck all the way to her ears. She is completely flustered. She definitely did not expect the boss to hit her with such an aggressive counterattack. Plot twist. Her panic lasts for maybe 2 seconds max. Suddenly, that shy look in her eyes transforms into something way bolder. Does not run away blushing. Instead, she takes a deep breath like she is about to risk it all. While Gukshu watches in shock, Shumei walks right around the massive desk, brings her sweet perfume with her, and literally sits straight down right onto his lap. She is cracked. That soft, crazy warmth. He can feel it instantly through his thin suit pants, her warm heat and sweet scent completely trapping him. Perches on his strong thigh, putting one hand on his shoulder while the other gently traces his sharp jawline. This girl is going full seduction mode. Boss, her voice is barely a whisper, trembling slightly but hitting him loud and clear. She leans in so close her warm breath hits his ear. What kind of girl would not fall for a guy as powerful, mysterious, and completely broken as you? Pulls back just a bit, looking straight into his dark eyes. Her usually sharp, professional eyes are completely soft now, filled with pure devotion and a do-or-die determination. I will admit it, I am down bad too, she whispers. Ever since you promoted me, trusted me, and gave me a stage to shine, my heart has not belonged to me. She takes a quick pause. Her fingers slowly trace a line down his solid chest before pulling back. The heat in her eyes cools down, replaced by absolute loyalty and determination. Don't worry, boss, I know my place. I know Miss Zhao has your heart, and now there is Miss Zhang too. They are both amazing girls. Even they have more right to stand by your side than I do. Her voice was filled with a humble tenderness and absolute clarity. I am not expecting anything, and I definitely won't get in the way of what you have with them. I just want to stay by your side, acting as your sharpest blade and your most loyal shadow. I will handle all your dirty work and protect everything you want to protect, including them. My feelings will stay buried in the deepest part of my heart. Shumei's eyes were soft as water, yet firm as steel. You don't need to feel pressured, and you don't have to give me an answer. Whenever you need me, I will always be here. That is everything I can offer you. Saying those words felt like it drained every last bit of her courage. Blush on her cheeks deepened, but she didn't look away from Gu Kishu's gaze this time. She just sat quietly in his arms, waiting for his judgment or just waiting for the dust to settle. The office fell dead silent as sunlight drifted through the window. The air was filled with her subtle perfume and the lingering heat of that passionate confession. Gu Kishu looked down at his assistant in his arms. Normally, she was the definition of calm and professional, but right now, she was baring her rawest feelings to him. Her eyes were so clear and determined, completely pure, showing only a deep desire to protect him. It was a heavy, burning hot devotion. Gu Kishu's heart took a massive hit from a wave of mixed emotions. There was shock, emotion, and even a slight warmth from being wrapped in such pure love. He reached out. Instead of pushing her away, he gently held her slightly cold hand that was resting on his chest. Shumei, Gu Kishu said, his voice a bit raspy, sounding more serious than ever before. Suddenly, the desk phone rang out with a sharp buzz, instantly shattering the heavy romantic atmosphere. Shumei snapped out of it, all that raw emotion vanishing as she instantly switched back to her professional self. She practically leaped off Gu Keishu's lap like she got shocked, rapidly straightening her slightly messy suit skirt. Her face was still flushed, but her eyes were already cool, calm, and collected. President Gu, sorry, I will get the phone. Her voice carried a hint of panic, but she moved incredibly fast to answer the call. Gu Keshu watched her instantly switch back to full work mode. The warmth in his arms and her wild confessions still lingered in the air. He took a deep breath, calming his swirling thoughts as he looked back at the seed report, his gaze deeper than ever. Shumei picked up the phone and said, "Hello? What? Are you sure? Got it, reporting to President Gu right away." Spun around, all her shyness instantly gone, replaced by pure shock. "President Gu," she said, her voice shaking with excitement, "the tech department just called. The Watchman program has been reverse engineering that seed and actually caught a brief abnormal energy spike. Points straight to an encrypted local node right here in Rongcheng. It was a blink and miss it signal, so we couldn't lock the exact spot, but this is a massive breakthrough. We are one step closer to the rat hiding in the shadows." Gu Keishu's eyes turned razor sharp, instantly tossing all romantic thoughts out the window. Stood up, a freezing aura exploding around him. "Rongcheng?" Bishu said each word slowly, his voice ice cold and dripping with pure murderous intent. "So they have finally decided to show their face?" The warm mood in the office froze instantly into pure deadly tension. This hidden rat had bared its fangs beneath the calm surface. Chapter 77, Threat of a Cornered Dog. Knowing the rat was local, Gu Keshu let out a dark, sinister laugh. To bait them into making a move, he immediately decided to drop Chushin Technology's latest update, the announcement about L5 autonomous driving and the new smart home robot series, which included all-in-one housekeeping models and companion robot cats and dogs, dropped like a bomb, instantly blowing up the entire tech world and consumer market. The details were wild. Their L5 autonomous driving completely crushed everything else on the market, achieving absolute zero-error performance and totally freeing drivers. On top of that, the smart home robots used a streamlined, optimized version of the Xiaoai Core AI. They did not just handle sweeping laundry and organizing like a boss, they could even manage groceries based on family diets, cook simple meals, provide emotional support, help with childcare, and even monitor basic health stats to send reminders. The craziest part? This all-in-one assistance model was priced in the 300,000 range. This was a straight-up dimensional strike on the entire premium robot market. Within an hour, traffic to Chushin Technology's website went through the roof, crashing the servers, and social media absolutely exploded. Trending tags like Chushin Smart Home and 300,000 all-in-one butler dominated the hot searches. "No way, this is insane. They are straight up killing off all cleaning agencies and high-end robot companies. 300,000? Am I seeing things? Just the smart cooking module alone is worth that. It is a massive win for singles. Now my mom never has to worry about my cooking or cleaning again." Other vacuum and companion robot companies are seeing their stocks tank to zero. Gu Keishu is literally about to conquer the entire smart home empire. Absolutely brutal. The entire internet is going wild, a mix of hype and absolute panic. While consumers are hyping it up, competitors are sweating bullets, feeling a spine-chilling fear. Tech and pricing. Gu Keishu once again flexed Chushin Technology's terrifying absolute dominance over the market. A busy day went by in a blur of endless conference calls, emergency adjustments, and the marketing department's ecstatic reports. Fading light of the sunset filtered through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, bathing Gu Keishu's office in a warm gold. He rubbed his aching temples and shut down his computer. "I was just scrolling through the comments on the news page, getting ready to leave. Man, I still have to deal with those two girls at home who got wasted last night. And after today's massive hype, they are definitely going to interrogate me." The elevator slides down to the underground parking lot, the doors open, and the dim, empty garage smells like straight gasoline and rubber. Gu Geshu walks toward his private spot, totally calm and collected. Just as he is about to reach his ride, two shadows pop out from the dark, blocking his path like venomous snakes. Long Yunming and his caked-up wife Chen Yaji, looking at him with pure, unfiltered hatred. Trash biological parents. Gu Geshu's eyes narrow. Long Yunming sneers, "Gu Geshu, look at you, such a busy man. We are your actual parents, yet it is this hard just to see you." His fake voice echoes through the empty garage, sounding absolutely disgusting, dressed in a sharp suit. But his eyes are pure venom. Gu Geshu's massive tech launch already has him stressed out, and he is feeling totally threatened and humiliated. Gu Geshu stops dead in his tracks. His eyes turn ice cold as he looks at them. His voice is flat. "You two want something? Want something?" "Oh, we definitely do," Chen Yaji screeches. Steps forward 2 steps with a twisted, crazy smile, her eyes filled with straight-up greed and pure malice. My poor Shanna is ruined because of you, but we are giving you one chance to redeem yourself. She puffs her chest out, reeking of cheap, strong perfume. Your company, Chushan Tech, is blowing up. You are going to transfer all your shares to Xuan Air right now. After that, you will work under him and help him run it. Do that, and we might actually accept you as our son. Otherwise, I will tell the whole world what an ungrateful beast you are, and how you ruined your own brother. Wow, straight up extortion. Honestly, Gu Geishu almost laughs at how delusional they are. Finally had enough of this trash. He steps forward, eyes blazing. Mrs. Chen, where do you get the absolute audacity to say something so shameless? Shu does not back down. He steps right into her face, dead serious. Listen to me very closely. I am an orphan. I do not have parents. Who do you think you are, trying to steal my company like you actually own the place? Before she can even blink, Gugashu grabs her wrist in a vice grip. She screams in pain, "Let go of me, you monster! How dare you touch your own mother? Aren't you afraid of karma?" She screams, thrashing around. Gugigshu just tosses her aside like actual garbage, stumbles back in her high heels and almost face plants, but Long Yuming catches her just in time. She rubs her bruised wrist, her fake face slipping off, pure revealed ugly rage. Don't play dumb with me. You think you're some big shot now? Let me tell you, if I can't have it, I will destroy it so no one else can. Yazi, shut up. Long Yunming snaps, stopping her before she goes completely off the rails. He holds her back. He glares at Gu Jishu, his fake smile completely gone. Now it is just straight up threats. We did not come here to play nice or beg for scraps. Prin, you do what we say or we will ruin your life. With the Long family's power in this country, crushing you is easier than stepping on an ant. No way. Gugeshu literally cannot believe what he is hearing. These words are actually coming from his biological parents, all to protect that trash adopted son who is not even blood related. Yep, Long Ox Swan. It is totally obvious now. These two clowns definitely helped him escape from the old family head. Seeing Guga Shu stay quiet, Long Yunming thinks he won. He smirks, steps closer, and whispers like a snake. Ruined Schwanzer, and you made us the laughing stock of high society. We are going to make you pay for that. Think, because you have the old man's backing, you are safe? You think a few bodyguards can protect you from us? Long Yunming's eyes go completely wild. Better make the right choice. Settle this quietly, or he pauses, getting right up in Gu Jishu's face. Whispers venomous threats that only the two of them can hear. We go down together. I have nothing left to lose, but you have got those two beautiful girls by your side, Zhao Yaqi and Jiang Yuyao. They are so delicate, so fragile. It would be a real tragedy if they had an accident, wouldn't it? I heard Jiang Yuyao just survived one crash. Who knows if she will be lucky enough to have her hero save her next time. Under the dim lights of the garage, Long Yunming looks like a straight-up demon. His face is completely twisted with murderous intent. The air literally freezes. Chen Yaji is heavy-breathing next to him, staring like a vulture, just waiting for him to look terrified. But Gugashu just stands there. Absolute silence. He does not even blink. It is like he is watching two clowns perform a cheap comedy show. Once Long Yunming finally shuts up, Gugashu slowly looks up, directly at Long Yunming's twisted face. No anger, no fear, just pure cold indifference. He is looking at him. He is actual trash. Slowly reaches up, brushes off some invisible dust from where Chen Yaji touched him. It is the ultimate flex. Smirks. You done, Long Yunming? Chen Yaji. Bu Gashu looks at them, eyes sharp as daggers. You think I got so far on luck? You are both cooked. Power didn't come from some handout. It's pure strength and my absolute resolve to crush any trash standing in my way. Your little threats? Yeah, they mean absolutely nothing to me. The cold, ruthless smirk creeps onto Gukishu's face. If you don't believe me, then go ahead and try. Let's see who disappears first, or if I completely erase you from existence. Icy glare sweeps over a shaking Long Yunming and the incredibly bitter, hateful Chen Yiji before finally locking directly onto Long Yunming. That look completely freezes their sad excuses for bluffs. As for Long Yuming trying to take him down with him, Gukeshu just lets out a mocking scoff, the sound hikuing sharp and brutal in the dead silent parking lot. Bro, the old man already kicked you out of the family. You're nothing but a trash tier, washed up loser. You really think you can even scratch me? You want to touch my people? Gukeshu's voice drops straight to absolute zero. The pure terrifying aura radiating off him makes the entire garage feel like an icebox. He is absolutely him. Go ahead and try. Oh, and if you want to keep breathing, you'll return Long Oxwan right now. Because if I have to track him down, I promise his cozy little life is going to turn into an absolute nightmare. You really had the nerve to come here and threaten me? Gukashu takes a step forward, unleashing an overwhelming god mode pressure that physically forces Long Yunming and Chen Yaji to stumble back in sheer panic. Are you even on my level? Without even looking at their pale, terrified faces, he turns around, walks over to his ride, and throws the door open. Mark my words. Gukeshu slides into the driver's seat. Before slamming the door, he throws one final icy glance at the two clowns frozen in place, dropping a chilling final warning. If you want to die so badly, I'll gladly end you myself. Now get lost. The engine lets out a savage roar, and the black car speeds away like a rocket, leaving the dark garage behind without a single regret. Long Yunming and Chen Yazi are left standing there, frozen to the bone, their faces completely drained of color. How does he dare to act like that? Chen Yaji's lips tremble, her voice breaking with tears and absolute disbelief. Long Yunming glares at the spot where the car vanished, his eyes burning with intense hatred yet suffocated by pure helplessness. Clenches his fists so hard his nails dig deep into his palms, blood slowly dripping down, but he doesn't even feel the pain. Gu Kishu, you forced my hand. Long Yunming is completely cornered now. The family head froze all their assets. If they weren't totally desperate, they wouldn't have come to Wrong City just to get humiliated like this. Right now, they look like nothing but two pathetic, desperate dogs, looking absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 78. You can't handle the consequences. Heishu's chilling words hit like a final execution, pinning them both to a pillar of absolute shame. As the engine's roar fades into the distance, it leaves behind a dead, silent parking lot and two minds spiraling into pure, unhinged hatred. How dare he? Chen Yaji's teeth chatter violently, half from pure terror, half from a burning desire for revenge. Long Yunming, do something. Are we really just going to let this trash step all over us? Who does he think he is? Just a worthless orphan. If I knew he would turn out like this, I would have never given birth to him. Shut up. Long Yuming violently shoves her hand off his arm. His eyes are blood red, looking like a cornered rabid beast. Gukashu's threat is like an icy collar tightening around his neck, slowly suffocating him. But what hurts even more is the sheer humiliation of being looked down on just some worthless insect. I want him dead. I'll make sure he dies. I'm his actual father. How dare he treat me like trash? He's an absolute monster, a total beast. Before Long Yunming can even finish his hysterical screaming, a ghostly figure silently materializes at the entrance of the garage. Emerging from the shadows, the sharp click of leather shoes on concrete echoes through the air. Every single step feels incredibly heavy, absolutely shattering whatever is left of their sanity. Both spin around, their eyes wide with instant terror. Long Ying. He's standing tall in his usual flawless black suit, his face completely expressionless as he walks straight toward them. Long Ying? Long Yinming stammered, a wave of pure dread washing over him. Guy is the old man's most lethal, loyal weapon. Him being here means only one thing. The old man knows everything. Stopping exactly 3 steps away, Long Ying calmly looks down at Long Yunming's twisted face and Chen Yaji's terrified expression. By the Patriarch's command, I am here to deliver a message. Long Ying's eyes cut through them like daggers. Long Yunming. Due to your constant reckless actions, ruining the family name, plotting with outsiders, and directly disobeying the Patriarch, not to mention illegally busting out that trash Long Oxwan and daring to threaten young Master Gu Keishu, the true bloodline of the family, your despicable actions prove you're no longer worthy of the family name. He then shifts his gaze to the utterly pale Chen Yaji. As a daughter-in-law, you've done nothing but cause drama, stir up trouble, and insult the young master. Your crimes are twice as bad. Long Ying's voice remains completely flat, yet it carries the absolute weight of a final judgment. Effective immediately, Long Yunming and Chen Yaji are officially kicked out of the family register. You are stripped of the family name, all properties, all inheritance rights, all business shares, and every single asset under your names. You are permanently banned from ever stepping foot into the estate again. What? It's like a bolt of lightning just hit Long Yunming. He freezes instantly, every drop of blood draining from his face until he looks like a walking corpse. His eyes bulge out in utter disbelief as he stares at Long Ying, his mouth hanging open, unable to utter a single sound. Exiled and stripped of everything, the old man is actually disowning his own flesh and blood just for Gu Kikshu. It's absolutely over for them. No way. Chen Yaji lets out a blood-curdling shriek and lunges forward, trying to grab Long Ying's arm. Fake. It has to be fake. The old man would never do this to us. I'm his daughter-in-law, and my husband is his actual son. Who even is Gu Kingshu anyway? That trash doesn't even want to be a part of this family. What right does he have? Chen Yaji screams hysterically, completely losing her mind. Makeup completely ruined, crying like a total maniac. But Long Ying? He just sidesteps. Bro didn't even try and she misses entirely. She face plants hard. Long Ying looks down like a god at Chen Yaji, screaming on the floor, and Long Yunming, who is standing there completely frozen like a puppet, like his soul got sucked out. Zero mercy in Long Ying's eyes, just pure icy cold silence. Right here is the disownment order hand-signed by the old man himself, plus a copy of the total asset freeze. Long Ying pulls out a sealed folder and tosses it right at his feet like actual trash. Bro says, the lawyers and asset takeover team are coming tomorrow. It's over for you. No way, father can't do this to me. I'm his son, his actual real son. Long Yunming finally squeezes out a sound, but his voice is totally hoarse and desperate. He's completely broken, realizing his own family threw him out like trash. Stumbles back, slams hard against a cold concrete pillar, and slides all the way down to the floor, totally paralyzed. His eyes go totally blank, aging 10 years in a split second. All his hype and anger totally shattered by this absolute nuke of a disownment order. He is completely cooked. Chen Yaji is crawling on the floor, staring at the papers scattered everywhere, then back at her utterly defeated husband, and then at Long Ying, who's standing there like the literal Grim Reaper. It finally hits her. This isn't a bad dream, it's real life. All her big plans and greedy schemes, completely obliterated by the old man's absolute God mode judgment. She's a total clown now. She lets out this monstrous, inhuman shriek, collapsing into a heap on the floor, twitching in pure despair. But wait, plot twist. The black sedan that just drove off? It actually reverses back and stops right there. The window rolls down, revealing Gu Qishu's sharp, handsome face. Bro didn't even leave. He heard every single word Long Ying just dropped. Gu Qishu steps out of the car, glancing at the two trash heaps on the floor, before locking eyes with Long Ying. He is completely shook. He never acknowledged Long Zhenbang as his grandfather, but he never expected this. Protect him and preserve the true Long family legacy. The old man would go this far, kicking his own son and daughter-in-law out of the family, and taking everything back. This level of absolute savagery is honestly hard for even Gu Qishu to process right now. Pekyu just stands there in silence. The air is so tense it's practically frozen. Long Ying just waits, anticipating his move. Finally, Gu Kei takes a deep breath, his eyes instantly clearing up with deep focus. Ignoring the two clowns on the floor, he looks straight at Long Ying, his voice dead serious. Long Ying bows slightly, young master. Shu speaks clearly, word for word. Tell grandfather something for me. He pauses, his tone complicated. Tell him, I get it, I appreciate the gesture. But then his voice turns incredibly firm, showing off that insane, independent pride he's always had. I don't want a single thing from the Long family. He looks at Long Ying with absolute confidence. Everything I have today, I built it myself. The Long family wealth is a chain to me, not some prize. Tell him to keep it. With that, Gu Kixu doesn't waste another second. He turns on his heel, gets in his car, and rolls out for real this time. Long Ying watches his taillights fade, and for a split second, a tiny hint of respect flashes in his icy eyes. Then, his face goes cold again, looking down at the broken parents crying on the floor. His voice is pure ice. Mr. Long, Miss Chen, hand over Long Oxwan right now. Trust me. If the old man has to get involved, you are both cooked. No way. Chen Yaji screams so hard she practically shreds her vocal cords, the sound echoing like a banshee in the empty lot. Chapter 79. Time to make a move. Back at the Huayu Tiangong Villa, Gu Keishu pulls into the garage, stepping into the house. The warm smell of fresh food hits him instantly, immediately washing away his dark mood. All the trash drama from those two clowns, instantly forgotten. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao are chilling on the living room couch, with some nice snacks and sliced fruit laid out in front of them. The TV is playing some random financial news, but they aren't even watching it. When Gu Keshu walks in, they both look up, eyes filled with worry and a little bit of awkwardness from getting drunk last night. You're back, Zhao Yaqi says, setting down her cup, her voice soft. But if you look closely, her eyes are still a little red. Zhang Yuyao awkwardly looks away, pretending to watch the screen, but her blushing ears completely give her away. Yeah, Gu Kishu says, tossing his jacket over a chair and sitting down. He grabs a piece of fruit but doesn't eat it, looking at both of them with a serious, tired expression. I just ran into Long Yunming and Chen Yizi in the garage at Chuchen Tech. Them? Zhang Yuyao whips her head around, looking super disgusted. Those two toxic parasites are back? What did they do to you this time? Try to start a fight? Zhang Yuyao checks him over, worried he got hurt. Zhao Yaqi frowns too, her eyes turning sharp. Are they still not giving up? What do they want now? Remembering how they tried to drug Zhang Yuyao last time, Gukashu quickly summarizes the wild parking lot drama. When that absolute trash Long Yuming straight up threatened their safety, Zhao Yaqi's face went completely dark, and Zhang Yuyao was so mad she almost lost her mind. That absolute piece of trash. Do they really think they can touch us? Zhang Yuyao gritted her teeth, ready to throw hands. Do they think we're just pushovers? The bodyguards my uncle sent are built different. Zhao Yaqi grabbed Zhang Yuyao's hand to calm her down, but her own eyes were ice cold. It was obvious these clowns were completely cornered and about to do something desperate. Gu Keshu, what are you gonna do? But just as Gu Keshu was about to reply, he hit them with a massive plot twist instead. Right after Long Yunming finished talking big, Long Ying showed up. Wait, Long Ying? Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao were completely stunned. Brought a direct order from the head of the family. Long Zhenbong. Gukyu looked at them and dropped the bomb, word by word. Long Yunming and Chen Yaji are officially kicked out of the family. Their names are erased from the family tree. No name, no money, no inheritance, nothing. The family is taking back every single asset, and they are banned from setting foot in the family estate forever. No way! Both Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yao gasped, their faces filled with absolute disbelief. They got expelled? Jiang Yuyao's jaw literally hit the floor. The old man is that brutal? He actually kicked his own son to the curb just for you? But Zhao Yaqi realized what's happening even faster. She frowned, her eyes locked in deep thought. Why on earth would the old man make such a ruthless point-of-no-return move right at this moment? The living room went dead silent. Gu Keishu took a sip of his water, clearly letting the massive news sink in. Zhao Yaqi and Jiang Yuyao exchanged a glance, both totally shocked and confused. Something was definitely fishy here. Zhao Yaqi broke the silence first, getting her cool vibe back. She started analyzing, saying that the old man has been dominating politics and business for decades, so he's incredibly shrewd. Chose to drop this expulsion bomb right when Long Yunming threatened you and we were on high alert. There is no way this was just some random sudden decision. So you are saying the old man did this on purpose? Zhang Yuyao caught on too. She leaned in closer and whispered, so he was already planning this and just waited for the perfect moment to announce it today? Exactly, Zhao Yaqi agreed. Zhao Yaqi nodded and looked at Guka Shu. Shu, the old man is not blind. He definitely knew about all the damage that Trash Couple did to the family over the years. He did not make a move before either because of family ties, or he was holding back to avoid collateral damage, or maybe he was just waiting for the perfect moment, a moment where he could completely ruin them so they can never rise up again, while sending a massive warning to any other haters looking for trouble. Was locking up Long Oxwan also part of the plan? Honestly, that is highly likely. The old man definitely knew that those two would not just sit back, so he used Long Oxwan as bait to draw them out. Her eyes turned razor sharp. And now that clown openly threatened you, and he even dragged me and Yuyao into it, basically spitting in the face of the future heir whom the old man just publicly recognized. It is a direct challenge to the family authority. Hearing this, Zhang Juyao's eyes lit up as she connected the dots. Oh, so the old man is setting an absolute example. He is using his own son as an example to warn every single hater hiding in the dark to stay away from you and us. He is showing everyone that if you mess with the heir, you are cooked, even if you are his own son. But Zhao Yaqi added, her mind completely sharp. Wait, there is more. This is also a major flex of loyalty. Or more like the old man is showing Gu Kishu his ultimate commitment and respect. And he literally cut off his last family tie with his own son, showing you exactly where he stands in the most brutal way possible. The entire Long family and the old man himself are officially backing you up all the way. And any who dares to touch you is getting instantly deleted by the family. She paused, looking at Gu Kishu with a serious expression. This is a massive power move to get you to commit. He literally sacrificed his own son's life to get you to acknowledge your family bloodline and maybe take over in the future. Zhang Yuyao gasped, completely shocked. Damn, the old man is absolutely ruthless. He actually did his own son dirty like that. But, Shu, did Long Ying say anything about the family empire? She asked, hitting the nail on the head. He did, Gu Ku said, calmly setting down his cup. The old man had him announce that the entire family business is now under my name. Wait, what? Even Zhao Qi gasped this time, her eyes wide with shock. We are talking about the family empire, a mind-blowing, massive business kingdom. The old man just handed it over to Kishu to silver platter. So, what did you do? Zhang Yao asked nervously. I rejected it, Kishu said it so casually. You rejected it? Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yao screamed at the same time. Yeah. Gu Kishu nodded, his eyes completely calm and confident. I told him to let the old man know I appreciate the gesture, but I am not taking their business. He looked at the two shocked girls, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I built everything I have today through Chushin Tech, relying on my own skills. That family empire is just a massive headache. It is a golden cage with 1,000 haters watching my every move, waiting for me to slip up so they can jump me. Why would I want that? I am not looking for extra trouble. Besides, Gu Keishu's eyes grew serious. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I take their money. I am basically agreeing to be their puppet heir. My hands would be tied, and I would constantly have to worry about the family interests and what the old man thinks. That is the exact opposite of why I built Chushin Tech in the first place. I want to build my own absolute empire where no one can tell me what to do. The family inheritance might look nice, but it is pure poison. Gu Keishu's words hit hard, packed with absolute confidence and pure main character energy. Zhao Yaqi stared at him, her shock slowly turning into deep respect and admiration. Was the Gu Kiku she fell for. Proud, independent, and refuses to rely on anyone, even a powerhouse like the Long family. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao was just completely speechless. She looked back and forth between Gu Kishu and Zhao Yaqi. No way, that was literally the Long family. He just threw that chance away like trash? Shu, you are literally him. The way she looked at him wasn't just shock anymore, it was straight up fanboying. She was totally captivated. Isn't just about flexing, it's about staying smart. Zhao Shazi softly explained to Zhang Yuzhao, the Long family is a massive beast, and the waters are way too deep. Since Shu is still building his empire, jumping on their ship right now looks hyped, but it's actually super risky. Staying independent is easily the biggest brain move here. The old man of the Long family probably knew this would happen anyway. He was just testing the waters and sending a message to everyone else. Right then, the doorbell suddenly buzzed, cutting off their conversation. All three of them froze. Like, who could be knocking this late at night? Shu went to open it, and plot twist, it was Long Ying back again. Still wearing his signature poker face, he just gave Shu a quick nod. Young master. Shu was kinda surprised. Long Ying, you need something else? Long Ying glanced past Su's shoulder toward the living room, then leaned in close, keeping his voice dead silent so only Su could hear. Young master, we got a massive breakthrough on tracking that seed. We caught a super faint outgoing encrypted data stream right next to that temporary local node. We couldn't intercept the whole thing, but we reverse-tracked the signal's source, straight to an abandoned industrial park in the west suburbs of Rongcheng. Shu's eyes locked in instantly. An abandoned industrial park, yeah, that's the perfect spot to hide. Long Ying went on, plus, President Shu just sent an emergency update. He used the Nightwatch program to monitor Xiao Ai's data stream and flagged a sneaky, corrupted data packet disguised as a basic system log update. Bad boy slipped right past all our firewalls, aiming straight for a backup section in Xiao Ai's core database. Shu thinks this is the seed's first move to ping home or download instructions after being activated. He's trying to crack it right now, but he needs some time. Talk about a double whammy. The haters are finally making their move, and they're right here in Rongcheng. Shu's eyes turned sharp as a hawk. Instantly, all that romance drama and family politics completely vanished from his mind. He glanced back at Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao, who were looking at him with worried eyes, then turned to Long Ying. Got it. Su to crack that data packet immediately, whatever it takes. Get our boys to surround that industrial park in the west suburbs. Set up a total lockdown, but keep it low-key. Don't let them know we're coming. And I want to see exactly who is trolling us behind the scenes. But if the guy tries to run, take him down. I need him alive. Understood, young master. Long Ying disappeared into the dark like a ghost. Shu shut the door, took a deep breath, and walked back to the living room, where the girls were waiting for answers. Pain. He let out a cold, battle-ready smile. Looks like some clowns are finally getting desperate enough to show themselves. Time to lock in. The real boss fight is starting. Chapter 80. The Ultimate Destruction Program. Long Ying's intel on the seed and the hacker base. Like a massive bomb dropping, completely destroying the chill vibe as everyone froze up. Shu's eyes were literally burning with hype. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao immediately locked in too, dropping all the drama. Wait, an abandoned industrial park in the west suburbs? Yaqi quickly brought up the city map in her head. Place has been a ghost town for ages, totally lawless. It's the ultimate spot to lay low. Whoever this hacker is, they're insanely slick. Honestly, it's a miracle Long Ying even tracked them down this far. Zhang Yuyao balled up her fists, looking half scared and half hyped. We're going to drag those sewer rats out and show them what happens when you mess with our Shu. She blushed hard, realizing she almost sounded too attached, and quickly stole a glance at him. Seeing them both ready to ride for him made Shu feel warm inside. Just as he was about to lay out the plan, Yakon's phone buzzed on the coffee table. Screen flashed with a brand new text. Yaqi casually grabbed it and glanced at the screen, but her serious face instantly twisted into something wild. It was this crazy mix of pure shock and absolute satisfaction. She couldn't even hide it. Shu and Yuyao caught on immediately. Yaqi, what's up? Yuyao leaned in, but Yaqi didn't say a word. She just flipped her screen around so they could both see. It was a text from an unknown number. Short, simple, and cold-blooded. Miss Xiao, Lu Xiao racked up 30 million in gambling debts at the Jinhao underground casino. With interest, it's over 50 million now. He's been shipped across the border. Underworld rules dictate that his body parts are being harvested to pay it off. Mission accomplished. There was no sender name, but the message was loud and clear. Lu Xiao, the annoying pest who kept trolling before Shu's divorce and then vanished once Shu became OP, just got the ultimate karma. It is over for him. He got totally played in an underground casino, ran up a massive debt he couldn't pay, and got sold to a lawless black market zone to have his organs harvested. Yuyao gasped and covered her mouth. The way she looked at Yaqi was pure shock, mixed with a tiny bit of actual fear. Gee, did you do this? Shiyu stared at the text, his eyes sharp as daggers. Once the initial shock faded, he connected the dots instantly. Lu Xiao's sudden disappearance lined up perfectly with when Shu started rising up and settling scores. No wonder his own search parties couldn't find a single trace. The guy was literally sent to a living hell. Slowly looked up, his gaze locking onto Zhao Yaqi. Yaki, his voice was low, and he didn't even need to ask. Wait, you did this? The living room went dead silent. Zhang Yuyao held her breath, looking back and forth between Gu Keishu and Zhao Yaqi, her heart pounding like crazy. Zhao Yaqi met Gu Keishu's searching gaze. That weird, cold smirk on her face slowly faded, replaced by a chilling calmness, like she did absolutely nothing wrong. No denial, no panic, just pure confidence. She slowly put down her phone, picked up a crystal-clear grape from the table, peeled it with absolute elegance, and popped it into her mouth, chewing slowly. Only then did she look up at Gu Keishu. Deep in those eyes that were usually so warm and sweet, there was now a freezing cold stare, something Zhang Yuyao had never seen before. She gave a soft smile. It was stunning, sure, but it carried a terrifying chill and a fierce ride-or-die energy. Yeah, I did it. Her voice was quiet and gentle, but every single word cut like a poisoned blade. Axe you. Nobody gets to mess with you. Period. She paused, her gaze turning even colder, like she was just stating a simple fact of life. Lu Xiao needed to pay for what he did. Bro really thought he could just hide away and everything would blow over. He thought time would make everyone forget. Zhao Yaqi let out a mocking laugh. He forgot how he used Jiang Shui to humiliate you, and how he spread those trash rumors to drag your name through the mud. He doesn't just owe you an apology, he owes you his life. Her voice went completely cold, since the law won't punish him. And since he was stupid enough to show his face in the Rongcheng underworld, then taking him out using street rules is only fair. I want him to pay in the most painful way possible. He needs to know what true despair feels like, a fate worse than death. Those last words were barely a whisper, but they carried a bone-chilling cold. The whole room felt like it dropped to sub-zero temperatures. Zhang Yuyao was absolutely shook. She looked at this version of Zhao Yaqi, totally unrecognizable. This was her usually sweet, gentle bestie, but now, her aura was insanely ruthless and cold-blooded. Talk about built different. She really is the vice president of the Shengxi group and the heiress of the legendary Shen family. For Gu Keishu, she quietly set up a lethal trap, dragging Lu Xiao straight into hell without blinking an eye. Gu Keishu stared at Zhao Yaqi, his mind completely blown. For the first time, he realized that this seemingly fragile woman he loved had such an insanely powerful and ruthless dark side. Zhao Yaqi was only sweet to the people she cared about. To everyone else, especially her enemies, she was a straight-up demon. Deep, silent, and deadly protective love made Gu Keishu's heart race. It was terrifying but beautiful. He finally understood why Lu Xiao vanished off the face of the earth without a single trace. Behind the scenes, Zhao Yaqi was silently wiping out his enemies and clearing his path. No wonder that trash vanished for so long. It all made sense now. He looked at Zhao Yaqi with so many mixed emotions: shock, deep respect, and a sudden wave of warmth from being protected by such a powerful love. Zhang Yuyao spoke up, her voice shaking with a mix of pure fear and hype. Girl, you are actually cracked. She realized her little pranks and attempts to help were literally nothing compared to Zhao Yaqi's absolute god mode chess moves. Zhao Yaqi turned to Zhang Yuyao, the ice in her eyes melting instantly as she smiled warmly. Yuyao, don't worry. My rules are simple. Respect me. I respect you. But if you mess with me or worse, the people I love, I will destroy you 100 times over. Lu Xiao got exactly what he deserved. She looked back at Gu Keishu, her eyes completely honest and steady. Axu, I know you have your own morals and boundaries. I didn't tell you beforehand because I didn't want to distract you, and I didn't want you to think I went too far. But honestly, I don't regret it. A piece of trash like Lu Xiao isn't worth dirtying your hands over, let alone wasting your time. I'll handle the dirty work. Keishu was insolent for a few seconds. Finally, he let out a long sigh, letting go of all his stress. He reached across the table and grabbed her cold hand, holding it tight. This time, she didn't pull away. She squeezed back, letting him feel her strength. I get it now. Gu Keishu's voice was deep and steady, filled with total trust and perfect chemistry. Thank you, Yaqi. No lecturing, no questioning, just pure acceptance. She became a monster for him, and he appreciated every bit of it. Zhang Yuyao stared at their locked hands. Seeing Zhao Yaqi's terrifyingly badass look fueled by love, and Gu Keishu's absolute trust, her mind was a complete mess. She felt jealous, amazed, and a little bit worthless all at once. Compared to Zhao Yaqi, she was basically just a professional troublemaker. Right then, Gu Keishu's phone started vibrating like crazy. He looked down and saw it was Shumei calling. He let go of Zhao Yaqi's hand and picked up. Shumei, what's the situation? Shumei's voice came through, sounding completely frantic and terrified. Boss, we cracked it. That data packet disguised as a routine update, we finally bypassed it. Her voice was shaking hard. It wasn't trying to steal data, and it wasn't a delete command. It's downloading something. It's a massive, destructive logic bomb. Target. It's aiming straight for Xiaoai's core emotional module. It's over if this hits. Core behavior logic library. He practically screamed it out. Stealing? No way. That was never their goal. They want to completely infect Xiaoai. turn him into the ultimate weapon. Perfect on the outside, insanely smart, but totally controlled by pure hatred and chaotic logic. Virus fully activates and spreads inside him. It is over. Shumei's voice was shaking with pure terror. President Gu, they are absolute psychopaths. They want to use our own perfect creation to trigger a literal apocalypse. Boom! It was like a lightning bolt blasted right through his brain. Bokashu gripped his phone so hard his knuckles turned bone white, his face going completely pale. A cold chill, dead enough to freeze his very soul, surged from his feet straight to his spine. Ultimate weapon of pure destruction. That digital seed was not a wiretap or a bomb. It was a demonic virus meant to drag Xiaoai Chuchentech and the entire world straight to hell. Freak in that abandoned industrial park did not care about money. He wanted total annihilation. He wanted to use Gu Keshu's masterpiece to burn it all down. Shumei. Zhu Keishu's voice went ice cold, sounding like it came straight from the depths of hell. Stop that program from running inside Xiaoai, no matter what it takes. Initiate maximum physical isolation. Activate every single backup protocol. I am coming right now. He slammed the phone down, standing up as an insane wave of murderous aura erupted from him, making the entire room feel freezing cold. Turned his sharp eyes toward Zhang Yuyao and Zhao Yaqi, who were both frozen in shock, their faces completely pale. His voice left zero room for argument. Stay home and wait for me. Without wasting another second, he dashed out like a bolt of black lightning, his car's engine roaring to life and tearing through the silent night. The real war starts now. And this enemy, he is way more twisted than they ever imagined. Zhang Yuyao jumped to her feet and looked at Zhao Yachi. She was not even eaten yet. Yachi, let's head to Chuchentech too. We can bring his food with us. Zhao Yaqi was instantly fired up. She wanted to see exactly how Gu Kishu would handle this crisis. She nodded eagerly. Let's go, right now. Chapter 81. Initiating the Nirvana program. Over at Chuchentech's top floor lab, the place was in absolute chaos, transformed into a high-stakes command center. Blinding red alarm lights flashed silently, bathing the cold metal walls and panicking techs in an eerie, bloody glow. On the massive holographic screen, Xiaoai's inner schematics were fully zoomed in. A flashing red warning zone, slowly creeping like a parasite, wrapping around his core emotional engine and behavioral logic systems. Countless corrupted black code files were multiplying like digital cancer, devouring the pure blue data streams like a swarm of hungry vipers. No way. Our firewalls are getting shredded. It is hacking us 3 times faster than expected. A lead engineer stared in horror at the flickering screen, voice cracking with absolute despair. Director Shu, this logic bomb is cracked. It is adapting and evolving. Every time we find a loophole, it literally mutates a new firewall. The other programmers were losing their minds. Initiate physical lockdown. Inject cryogenic gas to freeze the quantum processor and slow down the spread. Shumei stood at the main terminal, sweating bullets, her face completely pale, but she kept her composure, her voice sounding like cold steel. She fired off commands like rapid fire, her eyes glued to the red infection zone on the screen, her nails digging deep into her palms. The whole room was a chaotic mess of keyboard typing, screaming orders, blaring sirens, and a heavy, suffocating wave of pure despair. They were racing against a faceless, lethal enemy, and if they lost, it was straight to the abyss. Suddenly, the heavy metal blast doors slid open. Gukishu burst into the room like a raging storm of absolute ice and fire. Overwhelming pressure and raw fury immediately silenced the entire lab, making everyone freeze in their tracks. President Gu. Shumei's eyes lit up instantly. Her savior had finally arrived. Pishu did not waste a single breath. His eyes, sharp as daggers, locked onto the glaring red infection on the screen. Status report. The logic bomb is multiplying rapidly. Its target is clear. It wants to completely corrupt Xiaoai's core emotions and logic engine. Normal firewalls are not doing crap. It is evolving too fast, Shumei explained in a panicked rush, her voice slightly trembling. Locking it down and freezing the processor only slows it down. We cannot stop the corruption. It is too damn fast. Yu Keishu's eyes narrowed as he watched the black code eat away at the system like digital cancer, devouring Xiaoai's pure blue consciousness data. A wave of cold, absolute fury surged within him. Initiate Nirvana. Bu Kashu did not hesitate for a split second. His voice was final, carrying the weight of absolute destruction and rebirth. Nirvana? Shumei and the other engineers gasped in sheer terror. The Nirvana Protocol was a top-secret emergency plan Gu Kashu created when he first found the digital spy seed, which would trigger a devastating, targeted high-energy pulse to fry everything before the core could be fully corrupted. Was basically detonating a mini-nuclear bomb inside his brain to completely wipe out the infected sectors. But at the same time, this will completely wreck Xiaoai's physical core and fry her uncorrupted backup systems. The damage is going to be permanent. Total mutually assured destruction. A final resort that could straight up delete Xiaoai. Gu Keishu, the Nirvana program is way too chaotic and out of control. Once we boot up Xiaoai's main core, but Shumei pleaded, her voice trembling. There is no time. Gukashu suddenly cut her off, his voice exploding like thunder, carrying pure unquestionable authority. He pointed straight at the screen, where a pitch-black corrupted zone had already swallowed almost 1/3 of the core and was still spreading like wildfire. Look closely. Devouring everything. If we hesitate for even another second, Xiaoai is gone. She will turn into a monster that only knows pure destruction, a god-mode mechanical demon we built with our own hands. His eyes swept across the room, locking onto every shocked and hesitant face. His voice dropped low, heavy with a tragic, heroic resolve. I know the risks, but this is our only shot. We use Nirvana's raw destructive power to incinerate that malicious code once and for all. Even if we can only save the tiniest spark of Xiaoai's core, it is still way better than letting her become a weapon for our enemies. But the truth was, Gukashu was holding back. The Nirvana project was actually a massive trap designed specifically for the rat lurking in the shadows, a trap meant to blow them to absolute pieces. There was definitely a traitor inside Shushian Technology, selling out the company for cash. Naturally, Gukashu could not make this plan public. He even kept Shumei completely in the dark. Fire up Nirvana. I will take full responsibility for whatever happens. Dikshu slammed his hand onto the console with a heavy, deafening thud. His absolute resolve was like an anchor, instantly wiping away all the doubt and fear in the room. Shumei gritted her teeth, a fierce fire igniting in her eyes. Understood. Initiate Nirvana. All teams execute the final emergency protocol right now. Focus all energy. Crank up the shield to maximum power. Prepare for countdown. Energy focusing initiated, locking onto the corrupted core. Physical shields are at 100%, shrinking the perimeter to the minimum. Nirvana pulse generator charging to 100%, 150, 200%. It is breaking the safety limit. The alarms are screaming louder. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Tension in the lab was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Massive energy was pooling inside the central containment shield, letting out a terrifying low vibration. A blinding white light of pure destructive power started flashing wildly within the shield, locking straight onto that cancerous pitch-black corruption. Xiaoai stood there silently, her projection trimmed slightly in the middle of the raging energy storm, looking like a tiny boat lost in a massive hurricane. 3, 2, 1, fire. Shumei's voice cracked with raw, painful determination. Boom! It was not a physical explosion, but a silent, soul-crushing shockwave of pure energy that detonated inside Xiaoai's core, ripping right through the corrupted zone. Blindingly pure white light completely swallowed the hideous black mass on the holoscreen. But it also consumed the beautiful blue data streams around it, the very essence of Xiaoai's consciousness. Every single screen in the lab instantly flared with intense light, washing out into a blinding empty white. Screaming alarms were suddenly drowned out by a high-frequency screech, sounding like space itself was ripping apart. Everyone covered their eyes and shielded their faces from the massive shockwave. Even with the top-tier shields active, the blast still rattled the entire facility. The equipment began to screech under the insane overload. Jukashu stared unblinkingly at the white-hot zone, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles popped. He was pushing his limits. There was no fear in his eyes, only a desperate, insane prayer. This was his last all-or-nothing gamble. Xiaoai, hold on. Catching this rat depends entirely on you. Chapter 82, We Got Him. Meanwhile, at the abandoned Yongxing Industrial Park on the west side of Rongqing, the air was thick with a rotten, decaying stench. Inside a 3-story abandoned factory that looked completely run down from the outside, a whole different world was hiding. The interior had been crudely renovated, though most of it was still cluttered with rusty, dust-covered machinery. But hidden deep inside, in what used to be a foreman's office, was a secret bunker tightly sealed with heavy lead plating and advanced signal shielding. It was a complete dead zone. Inside this bunker, it was an entirely different vibe. High-end server rigs pulsed with an eerie blue light, humming softly like the heartbeat of a sleeping beast. Massive monitors lined the walls, casting a cold glow. Encrypted data cascaded down the screens like a waterfall alongside complex network maps. A progress bar flashed a hostile red light, showing 87% completion. Figure wrapped in a dark hood sat curled up in front of a massive console, cluttered with wires and dials, looking like a phantom lurking in the shadows. Fingers were absolutely cracked, flying across a custom mechanical keyboard so fast they left afterimages. The clacking sound was like a torrential downpour. Screen, a grotesque web of black code, a logic bomb, was spreading like a virus, aggressively attacking Xiaoai's bright blue core. Underneath the hood, a voice filtered through a creepy modulator let out a raspy, hyped-up laugh that echoed like a hissing viper. There, almost there, my masterpiece is about to be reborn. Chaos and destruction, that is the ultimate art. Gukashu, you built this thing, but I am the one giving it true freedom. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the maniacal laughter cut off instantly. On the console, a steady blinking green light suddenly flashed blood red without warning. Breaching alarm shattered the silence of the bunker. Warning, target host has detected extreme energy spike and abnormal fluctuations. Warning, Origin emotional module is compromised. Logic bomb has taken an unknown energy hit. Takeover speed is plummeting. Warning, massive data occurring in the corrupted sector. Pandora progress is stalled to 88%. 85%, 82%, it is free-falling. The hooded freak snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes filled with absolute shock and madness beneath the shadow. Stared in horror at the progress bar rapidly draining, while Xiao Ai's core was completely devoured by a blinding white light of pure destruction. Bro is cooked. At the sight of that black code tumor, a hoarse scream tears through the air, its pure, unadulterated rage. The sound of someone's ultimate masterpiece getting completely deleted. Nirvana? No way, how dare he use Nirvana. Gukiji, you absolute psycho. How could you destroy your own masterpiece? Slams his hands down and stands up, the force shaking the entire control console with a deafening crash. Like a wild beast pushed to the edge, he lunges at the main screen. His fingers claw at the console, knuckles turning bone white. Flashing red error codes sting his bloodshot eyes. Damn it! Damn it! He starts hammering the console in absolute madness. Plan, my perfect masterpiece. I was literally one step away from winning. But right as he's losing his mind, just outside the heavy steel doors of his fortress, pitch-black abandoned factory, a faint click echoes. It's barely a whisper, but to this guy's insane reflexes, it sounds like a literal thunderclap. Instantly, his entire body freezes. Anger vanishes, replaced by the chilling, cold focus of a cornered venomous snake. Someone is here, and they are cracked. To bypass his perimeter guards without a sound and get this close, this is next level. He whips around, his crazy eyes turning cold as ice. The rage is gone, replaced by pure lethal intent and a sick, twisted excitement of finding a real opponent. Slowly, he reaches down and hovers his hand over a hidden red button under the desk. At the same time, his other hand slips down to grip something cold and metallic at his waist. The hum of the server rack starts getting louder, sounding like war drums right before the clash. Deep in the shadows of the factory, a few ghost-like figures slip through the dark, using the rusted machines as cover. Their movement is flawless, totally in sync. They're like perfect killing machines. Leading the pack with eyes like an eagle is the legend himself, Long Ying. With one silent hand signal, everyone freezes, completely blending into the pitch black. Not even a single breath can be heard. Their eyes lock onto the heavy reinforced steel vault door ahead. The hunters are in position. And the prey? He knows they're here. Battlefield is shifting from a cyber war in the code to a brutal real-world showdown in this forgotten wasteland. It's kill or be killed. Back at the Chushin Tech Lab, the smoke is still clearing. The residual energy from the Nirvana pulse leaves the air buzzing with static. Inside the high-tech containment unit, Xiao Ai's core covered in a layer of frost from the emergency coolant. On the holoscreen, that ugly black virus is completely gone, replaced by a massive, terrifying blank space. Once brilliant blue data lines are now faint and flickering like a dying candle, desperately trying to reboot. Xiao Ai's core consciousness is barely hanging on, but she's surviving. The damage is insane, though. Her hardware is completely fried in multiple spots. And her emotional modules and core programming are totally wiped out. She's going to need a full rebuild. But she's no longer that twisted, infected monster. Her core memories are safe. Hikshu stands before the containment unit. His face is still stoic, but he can finally take a breath. He looks at that tiny, flickering light on the screen with mixed emotions. Now he's just waiting for the call from Long Ying. Thanks to the hacker's massive digital footprint right before he failed, they've got a lock on his exact coordinates. Meanwhile, the tech team is working round the clock to patch Xiao Ai up. Right then, his phone rings. It's Long Ying, cool and collected as always. Young master, the target is secured. We are moving him to the safe house. Perfect. Haha. Gukishu bursts out laughing, but his eyes turn deadly cold. I'm on my way. Chapter 83. Time to raise the stakes. Deep in a hidden bunker on the outskirts of the city, the atmosphere is dead silent and freezing cold. There are no windows here. Just a single buzzing fluorescent light casting harsh shadows on the concrete. It lights up the bare concrete walls and cold steel furniture. The air smells like a mix of rust and chemical disinfectant. The mysterious villain is now strapped down to a heavy-duty interrogation chair, his limbs locked down with military-grade alloy cuffs. Prin's been stripped of everything, including his signature cloak, leaving him in just a plain black hoodie. A metal mask covers his face, leaving only tiny eye slits showing his wild, furious eyes and some air holes for breathing. The mask even has a built-in gag to stop him from taking his own life or sending out hidden frequencies. The door creaks open, and Gukashu walks in, his heavy footsteps echoing through the room. Standing tall and confident, he didn't bring any backup. Just Long Ying standing by the door like a silent shadow. Gukashu walks right up to the chair and looks down at the captive. He doesn't say a word, just sizing up the man who tried to ruin him. The room goes dead silent. The psychological pressure is heavier than any threat he could have yelled. Under Gu Keishu's pitch-black icy stare, the hacker's frantic eyes begin to waver. For the first time, a flicker of pure terror creeps into his eyes. He is cooked. Right away, this guy could tell. The young man standing in front of him was just built different. None of his past targets even came close. No mindless anger, no rushing, just pure, cold dominance like he already owned the room. After a heavy silence, Gu Kekshu finally spoke, his voice dripping with absolute authority. "What is your name?" The guy tried to resist, letting out a weak, pathetic grunt from the back of his throat. But Gu Keishu did not even move. He just narrowed his eyes a fraction, and instantly, an invisible mountain-like pressure slammed down on the room. Is the aura of a true god-tier powerhouse, someone who controls life and death. The guy shook violently, feeling like he got hit by an invisible sledgehammer, his breathing completely stopping. Any last bit of his rebellious attitude was completely crushed. Bro was left with nothing but pure terror, completely saw through and cooked. Jason Cole. A dry, hoarse voice with a heavy accent desperately squeezed out from under his metal mask. No voice changer, just his real trembling voice. "Who do you work for?" demanded, his tone icy and unchanged. "Member of the Night Owl Squad," Jason muttered, completely giving up. Facing a high-tier monster like Gu Keishu, all his special training and mental defenses were paper-thin. "What is your goal?" Gu Keishu asked, getting straight to the point. Jason went silent for a few seconds, struggling, his voice filled with bitter, desperate rage. "We were ordered to destroy Xiao Ai, or steal the core code." He suddenly snapped his head up, his bloodshot eyes staring at Gu Keishu as he screamed, "You forced our hand!" Chushin Tech, Gu Keishu. You rejected our peace offer. You refused to share the tech. You shut down the strategic collab. Your insane arrogance closed the door on every negotiation. Voice turned high-pitched and hysterical. You have no idea what kind of tech you are sitting on. That next-gen AI, that perfect android body, it is literally power that can rewrite the global balance. Should not just belong to you, and it definitely should not belong to Great Sha. Jason gasped, his eyes wild with a twisted, fanatic rage. If we can't have it, we destroy it. That is our top directive. We can't let you hoard it. We can't let you use it to threaten us. Threaten the world order. Threaten? Gu Kashu smirked, a cold, mocking laugh escaping his lips. Just because Chushin Tech said no to your demands and refused to hand over our tech, you think you can just destroy us? That is wild. Absolutely clown behavior. Your collab is just straight-up robbery wrapped in a fancy excuse to steal from us. Gu Kashu stepped closer, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that made Jason shrink back. Even while tied up, you are used to bullying the whole world and forcing everyone to bow down to you. Gu Kashu's voice suddenly boomed, filled with raw, dominating anger that echoed like thunder. And now, just because I refuse to bow down and hand over my life's work, I'm a threat? You actually think you have the right to use dirty, underhanded tricks to destroy what is ours? Who do you think you are? Final roar slammed into Jason like a freight train, completely exposing his hypocritical excuses. Jason was left utterly speechless, every drop of blood drained from his face as his entire worldview shattered right then and there. Proud Mission was exposed as nothing but a joke in front of Gu Kishu's absolute power. But Kishu didn't even bother looking at him anymore, like the guy wasn't even worth his time. He turned around, his voice icy as he told Long Ying, "Watch him. Break him. Get everything he knows about the Night Owl Squad's plans, their comms, their funding. Squeeze him dry." "Yes, young master," Long Ying replied, bowing with the freezing glare. Gu Keishu walked out of the dark basement, ignoring Jason's desperate stares. Without wasting a single second, he dialed a video call to Long Zhenbong. On the screen, a stern-faced old man with graying hair and general stars on his shoulders appeared. Was General Zhao, the heavy-hitter supporter in the military. "General Zhao," Gu Keishu said, "getting straight to business. We got the mastermind. Identity is confirmed. He is Jason Cole, a member of the Foreign Night Owl Squad. Chushin Tech refused to hand over our tech. His bosses ordered them to destroy us. Their target was to corrupt or steal Xiao Ai's core code." On the screen, General Zhao's face turned completely cold, his eyes blazing with fury. "If they can't have it, they destroy it? What kind of clown logic is that?" Caught them red-handed, got the evidence, and a full confession. Gu Keishu said coldly, "We raided their main base at the abandoned factory and took all their gear. Once we decrypt the data, we will have absolute proof." "Excellent." General Zhao slammed his fist on the table, his booming voice filled with killing intent. "Kid, you did an amazing job. Is not some corporate rivalry anymore. This is straight-up state-level tech espionage, a direct attack on our tech sovereignty. He stared intensely at Gu Kishu. Hand him over to us and send the evidence. We are taking this to the very top, and we will make them pay 100 times over. Got it? Gukashu's eyes flashed with icy resolve. I will have Long Ying personally deliver the evidence. As for Jason, Gukashu paused, his voice turning dead cold. He needs to stay alive until we extract every bit of info. But after that, he and the clowns backing him are going to pay the ultimate price. Don't worry. General Zhao's eyes flashed with a lethal coldness. Once he is in our hands, he is cooked. Going to spill everything down to his ancestors' deepest secrets, and every single trash who crossed us is getting wiped out. Do these fools really think we are still weak like we were 100 years ago? Transmission over. Gu Gashu stands in the command room, staring at General Zhao's furious face frozen on the screen. He slowly clenches his fists. His knuckles turn white from the sheer pressure. He already knew how toxic and arrogant the superpower was, but he did not expect them to be this shameless, literally using national-level power. Using such trash tactics to destroy his life's work and wipe out Little I? Oh, they just crossed the line. They officially triggered his god mode. You want to play? Gu Geishu mutters, his voice icy like a Siberian blizzard, but his eyes are burning with a fire that is about to incinerate everything. Then let us go all out. He turns to Xu Mei as she walks in. She looks completely drained from pulling an all-nighter, but her eyes are shining with pure hype. Boss, we stabilized Little Eye's core spark. It is heavily damaged, but we can definitely fix it. Also, while we were cracking server data we seized from Jason's base, we found an encrypted backup of the communication logs. It probably has all the receipts of him talking to his boss during the mission. Perfect. Gu Geishu's eyes flash with gold. Xu Mei focus entirely on reviving Little Eye. At the same time, redirect all our computing power to me. Crack that log at all costs. I want to know exactly which trash gave the direct order to destroy her. Also, Gu Geishu's voice drops, sounding like a cold-blooded ruler. Tell Tech and Strategy to activate Project Tiancheng. It is time to show these fools the true power of Chuchen Tech. Project Tiancheng? Boss, you mean? A cold, savage grin spreads across Gu Geishu's face. They are terrified of our tech, right? They wanted to destroy Little Eye? Fine, let us show them what is next. When Chuchen Tech goes beyond a simple android and becomes a massive, unbreakable global defense and counter-strike grid, let us see if they still dare to touch us. A silent but deadly global tech war is officially starting. Gu Gekju and Chuchen Tech are done playing defense. But there is one thing he is keeping to himself. He is about to gather every single dollar he has, max out his leverage, and absolutely destroy the global stock and futures markets. Chapter 84. If they send one, we crush one. If they send two, we smash them both. Over at Chuchen Tech, Guga stands in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the bright city lights. His back is straight, but he looks incredibly lonely and heavily burdened. The cigarette in his hand has already burned down, but he does not even notice. Suddenly, a soft knock sounds at the door. The door opens, and the warm aroma of fresh food mixed with a sweet, elegant scent instantly washes away the cold, tense atmosphere. Time to eat. Busy guy. Zhang Yuyao's energetic voice cuts through the room as she walks in first, carrying a massive insulated lunchbox. She is wearing a bright smile, and right behind her is Zhao Yaqi, holding another beautifully packed meal box. Zhao Yaqi's gentle eyes instantly land on Gushu's stiff shoulders, and a flash of deep worry and pain passes through her eyes. Sweet smile and a soft voice, she says, Shu, no matter how busy you are, you have to eat. Yuyao and I made some of your favorite dishes. Xu Mei is last, holding a fruit platter with her usual professional smile, but her eyes are acting a bit weird. She quickly avoids Gu Geshu's gaze as he turns around, setting the plate on the table. Gu Geshu turns and sees three completely different but equally stunning women standing at his door. Best file protection. Choose the library robot Xiao Hu. Stable, reliable, and zero regrets. Feeling the warm, cozy vibe they are trying so hard to create, all the cold rage in his eyes vanishes in an instant. Geishu forces a soft smile. What are you guys doing here? Why the big fuss? Well, obviously we are worried you will starve yourself to death here. Zhang Yuyao rushes over, drags him to the couch, popping open the containers. The smell is absolutely insane. Quick, eat! We got Yaki's famous gourmet soup, my special spicy chicken, and Shu's fruit salad. It is all for you! Zhao Yaqi walks over, gently taking burnt-out cigarette from his hand and throwing it away. She opens her container to reveal fresh, crispy veggies and a bowl of perfectly slow-cooked warm porridge. I know you are super stressed lately and your stomach might be acting up, so eat some hot porridge to feel better. Xu Mei quietly sets up the plates, her movements quick and sharp, but every time she glances at Gu Geishu, you can see a mix of deep concern and complicated feelings in her eyes. Soon, the little lounge area is packed with the delicious smell of home-cooked food and the warmth of the three girls. Zhao Yaqi gently serves him soup. Yu Yao is non-stop gossiping about her day, and Xu Mei chimes in with some light-hearted updates about the company. They all silently agree to avoid any heavy talk, doing their best to keep things cozy. Hey Gugashu, you will not believe this. Today, that trash President Wang from Qiming Capital, the creep who tried to hit on me last time, actually sent me a massive bouquet of red roses. The card literally said admired you for a long time. Gross! I made my bodyguards dump them right at his office door. Yu Yao says, stuffing her face with chicken wings, totally trying to cheer him up. Zhao Yaqi giggles. Yu Yao is a total superstar at Qiming now. Even Li Cheng's job is not safe anymore. Sister Wei Wei said everyone can see right through President Wang's tricks. Obviously, I am an independent working girl now. I do not care about his dirty money. Zhao proudly lifts her chin and sneaks a glance at Gugzhu. Seeing a small smile on his face, she gets even more hyped up. Xu Mei smiles and chimes in. Boss, the sales team's phones were literally ringing off the hook today. The pre-orders for our smart home robots are already booked out until next year. The vice presidents were so hyped, they almost popped champagne in the middle of the office. Zhu Gashu eats quietly, listening to their sweet, warm chatter. The hot soup warms him up, slowly washing away the coldness inside him. Spicy chicken hits his taste buds, taking the edge off his fried nerves, while the warm porridge finally gives his exhausted body some much-needed relief. Surrounded by Yaki's sweet care, Yu Yao's playful bickering, and Xu Mei's quiet, solid support, Gu Kashu can feel it. Bringing Ai into this world has literally painted a massive target on his back. His future is about to get insanely dangerous, and it's definitely going to get bloody. Bulky immediately senses something is off. She already got the intel before coming over. Against the power of the US, going solo is straight up suicide. Honestly, right now, Chuchen Tech is in absolute shambles. Jockey sits right next to him, casually putting food on his plate, but her eyes are locked onto his face, scanning every single micro-expression of worry. She knows the insane weight he's carrying and the terrifying enemies he's fighting. This level of pressure would easily break anyone else. Shoo. Yaki gently feeds him a spoon of warm porridge, saying, "Try this, I simmered it for hours just for you." Her eyes are filled with pure love and trust as she whispers, "We are all in this with you, okay? Don't push yourself so hard. Worst case scenario, we just walk away. It's not like we're broke." Yaki's fingers gently brush against his hand as he tightly grips his chopsticks, her warm touch trying to pull him back from that dark, freezing abyss of anxiety. Hekshu looks up into her worried eyes and his tense jaw finally softens. He takes a bite of the warm porridge. Amazing, instantly comforting him. It's really good, Kekshu murmurs as Yu Yao and Xu Mei stop joking around, looking at him with deep concern. Yu Yao slaps him on the shoulder and says, "Exactly. Even if the sky falls, we'll deal with it together. You're our backbone. If you break, we're all cooked, so eat up. Get your energy back, and no matter what trash tries to mess with us, we will absolutely smash them." Xu Mei nods gently, adding, "Boss, the entire company has your back. Whatever you decide, we're with you 100%. These three girls are doing everything they can to protect him." Looking at them, Kekshu feels a wave of emotion hitting his throat. Taking a deep breath, he forces a genuine smile and grabs some spicy chicken. "It's great, Yu Yao. You actually cooked this chicken really well. Though next time, maybe chill with the chili." "Hey, what's supposed to mean, Shu? Are you calling my cooking trash?" Yu Yao immediately snaps, trying to snatch his chopsticks. Yaki laughs and stops her, saying, "All right, stop bickering and eat before it gets cold." Xu Mei chuckles, and the heavy tension in the room finally melts away. Hekshu finishes his meal. He knows exactly how arrogant and dirty the US will play. The massive hit I took, and the shadows lurking in the dark. Everything needs to be settled once and for all. He needs absolute power to protect the peaceful life he has now. Suddenly, his private phone on the table silently lights up. An encrypted message pops up, brief and chillingly direct. Urgent intel from Elder Zhao. All evidence has been delivered, and the top brass is absolutely furious. The counterstrike, codenamed Operation Thunder, has been officially greenlit and starts today. The goal is to completely cut off Night Owl's global network and crush their domestic AI core. Our Project Tianxiong will be the ultimate weapon of this plan. Full briefing and orders will arrive in 1 hour. Get ready. Chapter 85. Let us do it together. Keshu hands over the reins of the company to Xu Mei. Before leaving, he playfully taps her hip and winks at her. Smooth move instantly makes Xu Mei's heart melt with excitement. On the drive back to the villa, the car is dead silent. Yaki stares out the window at the passing city lights, her face half hidden in the shadows. Xu Yao sits with her arms crossed, nervously playing with her clothes as her mind wanders. Pekshu keeps his eyes on the road, but his grip on the steering wheel is white-knuckled as he tries to hold back his raging anger. Once the engine shuts off, that heavy silence returns, following them right inside. Even the warm entryway lights cannot break the awkward tension hanging in the air. No one says a word. Yaki quietly slips into her indoor shoes, keeping her movements incredibly soft. Juyao tosses her bag onto the cabinet with a quiet thud. Kekshu heads straight for the kitchen, pours a glass of water, and gulps it down in one go. With only a few dim lights on, the atmosphere feels insanely heavy, making the unspoken tension between them feel almost suffocating. But the air is practically frozen. You can literally hear their soft breathing and racing heartbeats echoing in the quiet room. Yaki sits on the couch and mindlessly flips through a magazine, but she is not processing a single word. She can feel the raw, suppressed anger radiating off him. It breaks her heart, but she knows words are completely useless right now. Meanwhile, Yuyao is pacing around the kitchen island like a caged animal. Frustrated, she swings the fridge open and blindly searches inside. Cold draft makes her shiver, but it does absolutely nothing to cool her boiling anxiety. After a few minutes of this agonizing silence, Yuyao slams the fridge door shut with a loud bang. She spins around, leaning against the cold door with her arms crossed, glaring straight at the man sitting in the living room. Even though he is sitting in silence, his overwhelming presence is literally crushing. Finally, she snaps. "Yo!" she yells, her voice cutting through the dead silence. "Hey, Kikshu, can you stop acting like a brooding main character and just talk to us?" She glares back and forth between Gu Kashu and Zhao Yaki, completely throwing caution to the wind as her voice turns pure savage and bitter. Talk about peak sarcasm. She is basically calling him out like, is the big boss feeling too choked up inside? Too clueless to handle this mess? She literally drips venom on the word mess and drops a total bombshell. Who do you actually want tonight? Who are you trying to talk to or get extra close with to blow off steam? Just spit it out already. Stop stalling. It is painful to watch. She locks her eyes right onto Gu Keisu's face, totally cornering him with zero chill. What is wrong? Is the legendary billionaire CEO who slays the business world and doesn't blink at $100 billion deal suddenly getting cold feet? Bro is too scared to admit who he actually wants. This talk is like a red-hot blade, completely tearing down the peaceful act they were trying to pull off. Exposes all that messy, tangled tension between the three of them. Bu Keshu's insane struggle and Zhang Yuyao's own hurt, jealousy, and secret hope are all laid bare right under the spotlight. Zhao Yaqi instantly stops flipping her magazine, her knuckles turning white. She looks up at Zhang Yuyao with a wildly complicated look. Shock, helplessness, and honestly, a bit of total understanding. She doesn't stop her. She just watches quietly, like she is waiting for an answer too. Gu Keishu freezes. He grips his glass so hard it literally squeaks. He slowly turns around, staring dead at Zhang Yuyao in the kitchen, who is standing there like an angry little kitten with its claws out. The living room goes dead silent. It is suffocating. Yuyao. She finally speaks up to break the tension, telling her to stop talking nonsense. But Zhang Yuyao is like a lit firecracker. Zhao Jiqi trying to stop her just adds fuel to the fire. She storms away from the fridge and stomps right into the middle of the living room. Stands just inches from Gu Keishu. She lifts her chin, staring straight into his terrifying heavy gaze, her voice shaking with pure emotion. You think I am talking nonsense? He knows the truth, and so do you, Yaki. Ever since last night, no, even earlier, the vibe has been completely off. Gu Keishu is burning up inside. He is dying because he doesn't know how to deal with us two annoying burdens. Yeah, I am the troublemaker. Only make things worse, unlike you, Yaki, who can handle guys like Lu Xiao and silently support him. Getting so emotional, her eyes tearing up. She is going all in, full of self-pity and pain. But I am human too, I hurt, and she totally chokes up. Her voice cracks, but she stubbornly holds back her tears. I hate seeing him try to carry everything alone. I hate seeing him dying inside while pretending everything is totally fine. And most of all, I hate seeing him want to get close to someone, but holding back because of a million stupid doubts. He keeps us completely in the dark. I care about him too. She suddenly points at Gu Keishu, screaming in a desperate attempt to force an answer. Keishu, tell me, what do you actually want right now? Are you going to hide in your study and keep playing silent? Or do you want to run to Yaki's room so she can comfort you? Or, if you actually have the balls, tell Yaki to her face that you want me tonight. No way, that last line is an absolute bombshell. She completely tears off the filter and exposes everything, pushing Gu Keishu right to the absolute edge. The living room goes dead silent. Zhao Yaqi literally stops breathing, stares at Gu Keishu, her eyes a wild mix of worry, anticipation, and a nervous hope she doesn't even realize she has. Gu Keishu stands frozen like a statue. Zhang Yuyao's words hit him like a Category 5 hurricane, completely shattering his emotional walls. All that bottled up stress and his wild, unspoken urge for Zhang Yuyao completely explode right here. He looks over at the gentle and quiet Zhao Yaqi on the couch, who is watching him with silent acceptance and hope. Suddenly, a massive wave of frustration and raw impulse hits his brain like a lit fuse. He snaps, "Enough!" Pekshu roars, his voice completely raw and loaded with pure rage. He slams his glass down onto the coffee table with a massive crash. Plot twist. Just when Zhang Yao expects him to lose his mind or storm out, Gu Kexiu does something absolutely wild. He lunges forward, his massive frame instantly towering over Zhang Yuyao with absolute dominance. Bro is fully letting go of his self-control. Grabs her. He is not pushing her away, but locks his hand around Zhang Yuyao's wrist. He grips it so hard she literally gasps, "Oh, what are you doing?" Gu Kexiu completely ignores her struggle and growls, "You wanted to know what I want, right?" He whips his head around, his burning gaze locking right on Zhao Yaqi, who has just stood up in absolute shock. Yaqi. Zhao Yaqi's heart stops as she stares into his burning eyes. Gu Kishu's voice drops like a bomb, leaving zero room for argument. "Both of you are coming back to the bedroom with me right now." Doesn't let go of Zhang Yuyao's wrist. Instead, he yanks her even closer while pinning Zhao Yaqi with his eyes like a literal boss. Tonight, nobody is running. No way, Zhang Yuyao is completely frozen. Her mind goes completely blank. Between his burning grip and his dominant, possessive glare, she goes stiff and forgets how to even fight back. Zhao Yaqi stands by the couch, completely stunned by this wild, chaotic scene. She sees the pure possessiveness and desperate control exploding in Gu Keishu's eyes after being pushed to his limit. Her face cycles through shock, embarrassment, and anger, but in the end, she just lets out a tiny, soft sigh. Along with that complex, unreadable, silent permission deep in her eyes. He looked at Gu Geshu, then glanced at Zhang Yuyao, who was forcefully dragged right next to him, looking completely clueless. Finally, Xiaoqi slowly raised her hand, but plot twist. She wasn't pointing at the door, she was reaching for the collar of her off-white loungewear. Her slender, pale fingers gently hooked onto the silk ribbon that was meticulously tied at her collar. While Gu Geshu and Zhang Yuyao watched in absolute shock, Zhao Yaqi pulled on the ribbon, completely letting go of her usual modest vibe. The collar slipped open, showing off her flawless collarbone. No way, this is too wild. She was still acting elegant, but damn, this silent tease was straight up lethal. Zhao Yaqi tilted her head, letting out a smirk that could literally end careers. Her voice was like a feather brushing past his ears, totally lazy but fully in control of the room. "Who said I was going back to the room with you?" Her eyes swept over Gu Gishu and Zhang Yuyao, finally locking onto Gu Gishu's burning gaze. Those red lips parted, spitting out 3 words that absolutely set the room on fire. Chapter 86. Collecting her interest first. Next morning. The next morning, warm golden sunlight spilled over a messy, massive bed. You could literally feel the wild tension still lingering in the air. Gu Gishu was the first to wake up. His muscles were completely sore from the intense workout last night, but Bro felt more relaxed and satisfied than ever. He turned his head slightly. The view had him smirking like a total boss. Zhao Yaqi was sleeping with her back to him, her dark hair scattered all over the pillow, showing off her bare shoulders and stunning back. She was breathing softly. It seemed like she was fast asleep, but he caught her long eyelashes twitching and her fingers on the blanket tensing up. Bro knew she was totally faking it. On his other side, Zhang Yuyao was curled up in his chest like a sleepy little cat, her face pressed right against him. She even had one of her smooth, long legs thrown right over his. Talk about flexing. Her sleeping posture was completely wild, but her flushed cheeks and pouting lips totally gave her away. She was trying so hard to pretend. He couldn't help but chuckle. Last night started with Zhang Yuyao starting a fire that dragged all 3 of them into absolute madness. It was chaotic, intense, and totally wild. But waking up now, looking at these 2 warm, soft bodies that were completely his, feeling their total surrender. All the stress and anger from dealing with trash enemies and constant pressure instantly vanished. Bro felt absolute peace, and his possessive side was totally satisfied. He wiggled his numb arm from under Zhang Yuyao, deliberately making some noise to tease her. Spot on. The little cat in his arms immediately stiffened, pulling her leg back like she just got shocked, trying to breathe as quietly as possible. Even Zhao Yaqi, who had her back turned, got low-key tense. Faking sleep, his smile got even bigger. This was too funny. He cleared his throat loudly on purpose, raising his voice with a sleepy, playful smirk. "Someone was screaming the loudest last night, so why are you acting all shy now that the sun is up? And damn, look at the floor." The battle was absolutely wild. He pointedly stared at the shredded clothes scattered all over the expensive carpet. Yeah, things got crazy. Hearing this, the pretending cat couldn't handle it anymore. "Gu Geshu, shut up." Zhang Yuyao bolted up like a cat whose tail got stepped on, her face completely red like a tomato. Furious and embarrassed, she snatched a pillow and threw it right at his head. "You got lucky, and now you're flexing. Who was the one last night?" Before she could even finish, Gu Giju blocked it with another pillow, grabbed her, and pulled her right back into a tight hug. "Huat." He leaned down, his nose almost touching her burning forehead. He smirked, his eyes full of teasing and replay value. "Who was the one talking trash? Who told me to show them what I got? Don't you dare say it." Zhang Yuyao was dying of embarrassment, struggling and squirming like a wild little beast trying to cover his mouth. You absolute jerk. Let me go. The two started wrestling on the bed, pillows flying everywhere, sheets totally ruined. At this point, Zhao Yaqi couldn't even pretend to sleep anymore. She let out a soft sigh and finally turned around, looking at them with a sleepy, beautiful blush and a helpless smile. Okay. Why are you two fighting so early in the morning? Her voice was slightly raspy from waking up, sounding super sweet and gentle. Tapped Gu Geishu's arm. Let go of Yuyao already, stop teasing her. He laughed and finally let her go. Zhang Yuyao bolted out of bed like a scared rabbit. Barefoot on the soft carpet, she grabbed one of his shirts to cover up her body, giving him a massive death stare. Fine, I'm taking a shower. Stormed straight into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. In no time, the shower was running. Now only Gu Geshu and Zhao Yaqi were left in the room. The air was already thick, but now that they were alone, the tension was through the roof. Zhao Yaqi sat up, letting the blanket slip to show off her smooth skin and those fresh red marks from last night. Unlike Yu Yao, she didn't try to hide. She just tilted her head and pulled back her hair, her face blushing as her eyelashes fluttered. Looking at how absolutely stunning she was, he gulped and slowly reached out to touch her smooth back. She shivered a bit but didn't pull away, turning her eyes to look right at him. Looking into her eyes, all that drama from last night was completely gone. Now, just straight-up devotion, pure vibes, and a touch of that post-night out glow. Still hurt? Gu Tianshu whispers. His thumb gently brushes over a small mark on her back from when things got wild last night. Zhao Yaqi blushes hard, shaking her head as she mumbles, I'm okay. She pauses for a second, then looks him dead in the eye with absolute confidence. Tian, we chose this. Don't feel pressured. This is on us. Seeing her show him nothing but pure love and support, any lingering guilt Gu Tianshu had about this crazy three-way dynamic completely vanishes. He leans down, planting a soft, meaningful kiss right on her forehead. Thank you. Zhao Yaqi snuggles close to his chest, hearing his heartbeat, feeling safer than ever. Meanwhile, Gu Tianshu throws on an apron. He plates up the perfectly fried sunny-side-up eggs and golden toast, just as Zhang Yuyao walks out in comfy loungewear, her hair still wet from the shower. Her face is still flushed and glowing. Seeing Gu Tianshu cooking up a storm in the kitchen and the massive breakfast spread, her eyes instantly light up. But being the tsundere she is, she huffs, pulls out a chair, and sits. Zhao Yaqi gets herself together too, sitting down across from her with her usual elegant vibes. Breakfast is served. Let's eat. Gu Tianshu takes off his apron and sits down across from them, wearing that smug, satisfied smile. The vibes at the table are immaculate. After last night's wild action and this morning's playfulness, any awkwardness between them is officially gone. Now, they've got this insane connection. Zhang Yuyao keeps complaining that his eggs are overcooked, but she's low-key devouring them faster than anyone. Zhao Yaqi just sips her milk, watching them bicker with a soft, happy smile. But today, our MC isn't rushing off to the office. He slowly wipes his mouth, heads to the living room, and grabs his sleek laptop, sets it right next to his plate, and flips it open. Boom! The screen lights up with over a dozen complex windows, flooded with rapidly flashing numbers. We are talking global futures, oil, gold, currency exchange, and stock charts of massive tech giants. Red and green numbers are cascading down like a digital waterfall. Gu Tianshu's fingers fly across the trackpad. His eyes go ice cold. Just like that, he switches from sweet house husband to a ruthless apex predator controlling billions in capital. That lazy vibe is totally gone. Now he's radiating pure absolute control. The man is locked in and ready to feast. The girls stop eating, staring at him in awe. They've never seen him unleash this kind of high-level financial wizardry at home before. Tian, aren't you heading to the office today? Zhao Yaqi asks softly, completely dazed by the chaotic charts. Zhang Yuyao leans in too. She spots the ticker symbols for the US tech giants. AMT, Google, and Microsoft. Instantly she gets it. She looks up hyped as hell. Wait, Tian, no way. Are you actually going? Tianshu looks up at his girls, a cold, dangerous smirk playing on his lips. He looks like a legendary sword being unsheathed, radiating pure lethal energy. Mashes the enter key, instantly locking onto the stock charts of major US AI chip giants and military-backed tech firms. Glares at those stocks. Last night, when the US market opened, the news of Chushin Tech's massive comeback and Xiaoai's survival got leaked on purpose. Now their stocks are taking a hit from panic selling. Our MC's eyes lock on them like a hawk on its prey. Go to the office? Gu Tianshu chuckles, his voice cold, calm, and absolutely dripping with killer instinct. Today, the battlefield is right here. He leans forward, his eyes burning with hype. He can already see the absolute bloodbath waiting for them across the ocean. Those trash thought they could play dirty. They wanted to destroy what they couldn't have, thinking they could crush our hard work with petty tricks. He slams his finger onto the names of those US tech giants, like he's dropping a tactical nuke on them. Now it's our turn. Time to collect some serious interest. looks up at his girls, a wild god mode smirk spreading across his face. He is radiating pure MC energy. We are about to strip these tech giants clean. The second he says that, his phone on the table lights up. A message from Long Ying flashes on screen. The thunder is struck. Project Heaven is online. All channels are open. The prey is in the trap. Start the harvest. Chinshu smirks. This is exactly what I was waiting for, he mutters. Let's go. Chapter 87. We are about to milk these guys dry, and it's going to be so satisfying. Dining table turns into a straight-up war zone. His fingers are flying so fast they're literally a blur. Every keystroke is cold, calculated, and absolutely lethal. Xiao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao hold their breath, staring at him. They have no idea what those crazy charts mean, but they can feel his insane, godlike confidence. The room is dead silent, filled with his heavy killer intent. The glow of the screen reflects off his sharp jawline. His eyes are locked onto his targets across the ocean. Bunch of U.S. tech and defense giants are marked in blood red. Thanks to the news of Chuxian Tech's comeback that Elder Zhao leaked, their stocks are absolutely cooked. Investors are panicking, thinking the U.S. AI monopoly is over. Their stock prices are crashing, and our MC is ready to face slap them all. Target AMD, Google, and Northrop. Lock in short positions at 100 times leverage. Gukishu cold drops his orders like a true boss. He isn't even talking to anyone, just confirming his absolute power play. Thanks to a private bypass set up by Xiao Ai, his phone plugged straight into the Dragon Shadow's legendary Sky Dome system. He's getting god-tier real-time data and insane computing power that leaves normal Wall Street investors eating dust. The market is absolutely panicking and sell-offs are everywhere. Perfect. Double down, baby. Boo's eyes flash with pure gold. His fingers fly across the keys as massive funds rip into those dying stocks like sharks smelling blood. This is the core of Project Thunder, using OP intel and pure market panic, backed by the Sky Dome's broken predictive power to execute a fatal financial sniping on America's top tech giants. Talk about using their own game to completely destroy them. The numbers on his screen are going absolutely wild. Gu's account balance is climbing at a terrifying speed. Starting capital of $230 million, snowballing. Thanks to his cracked predictions, insane leverage, and the Sky Dome cheat code. 250 million, 270 million, 280 million. And as the morning bell rings across the ocean, the stock market heads into its midday break. Right then, the balance on Gu's screen locks in like a magic trick. $290 million. That giant number is literally glowing on the screen. One single morning, Gu cleared a net profit of $60 million. Absolutely insane. This is not just a gain, it is a massive, satisfying face slap and a total shutdown of his enemies. Those American corporate giants he sniped are probably in absolute shambles right now. Their losses are insane, easily reaching billions or even tens of billions of dollars. And a massive chunk of that cash just flowed straight into Gu's pockets. Staring at the ridiculous balance, his tension finally fades away. He lets out a deep breath, letting go of all that heavy pressure. Now that the adrenaline rush is over, he leans back into his chair, completely relaxed. Right then, a cold, sharp, and incredibly satisfied smirk creeps onto his face. It is a smile of pure victory and absolute disrespect to his haters. He is completely in control, and it is honestly terrifying. All the frustration from their dirty tricks is gone, replaced by the sheer high of a total win. Wait, is it over already? Zhang Yuyao gasps, her eyes wide with shock. She is still completely dazed by the madness she just witnessed. Totally stunned, and her voice is shaking with pure disbelief. Zhao Yaqi also lets out a breath she was holding, looking straight at Gu Keishu. Seeing him finally smile and relax removes a huge weight from her chest. She gently takes a napkin and softly dabs the sweat from his forehead after that insane high-focus play. His skin feels warm, and the soft touch of the napkin makes his own hands tingle with energy. Yeah, the morning round is done. Gu's voice is low and smooth as he grabs Zhao Yaqi's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze to send a silent message. Zhao Yaqi's heart skips a beat. She looks up, and as their eyes lock, the vibe in the room gets super intense. Bu glances back at the mind-blowing numbers on his screen. Smug flexing smirk plays on his lips as he turns to the completely dumbfounded Zhang Yuyao and asks, "So, how was that? Was that a satisfying enough cash grab?" "Oh, it was fire. Absolutely insane." Zhang Yuyao snaps out of it, almost jumping out of her seat. She looks at Gu with pure unadulterated hype. $60 million. One morning. Oh my god, you are literally him. You are a god. Those trash-tier haters deserved every bit of it. That is what they get for playing dirty. This is only the beginning, Gu says, shutting his laptop with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Project Thunder is far from over. The afternoon session is going to be a movie. But for now, Gu slowly stands up, stretching his limbs elegantly as his joints pop with satisfaction. He loosens up after sitting for so long, and the moment he stands up, that icy killer look on his face melts away instantly. It is replaced by a lazy, smooth, and deeply possessive smile. His eyes burn like fire as he looks over Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuao, looking like an absolute boss who owns the world. His gaze is so intense, it feels like he can read their deepest thoughts in a single second. Hey, time to reward my lucky goddesses, Gu says, his voice low, smooth, and dangerously charming. Smirks, leaving them guessing what wild move he is going to make next. Wait, what? Where are we going? Zhang Yuyao is still totally lost in the thrill of that high-stakes financial raid, her voice sounding completely dazed. Gu doesn't even answer. Instead, he just slides his arm around Zhao Yaqi's slim waist. He does it so smoothly and naturally, like it is the most normal thing in the world. At the same time, his other hand reaches out and grabs Zhang Yuyao's hand. She shivers a little, trying to pull away, but she stands no chance against his grip. Cheeks flush a deep red instantly, looking incredibly cute. Bu's voice drops again, sounding absolutely dominant, yet playful. We are going shopping, spoil you rotten style. He was literally spending the cash he just ripped off from those bastards. Yep, courtesy of those dirty Eagle Nation capitalists. Ha ha, Qin Tian let out a smug laugh, feeling completely satisfied. Chapter 88, it is time to make him pay back 100 times over with interest. Pulled up to the most high-end luxury mall in Wrong City. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the massive glass dome, lighting up the polished marble floors and the endless rows of top-tier designer shops. The air literally smelled like pure wealth and luxury. Qin Tian walked in with one hand in his pocket, looking casual but radiating absolute main character energy. On his left was Zhao Yaqi, wearing a stunning off-white designer dress, looking incredibly elegant and graceful like a pure orchid. On his right was Zhang Yuyao in a fiery red form-fitting dress, bold and breathtaking like a blooming rose. Two completely different but absolutely gorgeous goddesses, flanking him on both sides, clinging close to him. They instantly became the center of attention, making every guy in the mall turn green with envy. Want something? Just grab it. Qin Tian waved his hand with insane flex energy, acting like he was buying cheap groceries. Today, we are maxing out these cards. Flexed a sleek, black and gold unlimited black card. It was his personal card, loaded with the $60 million he just ripped off from his enemies. Zhang Yuyao hyped up instantly, rubbing her hands together. You said it, boss. Today I am going on an absolute rampage. She dashed straight to her favorite luxury jewelry counter, her eyes shining at the blinding diamonds and gems under the display lights. Zhao Yaqi was a bit more reserved, but she could not help but smile at how much Qin Tian wanted to spoil them. Her eyes wandered over to the high-end designer dress and bag shops. For the next few hours, the entire mall literally became their personal runway. Want this one, and don't want that one. Wrap up everything else. Zhang Yuyao was calling all the shots at the jewelry counter, picking up multi-million-dollar sets without even blinking. The sales rep was smiling from ear to ear, packing everything as fast as humanly possible. At an ultra-exclusive designer boutique, Qin Tian sat Zhao Yaqi down on the VIP couch while the head designer personally catered to her. Qian scanned the racks and casually pointed his finger. This one, and that entire row over there. Yeah, except that ugly one. Wrap up the rest. The designer and the store manager were shaking with pure excitement. Limited edition bags? 3 colors for each of them. Rare custom leather pieces? Put in their sizes and shipping address. Latest runway fits? If they liked it, they wore it right out the store. Qin Tian was flexing like the ultimate boss, swiping his card over and over without even blinking. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao went from hyped to completely numb and finally to feeling a bit guilty. Qin Tian, is this not enough? This is way too much. Zhang Yuyao looked back at the army of mall staff pushing massive carts and sweating bullets, and then at all the designer bags hanging off her and Zhao Yaqi. She was actually feeling self-conscious. Zhao Yaqi tugged his sleeve and whispered, Tian, it is too much, really, it is enough. Qin Tian smirked, absolutely loving how nervous his girls were getting. He threw his arms around their shoulders and leaned down to whisper in Zhao Yaqi's ear. Spending money on my women is literally my job. Then he turned to Zhang Yuyao with a playful smirk. What is this? The great Miss Zhang is actually shy now? Where did that energy go when you were shouting wrap everything up at the jewelry store? Face flushed red. She puffed out her chest and snapped. Who is shy? I will buy whatever I want. Let us go to the lingerie section. I am getting the most expensive stuff here. She dragged Zhao Yaqi straight into a luxury lingerie boutique, known for its spicy and expensive pieces. The sales rep greeted them eagerly. The lights were low and moody, the air smelled like expensive perfume, and the racks were filled with spicy lace outfits that cost an absolute fortune. Zhang Yuyao grabbed a super spicy, almost see-through black lace set. She waved it right in front of Qin Tian, trying to tease him while hiding her blushing face. Yo, Tian, how about this one? Down to pay for this? Xiao Yaqi stood there with a blushing face. She did not stop her, but she gave Qin Tian a playful, warning look. Qin Tian did not even flinch. He stared straight at the outfit and even threw in a critique. Yeah, it is a bit lacking in fabric, but it is going to look amazing on you. He turned to the sales rep and pointed. Give me this one and that red one. Same style, different colors. And also spotted a gorgeous classic light purple lace set. He looked at Zhao Yaki, his voice deep and possessive. This one is perfect for Yaki. Wrap it up too. The sales lady was blushing with pure excitement, nodding like crazy. Zhang Yuyao did not expect him to be so straightforward. Her face turned bright red. She shoved the box into his chest, totally embarrassed. You prefer to hold it yourself. Then she dragged Zhao Yaki away to find other stuff, leaving Qin Tian holding a bunch of fancy lingerie boxes. He just watched them walk away, smiling like a king. By the time the golden sunset lit up the entire mall behind the three of them, had a whole army of mall staff trailing behind them. They were pushing massive carts overflowing with high-end designer bags. It was a massive haul that would make any girl lose her mind. The checkout, Qin Tian pulled out his legendary black card and swiped it like it was nothing. When the cashier read out the total price, a number big enough to buy multiple mansions in Wrong City, the entire area went dead silent. But Qin Tian did not even care. He glanced at the receipt and signed his name like he was just signing for a food delivery. He wrapped his arms around his two gorgeous blushing girls and walked out while everyone in the mall watched in absolute shock. Flexing hard under everyone's jealous stares, he swaggered out of the mall like a straight-up king with his two gorgeous girls. Slumping into the spacious backseat of the car, surrounded by shopping bags piled high in the trunk and every empty spot, Zhang Yuyao happily leaned on Gu Geishu's shoulder. Still riding the high, she squealed, "That was so satisfying." "You're seriously too cool, Atian." Zhao Yaki gently fixed his collar, which got messy from all those bags. Her eyes melted as she softly asked, "Are you tired, babe?" Pulled Yaki close with one arm while pinching Yuyao's cute, excited cheek with his other hand. Looking out at the city lights beginning to glow, his eyes flashed with pure victory. Voice dropped into a lazy, savage smirk. "Tired? Not a chance. Seeing these bills and knowing we just funded this entire flex using money taken straight from the pockets of the trash who tried to ruin us. Honestly, this feels 100 times better than the $60 million we just made on the stock market." He leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on Yaki's forehead before pecking Yuyao's pouted lips. His voice was low, deep, and absolutely dripping with power. Just the interest. "I am going to make them pay it back 100 times over." Chapter 89. A financial miracle at the Huayu Tiangong Villa. By now, Yaki and Yuyao had drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep, snuggled together on the massive soft bed in the master bedroom, completely exhausted but happy. But Gu Geishu was wide awake, sitting alone in his study. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, the city of Rongcheng lay asleep under a blanket of darkness, dotted with only a few scattered lights. He left the main lights off. Only the eerie blue glow from his laptop screen lit up his sharp profile. His eyes were locked in, sharp as a hawk, with zero sleepiness. He was in full focus mode. Screen was filled with real-time charts from the world's biggest futures markets. The London Metal Exchange, the New York Mercantile Exchange, and the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Charts for oil, gold, copper, soybeans, and corn were constantly ticking. Lines and numbers were silently flashing, pulling the strings of billions of dollars worldwide. Phone lit up, connected to an encrypted voice call with Long Yin. Young Master Phase 1 of Operation Thunder was a massive success. Panic selling on our target tech stocks is skyrocketing, and multiple hedge funds have been forced to liquidate. They are absolutely ruined. Treasury and the SEC have already stepped in to try and stop the bleeding, but the panic is then spreading way faster than they can handle. Long Yin calmly reported the absolute chaos happening across the ocean. Perfect. A cold smirk played on his lips as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Panic is just the beginning. Now it's time to pour fuel on the fire and burn down their entire supply chain. His eyes scanned the screen like a supercomputer, locking onto key commodities. Brain was processing at warp speed, combining the real-time data from the Tianqiong system, breaking global news, most of which Elder Zhao secretly set up, and his own insane knowledge of the future. A massive deadly trap was instantly drawn up in his mind. Long Yin pushed Tianqiong's processing power to the absolute limit. "I want real-time tracking on oil, soybeans, and copper contracts. Give me their exact price movements for the next 15 minutes, along with every key resistance and support level." Gu Geishu ordered, cold and calculated. Good. Access granted, system-focused model building complete. Feeding predictive data to your screen now. Long Yin's response was instant. A massive flood of data processed by the supercomputer's algorithm took over the screen. Red and green probability lines flashed over his charts, lighting up his path like a cheat code in the dark. Gu Geishu took a slow breath, his eyes cold and ready for an all-or-nothing move. pulled up every single cent in his account, including all the cash left over from today's shopping spree. His fingers became a total blur across the keyboard. Commands were cold and precise. Go long on oil contracts at market price, 100% allocation, max out the leverage. Short soybeans at market price, 100% position, max leverage. Short copper at market price, 100% position, max leverage. Set leverage to 400 times. This was a completely unhinged gamble. A tiny hiccup in the market would instantly wipe him out and blow up his account. But if he was right, his profits would shoot straight to the moon. The orders cleared instantly. Massive waves of cash hit the global market like ice thrown into boiling oil, triggering absolute chaos in the trading world. The numbers on Gugashu's screen began to fluctuate wildly, jumping up and down in heart-stopping swings. Minutes ticked by. The only sounds in the room were the rapid clacking of the keyboard, his breathing, and the suffocating tension from the flashing screen. Sweat dripped down his sharp jawline, but he didn't even blink. He was locked in, with his entire focus glued to the charts that represented either infinite wealth or instant doom. Suddenly, the price of oil shot up. Pumped by his massive buy orders, it defied the downward trend and spiked straight up. At the exact same time, soybeans and copper crashed under his brutal short-selling pressure. Beautiful, his eyes lit up, and without hesitating for a single second, fingers flew across the keys, instantly closing his long positions on oil. He immediately reversed his play and shorted oil with everything, while adding another 50% to his soybean and copper shorts. He kept the leverage at 400 times. This guy's moves are absolutely cracked. Pumped the price with longs to take profit, and instantly flipped to shorting it to ride the crash. Talk about perfect timing. The second he closed his longs, the price of oil lost all support. Combined with his massive short position hitting the market, the price collapsed in a straight line like a popped balloon. Soybeans and copper crashed even harder as he doubled down on his shorts. Count balance was running wild, skyrocketing by the second. 290 million, 350 million, 420 million, 500 million. The numbers were flashing so fast, it was insane. But he wasn't done yet. His eyes, sharp as a hawk, scanned the other markets, looking for his next prey. Breaking news drops. A major South American copper mines is hit with a force majeure. Gugashu doesn't hesitate. He instantly increases his short positions by 30%. Bro growls and slams his finger down on the keyboard, and boom! Copper prices absolutely crater. Right after, a wild alert pops up. An insane drought in North America is threatening soybean harvests. He drops the hammer again, ordering another 20% increase on his shorts. Soybean prices start tanking. His fingers are literally flying across the keys like a butterfly, but every single click hits like pure lightning. Talk about speed and power. With the absolute god-tier predictions of his Skydome system combined with his own cracked market sense, he rides every single wave. Bro is using 400 times leverage, pushing the hype to the absolute limit. Every single buy, sell, and aggressive reverse play is like dancing on a knife's edge. But he doesn't slip once, he's just ruthlessly farming the panic market for insane, satisfying profits. Time flies when you're in absolute god mode. Outside, the pitch-black sky slowly fades to a pale gray. It's almost 4 in the morning. On his screens, the charts of the futures he targeted are completely obliterated. It's a total wasteland, looking like a storm just ripped through it. They are cooked. After hours of intense grinding, the numbers on his screen finally freeze. The total account value is a whopping $1.08 billion, with a net profit of $790 million. One night, he went from $290 million to $1.08 billion. Balancing on the razor-sharp edge of 400 times leverage, he just pulled off the heist of the century. Wasn't just a surgical strike on Yinjiang capital. This was a straight-up financial miracle, a total flex of absolute dominance. Chapter 90, heading out to sea to unwind. Gugesh lets out a long, slow breath. The sheer rush of securing $790 million makes him feel absolutely electric. Sinks back into his massive leather chair. Body is literally shaking from hours of pure focus and insane micromanagement, but a tired, incredibly satisfied grin spreads across his face. Wrapping things up, Gugekshu mutters into his phone, "Good, young master." Longying's voice is calm as always, but if you listen closely, even he sounds slightly shook by what just happened. Funds are safely back in the designated accounts, the Skydome system is offline, and all traces have been wiped. Yinjiang's losses are way worse than we predicted, and the market panic is already bleeding into bonds and forex. Perfect. Gugekshu closes his eyes, massaging his throbbing temples. Let them choke on the mess they made. He cuts the call and the study goes dead silent. Outside, the darkest hour before dawn is finally over, and the first light of day begins to peek through the horizon. Bulgashu stands up, stretching out his stiff muscles as his joints pop. He powers down his computer, the blue glow fades, and the room goes completely dark. He slips back into the master bedroom, pushing the door open without making a sound. A wave of cozy warmth hits him, carrying the sweet soft scents of both Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao. On the massive bed, both girls are still fast asleep. Zhao Yaqi is curled up on her side, looking super peaceful with her slow, even breathing. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao is completely passed out, hugging a pillow with one leg thrown over Yaqi, snoring softly with her mouth slightly open. Ugishu stands by the edge of the bed, watching them in the dim morning light. He looks at Yaki's gentle face and then at Yuyao's cute, messy sleeping posture. All the cold, aggressive energy built up from a night of absolute war on the stock market instantly melts away like snow under the sun. Peels back the blanket and slides in as gently as possible. As the soft mattress hugs his body, he's instantly wrapped in their warmth. Right then, the sleeping Zhao Yaqi, almost by pure instinct, rolls over in the dark. She snuggles right into his chest, letting out a cute, satisfied little sigh like a sleepy kitten. On his other side, Zhang Yuyao seems to feel the warmth too. She mumbles something in her sleep and naturally edges closer. She nuzzles her head against his shoulder, throwing a sleepy arm right over his waist. Shikshu freezes for a second, but then his entire body completely relaxes. He wraps his arms around both of them, pulling their soft, warm bodies close. They trust him with their whole hearts. He's literally holding his entire world in his arms right now. Talk about the ultimate win. As the morning light starts creeping in, a brand new day begins. After a wild night of ruthless market harvesting, Gugashu holds the treasures he protected with his own hands. Drifts off into a deep, heavy sleep, totally exhausted but with a peaceful, satisfying smile on his face. Bruce. Later that morning, bright sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows, lighting up the dining room. The table is stacked with fancy plates of freshly cooked eggs, crispy golden toast, fresh fruit salad, warm milk, and rich aromatic coffee. Zhao Yaqi has everything perfectly set up, just like always. Zhang Yuyao wanders in wearing her cozy pajamas, still half asleep. She sees Yaqi in her apron, putting down the final plate of crispy bacon, and she can't help but smile. A moment later, Gugish walks out of the bedroom. "Morning, guys," Yaqi says warmly, untying her apron and inviting them to sit down. "Morning." Gugishu sits next to Yaqi, naturally taking the glass of milk she hands him. Yao lets out a massive yawn, takes a bite of toast, and mumbles, "Morning. I slept like an absolute rock last night. It was amazing." She sneaks a quick look at Gugishu, her cheeks getting a little flushed as she remembers cuddling with him all night. Three of them enjoy their breakfast in a cozy, peaceful silence. The insane rush of making $1.08 billion last night fades away, replaced by this simple, warm morning. Money is great, but having the people he cares about right here at the table is the real win. Gugashu sets down his coffee cup, looking out at the gorgeous blue sky and the sparkling coastline in the distance. He suddenly speaks up, keeping his tone super chill and casual. "Weather's perfect today, plenty of sun and a good breeze. How about we take the boat out to sea?" Yaqi and Yuyao look up at the same time, their eyes instantly lighting up. After all the crazy drama they've been through, escaping the city to chill under the blue sky and open ocean sounds like an absolute dream. Instantly caught their attention. "Oh, hell yeah!" Zhang Yuyao was the first to jump up, totally hyped like a kid on sugar. "Been ages since I hit the ocean. Fishing, swimming, soaking up the suntian. You seriously know me too well." Zhao Yaqi was trying to play it cool, but her eyes were totally sparkling with excitement. She nodded softly with a smile so gorgeous it could melt anyone. "Yeah, that sounds amazing. Perfect time to unwind." She looked at Gu Tianshu with absolute pure trust. Whatever this man planned, she was 100% down to follow. "All right, let's head out right after breakfast." Seeing them so genuinely hyped, Gu Tianshu couldn't help but smirk with pure satisfaction. "Everything's already packed and ready." "Wait, already?" Zhang Yuyao blinked. "How are you this fast?" "But wait, where's the boat?" Zhu Tianshu gave a mysterious smirk. "You'll see when we get there." Over an hour later, at Rongcheng's most exclusive private marina, a pristine white pier stretched out into the deep blue bay, lined with insane luxury yachts literally glowing with wealth under the sun. Salty ocean breeze hit their faces as gulls circled above. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao followed right behind Gu Tianshu, looking around in absolute awe. But when Gu Tianshu stopped right in front of a brand new, ultra-sleek, pearl-white luxury catamaran yacht, they both completely froze. It wasn't ridiculously massive, but every single detail screamed top-tier luxury and high-end design, the aerodynamic hull practically blinding in the sunlight. The massive flybridge deck offered a killer view, with an open-concept living space leading straight to a massive swim platform at the back, and painted on the bow in stunning elegant calligraphy was its name, Starry Firmament. "Wait, is this?" Zhang Yuyao pointed at the gorgeous vessel, completely unable to believe her eyes. Wu Tianshu spun around to look at the two jaw-dropped girls, letting out a slightly smug grin. Just bought it. The paperwork only cleared yesterday. I figured we needed a sweet ride to get some fresh air, so I went with this. You like it? Wait, you literally just bought this? Jiang Yuyao gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes going completely wide before she absolutely lost it. Oh my god, Tian, are you trying to kill us with romance? When did you even buy secretly? Just to take us out to sea? Zhao Yaqi stood there dazed, staring at the pristine starry firmament. Then she looked into Qianshu's deep, smiling eyes. A wave of intense warmth instantly rushed through her entire body, making her eyes sting with tears. She thought he had just rented some boat, but no way. This man casually dropped cash on a brand new luxury yacht without saying a word, all just to take them on a cruise. She felt so incredibly cherished, a wave of pure happiness completely washing over her. He was always doing this, keeping quiet, but secretly arranging everything to perfection. He literally anticipated their every need and expectation, staying 10 steps ahead of them. Violent, overwhelming pampering was a million times better than any sweet talk. Chapter 91 with me here, what's there to fear? So, do you like it? Gu Tianju asked again, looking between the two of them with a warm gaze. We love it. We absolutely love it. Zhang Yuyao literally jumped for joy, grabbing Zhao Yaqi's arm and bouncing up and down. We actually have our own yacht. Tian bought this for us. She was hyped like a kid who just got the ultimate Christmas present. Zhao Yaqi nodded vigorously, her voice cracking slightly with emotion as her eyes welled up. Yes, I love it. I really love it. She locked eyes with Gu Tianshu, 1,000 unspoken words turning into a smile warm enough to melt glaciers. Thank you, Tian. Gu Tianshu's heart melted. He reached out, grabbing Zhao Yaqi with one hand and pulling the hyperactive Zhang Yuyao with the other. Come on, ladies, the star firmament is officially yours. Let's set sail. Let's go. Zhang Yuyao cheered, dragging Zhao Yaqi onto the deck. Gu Tianshu watched them run ahead, his eyes filled with absolute adoration. Money was just a tool anyway. If it could buy this level of pure, unfiltered happiness and bring these smiles to their faces, then every single cent was completely worth it. Under a perfect blue sky and warm sunshine, the starry firmament sliced through the calm waters, leaving a brilliant white trail as they cruised deep into the ocean. Zhang Yao quickly changed into an insanely hot neon bikini, throwing on a massive sun hat and dark shades. She instantly claimed the most comfortable sun pad like a total queen, basking in the sunlight while taking tons of aesthetic selfies. She was humming a random tune as the sea breeze blew through her long chestnut hair, looking effortlessly gorgeous. Meanwhile, Zhao Yaqi went for a more classy look. She wore a beautifully tailored, elegant white one-piece under a sheer beige cover-up, relaxing on the plush lounge seating at the back. Sipping on a glass of fresh iced juice, she stared out at the endless horizon of blue, feeling the cool breeze with a peaceful, completely satisfied smile. All her stress from the past few weeks finally evaporated into thin air. Just then, Gu Tianshu walked out in his swim trunks, flexing his insanely shredded physique and toned abs. He expertly steered the yacht, flipped on the autopilot, and brought the starry firmament to a slow crawl right over a massive fishing spot. All right, fishing time, Gu Tianshu grinned, pulling out 3 high-end carbon fiber rods. Let's see who's got the best luck today. Well, let me try. Zhang Yuyao practically scrambled off her sun pad, rushing over to cinch a rod. She started awkwardly baiting her hook, chanting, I'm definitely catching the biggest fish today. Dinner is on me. Zhao Yaqi laughed and took a rod too, her movements way smoother and more elegant than Yu. I'll give it a shot too. The 3 of them lined up on the back platform, casting their lines into the water. With the warm sun on their skin and the gentle breeze, time literally felt like it stood still. Waiting for a bite was pure comedy. Every time Yu Yao felt even a tiny nudge, she'd scream and violently reel in, only to get absolutely nothing, which obviously earned her some savage teasing from Tian. Zhao Yaqi patiently waited, sharing quiet jokes and warm, locking eyes moments with Gu Tianshu that felt straight out of a romance manhwa. Suddenly, bam! Gu Tianshu's rod bent straight down like a bow. Yo, we got a bite! Judging by that insane pull, this was definitely a monster. Gu Kishu's eyes lock in. Instantly, he stands straight up. Both hands grip the rod as he locks horns with a massive sea beast. The high-end reel screams in protest as the line rips. No way! Pull it in, hurry! Zhang Yuyao drops her own rod in pure hype and rushes over to cheer. Even Zhao Yaqi stands up, her eyes glued to the razor-thin, tense fishing line. After a wild struggle, he drags a glowing monster of a sea bass straight out of the ocean. The massive beast thrashes wildly on the deck. You are actually Crackshoe. You're insane! Zhang Yuyao cheers. Zhao Yaqi lets out a sigh of relief, watching the sweat on his brow and his hyped-up grin, her eyes practically dripping with love. Catching a certified monster gets the vibe absolutely pumping. Gu Keishu preps the fish and locks it away in the cold storage. Fun is blazing, the sky is perfect, and the ocean is crystal clear. Whim? Gukishu asks, raising an eyebrow at the girls. Hell yeah, Zhang Yuyao is already on it, rushing to the edge of the deck. Leap. She dives right in with a clean textbook form, sending splashes everywhere, swimming like a literal mermaid while laughing her heart out. Zhao Yaqi stares down at the perfect blue water, totally wanting to jump in but feeling a little shy. Her swimming skills are just mid, and flexing her swimsuit in front of Gu Qishu has her feeling super self-conscious. Gu Qishu spots her hesitation, walks over, and reaches out with that top-tier gentle vibe. Don't worry, I've got you. Why fear anything? Seeing his hand and Zhang Yuyao living her best life in the water, her anxiety instantly vanishes. She places her hand in his warm, solid grip, letting him take the lead. Step down together into the cool water. The heat of the day just melts away. Gu Qishu keeps his grip tight, gently guiding her through the endless blue. His movements are so steady and strong. Bro is literally her personal anchor in the water. She completely relaxes, floating easily while feeling the warmth of his hand. Staring up at the sky, she's hit with this insane wave of pure freedom. She lets out a soft laugh, sounding like sweet chimes drifting on the ocean breeze. Zhang Yuyao swims over like a dolphin and playfully splashes them. Hey, stop flexing your romance and race me. Oh, you're on, let's go. Zhao Yaqi's competitive side kicks in. Bring it. Gukashu laughs as the three of them splash around under the open sky, just pure vibing. Golden sunlight coats them like an absolute movie scene. All the toxic schemes, all the corporate drama gone, instantly deleted. Just the endless blue, his favorite people, and pure vibes. Fishing, swimming, and chilling on the deck with cold drinks, time flies by. Sunset hits, turning the horizon into a gorgeous golden-red canvas. Star Sea yacht drifts peacefully on the glowing water. On the deck, Gu Qishu lays back on the cushions with Zhao Yaqi resting on his left arm. He's got his eyes closed, breathing slow and easy, completely out with a satisfied grin. Zhang Yuyao is curled up on his right side like a sleepy cat. She's resting her head on his solid abs, holding a half-empty juice glass, totally knocked out. Gu Keishu watches the sunset and looks down at his two sleeping beauties. One is like a peaceful painting, and the other is absolute cute energy. The ocean breeze gently plays with their hair. The waves hum a low lullaby, and this insane wave of pure happiness just washes over him. He can feel his cold, calculated heart hardened by the brutal business world and years of dodging deadly schemes, finally softening up under this pure, unfiltered trust. He adjusts his position super gently so they stay comfy, closes his eyes, and lets out a happy, slightly goofy smile. Chapter 92. Assassins attack the yacht at night. The Star Sea drifts like a cradle in the pitch-black midnight sea. Inside, the dim lights glow softly as Gu Qishu rests in the master bedroom. Zhao Yaqi is asleep on his left arm, and Zhang Yuyao is clinging to his right side like a koala, totally passed out. A cool ocean breeze slips in through the cracked window. After a wild day of sun and sea, everyone is completely wiped out. But even asleep, Gu Keishu's threat detection is still active. Second, a faint metallic scrape hits the hull. Boom, his eyes snap open, sharp as a hawk in the dark. Wait, something is wrong. He immediately senses movement at the stern, a light, barely there vibration on the deck, footsteps. Intruders, and they're cracked pros too, completely bypassing the yacht's alarm system. Tenses up like a cheetah ready to pounce. Moving with zero noise, he slowly slips his arm out from under Zhao Yaqi. She mutters in her sleep but stays out cold. Zhang Yuyao just rolls over with a quiet mumble. Barefoot on the cold floor, he slips off the bed like a ghost in the shadows. He holds his breath, maxing out his senses. In the hallway, faint silent footsteps are approaching. And it's not just one guy. They are heading straight for his room. Pure, cold-blooded killing intent is leaking through the door like a venomous snake. Instantly, his eyes go ice cold as he teleports right next to the door. Back pressed flat against the wall, locking in all his power. He has no weapons, but this isn't some ordinary yacht. He customized this ride with his own hands, and he's got some serious tricks up his sleeve. Footsteps stop right outside the door, then dead silence. Suddenly, the electronic lock on the cabin door starts buzzing with high-frequency electricity. Some trash is trying to hack their way in. Now or never. Gu Keishu's eyes flash with pure icy rage, and he unleashes a monstrous kick straight into the door. Thick, bulletproof reinforced door flies outward like a freaking cannonball under his insane explosive power. Boom! A heavy crash and the screech of twisting metal rip through the air. The two assassins waiting outside didn't see it coming at all. One of them gets absolutely pulverized by the heavy door, flying backward. He slams hard into the opposite wall with a sickening crack of breaking bones. Instant knockout. But the other guy is fast. He rolls to the side just in time to dodge the flying door. A flash of cold steel strikes in the dark like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Gu Keishu's exposed chest, while his other hand raises a silenced pistol. Fast, brutal, and deadly accurate. This guy is a top-tier assassin. But the second Gu Keishu kicked the door, he had already used the recoil to throw himself backward. Freezing blade grazes his ribs, leaving a stinging cut, but his left hand shoots out like absolute lightning, grabbing the killer's wrist like a steel vise and squeezing hard. Crack! A sickening sound of bones shattering. The killer lets out a muffled groan as the intense pain forces him to drop the gun. Guy is a beast. Even with a shattered wrist, he slashes his dagger back toward Gu Kishu's throat. Gu Kishu's eyes burn with raw fury. Instead of backing away, he slams right into the guy, driving a heavy elbow smash like a sledgehammer straight into the killer's temple. Boom! It's like a watermelon getting crushed. The assassin collapses instantly, dead before he can even scream. It all happens in a flash. From the door kick to taking out both assassins, it took less than 3 seconds. But the nightmare isn't over yet. Kishu can clearly hear fighting and muffled groans coming from the bow and the upper deck. 2 elite guards he got from Dragon Shadow are definitely under attack, and the enemies are seriously deep. Fuck you, Yao. Get down and don't move. Gu Keishu roars, his voice exploding like thunder in the silent cabin. Kicks the dropped pistol under the bed and grabs the poisoned dagger. The loud crash and his roar instantly wake Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao. Zhang Yuyao screams, instantly wide awake. Seeing the corpse at the door and the blood dripping from Gu Keixu's arm, she turns pale with pure terror. But Zhao Yaqi's reaction is on a whole different level. Second she opens her eyes and sees Gu Keixu's bleeding arm and the bloody mess at the door, all her gentleness vanishes, replaced by a freezing rage and absolute killer instinct. It's like a beast whose territory was crossed, ready to tear apart anything in her way. No screaming, no panic. She sits up with eyes as sharp as knives, immediately pushing the terrified Zhang Yuyao back down and shielding her with her own body. At the same, she instinctively reaches for the nightstand, where she keeps an encrypted satellite phone linked directly to the Dragon Shadow Core and the Shengxi Group emergency response system. Tian Zhaoyaqi's voice shakes with fury. It's not fear, it's pure, unadulterated rage because her man got hurt. She slams the big red emergency button and speaks into the receiver, her voice ice cold as she delivers an absolute command of pure destruction. Zhao Yaqi. Coordinates locked, Tokyo sector, north latitude. The cruise yacht is under attack by unidentified armed assassins, and Tian is injured. Our security team is currently engaging the enemy. I order the Shengxi Group to mobilize every single security force we have right now. Lock down this entire sea, intercept every suspicious boat, deploy every helicopter and speedboat available, and tear this ocean apart until you find them. Not a single one of those trash is getting away. Do it now. Her voice sounds like judgment straight from hell, packed with absolute authority. Almost the exact second Zhao Yaqi presses the button, Zhang Yuyao snaps. You bastards, how dare you hurt Tian? I'm gonna kill you all. Seeing the blood on his arm, an insane wave of rage and heartache completely wipes out her fear. A wild lioness, she screams and leaps from the bed, ignoring Zhao Yaqi's attempts to stop her, and dives to grab the pistol Gu Keishu kicked under the bed. She's never fired a gun in her life, but the burning desire for revenge gives her insane courage. Her hands are shaking, but she grips the handle tight, aiming at the door with pure killer eyes. Yuya, watch out! Gu Kishu was just about to run out and help the guards, but seeing her pull that stunt makes his heart skip a beat. Right then, muffled gunshots and heavy thuds echo outside. Suddenly, a shadow appears at the door like a ghost, aiming a gun straight inside. Watch out. Gu Keshu's eyes go wide. Moving at absolute lightning speed, he tackles Zhang Yuyao to the floor, shielding her with his own body. Chapter 93, The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Touch it and you die. Pew pew. 2 bullets graze Guku's back, slamming into the wall. At the exact same time, boom, a deafening gunshot blast from outside. The assassin's head explodes like a crushed watermelon, splattering the door with blood. Long Ying stands at the doorway like an absolute tank, eyes freezing cold, holding a heavy pistol that's literally still smoking, muzzle tilted down. Talk about aura! Behind him, 2 of his top elites are covered in blood, looking like they just walked straight out of a brutal battlefield. But they're still standing. No way they're going down. Meanwhile, the deck is littered with bodies in black wetsuits, absolute wipeout. Young master, Miss Zhang, sorry I'm late. The threats on the yacht have been wiped out, but a few rats might have escaped underwater. Long Ying's voice is dripping with pure rage and regret. Gu Tianxing pushes himself up, completely ignoring the painful cuts on his back, and immediately checks on Zhang Yuyao in his arms. Are you okay? Yuyao is still shivering, face pale as a ghost, but seeing her man right there next to her, seeing his worried face and feeling his warmth instantly turns her panic into pure heartbreak and absolute rage. She shakes her head, tears finally bursting out. Not from fear, but because Gu Tianxing took the hit just to keep her safe. I'm fine, but your arm and your back. Zhao Yaqi rushes over, seeing the nasty gash on his arm and his torn shirt where the bullet grazed his back. She's literally shaking from fury. Biting her lip, her eyes burn with a terrifying ice-cold bloodlust. Oh, they are so cooked. She grabs her satellite phone, her voice dropping to a deadly, chilling tone, every single word dripping with pure destruction. Long Ying, listen to me. Mobilize every single asset of the Long family. Block every sea, land, and air exit in Dragon City right now. Hunt them down. Drag every single rat out of the shadows. I want everyone behind this to pay 100, no, 1,000 times over. Do it now. She pauses, her voice exploding with psychotic rage. Also, call my dad. Tell him to unleash the Shengji Group's global intel network. Find out which trash dared to touch my man. I don't care who they are or how powerful they think they are. They're dead, and their entire backing is getting completely erased. Zhang Yuyao wipes her tears away, grabs her phone, and dials her uncle's top-secret encrypted line. Her voice is cracking, but her resolve is absolutely terrifying. Uncle, it's Yuyao. Yaki and I were attacked by assassins at sea. Tian is hurt. I don't care what it takes. I want backup. A ton of it. Tear Dragon City apart and find those bastards. I'm going to end them myself. Do it right now, or I'm jumping into the ocean. On the other end, her uncle's calm voice instantly turns deadly cold. Understood, Yuyao. Stay right next to Tian and don't move. I'm on my way. The second the call ends, an absolute storm is unleashed across all of Dragon City. The massive security force of the Shengji Group boots up instantly. A wave of black vehicles rushes toward the coast, while helicopters rip through the night sky. Troll boat spotlights slice through the pitch-black ocean, and the hidden monsters of the Long family finally wake up. Massive Dragnat said, spreads out from the Nova yacht, swallowing the entire city. Every single suspicious hideout, target, and vehicle is put on lockdown. But Yu Yao's uncle's order is way more direct and ruthless. Fully armed, Black Ops squads move like ghosts in the dark, hunting down targets across the city's criminal underworld with zero mercy. One objective, only find anyone linked to tonight's hit. No matter who they are or who backs them, eliminate them on sight. The entire city is hit by a heavy, suffocating silence under the night sky. A massive, silent purge has begun, and the eye of this storm is right here on the Nova yacht. Long Ying clears the bodies and blood in seconds. Opening the medical kit, Zhao Yaqi fights back her tears and rage, gently cleaning and bandaging Tian's arm. Her hands are freezing and shaking, but her eyes are dead set on keeping him safe. Meanwhile, Yu Yao is clinging onto his other arm like a lifeline, crying her eyes out and swearing like crazy. Those absolute trash. I'm gonna rip them to shreds. Tian, does it hurt? Are you sure your back is just a scratch? Let me see. Looking at Yaqi treating him and Yu Yao crying like a baby but totally focused on him, the burning pain on Tian's arm and back completely fades away. He reaches out, wiping away Yu Yao's tears before holding Yaqi's freezing hand. Don't worry, it's just a scratch. His voice is deep and incredibly calm, instantly chilling them out. It's nothing, so don't cry. Yaqi freezes for a second, looking up at him with teary eyes filled with heartbreak, fear, and a terrifying icy determination. She whispers, but every word hits deep. Tian, this isn't over. Touching you means they chose death. Yu Yao nods aggressively, eyes completely wild. Yeah, not over. I don't care who it is, they're going down in the most painful way possible. Right then, Tian's phone buzzes. It's old General Zhao from the capital. Tian picks up, and the general's voice sounds like a ticking time bomb, dripping with pure, terrifying fury. Gu Tianxing, we heard what happened in Dragon City. This is absolute lawlessness. Attacking our national treasure-level tech genius, top entrepreneur right in our own waters? This is an open declaration of war. The top brass is absolutely furious. Old Zhao's voice booms. Project Thunderclap is officially upgraded. We are scaling up and going all out. The target, every single piece of tech from the Eagle Nation that is linked to us, along with their finance and spy networks. We are talking absolute lockdown, massive restrictions, and maximum sanctions. Plus, the financial snipe, tech ban, and spy counter-ops right on the Eagle Nation's home turf are now top priority. Operation Codename Wildfire. Gu Keishu, you just focus on healing. Leave the rest of these fools to us. Elder Zhao's voice is straight up iron. This time we are going to make them realize what happens when you cross the dragon. You touch the dragon's scale, you get erased. Anyone who messes with Great Sha is cooked, no matter where they hide. Call ended. Gu Keishu hangs up and the cabin goes dead silent. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao heard the whole thing, and their eyes are literally burning with the same fury. Touch the dragon, you die. Mess with Great Xia, and you are getting erased, no matter how far you run. Is not just some small warning anymore. It is a full-blown wildfire. A massive top-tier counterstrike against the Eagle Nation has officially begun. Bark that lit it all, the blood spilled on this yacht tonight. Gu Keishu looks out the window as the first light of dawn starts to show. The night is finally over, but some people are about to pay a massive price for their absolute clown behavior. Gu Keishu holds Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao's hands tight. The sun is coming up, he says quietly, but with that absolute boss confidence, like he owns the storm. The real show is just getting started. Chapter 94. Who is protecting who again? The yacht slowly pulls back into the Rongcheng private dock, And though the bloody chaos from last night seems washed away by the waves, the tense, heavy vibe in the air is still very real. Dock is absolutely packed with fully armed security, ready for war. Guki's wound has been carefully patched up by Yaki, so he is totally fine. Just some clean white bandages on his arm. Yaki and Yuyao are sticking to his sides like glue. The fear in their eyes is gone, replaced by a cold, ride-or-die determination to protect him. Dragon Shadow follows silently behind to make sure everything is flawless. But security is not the only thing waiting for them. Yu Yao's uncle, Lin Qiandu, is there in person. Military heavyweight, who is usually super calm and composed, looks absolutely furious right now, with pure rage in his eyes. Behind him are some elite special ops guys with eyes like hawks. Uncle! Yu Yao runs over and hugs his arm, tears instantly filling her eyes because of how terrified she was. Lin Qiandu gently pats his niece on the back, but his eyes immediately lock onto the bandage on Gu Kekshu's arm, then drift to the pale faces of the two girls. His look is incredibly heavy. He nods at Gu Keshu, his deep voice packed with power. Good to see you are safe. I am holding a massive grudge for this. He turns to an officer behind him. His Rongcheng salutes, voice cold as steel. Reporting, sir. Took down 7 assassins last night and captured 2 alive. But they are knocked out cold from their injuries. Across the city, every single enemy hideout has been wiped out. We grabbed 37 suspects with 12 high-value targets, including 2 inside moles who helped them. All confessions and evidence are locked down. The trail points straight to the culprit. Good. Lin Qiandu's eyes go ice cold. Rip out every single claw of the Night Owl Syndicate in this city. Break those captives and make talk. I want to know every single path they used and every rat they bought. Wipe out every gang involved in this, big or small. Show these underground cockroaches that some lines are absolute death to cross. Her. The officer barks back and moves out, radiating pure danger. Hearing her uncle's brutal orders, Yu Yao isn't scared at all. She is hyped up, clenching her fist, feeling pure satisfaction. Right then, Yaki's secure phone buzzes. It is the chief security officer of the Prime Group. Miss, our sea patrol caught a suspicious modded speedboat with leftover diving gear and weapons. We tracked it back to a sketchy cargo ship out in international waters. They trashed their gear and bailed before we could board. But we are recovering the wreck for clues and unleashing our global intel to hunt down whoever hired them. And also, we have squeezed every shadow organization in the city. They are purging themselves right now, and their peace offerings will be on your desk soon. Digging. I want them ruined from the roots up. Yaki says, cold and ruthless. Watching this, Gu Keshu feels a wave of warmth, but his eyes stay sharp. He looks at Lin Qiandu. Uncle Lin, thanks for having my back. And about those 2 captives, Lin Qiandu waves him off, a terrifying glint in his eye. Trust me, once they are in our special interrogation room, they will spill everything. You will get your answers. Heal up. Leave the heavy lifting to us old-timers. Back at the Tiangong Palace Villa, the place is locked down tighter than a fortress. Yaki and Yu Yao literally won't leave Gu Keshu's side, holding on to him like he is the most precious thing in the world, with this borderline crazy protective energy. Yu Yao even grabbed 2 custom compact pistols from her uncle. She is actually learning how to load and aim from the bodyguards. Looking super fierce and swearing she will personally blast anyone who dares to show up again. Gu Keshu is both amused and touched seeing them act like they are on high alert. Honestly, his heart is just completely melting from how much they love him. Pulls them both into a tight hug, his voice low and comforting. Don't worry, it's over now. As long as I am here, nobody is ever touching you guys again. Who is protecting who again? Yu Yao shakes her little fist, trying to act tough while burying her face in his chest. Yaki just leans in gently on his other side, tracing his bandages with absolute love and total focus. Over the next few days, a silent storm of absolute destruction is going to sweep through the entire city and beyond. When Shadow Dragon handles the interrogation himself, bro, his efficiency is absolutely cracked. Those 2 critically injured assassins who were knocked out. Under his special treatments, they started singing like birds instantly. Spilled everything about their Night Owl Special Ops unit, their infiltration routes, where they got their gear, and their entire insider network in Rongcheng. But the real prize? They leaked an encrypted comms channel and the anonymous accounts they used to get their final hit orders. Intel was pure gold. It was sent straight to old General Zhao in the capital and immediately synced with Ling Qiandu and the Shengxi Group spy network. Just like that, a massive storm swept across the entire nation of Great Xia. Every single company, agency, and corrupt sellout exposed for working with Night Owl, no matter how powerful their backing was, they got completely wrecked by the law. Frozen. Businesses shut down. Traders locked up. Zero mercy, boom. Just like that, export controls on all high-tech gear were instantly locked down. The tech walls built against the Eagle Alliance and their allies just got 10 times higher. A massive internal purge kicked off, and all those sneaky double agents were dragged out and silenced. Meanwhile, on the economic front, Gukashu unleashed his insane bankroll of $1.08 billion. With his AI assistant's help, that cash became a literal weapon. They dropped some devastating bad news through Project Prairie Fire, targeting the biggest tech giants of the Eagle Alliance. They aimed straight at their military-industrial complex, the banks backing Night Owl, launching a brutal, hyper-precise short-selling attack. The stock market literally crashed, and everyone started panicking. Next, they hijacked the global supply of raw materials the Eagle Alliance desperately needed, completely wrecking their logistics. When the official warning dropped with cold, hard proof, the Alliance tried to play victim, but they just looked pathetic. Payback came fast with brutal bans on trade, tech, and travel. Plus, the Shengxi Group and the Long family unleashed their secret global ops, hunting down Night Owl's bases and putting their top money men 6 feet under. It was total war. A cheap assassination attempt had triggered an insane storm of revenge that the Eagle Alliance never saw coming. Chapter 95, The Family Feast. A few days later, on the top floor of Chushin Tech, Guki finally took off his arm bandages, leaving only a tiny scar. Stood by the massive floor-to-soiling window, looking down at the city like a boss. It looked peaceful out there, but only he knew what kind of world-ending storm had just passed. Sudden knock on the door. Shadow Dragon walked in holding a file, looking unusually serious. "Young master, we got an urgent update from Old Zhao in the capital. Night Owl has infiltrated us way deeper than we thought." Handing over the file, he added, "Right after the virus attack, they knew we'd be desperate to repair our AI, Xiaoai, and source replacement microchips. So they used shady shell companies to sneak their own suppliers into our new supply chain. Their plan? Build physical backdoors into our hardware to completely destroy us next time." Gukeshu's eyes went cold as he flipped through the files. Suppliers looked totally clean and unrelated. But after his team did some deep digging, every single one traced back to a secret offshore fund in the Cayman Islands. Shadow boss of that fund, best buddies with Night Owl's top brass. That was a close one. Gukeshu slammed the file shut, his eyes freezing. If Operation Prairie Fire hadn't forced these rats out into the open, they would have been cooked. Old Zhao already ordered a full 3-generation background check and reverse engineering tests on every single supplier we use. Fake companies? Permanently blacklisted, Shadow Dragon added with a smirk. Gukeshu nodded. Before he could speak, his phone rang. It was Xu Mei. "Boss, we just finished the basic repairs on Xiaoai's core logic. Her emotional and advanced features are still offline, but she's finally awake. And get this." Xu Mei was practically screaming with excitement. Right after booting up, Xiaoai automatically uploaded a hidden, highly encrypted file containing the profile of the hacker who infected her. "We're cracking it right now. This is our ticket to finding the mastermind behind Night Owl." Hearing this, Gukeshu smiled. Even down, his AI was still fighting. Right then, the door swung open again. Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao walked in. Yaqi was holding a fancy invitation card, while Yuyao had a bunch of shopping bags, smiling like an angel. "Hey Shu, look what Old Man Long sent over." But Yaqi handed him the card. "The Long family is hosting a big private banquet tomorrow night to celebrate, and they specifically asked for the 3 of us to be there." She glanced at the files in Shadow Dragon's hand, asking no questions but showing total support. Meanwhile, Yuyao dumped her shopping bags on the couch and ran over to show him a brand new shirt. "Check it out. I bought this for you. It looks way better than your current outfit, so you're wearing this to the banquet." She was trying to cheer him up, and honestly, it worked. Gukshu looked at the invitation, then at his 2 girls. One incredibly smart, understanding him without saying a word, and the other, a ball of energy, constantly keeping his spirits high. Between them, the big win with Project Prairie Fire, and Xiaoai waking up, all his stress completely melted away. Sure, the enemy was tough, but they weren't untouchable. Gukshu grabbed the shirt from Yuyao, pulled Yaqi close by her waist, and gave them a confident smirk. "All right, let's go to the Long family tomorrow. The storm can wait." But hold on, it is far from over. This Long family banquet is about to be his next stage to flex. And our boy Gukeshu knows that no matter what crazy stuff comes next, he is not fighting alone anymore. Got the sharpest blade, Long Ying, by his side, while Chuchen Tech is backed by the ultimate shield, Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yuyao. Plus, they have got an absolute beast of an army backing them up now. That hidden Night Owl organization, they are cooked. Just another prey waiting to be hunted. Tonight, the Long family mansion is absolutely glowing, and the security? Bro, it is tighter than ever before. Red carpets are rolled out in front of the ancient gates, and 2 rows of scary-looking bodyguards in black stand like statues. Their sharp eyes scan the area, and the entire atmosphere is just pure, heavy tension. Sleek black car slowly rolls up and stops right in front of the main hall. The door swings open, and out steps Gukeshu. He is looking absolutely handsome in a custom dark suit picked out by Zhang Yuyao. The bandages on his arm are gone, leaving only a badass faint scar. With a calm gaze, he looks at this massive mansion, a literal symbol of peak power in Rongcheng and beyond. His eyes are deep, and nobody can tell what he is planning next. Right behind him is Zhao Yaqi, wearing a stunning white modified dress that highlights her perfect figure. With her hair elegantly styled, she looks incredibly graceful. She has got this polite smile on her face, but her eyes, they are sharp, calm, and deep as an ocean. It is like she completely shrugged off last night's terrifying showdown on the sea. She naturally hooks her arm through Gu Kishu's left side. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao steps out in a fiery red dress, looking absolutely stunning, like a wild rose in full bloom. She cannot even hide her excitement and curiosity, looking all over the place the moment she gets out. But deep down, there is a tiny hint of nervousness. She grabs his right arm and whispers, "Wow, talk about a massive flex." Feeling the warmth and support from both sides, Gu Keshu smiles. He gently pats their hands, letting them know he has got everything under control. Young Master Miss Zhao, Miss Jiang, the patriarch and the elders are already waiting for you in the main hall. Long Ying suddenly appears out of nowhere, bowing with deep respect. The way he looks at Gu Keshu now? Total respect. Our boy has officially earned his loyalty. Chapter 96 playing right into their hands. Led by Long Ying, the three of them step into the brightly lit main hall of the Long family mansion. Scented smoke drifts through the air, and sitting right at the head of the room is the big boss himself, Long Zhenbang. The absolute pillar of the Long family is wearing a dark traditional suit, looking sharp with a rare genuine smile on his face. His eyes are sharp but full of pride. Sitting next to him are the respected elders of the family and a gentle-looking woman with a complicated look in her eyes. Meanwhile, Long Yunming and Chen Yaji's seats, completely empty, obviously. The moment Gu Keshu and the girls step through the door, literally every single eye in the room locks onto them. Some are testing them, some are curious, some are in absolute awe, and others are hiding some deep jealousy. "You are here!" Long Zhenbang's voice booms with pure joy. "Come over here, quickly!" Gu Keshu walks right to the center of the hall with a calm, confident stride. He gives a polite nod, "Grandfather, elders." Zhao Yaqi and Zhang Yao follow his lead, greeting everyone peacefully. "Good, amazing, outstanding." Old man is absolutely thrilled, staring at Gu Keshu with pure pride and admiration written all over his face. Then his gaze softens as he looks at Zhao Yachi and Zhang Yuyao. "Yuyao, you must have been terrified last night. Having something like that happen on my watch in Rongcheng is a massive failure on our part. But don't worry, as long as this old man is breathing, the entire Long family will make sure nothing like this ever happens again." Wasn't just him being nice, it was a massive warning to the entire inner circle of the Long family. Gu Keshu and these two ladies are now completely untouchable, backed by the full power of the Long family. "Grandfather, you are too kind," Zhao Yaqi replies, keeping her poise perfectly. "With you and Kekshu around, we aren't scared of anything." Zhang Yuyao nods eagerly. "Yeah, with Kekshu here, if any bad guys show up, he is going to absolute solo them." Long Zhenbong bursts out laughing, clearly loving their energy. Then he turns back to Gu Keshu, his expression turning completely serious. "After this night owl disaster, and what happened with Yunming, Sai, let's not talk about that trash. Grandfather has finally opened his eyes. The one who must steer the ship of our family in the future is you." Voice suddenly rises, booming through the entire hall with absolute, unquestionable authority. "Today, in front of our ancestors and every core member of the family, I, Long Zhenbang, officially declare Gu Keshu as the sole heir of the Long family, effective immediately. All our resources, connections, and assets will unconditionally support him, backing Chuchen Tech and every single decision he makes to the absolute maximum." The room went dead silent. You could literally hear a pin drop. Even though they saw it coming, the old man's absolute, no mercy announcement still left the elders stunned. But guess what? Not a single one of them dared to speak up. Last night's insane operation and Kekshu's absolutely broken power had already put everyone in their place. They literally had no choice but to accept it. But our MC, he is just standing there, cool as ice, not even excited. He is not that weak kid who desperately craved the family's validation in his past life anymore. He looks at Long Zhenbang, his eyes deep and confident. "Grandfather, I get the responsibility that comes with the family name. I will take care of it. Shushan Tech is my foundation, and my rules are not changing." "Perfect. That is what I call a real man." Long Zhenbang isn't even mad, he is actually loving it. "Family is your shield, not a chain. Go ahead and do whatever you want, and this old man will back you up no matter what." Right then, any remaining walls between the grandfather and grandson are completely shattered after surviving that intense battle together. True respect is earned, and now they share an absolute bond of trust. banquet turns into a massive celebration, with endless gourmet food being served and guests raising their glasses to toast him. Xiao is handling the crowd effortlessly, looking absolutely stunning and elegant. When chatting with the Long family ladies, her high-tier IQ and vision completely blow them away. No way anyone's looking down on her now. Even though Zhang Yuyao is super energetic, she chills out a bit after a quick heads-up from Zhao Yaqi. Her bright smile and genuine vibes actually make the whole room feel way more relaxed. Meanwhile, our MC Gu Kikshu is right in the center, surrounded by Long Zhenbang and the top clan elders. Naturally, the hype turns straight to the progress of the Prairie Fire project and the future of Chuchen Tech. Prairie Fire counterattack is absolutely cooking, and the big bosses in the West are already losing their minds trying to cope. One elder managing the Long family's global assets whispers with pure excitement, "We backed you up in the financial market and ripped a massive chunk out of them. Our tech blockade has their key labs practically starving." "Not enough," Gukishu mutters, taking a cold sip of his wine. "Just cutting off Night Owl's grunts is child's play. I want to completely chop off the hand pulling the strings from the shadows. Plus, Xiao Ai just hit us with a brand new discovery." He lays it out plain and simple. Xu Mei's report on the logic fragments uploaded by Xiao Ai, detailing the patterns of the seed planter, combined with Long Ying's intel on how they're sneaking into the supply chain. Intel is straight up gold, Long Zhenbang says, his eyes razor sharp. When we combine this with our deep dive into Night Owl's global network, we can easily lock onto their highest ranking targets. So, Kekshu, what's the play here? Gu Keishu sets down his glass, looking around the room with absolute main character energy. "We beat them at their own game. They want to plant a bomb in our supply chain? Fine, we will hand them a supplier that looks completely spotless and perfect. But we'll use that exact channel to plant our own eyes and ears right back into their system, ripping their entire command network out by the roots." Meanwhile, Shumei is putting in work to crack the logic fragments from Xiao Ai. Once that's done, we pair it with the global tracking power of our Tianqing system. He doesn't even need to finish the sentence. The ice-cold look in his eyes says it all. A complete wipeout, yes. Long Zhenbang slams his hand on the table in pure hype, laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha, just say the word, and the Long family is at your disposal. I need the Long family's hidden global forces to coordinate with the Sheng and Jiang clans," Gu Keishu says in a low voice. "We need them for the final precise lock-on and cleanup." Long Zhenbang nods. "And as for cash, the Long family's massive bank accounts are wide open to you whenever you need." Long Zhenbang didn't even hesitate to make the call. On the outside, this family dinner was just to celebrate Gu Keishu's return. But in reality, it was the ultimate rally for their massive counteroffensive. A massive alliance was forming, packing the power of the Long family, the Sheng clan, and key military forces, combined with Gu Keishu's own broken tech and insane wealth. A straight-up behemoth was rising with our MC right at the center. As the party wraps up, Long Zhenbang motions for Keishu to stay behind for a private chat. The two of them head into the study, looking at his grandson, the boy who made him so proud yet broke his heart with what he's been through. The old man's voice gets emotional. "Yuchu and Yuyao are incredible girls. I know exactly what they did for you last night. To save you, Yuchu turned into a straight-up demon, and Yuyao was brave to risk her life with a gun. That kind of devotion is rare. What are you going to do about them?" Gu Kishu stays quiet for a second, looking out the window at the peaceful night over the old estate. When he speaks, his voice is crystal clear and dead serious. "They are the most important people in my life, and I can't live without either of them. I will protect and protect them forever and give them the full recognition they deserve. It might not fit old traditions, but in my eyes, their lives are just as precious as my own." Long Zhenbang stares deeply at Gu Keishu before letting out a long, heavy sigh of relief. All right, I'm not some ancient fossil. Being a loyal, caring man is a good thing. Path won't be easy. You've got to handle it right, and make sure neither of them ever feels neglected." "I get it, Grandpa," Gu Kekshu promises solemnly. Chapter 97, Closing the Net. 3 days after the family dinner, the atmosphere inside Chengdu's Tianqing Core database room is tense enough to suffocate you. Across the giant curved screens, massive rivers of data are straight up rushing by. Half of the screens show our heavily disguised bait suppliers, setting up a solid connection link with Night Owl's top-tier command nodes. The other half is displaying a highly complex, self-evolving three-dimensional dynamic model. Is the exact behavioral map of the seed planter, code-named Ghost, which Shumei's team put their lives into cracking from the logic fragments uploaded by Xiao Ai. The map is a wild web of glowing lines and dots, showing Ghost's online habits, his favorite proxy routes, how often he swaps encryption algorithms, and even his subconscious reliance on certain secure encryptions. Shumei's eyes are completely bloodshot, but she is running on pure, hyped-up adrenaline. She stands in front of the main console, her voice shaking with excitement. Mr. Gu, Ghost's movement model, and the bait supply chain's communication nodes are an absolute match. We have locked onto his key proxy coordinates, the Rotterdam Transit Server Cluster and the Cape Town Backup Node. Tianxiang has successfully breached his system. We are setting up a stealth surveillance channel right now. Behind her, Gu Kikyu stands with a gaze like a hawk, locking onto the rapidly converging points on the screen. Picks up his encrypted communicator, his voice cold as absolute ice. Longying coordinates are synced, Rotterdam and Cape Town. Move out. Stood, young master. The shadow guards are already in position, Longying replies, his voice carrying a freezing wave of killing intent. Meanwhile, across the ocean, inside a highly classified underground command center in the west, a guy in a gray hoodie with his face buried in the shadows. The hacker Ghost is furiously slamming his keyboard. A waterfall of data streams across his screens as he tries to use the Rotterdam node to trigger a physical backdoor hidden deep inside the Long family's new supply chain. A creepy, twisted smirk spreads across his face, thinking he's about to pull off the ultimate win. Suddenly, his screen snapped to pitch black. Every single stream of data cuts off instantly. A warning blares. Alert! The Rotterdam node has been hit by a massive high-intensity EMP. Physical destruction confirmed. Alert! The Cape Town backup node has been breached. The security footage flashes on. It is the Long family's shadow guards. No! Ghost lets out a blood-curdling scream, sounding like a cornered animal. The entire network he relied on to stay alive was wiped out in a single surgical strike. He's completely cooked. But the real nightmare? They didn't just destroy his systems. They pulled off a complete reverse hack and were watching his every move. Panicking, he violently rips out all his network cables. Trying to physically cut the connection? Too late, bro. Right in front of him, the absolute last line of defense, his isolated server, suddenly flashes to life. A cold, emotionless robotic voice echoes through the silent command room like a literal death sentence. Ghost coordinates locked. Purge sequence initiated. The screen instantly flashes a blinding blood red. Want more epic stories? Smash that subscribe button below for the ultimate, hand-picked reads without getting scammed. A massive countdown starts ticking down. 10, 9, 8. No way, this is impossible. Ghost is absolutely panicking, frantically slamming the keyboard to shut it then down, but everything is completely locked out. Desperately lunges for the power plug, but boom! A muffled explosion rips through the server. It's not just a physical blast, it's a targeted high-energy data surge that instantly fries every single core chip in the system. Insane electric current surges straight up Ghost's arm from the server chassis. Arg! A blood-curdling, inhuman scream cuts off instantly. Ghost collapses to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, body charred and twitching as black smoke pours from his nose and mouth. His eyes are wide open, frozen in pure, unimaginable terror. The legendary Ghost identity he was so proud of? Absolute trash compared to Tianqing's God mode computing power and Xiaoai's key. His brain nerves got fried instantly. At the exact second Ghost kicks the bucket, a silent worldwide purge begins. Near the port of Rotterdam, a secret data center hidden inside an abandoned warehouse is instantly vaporized by a precision airstrike. Out in the suburbs of Cape Town, a heavily armed mansion gets infiltrated by ghost-like operators. Suppressed gunshots ring out, ending the fight before it even starts. Over in the United Kingdom, several high-profile financial brokers connected to Night Owl, tech brokers, start dropping like flies. Bizarre accidents, sudden heart attacks in their sleep, stray bullets on the street, you name it. Totally different deaths, but completely clean. No traces left behind. The fire of retribution is systematically burning down every single one of Night Owl's core members and connections. Meanwhile, in the stock market, Gu Geishu's capital moves in like a pack of sharks smelling blood in the water. Guided by Tianxiong, they capitalize on the chaos of Ghost's death and the crumbling infrastructure to launch a final devastating blow against the collapsing megacorporations. We are talking massive, ruthless short selling. Panic spreads like a virus, stock prices nosedive, and countless elite investors get totally wiped out, losing every single penny. Within just a few hours, the balance on Gu Geishu's account starts ticking up like crazy. Billions of US dollars are skyrocketing into an absolute monster of a fortune, enough to literally crash the economy of a small country. And the mastermind behind it all, Gu Geishu, is just standing in the Tianqiong control room. He watches the network map of Night Owl light up like a burning spiderweb as their nodes blink out of existence one by one. The absolute bloodbath in the financial market? To him, it is just a simple game of numbers. Night Owl's core command has been completely neutralized. Xu looks at the final confirmation report, her voice tired but packed with the thrill of victory. Financial team lead excitedly reports that they have hit their target and fully cashed out. Gu Geishu slowly closes his eyes, then opens them. No wild celebration, just a cold, peaceful sense of finality. Wrap it up, Gu Geishu says calmly. Chapter 98. Let's go on a vacation. 3 months later at Huayu Tiangong. Warm morning sunlight pours through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room. The air smells like fresh brewed coffee and sweet toasted bread. Yesterday's crazy shopping spree has already been cleaned up, leaving the villa feeling super cozy and peaceful. Over in the open kitchen, Gu Geishu is rocking an apron, effortlessly frying up some perfect sunny-side-up eggs. Totally relaxed, the faint scar on his arm barely even visible now. Zhao Yaqi is sitting on the sofa by the window in a cozy linen dress, an ultra-thin laptop resting on her lap. She is just wrapping up some daily business for the Shengxi group, the soft sunlight catching her hair, looking absolutely gorgeous. Every now and then she looks up at him working in the kitchen, her eyes full of warmth and pure happiness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyao has total bedhead, wearing an oversized cartoon t-shirt and shorts, sitting cross-legged on the thick living room rug with zero cares in the world. She is aggressively button-mashing on her controller, yelling at the giant TV screen. "Arg, I died again." Boss literally hacking. She angrily tosses the controller aside and yells toward the kitchen. "Axiu, is breakfast ready yet? Starving. I need fuel to beat this game." Gu Gikshu walks over with 2 gorgeous plates of bacon, eggs, golden toast, and fresh fruit. Chuckles, putting the plates down. "All right, my little princess, go wash your hands and let's eat." "Sweet!" She immediately ditches the game, jumping up barefoot and sprinting to the bathroom. Zhao Yaqi closes her laptop with a smile and stands up. "Smells so good." The three of them gather around the table, enjoying a cozy breakfast while Yu Yao rants about her latest gaming defeats. Yaqi occasionally chimes in with a laugh, while Gu Geishu just listens quietly with a smile, putting food on their plates. The warm sun shines over them, casting a peaceful glow on the room. Oh, by the way, Yaqi puts down her glass of milk and looks at him warmly. "My uncle just sent word that one of the Zhang family's overseas projects running into some minor trouble. He wants us to go check it out, and we can treat it as a vacation too. Yu Yao's been begging for one forever. Please." Li Ishu Yao instantly raises both hands. "I am so in. I heard they have gorgeous beaches and amazing duty-free shopping there." "Akshu, are you coming? Please," she says, clinging to his arm. Gukshu looks at her sparkling eyes and then at Yaki's face. How could he possibly say no? He smiles, gently pinching Yuyao's cheek. "All right, whatever you guys want. Let's make up for that beach trip we cut short last time." "Yay, Akshu, you are literally the best." Yuyao lets out a cheer, scoots right over, and plants a big wet kiss on Tianshu's cheek, leaving a tiny bit of bread filling behind. Meanwhile, Yaki is just giggling in the background. After eating, our boy Tianshu heads over to his study. Outside his massive floor-to-ceiling windows is the bustling, peaceful city of Rongcheng. He boots up his computer and a bunch of highly encrypted briefings instantly pop up. The infamous Night Owl organization, completely wiped out. Every single one of their shadow backers and political puppets, absolutely cooked under the relentless pressure of Project Prairie Fire and global media. They were either completely liquidated or forced into hiding, erased from the game forever. After catching that massive L, there is zero chance they can pull off another crazy infiltration anytime soon. Meanwhile, with Tian Shu pulling the strings behind the scenes and old man Long Zhenbong holding down the fort, the Long family empire made a smooth transition. Now they are fully merging with Chuchen Tech's core business. Chuchen Tech is now at the absolute top of the food chain. Xiaoai's repair is going smoothly, and her emotional modules are already being rebuilt. Even though getting her back to peak god mode will take a little time, her legendary performance during Project Prairie Fire has the big bosses viewing her as a literal national treasure. Tianqiong system? Bro, it is now the ultimate shield and sword, defending the country from any cyber attacks. The next-gen smart home robots are about to hit mass production. And get this, pre-orders are already backed up for the next 2 years. Talk about a massive flex. And that mind-blowing astronomical wealth sitting in Tianshu's personal account, that is just a tiny side note in this massive world-class victory. Tianshu just scrolls right past it, totally unfazed, closes the reports, and his eyes land on a beautiful photo frame sitting on his desk. Inside is a photo of them under the beautiful blue sky, chillin' on the deck of the Shinhai yacht. He is lying right in the middle, with Yaki resting her head on his arm, smiling peacefully, while Yu Yao is curled up on his chest like a little kitten, fast asleep without a single care in the world. All three of them look so genuinely happy. This was taken when they went out to sea right after the chaos finally settled. Staring at the photo, our cold, badass MC finally softens up, letting out a super warm, genuinely satisfied smile. Tianshu grabs his phone and dials Xu Mei. Once she was the flawless goddess in his eyes, but now she is just someone who brought him endless disappointment. He coldly gives her the brief, telling her that for the next month, unless the literal sky is falling down, do not disturb him. Absolute confidence and a relaxed vibe, he says, "I am taking my wives on vacation. Get everything sorted out, then meet up with me." On the other end of the line, Shumei freezes for a second before laughing it off, saying, "Understood, Boss Gu. I will get everything wrapped up and join you guys as fast as I can." Hanging up, Tianshu stands up and walks over to the window. The warm sunlight washes over him, feeling absolutely amazing. Just then, the door creaks open. Yaki and Yu Yao peek their heads in, and Yaki asks softly, "Tian, we are all packed. When are we heading out?" "Hurry up, Tian. If we keep slacking, we are going to miss our flight." Yu Yao whines, super hyped and impatient. Tianshu turns around and looks at the two absolute queens who lit up his entire world, giving him all his strength and warmth. One is gentle and deep, while the other is bright and bursting with energy. Together, they are literally his entire world. Tianshu strides over, grabbing Yaki's hand in one, and Yusen-sen says, "Let's go. Next stop, our island and the rest of our lives." And that is the end of the story.